My name is Lu Haotian. In my sister's eyes, I am a waste man who needs help even when going to the toilet. But in the Doomsday game, I am the absolute master who steps on a thunder dragon and wields a five-lash lightning whip. The Doomsday game is coming, and everyone has to rely on their awakened talents to survive in the game. The higher the talent level, the greater the chance of survival. When everyone found out that I had only awakened level talent, they wanted to stay 800 miles away from me, for fear that I would drag them down. I calmly opened the attribute panel. Name, Lu Haotian Level, 0 talent, electric shock, level 1. Features, 10% chance to trigger hidden passive effects. Talents can be upgraded, and special fusion can be performed when reaching level B. Electric shock is a primary skill of the lightning system, which can cause basic damage and temporarily paralyze the target when hit. I was lost in thought when several contestants came towards me. One of them asked, "My talent is B level freezing. What's yours? Do you want to form a team?" I calmly replied, E level lightning. The other party was stunned for a moment, then laughed. This guy is actually a low-level waste talent. The people around me also started laughing, and my expression changed slightly. The 3-minute countdown began, the system's voice sounded, and everyone immediately started running, looking for the best hiding spot. My watch shows, contestants, 100 remaining, 99. Someone ran by and almost knocked me down. I heard him yell, "Blocking my way? Are you looking for death?" I glanced at him coldly, not wanting to argue. He said arrogantly again, "Dare to stare at me? If time is not tight, I will dig out your dog eyes. Brother Xiang, ignore him, and see how he dies later." The people next to him advised. A few of them mocked him, and quickly walked towards the manor castle. I looked around and noticed 2 people wearing camouflage uniforms not far away. They looked grim and seemed to be military personnel. Were they sent by the government? The Doomsday game has arrived, causing global panic, and countries have launched self-rescue actions. Some major countries have sent elite military and special departments to try to enter the game to solve the mystery or rescue the survivors. The 2 men determined the direction and left quickly. The estate consists of a 5-story castle, a maze-like garden, and a surrounding jungle. I frowned. It was impossible to walk around the estate in 3 minutes. From the beginning, the game did not give the contestants enough time to familiarize themselves with the environment. In comparison, the castle seemed to be the best choice for hiding and defense. I quickly ran to the castle and went straight to the 2nd floor. Through the corridor window, I observed the gardens and jungles in the manor. The dry pond outside the window caught my attention. Broken lotus leaves and lotus sheds were scattered at the bottom of the water, like abandoned objects, which seemed out of place in this luxurious manor. There is a sign next to it that says, "Beware of drowning." How can someone drown without water? In the castle, 2 contestants clashed over a hiding spot. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Ding! The game officially begins. The seekers are on stage. All contestants please hide well. As the prompt sounded, a flash of light suddenly appeared in the jungle, accompanied by a terrifying roar, and then a scream exploded in the jungle. The horrible noises came one after another, frightening the contestants who had not yet found a hiding place. They ran towards the castle one after another, as if something terrible was chasing them. In the crowd, a woman wearing high heels was knocked down by a dark shadow. The black shadow bit her madly, and the woman let out a heart-wrenching scream instantly. The black shadow's eyes were all white and bloodshot, his skin was rotten, and some of his ribs were exposed. He looked like a large dog, but more like a zombie dog in a biochemical game. I was standing in the corridor on the 2nd floor and saw it all clearly, and I couldn't help but feel terrified. The appearance of zombie dogs completely destroyed the contestants' psychological defenses. Just as a slower contestant was about to be caught up, he suddenly shook his body. A pair of wings grew out of his back and flew into the air, avoiding the zombie dog's attack. The man shouted excitedly in the air, "Fly up and bite me if you dare." However, the system prompt sounded. The man's innate energy was insufficient. His wings suddenly disappeared, and he fell directly from the air. The zombie dog had been waiting below and pounced on him instantly, biting through his throat. At the same time, a scream was heard from the 1st floor. One contestant was on the run and in desperation used his talent. A water ball flew out of his hand and hit the zombie dog in the face, knocking it to the ground. Seeing this, the man shouted excitedly, "I killed the zombie dog." However, the zombie dog quickly turned over and pounced on the man, instantly tearing his neck. Blood gushed out, and the man fell to the ground with an expression of pain frozen on his face. As the terrifying cry approached, the figure of the zombie dog appeared at the stairs on the second floor. Someone shouted, "Don't panic. We are many. We can kill it together." One of the men, Shun Ming, who had awakened a powerful talent, immediately used magnetic confinement to instantly pin the zombie dog in midair, demonstrating his invincible power. The people around cheered. As expected of an A-level Magneto talent, follow Brother Ming and will definitely pass the level. Amid the flattery of the crowd, Shin Ming felt extremely proud. Seeing the zombie dog being subdued, the contestants around it also showed excitement. However, the zombie dog's ears suddenly moved, breaking free from Shun Ming's control, and its pair of empty white eyes coldly scanned the crowd. "What's going on?" Someone shouted nervously. Shun Ming hurriedly tried to use his talent again, but the system prompted that there was insufficient energy and he could not activate the magnetic confinement. "What a bullshit energy value," Shun Ming cursed. However, before Shun Ming could react, the zombie dog pounced on him and bit his face. "Help!" Shun Ming screamed for help, but the people around him had already fled. I took in all of this and was shocked. Does it mean that every time I use my talent, it consumes energy? Once it is insufficient, it can no longer be used. I quickly ran to the end of the corridor, and a discarded iron pipe on the ground caught my attention, so I picked it up. At this moment, 3 people rushed over. There was obviously enough space in the corridor, but they deliberately knocked me to the ground. The zombie dogs also followed closely. "Well done, using this waste to attract monsters," one of them sneered. Haotian smiled coldly. "If you are a waste, you must be aware of being a waste." Looking at the zombie dog rushing towards me, I swung the iron pipe in my hand in horror, smashed it on the chin, knocked it to the ground, and took the opportunity to run away. Seeing this, Haotian raised his lips and said, "This kid's weapon is pretty good." He and his companion stopped and pushed me into a corner. "Kid, hand over your weapon if you don't want to be beaten." Haotian came closer and reached out to take away the iron pipe. I glanced at the zombie dog that was slowly crawling up, sneered, and handed the iron pipe over. Haotian grabbed the iron pipe, but it didn't move at all. He shouted angrily, "You're looking for death." The 2 people next to him also helped to pull. Just when they were feeling proud, I whispered, "Trash. Even if you have a high-level talent, you are still trash." "What do you mean?" Haotian asked angrily. A sneer appeared on the corner of my mouth. "What I mean is," an electric current flowed out along the iron pipe, instantly knocking down Haotian and his companions. They fell to the ground with convulsions all over their bodies. At this moment, the zombie dog pounced on him and bit Haotian's face. He screamed for help. I sneered, quickly opened the window, and climbed out. My little sister was still waiting for me. I must go back alive, and anyone who stops me must die. More and more screams came from the second floor, and the sounds of biting and crying echoed in my ears. I didn't care about anything else, and quickly climbed down the pipe to the first floor. The system said that there was only one seeker in the game, which was the zombie dog. It emerged from the jungle and chased into the castle, which meant that the castle was not safe, but the jungle was more reliable. As long as you hide in the jungle and survive for an hour, the game will end. I gritted my teeth and rushed into the jungle with the iron pipe in my hand. As soon as I entered the bushes, a low growl suddenly sounded in my ears. Before I could react, a dark shadow pounced on me, and the iron pipe in my hand fell to the side. It was a zombie with pale skin, lifeless eyes without pupils, and cracked lips revealing pale teeth, biting directly towards my neck. I was startled and raised my hand to block it, but its sharp teeth bit my arm, tearing it apart with piercing pain. I struggled desperately, but found that the zombies were much more powerful than I had imagined, and despair began to grow in my heart. At this moment, with a bang, the zombie that attacked me was knocked away. Then, I heard a deep voice in my ears. "If you are not dead, get up quickly." It was the man and woman in camouflage clothes who rescued Lu Haotian and ran straight into the jungle. Lu Haotian endured the pain, picked up the fallen iron pipe, and hurriedly followed. On the way, they encountered several slow-moving zombies. The 3 of them carefully bypassed them until they hid in the dense bushes, and then they breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Haotian said gratefully, "Thank you for saving me." "My name is Lu Haotian. What's your name?" The man in camouflage uniform nodded and said, "My name is Shui Wenhu, and this is my sister Shui Yutong." Shui Wenhu observed Lu Haotian and couldn't help asking, "After the game started, I noticed that you didn't run around like the others. but calmly observed the surroundings, looking for clues. Are you from the special department? Special department? Lu Haotian was stunned for a moment, then smiled awkwardly. I'm just an ordinary person. Shui Yutong listened, looked at him thoughtfully, and said, it's not easy for an ordinary person to stay calm when participating in this kind of horror game for the first time. Listening to their words, Lu Haotian couldn't help but ask, are you from the military? Shui Wenhu nodded. After the outbreak of the Doomsday, the country sent many people into the game. One of their purposes was to crack the truth of the game, and the other was to save as many contestants as possible. Lu Haotian recalled the previous scene and said with lingering fear, I didn't expect that the Seeker would actually be a zombie dog and the dead contestants would turn into zombies. Shui Wenhu nodded and said, it seems that you know a little bit about Resident Evil. You play the game a lot, right? Lu Haotian smiled bitterly and said, I didn't expect these things in the game to come true. Thanks to your help. Shui Wenhu shook his head. Zombie dogs are too difficult to deal with. Our mission is more important. Saving you is just a matter of convenience. At this moment, Shui Yutong looked at his watch in surprise and shouted, Brother, the number of survivors has become 3, and a large number of red dots are approaching us. Shui Wenhu looked at his watch and his face turned pale. How could a zombie dog kill so many contestants in such a short time? Lu Haotian frowned and said, it should be that after the contestant was bitten to death, he also turned into a zombie and became the Seeker in the game, attacking other people together with the zombie dog. Shui Wenhu nodded and said, this explanation does make sense. Shui Yutong asked nervously, Brother, what should we do now? Shui Wenhu sighed. With so many zombies rushing towards us, we can't stop them without the right weapons. Lu Haotian shook his head and said, they followed the scent to find us. There is limited space, so it's useless to hide anywhere. Smell? Shui Yutong asked in surprise. What should we do? Can we just wait to die? Lu Haotian suddenly had an idea and said excitedly, there is a dry pond in front of the castle. Maybe there is some secret hidden there. Shui Wenhu was stunned for a moment. Are you sure? I just think that place is suspicious. Either take a gamble or wait here to be surrounded by the zombies. Lu Haotian said firmly. Shui Wenhu gritted his teeth and said decisively, I'll lead the way, and you follow closely. He took the iron pipe handed to him by Lu Haotian and rushed towards the pool with the two of them. Along the way, they encountered several zombies. Shui Wenhu held an iron pipe and hit the target every time, knocking the zombies down and buying time for the 3 of them. When they finally arrived at the pool, they found it was empty, without any hidden objects or obstructions. The zombies in the manor gradually gathered around. Shui Wenhu suppressed his anger and growled, is this the place you mentioned? Where can we hide? Lu Haotian tried to calm himself down and think, scanning the pool. Although Shui Wenhu was dissatisfied, he and Shui Yutong still stood on both sides, trying to buy time for Lu Haotian to think. Lu Haotian observed carefully and found that the rest of the manor was intact, except for the pool, which seemed to have been deliberately abandoned. Broken lotus leaves and lotus pods were scattered on the bottom of the dry pool, and a drowning warning sign stood next to it. Drown? Lu Haotian wondered, how could someone drown without water? He was startled and suddenly realized, could this be a hidden task hinted by the system? It was the man and woman in camouflage uniforms who rescued me and quickly ran towards the jungle. I endured the pain in my arm, picked up the iron pipe that fell on the ground, and immediately followed them. On the way, we encountered several slow-moving zombies. The 3 of us carefully bypassed them until we hid in the dense bushes, and then we breathed a sigh of relief. I quickly thanked them. Thank you for saving me. My name is Lu Haotian. What is your name? The man in camouflage uniform nodded and said, my name is Shui Wenhu, and this is my sister Shui Yutong. Then, Shui Wenhu looked at me carefully and couldn't help asking, after the game started, I noticed that you didn't run around like the others, but calmly observed the surroundings, looking for clues. Are you from the special department? Special department? I was stunned for a moment, then smiled awkwardly. I'm just an ordinary person. Shui Yutong looked at me and said thoughtfully, you are really not an ordinary person who can stay calm when participating in this kind of horror game for the first time. Listening to their words, I couldn't help but ask, are you from the military? Shui Wenhu nodded. After the outbreak of the Doomsday, the country sent many people into the game. One of their purposes was to crack the truth of the game, and the other was to save as many contestants as possible. I recalled the previous scene and said with lingering fear, I didn't expect that the Seeker would actually be a zombie dog, and the dead contestants would actually turn into zombies. Shui Wenhu nodded and said, "It seems that you know a little bit about Resident Evil. You play the game a lot, right?" I smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't expect these things in the game to come true. Thanks to your help." Shui Wenhu shook his head. "Zombie dogs are too difficult to deal with. Our mission is more important. Saving you is just a matter of convenience." At this moment, Shui Yutong looked at his watch in surprise and shouted, "Brother, the number of survivors has become 3, and a large number of red dots are approaching us." Shui Wenhu looked at his watch, and his face turned pale instantly. A zombie dog can kill so many contestants in a short period of time. I frowned and said, "It should be that after the contestant was bitten to death, he also turned into a zombie and became the Seeker in the game, attacking other people together with the zombie dogs." Shui Wenhu nodded and said, "This explanation does make sense." Shui Yutong asked nervously, "Brother, what should we do now?" Shui Wenhu sighed. "With so many zombies rushing towards us, we can't stop them without the right weapons." I shook my head. "They followed the scent to find us. There's limited space, so it's useless to hide anywhere." "Smell?" Shui Yutong asked in surprise. "What should we do? Can we just wait to die?" Suddenly, an idea flashed through my mind, and I said excitedly, "There is a dry pool in front of the castle. Maybe there is some secret hidden there." Shui Wenhu was stunned for a moment. "Are you sure?" I said firmly, "I just think that place is suspicious. Either take a gamble or wait here to be surrounded by zombies." Shui Wenhu gritted his teeth and said decisively, "I'll lead the way, and you follow closely." He took the iron pipe I handed over and led us towards the pool. Along the way, we encountered several zombies. Shui Wenhu held an iron pipe and hit the target every time, knocking the zombies down and buying time for us. When we finally reached the pool, we found it was completely empty, with no hidden objects or obstructions. The zombies in the manor gradually approached us. Shui Wenhu suppressed his anger and growled, "Is this the place you mentioned? Where can we hide?" I tried to calm myself down and carefully observed every corner of the pool. Although Shui Wenhu was dissatisfied, he and Shui Yutong still stood on both sides, trying their best to buy me time to think. Looking around, I found that the rest of the manor was intact, but the pool seemed to have been deliberately abandoned. Broken lotus leaves and lotus pods were scattered on the bottom of the dry pool, and there was a drowning warning sign next to it. "Drowning," I whispered. "How can one drown without water?" I suddenly woke up, and a surge of excitement surged in my heart. Could this be a hidden task hinted by the system? I looked around, and my sight finally locked on the water pipe under the sink, which indeed led to the distance. "The switch is just ahead." I shouted at the top of my voice, and then started running, followed closely by the Shui siblings. The water valve in front of us got stuck at the same time, and there was no handle. Shui Wenhu scratched his head and asked anxiously, "How can we open it without a handle?" An idea suddenly occurred to me, and I remembered the L-shaped iron pipe I had just given him. I quickly pulled the pipe back and stuffed it into the middle of the water valve, and it actually fit perfectly. Great! Our hands were sore from twisting the valve, and finally the valve opened little by little. Clean water gushed out, and the wastewater pool was gradually filled. "Let's go!" Shui Wenhu was overjoyed and ran to the pool first, but Shui Yutong suddenly pulled me back. "Brother, I can't swim." "It's okay. I'll drag you and hold on until you pass." Shui Wenhu patted his chest, but I stopped him. "There are still 30 minutes before the end. Can you hold on for that long?" Shui Wenhu said angrily. "Then what do you say we should do?" My mind raced, and suddenly something occurred to me. There's a storage room at the entrance to the castle, and there's an oxygen mask hanging on the outer wall. Maybe I can find something useful there. Shui Wenhu was already convinced by my on-the-spot decision, and without further ado, he led us towards the castle. But there were a bunch of zombies guarding there, so I warned them, "You two follow closely." Shui Wenhu tightly gripped the iron pipe and roared, "Fight wildly." In an instant, orange light emerged from his body. Hearing the sound, 2 zombies rushed over. Shui Wenhu swung the iron pipe and swept them away. I couldn't help but widen my eyes. This power is too abnormal, right? Shui Yutong laughed behind me and said, "My brother has mastered the talent of Berserk, which can instantly increase his strength. With such an awesome Berserk talent, no wonder he beat up so many zombies along the way." Soon, we broke into the castle and found a storage room on the first floor with a sign saying, "No open flames." When we pushed the door open, we saw oxygen masks everywhere. Shui one who looked at the 10 oxygen masks and yelled, "Only 10 oxygen masks for 100 people? This crappy game doesn't want people to survive." We each grabbed an oxygen mask and prepared to run away, when suddenly a cold breath came over us, and a zombie dog appeared silently and pounced on us. "Get out of the way!" Shui Wonhu and Shui Yutong dodged to the left and right, and the zombie dog instantly appeared in front of me. Before Shui Wonhu had time to fight frantically, he heard the system's mechanical voice coldly remind him, "Insufficient ability value." Damn it! I gritted my teeth and glanced at my arm, which was gradually turning black. I knew that I was probably in danger, so I said with difficulty, "You guys go. After you get out, find my sister Lu Haotian and take care of her for me." "You're crazy!" Shui Wonhu roared, his fists trembling, but he finally pulled Shui Yutong and ran away. The zombie dog pounced at me, and I held onto its neck tightly, feeling the strength in my arms disappear little by little. Electric shock. A bolt of lightning burst out from my hand. The zombie dog trembled and took a step back. I took the opportunity to pick up the oxygen cylinder and ran towards the door. With the zombie dogs chasing me closely, I rushed into the kitchen opposite, threw the oxygen cylinder next to the gas stove, and turned on the fire. "Come on!" I opened the door and waved, and the zombie dog followed in. I quickly jumped out of the door and slammed the kitchen door. Boom! The strong explosion shook the door panel and me flying out. The system prompt rang in my ears. "Kill the first-level boss zombie dog, and you will be rewarded with 30 points and a first-level white crystal core." I was grinning from ear to ear and felt like the pain from the explosion was worth it. Xiaoxuan. The aftershocks of the explosion made me dizzy, and my sister's figure vaguely appeared in front of me. I struggled in a daze, and suddenly found another zombie rushing towards me. Electric shock. Lightning flashed again, knocking it down. The system prompted again, triggering the hidden passive. "This talent does not consume energy." It turns out I can still do one more. I stabbed the zombie's head with a knife, picked up the oxygen mask, and rushed out of the castle. There were 2 zombies guarding the door outside. I knocked one down with an electric shock and took the opportunity to kick the other one away, and it successfully escaped. Shui Yutong waved at me excitedly when he saw me coming out. "This kid has some real skills." Shui Wenhu fought his way out and protected me as we ran towards the pool. The 3 of us quickly put on oxygen masks, jumped into the pool, and dived underwater to wait for the opportunity. Above the water, the zombies were running around like headless flies, but we were isolated by the water source and became their blind spot. Time passed underwater, and black lines gradually spread on my arm where I was bitten by a zombie. Pain spread throughout my body, and I could only grit my teeth and hold on. Shui Wenhu noticed the situation in my mask and took off his oxygen mask to replace it with mine. At this moment, the system countdown sounded. 3, 2, 1. The game is over. Congratulations to the 3 contestants for completing the game. The system's cold voice announced, 3 survivors will each receive a reward of 1 million. Injured contestants will repair themselves during the transmission process. Shui Yutong got 12 points for completing the game. Shui Wenhu got 15 points, and I got 10 points for completing the game, 2 points for killing zombies, 10 points for rescuing survivors, 40 points for hiding clues, and 40 points for killing the boss zombie dog. The total score is 102. The system also thoughtfully gave me immunity to the T-virus. With a total score of over 100, your level will be automatically upgraded, and you will also be given a white crystal core to upgrade your talent skills. "Brother, you're finally back." Lu Haotian threw herself into my arms, her eyes red, like a little rabbit. I slowly opened my eyes and looked at her in a daze. "Where is this? Am I dead?" "Brother, I thought I would never see you again." She buried her head in my arms, making me a little breathless. I quickly touched my watch, and a string of numbers jumped. The bonus arrived. It seems that this death game really paid off. "Xiao Xue, we have the money for the surgery. Let's go to the hospital." I held her in my arms, walking briskly as if we were walking on clouds. At the same time, in a mysterious base in China, a white light flashed, and the figures of Shui Wenhu and Shui Yutong gradually appeared. The people around cheered. "Great! Finally someone came back alive from this mission." The Shui siblings suppressed their excitement and saluted the leader. "Report to the leader. The mission is accomplished. Shui Wenhu and Shui Yutong are back." The chief nodded and said seriously, "Medical team, give them a comprehensive checkup immediately." While being inspected, Shui Wenhu and Shui Yutong reported the situation in the game clearly. After listening to this, the chief looked solemn and said, "This intelligence is of extremely high value." Shui Wenhu added, "Commander, there were a total of 100 contestants, and only 3 survived. If that boy hadn't cracked the hidden task, I'm afraid my brother and I wouldn't have made it to the end." "Oh, what's his name?" asked the chief. "Lu Haotian has a younger sister named Lu Qianxue." The Shui siblings replied, "Search these 2 siblings immediately and execute the S-level secret order." The leader said immediately. Inside Haotian Hospital, I said to the doctor, "Doctor, I have collected the surgery fee. Please arrange the surgery for my sister." The attending physician pushed up his glasses, his expression as calm as ever. "Even if you have money, you still have to wait for a kidney source. However, you have to be mentally prepared. Your sister's condition is not optimistic." My heart sank, and I held Xiao Xue's hand, forcing a smile and saying, "The doctor is right, let's go back and wait for notification." After leaving the hospital, I patted her shoulder and said, "Xiao Xue, I'm rich now. What do you want to eat? I'll treat you today. Eat as much as you want." Xiao Xue's eyes were as bright as stars. "I want to eat barbecue. Order lots of meat." "No problem. You'll be full." We arrived at the barbecue restaurant and ran into a group of acquaintances as soon as we entered the door. The woman opposite sneered and said, "Hey, who is this? It turns out to be you 2 unlucky gods. You are not dead yet." I frowned, wondering how could I have such an unlucky encounter? When I looked up, it turned out to be my ex-girlfriend Ling Xinran. The man next to her put his arm around her waist and glared at me with disdain. "Boy, you dare to push my girlfriend? Kneel down and apologize, or I will make you walk out sideways." Ling Xinran raised the corner of his mouth and glanced at me proudly. "Lu Haotian, let me introduce you. This is the eldest young master of the Jin family, Jin Zifei." "Hey, Mr. Jin, are you hanging out with those country bumpkins?" I looked at them coldly and pulled Xiao Xue to leave. Xiao Xue nervously pulled my sleeve and said, "Brother, let's just forget it." "Forget it? You want to leave without kneeling down and apologizing?" Jin Zifei grinned, and several of his men surrounded him with a strong attitude. After that game, I no longer cared about life and death, and I would never show weakness in front of my sister. I protected Xiao Xue behind me and stared at Jin Zifei coldly. "Mr. Jin, don't be so arrogant." "Arrogant?" he sneered. "It seems like you really want to suffer a little." A tattooed man rubbed his hands, walked forward, and stared at Xiao Xue provocatively. "Little sister, you have offended our master Jin. Can you get away today?" Xiao Xue was so scared that she shrank behind me. I was eager to protect my sister, so I grabbed the tattooed man's wrist. He sneered, "Boy, let go quickly, or I'll let you know what regret is." Before he finished speaking, electric light appeared in my hand. With a sizzle, the tattooed man trembled violently. His eyes became empty, and his whole body froze there. At this moment, there was a buzzing sound overhead, and everyone looked up. An armed helicopter was hanging in the air. Everyone was stunned. How could such equipment appear in the city? Before they could react, a team of special vehicles came speeding from a distance and surrounded the entire block. The doors of the vehicles opened, and fully armed special forces came out one after another, quickly sealing off the scene. The 2 men in sunglasses, armed with weapons, strode towards me. I let go of the tattooed man, who was so scared that he sat on the ground and dared not move. "Brother, I finally found you." One of the men in sunglasses took off his glasses excitedly, revealing a familiar face. "Brother who?" I was shocked. It turned out to be Shui Wenhu. He patted my shoulder and said with a smile, "Brother, the chief wants to see you." I was stunned. "Me?" I was just about to take Xiao Xue out for a barbecue. Shui Yutong came over and winked at Xiao Xue. "Come with us, Xiao Xue. We have a barbecue feast at our base. You can eat as much as you want." Before we could respond, Jin Zifei came to his senses, squeezed forward and smiled at Shui Yutong. "Beauty, did you recognize the wrong person? This guy is a loser. I'm really worried that you will be deceived by him." Shui Yutong glanced at him coldly and frowned. "What do you mean?" Jin Zifei pointed at me and taunted. "He's just trash. Don't waste your time with him." Shui Wenhu shouted coldly. "What are you talking about?" He waved his hand, and more than a dozen gun muzzles were pointed at Jin Zifei, scaring him so much that his face turned pale and he almost collapsed to the ground. Shui Wenhu said coldly, "Lu Haotian is a distinguished guest of our Special Operations Department. If you dare to speak nonsense again, don't blame us for being rude." Jean Zafei shuddered and quickly apologized. Brothers, be careful of accidental discharge of guns. Shui Wenhu glanced around with disdain. If you tell me anything about what happened today, I promise you will disappear without a trace. The group of people nodded quickly. How could anyone dare to say anything more? Shui Wenhu retracted his anger, turned around, and smiled at me. Brother, let's go. Wait a minute. I smiled, walked up to the arrogant tattooed man, and looked at him coldly. The guy was so scared that he was trembling all over. Just as he was about to speak, I punched him in the face and said, "This is the price you pay for scaring my sister." After the punch, I felt relieved and turned to Shui Wenhu and said, Brother Hu, let's go. Okay, return to the team. Shui Wenhu gave an order, and the special forces escorted us onto the armed helicopter. Jean Zafei and the others watched Xiao Xue and I being escorted away, their faces looking as if they had eaten bitter gourds. The plane circled upwards, and Jean Zafei gritted his teeth on the ground. Asshole, how dare you embarrass me? Next time I will kill you. The plane slowly landed in the base park, and the roar of the rotating blades gradually dissipated. Xiao Xue and I were escorted off the plane by the special forces. Shui Wenhu arranged for Xiao Xue to temporarily stay in the rest area, while I was taken to a solemn meeting room. Haotian, let me introduce you. Shui Wenhu patted my shoulder and said solemnly, This is the chief of our military region, Lei Ting. Chief, this is the Lu Haotian I mentioned. If it weren't for him, Yu Tong and I would not have survived. Lei Ting looked me up and down with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. You are young and promising, amazing. I scratched my head uncomfortably. Commander, you are too kind. I am just lucky. Luck? Lei Ting raised his lips slightly. Haotian, I heard that you performed very well in the game and saved many contestants. The end of the world is coming, and everyone is in danger. It is not easy for you to bring back hope. His words were sonorous and powerful, with a sense of majesty. So, I plan to form a special team with you as the captain, sneak into the game, find out the truth, and free mankind from this nightmare. Are you willing to join? I was silent for a moment, and then the corner of my mouth twitched. Sorry, Chief, I refuse. Haotian, Shui Wenhu was stunned. He didn't expect that I would refuse so straightforwardly. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed by, and a burly man grabbed my collar with one hand and lifted me up with a slight lift. The man glared at me, his voice deep and powerful. You little brat, you actually dared to refuse the commander's order. You really don't know how high the heaven is or how deep the earth is. I'll beat you until you kneel down and beg for mercy. I was hanging in the air, and I caught a glimpse of a cold shadow on the ground from the corner of my eye. I felt a surge of anger in my heart. I have been bullied enough these past few days. Should an honest person be bullied by others? Today, no one can touch me again. I stared at the man coldly, exerted a little force with my right hand. Electric light flashed at my fingertips, and prepared to give him an electric shock in return. Brother Wei, stop. Shui Wenhu hurried forward to stop him. The burly man was 1.9 meters tall and had an overwhelming aura. He was the chief's adjutant and bodyguard, Wang Shiwei. Hearing the chief's low shout, Wang Shiwei reluctantly let go of his hand, snorted coldly, and stepped aside, still staring at me with disdain, as if I were an insignificant little person. Lei Ting waved his hand and said to me apologetically, Haotian, I'm so sorry. The young people in the special forces were a little impulsive. They didn't mean any harm. I nodded slightly, and the anger in my heart subsided a little, but I still couldn't help but want to write this down in my little notebook. Lei Ting saw that I had calmed down and asked seriously, Haotian, can you tell me why you refused? I sighed. Commander, I'm just an ordinary person. I completed the game just to live a stable life with my sister. I don't have any lofty ideals. I just want to live an ordinary life. Lei Ting listened quietly and nodded silently. Suddenly, Shui Yutong spoke softly. Sorry, Haotian, I'm afraid your idea is difficult to realize. I was slightly startled. What do you mean? Shui Yutong glanced at me and said slowly, Contestants who are selected to enter the game will only be marked even if they pass the level, and they can be summoned to the next game at any time. You mean this is just the beginning? I said uneasily. Shui Yutong nodded and continued to explain. If a contestant dies in the game, he will disappear completely. Clearing a level only temporarily returns to reality, but he cannot escape the call of the next game. The countdown on the watch is the key to unlocking a life-and-death game. My mind went blank with a buzzing sound, and my hand unconsciously touched my watch as if I felt an invisible shackle. Impossible. This is all made up by you. You want to force me to join the special forces, right? Shui Yutong sighed and pointed at the numbers on the watch. Do you think this is just an ordinary timer? In fact, this is a mark of the system. Unless the game is completely over, we will never be able to get rid of it. I looked down at my watch, my fingers trembling slightly. Having experienced the despair of horror games, I knew I couldn't bear it a second time. If I died in the next game, what would happen to Xiaoxue? She was still waiting for me to raise money for her treatment, and I couldn't let her face this cold world alone. I took a deep breath, looked up and asked, "How long is the interval between two games?" Shui Yutong replied calmly, "According to our current speculation, the interval is about 5 days." At this time, Lei Ting slowly said, "Haotian, I heard that your sister is in critical condition. If you are willing to join, we can use all our resources to help you find a suitable kidney source and perform surgery." I was stunned. I could hardly believe my ears. I stared at him intently. "Really?" Lei Ting smiled slightly and gave Shui Wenhu an order. "Publish Lu Qinshue's medical information immediately and find matching resources at all costs." "Yes!" Shui Wenhu retreated quickly, and all departments in the base immediately took action. In less than half an hour, Shui Wenhu came back to report. "Commander, we have found a suitable kidney source and reached an agreement with the supplier." Lei Ting nodded and made a prompt decision. "Immediately send someone to take over and prepare for the operation." I was so shocked that I couldn't speak, and I couldn't express my gratitude. This is the power of China and the commitment of the Special Operations Department. I weighed the pros and cons again and finally nodded. "Commander, I agree to join your special team. But please promise me that you will ensure the safety of my sister." Lei Ting showed a relieved smile. "Haotian, you made a wise choice. Your sister will get the best care." On the same day, Xiaoxue was admitted to the base's top hospital, where she underwent detailed examinations and waited for the best time for surgery. 4 days later, the number on the watch returned to 0, and a cold system prompt sounded in my ears. "Congratulations on advancing to the second round of the horror game. Please be prepared. Option 1. Enter immediately. Option 2. After 1 hour of countdown, enter by force." The system's voice sounded again. "It is detected that contestant number 13 has a total score of 102 points. He can upgrade his level and has a level 1 white crystal core that can be used to upgrade his talent skills." Level upgrade. Talent upgrade. I couldn't help but be stunned when I heard the system's prompt. Level upgrade improves physical fitness. Talent upgrade means stronger electric shock skills, so my chances of survival are more stable. Upgrade. Upgrade everything for me. I was secretly happy and couldn't wait to confirm the upgrade. Ding. Contestant number 13 consumed 100 points and his level was increased by 1. A white crystal core was consumed and his talent skill was upgraded to D-level lightning. The cold mechanical sound of the system echoed in his mind. I looked down at the interface on my wrist, feeling excited. Lu Haotian level 1 strength, 8 defense, 7 speed, 5 physical strength, 58 mental strength, 40 energy, 36 talent. Lightning level D, 20% chance to trigger hidden passive when cast. D-level lightning? This electric shock skill not only has increased damage, but also paralyzes the target for 2 seconds, and the triggering probability has also soared from 10% to 20%. It seems that my position in the game will be more stable. System scan successful. Transmission started. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. White light enveloped me, and my figure was gradually pulled into another world. A few seconds later, I opened my eyes and found myself transported to a strange and gloomy jungle. It was eerily quiet, and the air was filled with a damp and cold smell. "Haotian, great, I finally found you." A familiar voice came. I turned around and saw Shui Wenhu and Shui Yutong running towards me with some excitement on their faces. I nodded and looked at them with mixed feelings. Shui Wenhu patted my shoulder and said with a chuckle, "The game is about to start. Let's make a battle plan first. The commander has given the order. You are the captain this time." I took a deep breath and nodded. "Brother Hu, Yutong, in order to ensure everyone's safety, I need to know your talents and how many times you can use them. Only in this way can I make good arrangements at the critical moment." Shui Wenhu answered without hesitation. "My talent is E-level Berserker, which can be used 3 times in each level. It increases strength in a short period of time and can repel the enemy. Although the damage is not high, It is good for clearing the way. I silently memorized Shui, one whose berserker skill. It has knockback capability, but the damage is limited, so he is considered a good forward. Shui Yutong smiled slightly, with a hint of self-mockery. My talent is Eagle Eye Sniper, which increases the shooting accuracy by 20% and the critical hit chance by 5%. It's a pity that when I entered the game, all firearms were prohibited from being brought in, which directly ruined most of my weapons. I comforted her. Don't worry, you might be able to find weapons in the game. Although I consoled her, I knew in my heart that this game might not be that easy. After introducing our respective talents, I was about to say something when the system broadcast suddenly sounded, with an icy voice. Welcome all contestants to enter the game. This level is Death Forest. There are 500 contestants in total, each consisting of 5 people, for a total of 100 groups. The 3-minute countdown begins now, and you can form your own team. Groups with less than 5 members or more than 5 members will be disqualified from the game and eliminated by the system. After I heard the rules, my heart tightened and I couldn't help frowning. Team formation, 3 keys, the Forest of Death. This game is more complicated than I imagined. Just as I was thinking about it, a strange man and woman came over. The man said, "Hello, my name is Yang Hong, and this is my wife Sun Mei. There are exactly 3 of you. Can you take us with you? That way, we will have exactly 5 people." Sun Mei looked like she was about to cry, with slightly red eyes. We were at home having dinner with our child, and were suddenly pulled in by the system. The child is still young, and if we can't go back alive, there will be no one to take care of him. As she spoke, tears fell one by one, and she looked extremely miserable. I glanced at her, and for some reason, I felt like something was wrong. However, Shui Yutong softened her heart and patted her on the shoulder to comfort her. Don't worry, we are from the military special forces. We are here to find out the truth about the game and save the survivors. You are from the military? Yang Hong was stunned. His expression instantly became complicated, but then he smiled. With you here, our chances of getting out alive are much greater. I stared at the couple, the doubt in my heart growing stronger, but I couldn't just react. So I said, "It's fine if you want to join, but you need to tell me your talents and how many times you can use them." Yang Hong was stunned for a moment and seemed a little hesitant. Then he grinned. "Well, my talent is invisibility, which allows me to hide instantly, but it can only last for 1 minute, so it's not a very powerful skill." Invisibility for 1 minute? This skill seems good, but the time is too short and not very practical. Sun Mei also spoke up. "My talent is Poison Vine, which can poison the target for 1 minute, but it can only be used twice, and the effect is average." Poison Ivy? I raised my eyebrows, and the vines that were everywhere in the Death Forest appeared in my mind. Could it be that this woman could control the poison ivy in the entire forest? Haotian, do you understand the rules of the game? I always feel that this game is not that simple. Shui, one who whispered, with a hint of vigilance in his tone. I glanced at Yang Hong and his wife, and replied in a low voice, "Brother Hu, the system is playing tricks again this time, trying to confuse our judgment." Shui, one who was slightly stunned. What do you mean? I took a deep breath. 3 days, 50 kilometers to travel, and 3 keys of different colors to find. I don't know what the keys look like, nor do I know where they are hidden. There will definitely be traps and dangers along the way. After confirming our 5-member team, I submitted the team information to the system. The broadcast prompt sounded. Team number 16 has been confirmed successfully. I glanced at the team number and was secretly surprised. Although we submitted our information first, we were already ranked 16th, which meant that the other contestants also responded quickly. The competition for survival was surprisingly fierce at this stage. As expected, in the next system broadcast, multiple numbered contestants were directly erased because they failed to form a successful team. Hearing the cold word erased, my heart sank. In the team formation phase alone, 10 people were eliminated, and the remaining 490 people were divided into 98 groups and randomly sent to different areas. With a flash of white light, my teammates and I were teleported into a dense forest. The game begins. As soon as the system's voice fell, Yang Hong couldn't wait to speak. Time is running out. Let's set off quickly. I calmly waved my hand. No hurry, get familiar with the surroundings first. I looked around and found that this forest was similar to the scene when I first entered the game, but the surrounding trees were denser and gloomier, and some strange sounds could be heard faintly. Then I looked down at my watch and saw that the dial had switched to a simple map radar, showing my current location and some unknown marks. Shui Wenhu came over and asked in a low voice. Haotian, do you have any plans? I nodded. It's not hard to walk 50 kilometers in 3 days, but it's not so easy to find 3 keys. So we need to plan a more efficient route. Yang Hong was puzzled. What are you going to do? The radar shows that there is a strange building on the way. I think we can go there and try our luck. Maybe there will be clues there, I explained. Shui Wenhu nodded immediately. You are experienced in games. I will listen to you. Is this reliable? Yang Hong Frounet. The game clearly says that we need to find 3 keys and give up searching along the way. If we don't have the keys at the end, how can we pass the game? I glanced at him and said firmly, follow my instructions. If you waste time on blind searching, the chances of encountering danger will be greater. Then I turned my gaze towards him and said coldly, since I am the team leader, you must obey my orders. Let's go. After saying that, I took the lead and took a step forward, and Shui Wenhu and Shui Yutong followed silently. Yang Hong and Sun Mei, who were walking behind, were talking in low voices. Although their voices were low, I could still hear a few words. Humph, let them show off their power for a while, and then we'll deal with them when we have the chance. Remember, don't let on that this is my second time participating in the game. Hearing this, I became secretly alert. It seemed that this couple was not that simple. I had to be careful of their little tricks. Along the way, Shui Wenhu used his rich jungle experience to clear the way for us and successfully avoided many traps. After walking for a while, the view ahead suddenly became clear, but Shui Wenhu suddenly stopped with a serious expression. What's wrong, brother Hu? I followed his gaze and was slightly startled by the scene in front of me. There was a swamp ahead. This should be a forest wetland. Shui Wenhu whispered. In the center of the wetland is a 2-meter-deep gully, full of mud, like a natural moat. There are cliffs on both sides, and there is no way to pass through. The only option is to pass through this swamp. Yang Hong frowned, with a hint of impatience in his tone. Why are you standing there? Can't you just go over there? Before he finished speaking, he had already taken the lead and walked towards the ravine. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly jumped out of the ravine and rushed towards Yang Hong with a ferocious momentum. Be careful. Shui Wenhu was quick-witted and quick-handed. He quickly grabbed Yang Hong by the back of the collar and pulled him to the ground. The black shadow missed its target and fell back into the ravine, making a low gurgling sound as if expressing its unwillingness. Sun Mei quickly ran over to help Yang Hong up and asked in shock, what was that just now? I squinted my eyes and saw the shadow clearly. I immediately gasped. It's actually a crocodile. The crocodile was huge, about 4 or 5 meters long, and looked as majestic as a small tank. It lurked in the ravine with cold eyes, as if ready to attack again at any time. Yang Hong's face turned pale, and he stammered. Why are there crocodiles here? I glanced at him coldly and said calmly, who told you to be so reckless and rush forward without even checking your surroundings? Yang Hong awkwardly defended himself. I'm just helping you guys find the way. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't know there are crocodiles here. Too lazy to pay attention to him, I turned my attention to a huge tree beside the ravine. At this moment, Shui Yutong pointed at a stone slab under the tree and shouted in surprise. Look, there are words here. We gathered around and saw a few lines of text carved on the stone slab, which seemed to be a message. There are crocodiles in the ravine. There are only 3 ways to get through dash. Fight with crocodiles and get special rewards for killing them. All members jumped into the ravine, using one of them as bait, and when the crocodile attacked, the others took the opportunity to pass through. Use bait to attract crocodiles, and let one person pass through at a time. When the last person passes, the mechanism is triggered to trap the crocodile. After reading these 3 options, I sneered. Fighting this giant crocodile? We are now empty-handed, and it is simply courting death. As for using human lives as bait, this option is even more ridiculous. The only choice is obviously the 3rd method. Chapter 9. Who goes first? Seeing the instructions on the stone slab, Lu Haotian walked around the big tree. Next to the tree trunk, a thick rope was found. At the other end of the rope was a goat carcass, hanging on a branch not far away. The entire structure looks like an extra-long fishing rod. Lu Haotian explained, this thing should be the bait mentioned on the stone tablet. We must first send one person to use this bait to attract the crocodile in the gully. Others took the opportunity to go down and quietly cross the ravine to the other side. Then use the mechanism on the opposite side to control the crocodile and let the last person pass. The place where the bait is operated to attract the crocodiles is some distance away from the gully and is not dangerous. In addition, the depth of the gully also restricts crocodiles from climbing. Although this task seems simple, it determines the life and death of the entire group. If someone handles the bait with ulterior motives, it will cause the crocodile to lose interest in the bait. Attack as the others cross the ravine. Looking at the size of the crocodile lying in the gully, the zombie dogs and zombies are nothing but trash in front of it. In the first level of the game, Shui Wenhu saved himself, and Shui Wenhu's profession also made people full of absolute trust in him. No one is more suitable than Shui Wenhu to operate the bait. Brother Tiger! Lu Haotian opened his mouth and shouted. Shui Wenhu immediately understood what it meant. He stood up and said, I will operate the bait to attract the crocodiles. You guys take care of your own safety. Lu Haotian said, Everyone stay here and don't move. I'll try to get through first. Wait a moment. Shui Yutong interrupted and said, You stay here and I will take the lead. You come first? Lu Haotian was surprised. If it were someone else, Lu Haotian would definitely not care about the other person's life or death. But Shui Yutong is different. After experiencing a life-and-death ordeal in a game, Lu Haotian, Shui Yutong, and Shui Wenhu already have a special friendship. Lu Haotian refused. How can I let a woman like you do this first in such a dangerous matter? Shui Yutong raised the corner of her mouth slightly towards Lu Haotian. He smiled and said, Why? Do you look down on me? Do you want to fight me in a one-on-one duel? The corner of Lu Haotian's mouth twitched. Shui Yutong said proudly, Although my strength is not as good as my brother's, it is no problem compared to you. Lu Haotian felt embarrassed for a moment and could only nod and say, Then you should pay attention to safety and be careful. When there is any danger, you should put your own safety first and never put yourself in danger. Shui Yutong made a victory gesture towards Lu Haotian. He took a deep breath and walked towards the edge of the ravine. At the same time, Shui Wenhu also began to pull the rope on the tree trunk. Control the prey hanging above, slowly put it into the ravine, and start attracting crocodiles. The giant crocodile in the ravine was sulking because it had just failed in its sneak attack on its prey. Suddenly, I felt something intruding into my territory. The giant crocodile immediately twisted its body and approached the uninvited guest. Seeing that the giant crocodile was about to approach, Shui Wenhu immediately pulled the rope and pulled up the prey, leaving the giant crocodile empty-handed. The prey, full of blood and smell of rotten meat, was suspended in the air, attracting the giant crocodile to crouch below. Seeing this, Shui Yutong immediately found a suitable position. After confirming the giant crocodile's current condition again, he carefully flipped into the ravine. Puff! Although Shui Yutong was extremely careful, he still made some faint noises when entering the ravine. Fortunately, the giant crocodile was attracted by the prey in Shui Wenhu's hand and did not notice Shui Yutong. There was a quagmire in the ravine, and the mud and water in it just covered Shui Yutong's ankles. Although it is not deep, it still hinders normal walking. Shui Yutong took a deep breath and bent over to keep his body as low as possible. This makes it easier to maintain balance when walking, and also avoid slipping when walking in mud. Standing on the shore, Lu Haotian had to pay attention to the movements of the giant crocodile while also paying attention to Shui Yutong's situation. With a width of about 10 meters, it is now like a kilometer-long runway. Every step Shui Yutong took touched everyone's heart. Shui Wenhu, in particular, imagined his sister crossing a ravine where a giant crocodile was hiding. He held the prey tightly in both hands to lure the giant crocodile, not daring to be careless. Whoosh! Shui Yutong successfully walked to the opposite bank of the ravine, found a good position, and took a deep breath. He jumped up, grabbed the edge with both hands, and used the force to pull himself up. The upper body quickly emerged from the ravine and successfully reached the opposite shore. He turned around and made a safe gesture to everyone, indicating that the people behind him should follow the route he had just taken. Great, it worked. Shui Yutong's actions made everyone feel relieved and also gave everyone great encouragement. I'll do it. Seeing Shui Yutong succeed, Lu Haotian became more motivated and prepared to move forward and cross the ravine. Wait a minute. Let my wife go first. Yang Hong stopped Lu Haotian and said, Hubby, I. Seeing this, Sun Mei felt even more embarrassed. Lu Haotian glanced at the couple and said calmly, Whatever you want. Yang Hong whispered to Sun Mei, Just follow what that woman did just now. Sun Mei nodded, and according to Yang Hong's instructions, she slowly slid into the ravine along the route Shui Yutong had just taken. Although the posture looked a bit awkward, fortunately, it did not alarm the giant crocodile. Then, Sunmei imitated Shui Yutong's posture, just now, bent down and slowly walked towards the opposite side. At this time, the giant crocodile waits for a while under its prey. Seeing that its prey did not make any move, the giant crocodile seemed a little impatient. It actually spun in circles and swung its tail violently. The thick tail slammed heavily into the mud, making a dull sound and splashing countless mud. Sunmei was so scared that she almost fell into the mud. After venting its anger, the giant crocodile continued to lie on the ground, guarding the prey in midair. Sunmei swallowed and quickly quickened her pace to wade to the other side. Shui Yutong had already made preparations for the reception on the shore. Seeing Sunmei coming over, he immediately bent down, grabbed Sunmei's hands, and pulled Sunmei ashore. "It's my turn this time." Before Lu Haotian could react, Yang Hong quickened his pace and ran towards the bank of the ravine. Lu Haotian glanced at him indifferently and had no intention of taking the risk of crossing the ravine with Yang Hong. It was clearly written on the stone slab under the tree that only one person could pass at a time. If two people walk at the same time and their walking frequencies are inconsistent, it is easy to make strange noises. Crocodiles have a central fovea in their retinas, which is an area of receptors at the back of the eyeball, a feature not found in other animals. Therefore, when crocodiles catch prey, they can scan the entire water surface without moving their heads. Moreover, the crocodile's inner ear has a very keen auditory perception ability and can clearly perceive sounds and vibrations in the water. In addition, the crocodile has sensory organs on one side of its body, which function as a line-detecting system. It can sense changes in water flow and pressure differences, and can detect the presence and location of potential prey. If I go down into the quagmire with Yang Hong, if they made the slightest mistake, the crocodile would discover them and rush over to eat them alive. Chapter 10. Escape from the crocodile's mouth. Yang Hong couldn't wait and ran to the ravine. Following the route that Shui Yutong and his wife had taken before, he quietly entered the quagmire. Keeping a steady posture, he waded through the quagmire very easily. Shui Yutong and Sun Mei pulled Yang Hong ashore from the left and right. 3 of the 5 people had passed, leaving only himself and Shui Wenhu. "Brother Hu, you've been holding on for so long. Do you want to take a break?" Shui Wenhu held the rope tightly with both hands, controlling the prey carcass to lure the crocodile. Lu Haotian couldn't help but said with some worry. Although Shui Wenhu was sweating profusely, he was full of fighting spirit. He gritted his teeth and insisted, "I have plenty of strength, just go ahead and don't worry." Shui Wenhu's words undoubtedly gave Lu Haotian a shot in the arm. After Lu Haotian responded, he quickly came to the place where the previous few people entered the ravine. In order to reduce the sound and frequency, Lu Haotian lay on the ground, then slowly slid down the ravine with his back to it. After his feet entered the mud, he imitated Shui Yutong and took a deep breath. "Keep your hands for balance, bend over, and move to the other side." Looking at the ravine just ahead, Lu Haotian became more cautious. We're almost there." Looking up at the opposite shore, Shui Yutong was already waiting there. "Be prepared to reach out and pull yourself ashore." Even Sun Mei followed closely to Shui Yutong's left and walked forward to help. Yang Hong, who was standing next to him, also slowly walked down from Shui Yutong's right side and tried to help. It seems that I was too suspicious before. When I first met this couple, I always felt that there was something strange about them. However, judging from the actions of this young couple, they are now actively helping their teammates. This made Lu Haotian feel very fond of them. Slurp! Suddenly, when Yang Hong was walking towards the edge of the ravine, he stepped on a stone. His foot slipped and the stone flew out, and he fell backwards to the ground with a slight sound. Plop! The stone kicked away by Yang Hong also turned into a graceful arc in midair. It fell heavily into the mud beside Lu Haotian, splashing a little mud. Although the stone was not big, the sound it made when it hit the mud was somewhat dull. At that moment, the whole world became quiet. It was so quiet that Lu Haotian seemed to hear his own heartbeat in rapid breathing. "Ouch, my ass!" As Yang Hong reached the shore, a grinning shout rang out. Lu Haotian suddenly felt like killing someone. Gurgle. Da-da. The frightened crocodile immediately made a resisting sound and started running towards this side. "Haotian, run!" Almost instantly, Shui Wenhu's voice sounded at the same time. Lu Haotian instinctively turned his head to look. I saw a giant crocodile, about 5 or 6 meters long, rushing towards me at a rapid pace. Fuck this speed. Seeing the crocodile's running speed, Lu Haotian was stunned. Haotian, be careful. At this time, Shui Yutong on the shore also hurriedly reminded. At that moment, even though Shui Wenhu and Shui Yutong were anxious, they could not jump down to save people. Facing a giant crocodile of this size, going there without weapons would just be giving the crocodile another takeaway. Although he was only a few meters away from the shore, Lu Haotian was in the mud and his walking speed was extremely slow. There was no way to climb ashore before the crocodile arrived. Feel the mud and the vibration caused by the giant crocodile running. Lu Haotian gritted his teeth and continued to move towards the shore, staring at the crocodile rushing towards him. Getting closer, although the distance between the two is only more than 10 meters. But at that moment, Lu Haotian only felt that the picture seemed to be in slow motion. Is this what they call the slow motion of consciousness before death? Crash! The moment the giant crocodile ran towards Lu Haotian, it flew directly out of the mud and tried to swallow Lu Haotian in one bite. Haotian! The moment they saw the giant crocodile pounce on Lu Haotian, Shui Wenhu and Shui Yutong on both sides of the ravine cried out in despair at the same time. Thunder! Facing the crocodile with its bloody mouth, Lu Haotian could even smell the stench from the crocodile's mouth. He instinctively stretched out his hands, trying to resist the crocodile's attack, and instantly released his innate skills. Sizzle! Suddenly, a huge halo of lightning appeared in Lu Haotian's hand, striking the crocodile's mouth. The giant crocodile that was originally rushing forward opened its big mouth and was touched by the lightning. I started shaking instantly and lost consciousness all over my body. D-level lightning. Consumes 12 energy points when cast. Attacking the target will cause certain damage and come with a 2-second paralysis effect. Bang! The lightning move was released, and a huge force directly knocked the giant crocodile several meters away. Beep! Use the D-level lightning talent, trigger the passive hide, and increase the character's energy value by 7 points. What? Suddenly a reminder sounded in his mind, which scared Lu Haotian. However, at this critical moment of life and death, Lu Haotian did not have the extra energy to be distracted. The crocodile formed an arc in midair and fell into the mud. Crash! The crocodile was blown away and fell into the mud. In just 2 seconds, he turned over and stirred up the mud in the entire quagmire. There was a dull grunting sound, as if someone was cursing. Then he rushed towards Lu Haotian again, seeking revenge for what had just happened to him. Just now, he used his lightning skill to blow the giant crocodile away. Lu Haotian did not dare to delay for a moment and quickly turned around and ran towards the shore. At the same time, Shui Yutong on the shore also recovered from the shock and immediately leaned over and stretched out his hand. The two held hands. Lu Haotian leaped forward, and Shui Yutong took advantage of the momentum to pull him back. Lu Haotian was dragged ashore directly, fell on Shui Yutong, and rolled to the side. The giant crocodile also swooped down and missed its target, with its limbs stomping heavily into the mud. He began to wag his tail wildly, venting his dissatisfaction. Huff! Having saved his life, Lu Haotian climbed up from Shui Yutong, sitting on the ground, gasping for breath, trying to adjust himself. Shui Yutong also blushed slightly, gritted her teeth, and stood up. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Lu Haotian escape death. You scared me to death. Especially Shui Wenhu on the other side. He sat down on the ground and took a deep breath. Well, I'm so sorry, I just accidentally. Seeing that Lu Haotian was fine, Yang Hong slowly walked over and said to Lu Haotian awkwardly. It would have been better if Yang Hong didn't mention it, but once he mentioned what happened just now, it irritated Lu Haotian. Excuse me? Lu Haotian jumped up, grabbed Yang Hong by the collar, and walked towards the ravine. He said angrily, I'm going to throw you down now. Go tell that crocodile that I'm sorry for disturbing you. Chapter 11. Mechanical Operation Desk. Stop it. Lu Haotian grabbed Yang Hong by the collar and dragged him to the side of the ravine. Half of Yang Hong's body was exposed above the mud. Yang Hong was startled and instinctively glanced sideways at the ravine behind him. As their eyes met, the giant crocodile lying in the mud was instantly frightened and trembled all over. He quickly reached out and grabbed Lu Haotian's hands tightly, wailing in pain. Team Leader Lu, I was wrong. I really didn't mean it. Please forgive me. Seeing Lu Haotian's actions, Shui Yutong couldn't help but said, Haotian. Shui Yutong knew, based on her understanding of Lu Haotian, he would not really push Yang Hong into the ditch to feed the crocodiles. He just wanted to teach Yang Hong a lesson. But Shui Yutong thought Lu Haotian's actions were very dangerous and was afraid that something unexpected would happen. Sun Mei, who was standing by, also rushed over and grabbed Lu Haotian's hand, begging for mercy. Please don't hurt my husband. He really didn't mean it. Snort! Lu Haotian snorted coldly, pulled Yang Hong back, and threw him to the ground aside. He said angrily, if you don't want to help, get the hell out of here. If it happens again, I will really throw you down to feed the crocodiles. After saying that, Lu Haotian was too lazy to pay attention to Yang Hong anymore. He took a deep breath, adjusted his mentality, turned and walked towards a mechanism not far away. Shui Yutong glanced at Yang Hong lying on the ground and hurriedly followed Lu Haotian. Honey, are you okay? Sun Mei hurriedly helped Yang Hong up, saying with some concern. Looking at Lu Haotian's receding figure, Yang Hong was extremely angry. You little brat, you really wanted to throw me down to feed the crocodiles just now. I will never let him go. Having just witnessed Lu Haotian's strength, Sun Mei suddenly became a little nervous. She whispered, husband, forget it. After all, it was your fault just now. It was really dangerous at the time, but luckily he reacted quickly and escaped death. Never mind. Hearing what his wife said, Yang Hong became even angrier and pinched Sun Mei's hands. He was furious and said, I didn't mean to do that just now. He really wanted to push me down. Having said that, Yang Hong looked at Lu Haotian's back again with a fierce look in his eyes. He is just a temporary, elected team leader. What is there to be proud of? We must find a way as soon as possible to get rid of one of them first. Otherwise, it will be disadvantageous to us. Sun Mei gritted her teeth, her expression a little complicated. Haotian, can you understand this machine? Shui Yutong followed Lu Haotian to the operating table and couldn't help but ask curiously. The so-called mechanism is actually a simple mechanical operating platform. Lu Haotian pointed at the buttons and handles on it. Said, if I'm not mistaken, this should be a platform that is manually controlled and operated by humans. Manual control? Lu Haotian didn't say anything and started to operate the mechanical handle above. A cage consisting of 4 iron fences suddenly appeared on the ground in the ravine. Shui Yutong's face lit up. If we just use this iron fence to lock up the crocodile, my brother can pass safely. Lu Haotian nodded slightly and said, that's the theory, but this iron fence doesn't seem to be that simple. What's the meaning? Lu Haotian pointed at the iron fence and said, look, this iron fence is strong. But when it started, it was wobbling on all sides and not stable, so it was difficult to trap the crocodile. Shui Yutong said with a worried look on her face. What should I do? Doesn't that mean my brother won't be able to come over? Lu Haotian quickly comforted him. Don't worry. After Lu Haotian finished speaking, he reached out and pulled a handle on the console. Crack! There was only a metallic sound. The iron fence that was originally shaking on all sides suddenly stood firmly on one side. Lu Haotian said, these 4 handles control the 4 fences of the iron cage. As long as the 4 of us pull the handle hard, we can reinforce the cage and trap the crocodile. Shui Yutong said happily, this way my brother can pass safely. Lu Haotian gestured to Shui Wenhu, who was standing opposite him. Said, Brother Hu, we are ready to take action. You should be ready. Okay, bro. Shui Wenhu began to get ready, glanced at the giant crocodile in the ravine, and took a deep breath. You two come over here and help. After becoming familiar with the procedures of the machine's operating console, Lu Haotian shouted to Yang Hong and Sun Mei. The 2 of them walked over slowly. It wasn't hard to tell from their faces that they were still upset about what had just happened. Lu Haotian snorted coldly. Forget what happened just now. Let's control this machine together. Trap the crocodile in the ravine and let the tiger come over. If anyone dares to play tricks, don't blame me for being rude. Yang Hong immediately said impatiently, tell me, how do you do this? Lu Haotian pointed at the 4 handles on the operating table. He said, wait until I cover the crocodile with the cage and then pull the handle together. The crocodile will be completely trapped. Remember, pull hard. No. After receiving the response, Lu Haotian began to operate the mechanism and moved above the crocodile. This operation is not difficult at all, especially the crocodile, after the ordeal just now, is now lying obediently in the mud, not moving a single step. Lu Haotian moved the cage above the crocodile. The moment he pressed the start button, he shouted to the three people, "Pull!" In an instant, the iron cage covered the crocodile. The frightened crocodile opened its mouth wide and tried to attack the iron fence. At the same time, the four of them grabbed the handle in their hands and pulled it back hard. Under agency control, the iron bars of the cage were fixed on the spot. The crocodile bumped against the fence to no avail, then backed away, looking quite annoyed. He growled lowly, realizing the dissatisfaction in his heart. Brother Tiger, seeing that the mechanism successfully trapped the crocodile, Lu Haotian immediately shouted, "Receive!" After Shui Wenhu responded, he quickly jumped down the ravine and waded through the mire towards the opposite shore. Boom! Feeling that an uninvited guest had broken into its territory, the giant crocodile seemed very angry and banged the cage crazily. Bang, bang! After a failed charge, the crocodile did not stop. Instead, it became even more angry and started swinging its tail against the iron fence. Crack! Under the violent twitching of the crocodile's tail, the iron fence on one side suddenly showed signs of loosening, and the handle in Sun Mei's hand bounced back. Sun Mei couldn't bear this force and was pulled to the ground by the handle, which then slipped and was pulled back. The fence on one side of the iron cage also began to loosen. Elder brother, seeing this scene, Shui Yutong was so scared that her heart almost jumped out of her chest. Lu Haotian rushed over quickly, grabbed the handle that Sun Mei dropped on the ground, and pulled it back with all his strength. Hey! Chapter 12. Release the Komodo dragon. Just as Sun Mei released the handle in her hand, Lu Haotian rushed forward in time, grabbed the handle, and pulled it back with all his strength. The loose iron fence was secured again, trapping the crocodile that almost rushed out. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to let go. The crocodile was just too strong." After Sun Mei fell, she quickly got up and took the handle from Lu Haotian. The cage was secured again, and Shui Wenhu successfully crossed the quagmire and reached the other side. "Thank you, everyone. I'm here." Hearing Shui Wenhu's voice, Lu Haotian breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother, are you okay?" Shui Yutong ran towards Shui Wenhu and looked him up and down. "I'm fine. Thank you for your hard work," Shui Wenhu said with a smile. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, the giant crocodile in the ravine was frantically whipping the cage with its tail. Without the human power to pull the handle, the iron fences around it became shaky. Under the attack of the giant crocodile, he was directly blown away. "Good brother, thank you for fighting so hard for me just now," Shui Wenhu said gratefully to Lu Haotian. Lu Haotian raised his lips and said, "If we want to say thank you, we should thank you, brother Hu." Shui Wenhu smiled slightly and asked, "What should we do now?" Lu Haotian glanced at his watch and said, "We just wasted a lot of time. We must speed up." "Okay, let's go." The group continued to move forward, led by Shui Wenhu. While walking, Lu Haotian quietly opened his watch and checked his attribute column. "I used my talent when I was dodging the crocodile, just now." Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise, triggering the passive talent and increasing the energy value by 7 points. The energy value, which was originally capped at 36 points, has now been increased to 43 points. Including the 12 energy points consumed by using the skill just now, it is now 31 of 43. Lu Haotian's mood immediately improved a lot, and his anger towards Yang Hong also eased. However, after this incident, Lu Haotian became even more wary of Yang Hong. After all, he was almost killed by this guy in the crocodile's mouth just now. Congratulations to the 23rd team for finding the first key. The reward is a weapon system box. Suddenly, a broadcast voice rang out. As soon as the news came out, it instantly attracted all the contestants and made everyone envious. "Damn it, why didn't you tell me earlier that if you find the key, you will get a weapon system box reward? People from Group 23, I will remember you." Many member groups immediately became jealous and started to complain. Even Lu Haotian's team complained. Yang Hong couldn't help but mutter, "I told you, finding the key must be important. You see, the first team to find the key will be rewarded with weapons." Sun Mei said nervously, "Husband." Lu Haotian glared at Yang Hong without saying anything. Suddenly, the game prompt sounded again. "The key mission has been activated. To increase the fun of the game, start the hunting cage. Throw in the hunters, Komodo dragons, 98 in number. Komodo dragons are usually 2 to 3 meters long and weigh about 70 to 90 kilograms. They are good at running on land, climbing trees, and swimming, with a speed of 20 kilometers per hour. Offensive capabilities: bite claws, bacterial saliva, and fangs, and venom glands. Protection capability: strong. Launch started. Boom! Following a loud bang, many people felt the ground shaking slightly. 98 iron cages were airdropped right where the 98 participating teams first appeared. With a crunch, the iron cage opened and ugly, bulky monsters crawled out. It is the Komodo dragon mentioned in the game just now. Each Komodo dragon is over 2 meters in size. The game prompt sound of finding the key reward weapon box brings hope to all participants. Then, the reminder sound of the second hunting cage was like a basin of ice water, instantly making all the contestants despair. What should we do? Monsters have been released into the game again. Let's run. Hearing the sound of the game, Yang Hong was immediately frightened. Again? Although Yang Hong spoke very quickly just now, Lu Haotian still discovered a small detail. However, before he discovered Yang Hong's secret, Lu Haotian remained silent. Shui Wenhu immediately shouted at Yang Hong. Calm down. We are not familiar with the terrain here. We can't run around randomly. After scolding Yang Hong, Shui Wenhu quickly turned to Lu Haotian. He asked, Haotian, what should we do now? The system has already deployed some giant lizards. Should we speed up and run? Lu Haotian glanced at Shui Wenhu and said, That's called a Komodo dragon. Yang Hong said anxiously, Let's run quickly. I hate this kind of reptile the most. Let's find a safe area first. Run. Lu Haotian sneered. From the start to now, an hour has passed, and we have jogged for almost 5 kilometers. The Komodo dragon can run at 20 kilometers per hour. If you compete with it in terms of leg strength and endurance, you are courting death. And this guy has a very sensitive sense of smell. Downwind, he can detect rotting flesh 5 kilometers away. When Yang Hong heard this, he almost cried. So what do you think we should do now? Lu Haotian did not answer, but glanced around. Said, Brother Tiger, although there is a Komodo dragon chasing us from behind, the danger ahead is also unknown. It's dangerous for us to go forward unarmed. I suggest you make some weapons to protect yourself. You are right. As he said that, Shui Wenhu immediately found a small tree trunk and broke it with one kick. Shui Yutong on the side was also busy. He also found 2 small trees and broke their trunks. He found another vine and tied the 2 thinner tree trunks together tightly. This prevents it from breaking easily when in use. Lu Haotian also made a weapon for himself according to Shui Yutong's method. As for Yang Hong, he picked up a dead branch from the ground nearby. Sun Mei was even simpler and just picked up a stone. Seeing this scene, Lu Haotian took a deep breath. At least now, everyone has something to protect themselves. Set off. I don't know if it was because there was a Komodo dragon chasing him or because he had a weapon in his hand. The 5 members of the group also felt more confident. The entire group was moving significantly faster than before. Although Lu Haotian is the captain, he is just an ordinary person after all. Unlike Shui Wenhu, he is a battle-hardened member of the Special Forces. In order to ensure the safety of the entire group, Shui Wenhu took the lead and walked at the front of the team. Shui Yutong and Lu Haotian walked in the middle of the team, while Yang Hong and Sun Mei followed at the end. Thanks to Shui Wenhu's sharpness, the team avoided many obstacles and traps along the way and escaped danger many times. Be alert! Shui Wenhu suddenly became alert and warned the team members behind him. At the same time, holding a stick in one hand, he looked vigilantly at the jungle on the side. Be careful, there is something else going on. Chapter 13. Conflict among contestants. The timid Sun Mei was so frightened by the tense atmosphere that she trembled all over. Yang Hong comforted him. Don't be nervous. We have 5 people. Even if the monster comes, we can repel it. Although Yang Hong tried to comfort her, Sun Mei was still very frightened. Hubby, I'm really scared. I feel like we're going to die here. How about we? Hearing the chattering sound behind him, Lu Haotian immediately became furious. He immediately turned around and shouted, Shut up, don't talk. The angry, scolding, frightened Sun Mei so much that she shut her mouth obediently. Rustle, rustle. There was a sound in the bushes, and a dark shadow sneaked out. Drink! Shui Wenhu rushed forward, raised the stick in his hand, and prepared to give the opponent a fatal blow. Ah! The other party was startled and sat down on the ground. People? After Shui Wenhu saw the opponent clearly, he quickly waved his hand and changed his moves. The stick in his hand almost brushed past the opponent's hair, saving him from the danger of being shot in the head. At first, Shui Wenhu noticed some movement in the jungle and mistakenly thought it was a monster or wild beast in the jungle. I was ready to strike first, but I didn't expect it to be another contestant in the game. Shui Wenhu breathed a sigh of relief. But Lu Haotian held the thing in his hand tightly and looked at the other party with vigilance. I was so scared. I thought it was a monster. Fortunately, he was able to survive. Chang Chuan swallowed his saliva and quickly got up from the ground. The companion behind him also came out from the bushes, looking nervous. Shui Wenhu took a quick look and asked, "Who are you? Why are you sneaking around?" Chang Chuan quickly replied, "We are contestants from Group 22. After the game starts, we followed the rules and headed in the direction of the port and ended up here." After saying that, Chang Chuan and his team members took a few steps back, seeming to be somewhat afraid of Shui Wenhu. Wrong! Suddenly, Lu Haotian made a noise, making everyone nervous. Shui Wenhu became alert instantly, clenched the stick in his hand, and took a defensive stance. He asked softly, "Haotian, what's wrong?" Lu Haotian said nothing and continued to stare at the people in Group 24 with a serious face. "Why, what's wrong?" Chang Chuan felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by Lu Haotian and said nervously. Lu Haotian said calmly, "When the game starts, the system will teleport 98 groups to different areas. The map shows that the port is due north of the departure point, and we didn't make any detours along the way." Having said that, Lu Haotian glanced at Chang Chuan. "Your group is not moving in the north direction, but is heading diagonally in our direction. If you haven't encountered any problems, it means that you are coming for us on purpose." After saying this, Lu Haotian clenched the stick in his hand. Shui Wenhu and Shui Yutong also clenched their weapons in their hands and looked at the members of Group 22 with vigilance. The other team was the same as his own, with 3 men and 2 women, but they were all unarmed. Once a conflict occurs between the two sides, Lu Haotian is ready to strike first. Together with the Shui brothers and sisters, they were the first to subdue the 3 opposing men. Just destroy the strongest fighting force of the opposing team. The remaining 2 women pose no threat at all. This is not the real world, but a Doomsday horror game. No one knows who is around, nor can anyone predict what these people will do in the game. Plop! The 5 opponents knelt down in unison and said, "Please don't kill us." Lu Haotian guessed multiple results, even the worst one. But I never expected that the other party would suddenly cry and beg for mercy. And looking at the way she was crying heartbreakingly, it didn't seem like she was pretending. Lu Haotian frowned slightly. "What are you doing?" Chang Chuan choked up and said, "We were all forced into this game. It's unknown whether we can return alive. Please don't hurt us. Please let us go." Lu Haotian couldn't help but mutter, "Are you guys suffering from paranoia? Who said they wanted to hurt you?" Chang Chuan was slightly stunned, looked up at Lu Haotian, and asked timidly, "You won't hurt us?" Shui Wenhu said, "We were sent by the military to crack the game and rescue the contestants. As long as you don't attack us, we won't hurt you. Are you from the military?" Hearing Shui Wenhu's words, Chang Chuan was stunned, and the fear in his eyes gradually disappeared. "You didn't lie to us?" Lu Haotian slowly said, "If we wanted to kill you, we would have done it just now." After hearing this, the people in Group 22 breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Haotian glanced at a few people, said, "Tell us what happened to you and why you were so scared when you see us." Chang Chuan called on his companions to stand up. Then he said to Lu Haotian, "My name is Chang Chuan. These are Qin Ming, Zheng Hai, Luo Fei, and Luo Qin. After the game started, we were not far from each other, so we gathered together and everyone recommended me to be the team leader." Lu Haotian glanced at Chang Chuan and said nothing. Chang Chuan continued, "After the game started, we found a key and heard a noise nearby. When we followed the sound, we saw." Having said that, Chang Chuan suddenly shut his mouth and dared not continue. His eyes were filled with fear, as if he was recalling something horrible. Let's look at the other 4 members of Group 22. Everyone's eyes revealed the same fear as Chang Chuan's. The 2 women in particular hugged each other nervously. This made Lu Haotian even more curious about what happened to the people in Group 22. Lu Haotian asked, "What did you see? Did you encounter a monster in the game?" The man named Zheng Hai suddenly looked terrified. It would be fine if they were monsters, but they are living people. Human? Not a monster. Chang Chuan took a deep breath and said, "Yes, they are indeed human beings. We found the key and heard the voices of survivors nearby, so we rushed over. What we can see is that 5 vicious guys are attacking another group of contestants. Lu Haotian couldn't help but frown. The game had only just started a few hours ago. This kind of mutual attacks and fratricide occurred. It does sound a bit hard to accept. Shui Yutong asked curiously. Could it be that the two groups found the key at the same time and there was a conflict? No, absolutely not. Chang Chuan shook his head and denied it. Those 5 people are 4 men and 1 woman. It's obvious that they are not good people. The victims were 2 men and 3 women. One man was beaten to death, and another had his eyes gouged out. What? Hearing Chang Chuan's story, Shui Yutong was shocked and extremely shocked. Chang Chuan gritted his teeth. He continued, as for the 3 women, one was killed on the spot. The other 2 were stripped naked and brutally abused. Chapter 14. Special Perception Ability. After hearing these stories, Sun Mei turned pale with fright, and the others also looked unhappy. These guys actually did something like this. It's simply lawless. I'm gonna deal with them. Shui Wenhu was so angry that he was shaking all over and couldn't help but yelled angrily. Brother Tiger! Before Shui Wenhu could leave, he was stopped by Lu Haotian. Shui Wenhu said angrily, Haotian, don't stop me. Those guys are hurting people here. I must deal with them. Lu Haotian quickly advised, Brother Hu, calm down. Shui Wenhu refused to listen. If I don't stop them, I'm afraid more contestants will suffer. Lu Haotian said anxiously, Brother Hu, there are no laws and restrictions here. They are all vicious and evil. Everyone has lives on their hands. No matter how powerful you are, you can't deal with 5 people. Besides, if something happens to you, what will happen to all of us? Shui Wenhu was suddenly speechless. Lu Haotian continued, we only have 3 days, and we have a long way to go. If we don't reach the finish line on time, we will all die here. Shui Wenhu punched the tree trunk next to him. Bang! Venting out his inner anger. Damn it. Seeing Shui Wenhu calm down, Lu Haotian turned to Chang Chuan. Asked again, can I see what your keys look like? When Chang Chuan heard this, he immediately looked embarrassed. Why? Can't we watch it? Or don't you want us to watch it? Chang Chuan quickly explained. We were all so scared at the time that we were discovered by them. They chased us, and when we were running, we lost our keys and they picked them up. Lu Haotian frowned slightly and said, the system previously broadcast that this is the first team to find the key. The general has received a weapon box reward, but where are your weapons? Chang Chuan said somewhat awkwardly. After we found the key, we got a prompt from the game system. We were asked whether we wanted to activate the key, but this happened before we had the chance to do so. As he spoke, Chang Chuan lowered his head, looking quite annoyed. I am too stupid. I am not worthy of being a team leader. Lu Haotian took a look and patted the other person on the shoulder. Comfortingly said, in that case, you will be able to escape safely with your team members in the first place. You have done a very good job in preventing the team members from getting hurt, so there is no need for you to blame yourself too much. Zheng Hai also comforted him. Yes, team leader. It's great that you can lead us out safely. Thank you, everyone. Lu Haotian took the opportunity to ask. Then describe to us what the key looks like. And how did you find the key in such a short time? Chang Chuan hesitated for a moment and looked at the 2 women behind him. Lu Haotian was stunned. Could it be related to these 2 women? Chang Chuan said slowly. This is all thanks to the sisters Lu Haotian and Lu Haofei. Lu Haotian quickly asked. What do you mean? Tell me in detail. Chang Chuan explained. Lu Haotian and Lu Haofei are twin sisters, and they have special talents. Using our talents together, we can sense our surroundings. That's how we found the key. What? Twins? Sentience? Lu Haotian was secretly amazed when he heard this and was completely stunned. Then using their perception abilities, wouldn't it be easy for them to find the 3 keys quickly and leave? Lu Haofei said calmly. Our perception ability can only be used once every 12 hours. As he spoke, Lu Haofei looked at the information on his watch. Added, the cooling time shown here is still 10.5 hours. Well, after hearing this, Lu Haotian was stunned. 10.5 hours? It's almost half a day. We can't just keep wasting time here. Those Komodo dragons released by the system may follow the smell at any time. Lu Haotian was not sure that he could defeat those thick-skinned guys with a wooden stick in his hand. Furthermore, according to Team 22, members of Team 23 intentionally attacked and injured members of other teams. People from Group 22 can meet them here. That means that the Group 23 that committed the crime is not far from here. There is a Komodo dragon behind him and the 23rd group committing the crime nearby. The most urgent thing is to run away, stay away from the danger zone, and keep as much distance between you and them as possible. But Lu Haotian glanced at Group 22 in front of him. To be precise, he should be looking at the twin sisters Lu Fei and Lu Haotian in Group 22. If you want to leave here, you must collect 3 keys and be qualified to board the ship. In order to find all 3 keys in a short period of time, in addition to luck, one must possess this kind of innate skill. Lu Haotian took a deep breath and said, "We must move forward at full speed now. Do you want to come with us?" The people in Group 22 were stunned and nodded at Lu Haotian at the same time. Lu Fei said excitedly, "Great! Are you really willing to take us with you?" Perhaps it was because he had seen the scene of Group 23 committing a crime before. Therefore, the 5 people in Group 22 are still in a state of fear. At this time, I met Lu Haotian's group, especially when I learned that Shui Wenhu and Shui Yutong were members of the Special Forces. The 5 people instantly saw hope of survival. Lu Haotian pointed at Shui Wenhu and Shui Yutong standing beside him. He said, "Whether to follow us or not is your freedom. I won't force you." Without Lu Haotian saying anything, Chang Chuan hurriedly nodded and said, "We are willing to go with you." Lu Haotian glanced at Chang Chuan and said, "Very good. Our protection capabilities are limited. You must strictly follow instructions along the way. Otherwise, we'll just go our separate ways." Chang Chuan hurriedly expressed his position to Lu Haotian. "We will definitely obey your orders. Wherever you go, we will go." Qi Ming also said hurriedly, "Yes, if you tell us to go east, we will definitely not go west." Knowing the potential danger behind him, Zheng Hai couldn't help but urge, "Then let's go now." Wait a moment. Just as they were about to get close to his group and move forward together, Lu Haotian suddenly called a halt. "What's wrong?" Chang Chuan was stunned and stood aside nervously. Lu Haotian glanced at the members of the other team. He said faintly, "Our 2 groups gathered together. There are quite a lot of people, and the target range is too large. You never know what dangers you might encounter along the way. If you are attacked by surprise, the chances of getting hurt will greatly increase." Chang Chuan was shocked. "Then, what should we do? Are you going to abandon us?" Chang Chuan is not a fool. It is speculated that Lu Haotian has already learned about the abilities and value of the twin sisters in his group. What should we do if Lu Haotian and the others are only willing to take the twin sisters away and leave the 3 of us behind? Chapter 15. Doomsday Survival Rules. Chang Chuan was a little worried and scared, and even regretted being too nervous and excited just now. She told Lu Haotian about the talents of the twin sisters in the team without reservation. If the other party promises to take the twin sisters away, then the twins would definitely not stay for the other 3. Survival of the fittest will survive. I just hate that my talent in the game is not as good as others. Since I said I would take you with me, I won't abandon you. Don't worry. When we set out later, you will follow behind us and keep a distance of 100 meters. Just when Chang Chuan was nervous, Lu Haotian spoke. Chang Chuan was a little confused. Lu Haotian continued, "If we follow too closely, we will be in danger and won't have time to warn you. Keep 100 meters away. We will give you information in time so that you can avoid danger." Lu Haotian's words were very clever and sounded reasonable. After all, the road ahead is filled with unknown dangers and no one knows what will happen. I see. After hearing this, Chang Chuan also felt that it made sense and nodded silently. Lu Haotian then added, "Ladies walk slower, so let the 2 ladies walk in front and the men walk behind. After all, the twin sisters are the bargaining chips for your group to successfully escape from the game. If anything goes wrong with them, your chances of getting away alive will be greatly reduced." After hearing this, Chang Chuan, Qin Ming, and Zheng Hai couldn't help but look at each other. Although he was somewhat reluctant, he still nodded and agreed with Lu Haotian's suggestion. Soon, the team set off again. According to Lu Haotian's deployment, Chang Chuan's group 22 kept a distance of about 100 meters from Lu Haotian's team. With Lu Haotian's team leading the way, Group 22 had a much easier time along the way. At least we don't have to worry about any sudden danger ahead, nor do we have to worry about being attacked by other groups. After all, their 2 groups together have 10 people, especially 2 from the Special Forces. Little did they know that all of this was part of Lu Haotian's plan. "Haotian, why did you arrange it that way?" While walking, Shui Yutong couldn't help but ask in a low voice out of curiosity. Lu Haotian was stunned and asked, "Which arrangement?" Shui Yutong said, "Why can't we merge the two groups so that we can have someone to look after us?" Lu Haotian raised his lips slightly. "I can only guarantee the safety of our team. You know, compared to the danger ahead, the danger behind is the most terrifying." Shui Yutong said quickly, "What do you mean?" "You know, the danger ahead is unknown." Lu Haotian sighed and said, "From the beginning of the game to now, no group has moved faster than us. The dangers we encountered along the way were all jungle traps, not aggressive dangers. Besides, these traps are a piece of cake for Brother Tiger." Listening to Lu Haotian's words, Shui Yutong nodded, which was considered as her agreement. These simple traps were really nothing to his brother. "My brother destroyed these traps easily. As for complex traps, mark them and let the team members behind you go around them." Lu Haotian continued, "These traps are nothing. The Komodo dragon behind us is even more dangerous. Especially in the jungle, monitor lizards can hide themselves very well and launch sneak attacks on contestants." Shui Yutong responded, "If we unite, those giant lizards will have a hard time hurting us." Lu Haotian curled his lips. Adult monitor lizards have 60 serrated teeth that can easily tear human skin. There are more than 50 types of bacteria in their saliva. 4 of them are dangerous. And the monitor lizard's serrated teeth can release a venom through 2 glands. This venom is mainly composed of anticoagulant substances, which will cause the wound to be unable to coagulate, and the bleeding will not stop. After hearing this, Shui Yutong turned pale. If that's the case, once a person is bitten, they will be scared and run away instinctively. On the contrary, running will speed up blood circulation, accelerating shock and death. Lu Haotian nodded and looked at the stick in his hand. "If we want to fight these giant lizards with what we have, we will just be courting death." One scientist tried to dissect a monitor lizard and had to use 7 scalpels before he could cut open its skin. Shui Yutong was shocked. In that case, the defensive level of the leather armor of these giant lizards is comparable to that of giant crocodiles. Lu Haotian chuckled. "When fighting this guy, even if I break its bones, I may not be able to break its armor." Shui Yutong suddenly understood. "You deliberately let the people from Group 22 follow behind. Nominally, we were the ones leading the way. In fact, you asked them to cover our rear and fend off the Komodo dragons for us." Lu Haotian glanced at Shui Yutong without answering. "Once the members of Group 22 were attacked by a monitor lizard, I will definitely lead the team to evacuate at full speed as soon as possible. At the end of the world, the Virgin Mary will have only one fate, death. If you want to save others, you should protect yourself first. If you can't even protect yourself, you have no right to protect others. This is the law of survival in the Doomsday." A few hours later, "Huff, team leader, let's take a break. We've been walking for hours without even a sip of water. If this continues, I really can't support it anymore." Suddenly, someone in the team began to complain. Lu Haotian glanced at the time and the sky, said, "Brother Tiger, we have been walking for a whole day and have consumed a lot of energy, and now the visibility is limited. Why don't we find a safe place for everyone to have a good rest? We will continue our journey tomorrow morning." Shui, one who stopped and nodded, saying, "Well, we have walked for a long time. Even I am a little tired." Then Shui, one who looked around and then at the map on his watch. He said, "According to my judgment, there should be a stream nearby. Why don't we find that stream? If we set up camp there, we can at least get some water, which can help us replenish our energy." "Good." Although he is the team leader, Lu Haotian admits that he is not as good as Shui Wenhu in terms of jungle experience. Lu Haotian agreed to Shui Wenhu's suggestion without thinking. "Decide where to set up camp tonight." Shui Wenhu immediately led everyone towards the direction of the stream on the map. Ding ding! System prompt. It is now 1800 hours. In order to encourage all survivor groups, the system will release the first batch of survival supply packages. The gift pack contains a certain amount of food, water, and daily necessities. Now starting, good luck everyone. Just when the team was ready to move forward again, suddenly, the sound of the game system rang out, and the content played shocked everyone instantly. Survival Supplies Pack? Chapter 16. Searching for Survival Supplies. Survival Supplies Package? Hearing this voice, all the survivor groups were excited. I started playing the game at 8 a.m., and it has been 10 hours now. During these 10 hours, everyone was on the road nonstop. I didn't eat anything and didn't drink a sip of water. As time passed, The sky gradually darkened and the temperature dropped a little bit. Being tired and exhausted, everyone's willpower was on the verge of collapse. Once night falls, as darkness shrouds everyone, panic ensues. Especially in the dark, it allows the monitors to camouflage themselves better. This is an extremely unfavorable factor for all contestants. Tiredness, hunger, cold, and the threat of death from behind tortured all the survivors. Although I don't know what is inside this big gift pack of survival supplies that the system mentioned, but this is undoubtedly an encouraging thing for all survivors. Did you hear that? The broadcast just now said that a large package of survival supplies would be airdropped. There must be water and food in it. Yang Hongshu that extitedly. Haotian. Seeing Lu Haotian remain silent, Shui Wenhu couldn't help but speak up and reminded him. Lu Haotian said calmly, "The system just prompted that it is now the airdrop stage. We will make a decision after the items land on the ground." Shui Wenhu was stunned and nodded. Suddenly, Sun Mei seemed to have discovered some new world. Pointing to his watch dial, he exclaimed, "Look, there are some strange red symbols suddenly appearing on the watch." In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to their watches. I saw some strange red dots suddenly appear in the middle of the dial. Those red dots are spreading from far to near. "This is," Lu Haotian said without thinking. "If I'm not mistaken, these should be radar marks of airdrop supplies. As long as we follow these markings, we will be able to find the survival supplies that were dropped." Yang Hong couldn't help but said excitedly, "Great, with this mark, we can find those item boxes smoothly." It seems that this game is not as cold-blooded as the legend says. It is still quite humane. Hearing this, Lu Haotian couldn't help but give Yang Hong a cold look. Someone who takes you to a horrible doomsday world and gives you a meal before killing you. You actually said he was humane. Is your brain filled with shit? After a few minutes, all the red dots floating in the air fell to the ground. Everyone immediately began searching the spot. Yang Hong pointed at his watch and said excitedly, "Great, it's 2 kilometers southeast of us. There is a red dot mark. If we rush over there, we should be able to grab some survival supplies." But Lu Haotian shook his head and pointed to another place. Said, "There is also a red dot mark 3 kilometers to the northwest. Let's go pick up this survival supplies box." This time, as soon as Lu Haotian finished speaking, Yang Hong exploded on the spot. Yang Hong immediately became suspicious and pointed at Lu Haotian and asked loudly, "I thought you were unreliable as a team leader, but I didn't expect you to be so deceiving. What good will it do you if you cheat us? Are you trying to kill all of us and take all the bonus for clearing the game?" "Husband, you." Seeing this, Sun Mei on the side quickly reached out and grabbed the corner of Yang Hong's clothes, signaling him not to continue speaking. However, at this time Yang Hong's willpower was on the verge of collapse. He shook off Sun Mei's hand and said, "Shut up, you have no right to speak here." Lu Haotian didn't take Yang Hong seriously at all. With a cold expression, he said, "I'll ask you again, are you going to leave or not?" Yang Hong said angrily, "The place you mentioned is a full kilometer further than what I said. We're not going there. We're going to a place 2 kilometers southeast." After hearing this, Shui Yutong couldn't help but say, "Haotian, there must be a reason why you choose the faraway place over the near one. Why don't you explain it to everyone?" Lu Haotian glanced at Shui Yutong, opened the dial map, and said lightly, "The location of the item box in the northwest corner that Yang Hong mentioned is diagonally behind us, which is the direction we came from. If we turn back now, there's a high chance that we will run into those Komodo dragons." "Monitor lizard?" Everyone's expression changed. Lu Haotian continued, "Going back seems to shorten the distance to find supplies, but after getting the supplies, we still have to go back and move forward. This trip will only increase the distance we have to travel. It's not worth it. Even if you manage to avoid the monitor lizard, it's easy to run into other groups of contestants. At that time, there is a high possibility that the two sides will clash for survival supplies, and serious casualties will inevitably occur." In an instant, Yang Hong, who was originally very aggressive, was now unable to utter a word. Lu Haotian continued to point at the map and said to the Shui brothers and sisters, "Also, the northwest direction he mentioned is only 2 kilometers away, but the terrain is sloping, so walking there would be extremely slow. Although the northwest corner is 3 kilometers away, it is our only way, and the risk level is greatly reduced." As he spoke, Shui Wenhu glanced at Yang Hong and Sun Mei. The two of them just lowered their heads in embarrassment and did not raise any objections. "Okay, let's go here." I will speed up, and everyone should follow me. I will not be responsible if you fall behind. So Shui Wenhu clenched the stick in his hand and began to move forward faster, heading towards the location 3 kilometers away in the northwest corner, as Lu Haotian said. At this time, all participating teams began to compete for survival supplies. Some groups even risked being attacked by monitor lizards and went deep into the jungle to look for survival supplies. I was bitten by something. Please save me quickly. In the jungle, with the delivery of survival supplies. In the horrific environment, the group, who had been hungry for a day, risked their lives to look for supplies. The supply boxes are delivered by airdrop, and all supplies are scattered in different areas of the game. In order to get the supply boxes as quickly as possible, some teams followed the radar display. I didn't hesitate to go back along the same route and choose the nearest supply box. Soon, someone was attacked by the monitor lizard because of carelessness. Unarmed and facing the ugly, thick-skinned monitor lizard, everyone was terrified. They completely ignored the supplies and injured companions in front of them and fled in all directions. In such a jungle, only by sticking together to survive can there be a glimmer of hope. Escaping alone will only result in death. No one noticed the 500 people in this round of the game. Except for the 10 people who were wiped out at the beginning due to failure to form a team, the number of the remaining 490 people is also decreasing. In addition, when the supply boxes were delivered, there was no indication of which box belonged to which group. This means that conflicts are likely to break out when the groups are searching for the boxes. How far is it? Following Shui Wenhu all the way, Yang Hong was exhausted and couldn't help complaining. Chapter 17. Hidden Blue Snake. Shui Wenhu was concentrating on clearing the way in front and did not distract himself to respond to Yang Hong. This made Yang Hong somewhat dissatisfied, and he was about to continue complaining. Suddenly, Lu Haotian glared at him. If you are dissatisfied, you can lead the way, or you can come and find it. Yang Hong's expression suddenly changed, and he forced out an awkward smile. He hurriedly explained, "Don't get me wrong. I'm not dissatisfied. I'm just worried that you might take the wrong road, so I want to remind everyone." Shui Wenhu heard the argument behind him. He said calmly, "Everyone, hold on a little longer. We are only a few hundred meters away." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard the news. It's finally here. A few minutes later, Shui Wenhu stopped, and everyone gathered around him. Even the members of Group 22 who were following behind came over and stood timidly aside. "Brother Tiger." Lu Haotian walked forward and greeted him. Shui Wenhu nodded at Lu Haotian. Said, "The location determined by the radar is around here. The supply box should be within 100 meters of this place." Lu Haotian responded and observed the surrounding environment first. Then he said, "For safety reasons and to increase the intensity of the search, please do not act alone. Search in groups of 2. If you encounter any danger, retreat immediately. Safety is the top priority." Hearing that the survival supply box was nearby, everyone saw hope. Everyone seemed quite excited and began to search in groups according to Lu Haotian's instructions. Shui Wenhu and Chang Chuan formed a team and searched towards the east. Lu Haotian and Shui Yutong were in a team, searching towards the north. The others paired up and began searching nearby. The 2 came under a row of big trees and saw a big tree among them that was obviously different from the big trees next to it. The branches were extremely scattered, and the twigs and leaves were scattered all over the ground. "Haotian, look, there seems to be something up there." Following the direction of Shui Yutong's finger, I saw a huge object in the middle of the tree branch. Lu Haotian immediately walked around the big tree and confirmed that the object was the supply box that everyone was looking for. He immediately said with joy, "This supply box must have fallen on this tree during the airdrop. I'll go get the box down, and you go get Brother Tiger over here." Lu Haotian knew very well that there were a total of 10 people in the 2 groups at the moment, except for himself and the Shui siblings. Everyone else is an outsider and will not listen to his instructions seriously. If you take the supply box down from the tree yourself, people will start a scramble for it. It was impossible for Shui Yutong and I to control the situation alone, whether it is for safety or to protect supplies. The presence of Shui Wenhu can at least have a certain deterrent effect. Keep yourself safe. Shui Yutong responded, turned around, and ran to find someone. Lu Haotian found a suitable position and climbed up the tree in one breath. Looking at the supply boxes within reach, Lu Haotian breathed a sigh of relief and led 2 groups of people on a day's journey. I had been so hungry that I couldn't hold on any longer, but I didn't dare to say anything. If I, the team leader, can't hold on, everyone will be doomed. Because we don't know what's in the box. What if it is dropped from such a high place? If the supplies inside are damaged, it would be a waste of time and effort. Lu Haotian sat on a tree branch, bent down and reached out to grab the handle of the supply box. Take into account the weight of the box, as well as the load-bearing capacity of the branches. Lu Haotian slowly pulled the box closer to him. Am I dazzled? As the box was about to be pulled in front of him, Lu Haotian suddenly had an illusion. I always felt that the weight of the box was increasing, so much so that the branches were bending and falling. Moreover, the leaves on the branches were rustling. What's that sound? Lu Haotian looked over instinctively, and there seemed to be something at the other end of the box. Push aside the branches and leaves on both sides of the tree and move towards yourself. Lu Haotian was shocked and lay down on the tree branch, not daring to move or even breathe. I saw a dark shadow slowly swimming over to the supply box. She was about 20 to 30 centimeters away from Lu Haotian, sucking her scarlet tongue. Fuck! At this moment, Lu Haotian had 10,000 divine beasts galloping through his heart. No matter how hard I tried, I never imagined what was behind the supply box. There's actually a giant blue and white snake hidden there. Maybe I startled this guy when I was dragging the supply box. It seems that I was careless. I originally thought that there was danger in the game. There were only the Komodo dragons chasing after them and the traps in the jungle. I didn't expect that this damn game could create a real forest. Even the animals inside are real. At this time, Lu Haotian felt a little regretful and annoyed that he was too careless. Since we encountered crocodiles when passing through the ravine before, it is normal to encounter a big snake in the depths of the jungle now. Snakes are the animals that Lu Haotian fears the most. If he encounters a snake normally, he will definitely be scared and turn around and run away. However, the big tree he was standing on was about 4 or 5 meters high. If you jump directly, you will definitely get hurt. If the big snake is disturbed by then, it will probably attack immediately. At this time, the big snake was swimming in front of Lu Haotian, constantly moving its tongue. Lu Haotian had seen some snakes in the animal world, but he had never seen a snake like the one in front of him. It is about 2 or 3 meters long, with a slightly larger head in a triangular shape, clearly distinguished from the neck. The tip of the snout is blunt and round. The head is covered with small scales, smooth and without edges, and the back of the head has a camouflage pattern of grass green and dark green mixed together. The rear part is a light green, almost white green. The snake has a triangular head, and the body has 2 mini spots and patterns. From these pieces of information, Lu Haotian concluded that the thing in front of him was a poisonous snake. Gudon! Lu Haotian swallowed his saliva because of nervousness. At this time, the big snake moved and swam along the box to Lu Haotian's hand. Lu Haotian was shocked and could no longer endure this horrific torture. He instinctively reached out and grabbed the snake's head. The big snake was frightened and looked very angry and ferocious. It bared its fangs at Lu Haotian and tried to resist. Feeling the strength of the big snake's struggle, Lu Haotian quickly grabbed the snake's neck with both hands and turned the snake's head to the side. Sizzle! I saw a stream of liquid gushing out of the snake's mouth. Venom! Lu Haotian was shocked and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat over his actions just now. If I hadn't been afraid just now, the snake's fangs would have scratched me, so I turned the snake's head in another direction. I am afraid that the venom will spray on my face, with disastrous consequences. Seeing that its attack on Lu Haotian failed, the big snake quickly twisted its thick body and coiled around Lu Haotian. First it was Lu Haotian's arm, then it spread to his arms, chest, and even neck. Lu Haotian suddenly felt his breathing become a little rapid. Even his hands, which were holding onto the snake, gradually felt as if they were being struggled against due to the snake's entanglement. Lu Haotian was very clear that once the snake broke free from his hands, he would definitely be attacked by its fangs. Looking at the long, sharp fangs in the big snake's mouth, Lu Haotian believed that this thing could easily pierce his skin, and he would be crippled if not dead. He saw his own strength being gradually suppressed by the big snake. Lu Haotian was unwilling to give in, so he gritted his teeth and increased the strength of his hands. He held onto the snake's head tightly, trying to resist the snake's entanglement and restraint. However, Lu Haotian still underestimated the power of this snake. Perhaps it was because of his struggle that the wildness of the big snake was completely enraged. The big snake was restrained by Lu Haotian's hands, and it kept twisting its body forcefully, trying to break free. Suddenly, the snake's head loosened, and it tried to attack towards my face with its fangs bared. Chapter 18. Conflicts caused by food. Lu Haotian was instantly terrified, worried that the blue snake would spray venom at his face. Thunder! Suddenly, a flash of lightning appeared and hit the 7-inch position of the green snake. There was a roar and a dazzling beam of light. D-level lightning. Each use consumes 12 energy points. Attacking the target will cause a certain amount of damage and a 2-second paralysis effect. Sizzle. Under the attack of thunder and lightning, the blue and white snake made strange noises all over its body. The moment the snake's body went limp and let go of Lu Haotian. Lu Haotian knew that it was his talent for thunder and lightning that had a paralyzing effect. Not daring to delay, he immediately raised the stick in his hand and smashed it towards the snake's head. Bang ba! After Lu Haotian beat it with a stick, the blue and white snake died on the spot. After getting rid of the big snake's restraints, Lu Haotian felt like he had escaped death and breathed a sigh of relief. However, the so-called passive hiding was not triggered this time. This made Lu Haotian feel a little disappointed. As the talent he had just used was consumed, his energy value dropped sharply again. It is now 19/43. Although the upper limit is 43 points, there are only 19 points left in the index. Each time you use your talent, you will need to consume 12 points. Oops! The remaining energy is only enough to perform once. However, it has been less than a day since I entered the game. I was forced to use my talent skill twice, consuming a total of 24 energy points. There are still 2 days left, and my energy value is reduced. Even if the passive reward that was accidentally triggered before was added, there were only 19 points left. Congratulations to contestant number 13 for discovering the hidden pit viper in the game and successfully killing it. Get 10 bonus points and a red key. Do you want to activate it now? What? Lu Haotian didn't expect that the big snake he encountered was actually a hidden character in the game. After killing the big snake, you will get bonus points and a red key. The system required 3 keys to unlock the ship, and I finally found one. This is at least 1/3 of the way done. Lu Haotian was immediately delighted and became more confident and hopeful about the tasks ahead. Is this what they call a blessing in disguise? However, think of the game I just mentioned. This big snake turned out to be the Mongshan pit viper, and Lu Haotian suddenly felt a chill down his spine. The Mongshan pit viper is also known as the small green dragon. In China, its venom is second only to the silver ring and spectacled king. If I had been bitten by this guy just now, I would have been dancing on my grave. Taking a look at the snake hanging on the tree, Lu Haotian shuddered again, carefully dragging the survival supplies box down from the tree. Before I could even catch my breath, I saw the rest of the group rushing over. Looking at Lu Haotian, he was sweating profusely and his face was pale. Shui Wenhu hurried forward and asked worriedly, "Haotian, are you okay?" Lu Haotian took a deep breath and shook his head. Everyone then focused their attention on the supply box under Lu Haotian's feet. Qin Ming said excitedly, "Open it quickly and see what delicious food is inside." As he spoke, Qin Ming walked forward and reached out to touch the box. Suddenly, I felt a cold gaze directed towards me. Qin Ming looked up instinctively and met Lu Haotian's gaze. He shuddered suddenly, smiled awkwardly, and stepped back. Said, "Brother Tian, you should come. After all, it was you who found the supply box." Lu Haotian didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. Then he reached out and opened the lock of the box in full view of everyone. Ding! With a metallic sound, the supply box was opened and the contents appeared. A dagger and a tent. 2 boxes of canned food, 2 loaves of bread, and 2 bottles of water. A pack of compressed biscuits and a strange little blue bottle. What is this? An antidote? Thinking of the poisonous snake he had just encountered, Lu Haotian picked up the small blue bottle curiously. Looking carefully, I saw a line of text and notes on it. Energy potion. After drinking, it can restore all the energy consumed by the contestant. The recovery index will not exceed the energy limit. Only for this level of game. Lu Haotian had never thought that such a thing would exist in this horrific Doomsday. In the game, this thing is a drug that instantly restores mana. Lu Haotian knew very well how important the mana recovery potion was to a mage. Although this thing cannot replenish physical strength and hunger, it can restore one's energy value. Others don't care about this, but I do. With enough ability points, you can release your talent skills multiple times, which is equivalent to the number of times you can save your life in critical moments. Lu Haotian took the energy potion without hesitation. People didn't seem to be interested in this small medicine bottle and just treated it as an ordinary medicine. He glanced at the people around him and saw only the 5 people from Group 22, as well as Yang Hong and Sun Mei from his own group. They all stared at the supplies in the boxes with anticipation. But when they saw the things in the box, everyone showed a lost expression. If the distribution is uneven, it is very likely to cause conflict between the 2 groups of people. That would be very disadvantageous to our team. Suddenly, Zheng Hai started cursing. What kind of shitty survival supplies package is this? Who can eat such a small amount of stuff? There are so many of us. How are we going to divide it up? Lu Haotian said nothing after hearing this. Haotian, seeing that Lu Haotian remained silent and the people around him gradually lost their patience, Shui Wenhu couldn't help but remind him softly. Lu Haotian nodded and took a look at the contents of the box. Chang Chuan hurriedly stepped forward and said to Lu Haotian with an apologetic smile, Brother Tian. Lu Haotian picked up a box of canned food, bread, and a bottle of water. He handed it to Chang Chuan and said, This is your group's stuff. As for how to distribute it, you are the team leader, so you can decide for yourself. Looking at the things in his hand, Chang Chuan was stunned. We have to share this little thing among 5 of us? Before Lu Haotian could speak, Qin Ming from Group 22 couldn't help it. He shouted on the spot. What do you mean? Are you sending away beggars? This is just a small amount, not even enough for me alone, and you want to share it among the 5 of us. Tu Zhenghai also shouted. That's right, if you want to divide it equally. Why do you have more things than us? This is not fair. More than you. Lu Haotian frowned slightly. Zhenghai pointed at the remaining items in the box. He shouted, 2 boxes of canned food and 2 loaves of bread. You should give 1 to each of our groups. But there are 3 bottles of water in total. Why do you only give us 1 and keep 2 for yourself? Qin Ming took the opportunity to stir up trouble. And that pack of compressed biscuits, why are you enjoying it alone? To be fair, you have to give us half, and you have to give us half of that bottle of mineral water. Zheng Haifu said, yes, that pack of compressed biscuits and that bottle of mineral water should also be given to us in half. Qin Ming and Zheng Hai sang the same tune, while Chang Chuan and the twin sisters of the Luo family stood aside in silence. Seeing several people look dissatisfied, Lu Haotian said coldly, I am taking care of you by giving you an equal share of the canned food and bread. As for the extra bottle of mineral water and compressed biscuits, they will be given to Shui Wenhu alone. Shui Wenhu was stunned on the spot. Qin Ming and Zheng Hai felt somewhat resentful. Zheng Hai gritted his teeth and said, why should he enjoy it alone? That's a whole bottle of mineral water and a pack of compressed biscuits. It's not fair that there's only 1 bottle of water and 1 piece of bread for several of us. Chapter 19, Uninvited Guests. Lu Haotian stared at Zheng Hai and said, unfair? You can have this bottle of mineral water and compressed biscuits, but I felt guilty when Lu Haotian glared at me. But what? Zheng Hai couldn't help but twitched his mouth. Lu Haotian said calmly, here are some compressed biscuits and water for you. After you finish eating, the team will set off again. You will be responsible for clearing the way, surveying all dangers ahead, and checking and removing all traps. Zheng Hai suddenly became anxious and shouted, it's so dangerous ahead, I won't do it. Whoever is willing to open the way can go. You're not going to do it like this? I haven't finished yet, Lu Haotian said expressionlessly. In addition to being responsible for clearing all traps ahead, he is also the first to rush forward when encountering danger. Stop the danger for us and reduce the casualties and losses of all personnel. Zheng Hai, no longer a smart guy, now understood what Lu Haotian meant. Lu Haotian glared at Zheng Hai, said, Brother Tiger is the one with the most jungle experience and combat among all of us. They are paving the way for us, taking huge risks and bearing enormous pressure. Qin Ming lowered his head and said nothing more. Lu Haotian continued, I must ensure that brother who has sufficient physical strength. Otherwise, when we encounter danger, can we expect you to rush forward? As soon as Lu Haotian finished speaking, he grabbed the dagger from the box. He pounced directly on Zheng Hai and put the knife on his neck. Zheng Hai was so frightened that he was incoherent. You? What are you going to do? Haotian, you? Shui Wenhu was also shocked by Lu Haotian's actions. Lu Haotian said word by word, I risked my life to find the supply box. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can get out now and find it yourself. Feeling Lu Haotian's anger, Chang Chuan was suddenly shocked. He quickly stepped forward to mediate the fight and explained, "Brother Tian, calm down. That's not what we meant." Facing the dagger that Lu Haotian held against his neck, Zheng Hai was so frightened that he dared not even breathe. Lu Haotian glanced at Chang Chuan. He said coldly, "Chang Chuan, the distribution of supplies this time will make people feel a little unfair. You can understand it as distribution according to work. If you are not satisfied, you can go your separate ways here." At this time, Chang Chuan, with cold sweat already on his forehead, began to plead with Lu Haotian. "Brother Tian, there must be some misunderstanding here. Our people have never seen such a scene. If we were negligent just now, please don't hold it against us, Mr. Lu. Since meeting Lu Haotian's team, everyone has witnessed each other's abilities. As long as I follow them, maybe I really have a chance to leave this game alive. In order to survive, it doesn't matter if you go hungry for a day or two, let alone a meal." If Lu Haotian was really angry and abandoned them, their only fate would be death. Lu Haotian saw that the time was almost right. Suddenly he said, "Chang Chuan, I think you are different from these two guys. At least you are rational. You may continue to follow us if you wish." As for the two of them, Lu Haotian was halfway through his speech when he glared at Zheng Hai and Qin Ming coldly. His meaning was very obvious. Chang Chuan was stunned and looked at Lu Haotian in surprise. "Should I abandon my teammates and follow Lu Haotian's group?" Luo Qin hurriedly pulled her sister Luo Fei forward. He pleaded with Lu Haotian, "Master Lu, please let us follow you. As long as you can take us out of the game, we can give you anything to eat or drink. We don't want much." Luo Fei also quickly said, "If I can leave the game, I am willing to give you all the bonuses I get." Luo Qin immediately echoed, "Yes, we sisters will give you all our bonuses as a reward." Lu Haotian listened indifferently, but Yang Hong beside him couldn't help but feel moved. The bonus for one person is 2 million, and the bonus for two people is 4 million. If you can participate, you can get more. Yang Hong quickly said, "Team Leader Lu, this is a Doomsday horror game after all. One more person means more strength, so let's take these two sisters with us." After hearing this, Lu Haotian looked at Yang Hong with curiosity, wanting to see clearly what Yang Hong was planning. Feeling a little embarrassed by Lu Haotian's stare, Yang Hong instinctively wanted to avoid Lu Haotian's gaze. Qin Ming and Zheng Hai were also panicking at this time, seeing the 5 people in their group. Team leader Chang Chuan and the twin sisters did not dare to speak up to help them. Even the 3 of them were ready to leave the team and join Lu Haotian's group at any time. "If that's the case, then I'm definitely dead." Qin Ming hurriedly apologized to Lu Haotian. "Brother Lu, I was confused just now. I don't want the things anymore. Please let me follow the team." Zheng Hai did not dare to be negligent and kept clasping his hands together in front of Lu Haotian. "And me, I don't want it either. Please take us with you, Brother Lu. If you need any chores on the way, let us do it." As arrogant as they were just now, they are as cowardly now. Seeing the other party's attitude of admitting his mistake, Lu Haotian was too lazy to get stuck in a stalemate with him. He sighed and said, "You don't have to be so humble. After all, there are many dangers here. I just want you to understand the truth." The 2 of them nodded in unison. Yes, Brother Lu is right. Lu Haotian shook his head. "There aren't many of these things to begin with, so everyone should eat a little less. Maybe if we go forward, we can find other boxes of survival supplies, and we can continue to share them." Hearing that Lu Haotian no longer cared, several people immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Zheng Hai quickly said to Chang Chuan, "Chang Chuan, Brother Tian has said that we should quickly get the food and share it." "Oh," Chang Chuan responded and prepared to step forward. "Why should we divide them? Everything in this box belongs to me." Suddenly, an evil voice sounded. Hearing this voice, the faces of Chang Chuan's entire team instantly became extremely ugly. The twin sisters in particular looked terrified. I saw a group of people walking out of the bushes, and Lu Haotian glanced at them calmly. 4 men and 3 women. 2 of the women had disheveled hair and untidy clothes with ropes tied to their hands, and were being dragged. Suli took a step forward, stared at the supply box on the ground, and smiled evilly. "No need to divide the stuff. The supply box belongs to me. If you don't want to die, just hand it over to me obediently." Listening to Su Li's words, Lu Haotian frowned slightly. There were 7 people on the other side. 4 of them were men. There are 10 people in my 2 groups, 6 of whom are men. Especially Shui, one who is a veteran. So it is definitely not a problem for him to fight 1 or 2 people alone. Even Shui Yutong can easily deal with a guy. Once the two sides start fighting, it is impossible for one side to suffer any loss. I really don't know where the other party gets his confidence from. Chapter 20. The item box was robbed. Seeing that no one said anything, Su Li sneered again. How dare you ignore me? I think you are tired of living. Lu Haotian frowned. I found the supply box. There is no reason to give it to you. Chang Chuan became a little nervous when he saw this. Lu Haotian continued. There are 7 of you and 10 of us. We really have to fight. You won't gain any advantage. For your own safety, I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Chang Chuan quickly reminded in a low voice. Mr. Lu, they are from Group 23. 23 groups? The guy who killed other game contestants and stole the key from Chang Chuan? Lu Haotian was stunned for a moment and looked at Su Li and others again, full of vigilance. Don't be afraid. We have more people. If a fight really breaks out, they will be the ones who suffer. Shui Wenhu clenched his fist and stepped forward, warning. I'm from the Special Forces. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Special Forces? After hearing Shui Wenhu's words, Su Li and his entire team were stunned. Ha ha ha. I originally thought that Shui Wenhu's warning would be enough to drive these people away. Unexpectedly, the other party suddenly burst into laughter. Su Li said viciously, This is the apocalypse. No special forces are going to work. The younger brother next to him pointed at Shui Wenhu and shouted, I advise you to know what's good for you, otherwise dash. Shui Wenhu was furious. He flashed, grabbed the opponent's hand, and threw him over his shoulder. He threw the other person to the ground on the spot, causing him to scream. Seeing Shui Wenhu reaching out his hand, the other brothers were all shocked. Base! Su Li quickly took something out of his arms and pointed at Shui Wenhu's forehead. Shui Wenhu was shocked. Gun? Elder brother. Shui Yutong couldn't help but scream out. Lu Haotian never thought that the other party had a gun in his hand. No wonder these guys dared to rob things even though they were few in number. It turned out that they relied on the guns in their hands. The game previously prompted that Team 23 activated the key and was rewarded with a weapon system box. This gun should have originated from here. Why don't you take action? Let's see which is faster, your fist or my bullet. Su Liju said with a mocking look on his face. Asshole, if you dare to scold me, kneel down, or I will kill you. Stop! Lu Haotian was afraid of angering the other party and saying that they would actually shoot, so he shouted loudly. Su Liwei frowned. How dare you yell at me, you little brat? Lu Haotian said calmly. Release my companions. Who the hell do you think you are? If you tell me to let him go, I'll let him go. Su Li waved his hand, and a person walked out of the team. He held a machete and placed it against Shui Wenhu's neck. Su Li also aimed his gun at Lu Haotian. Boy, if you want to die, I will first send you to the west, and then kill your companions. Lu Haotian said calmly. You have a Type 64 pistol in your hand, and there are only 7 bullets in the box. The bullet used was a 7.62 caliber bullet, which does not have the ability to kill with one shot. Su Li gritted his teeth and said angrily, Why don't I shoot you first to let you test the power? Lu Haotian continued. Your group 23 got the key before the other groups. Another weapon box reward. As long as you work hard, you will most likely be the first to complete the game. Su Li said impatiently. You don't need to tell me these, I know them too. This is a post-apocalyptic horror world, full of all kinds of monsters and beasts lurking around. Not only will you attract them if you shoot, but you'll also waste bullets, and your chances of survival will be even smaller. After Lu Haotian finished speaking, he pointed his palm towards the supply box on the ground. If we waste bullets and still can't get the box, it won't be worth it. Su Li asked nervously. Boy, what are you going to do? Lu Haotian said calmly. Every contestant has a talent, and my talent is fire. If you dare to shoot, I will burn the supply boxes and leave you with nothing. Shui Wenhu, Shui Yutong, Chang Chuan, and others looked at Lu Haotian in surprise. Su Li was stunned, gritted his teeth, and said angrily, If you dare to burn, I will blow your head off. Lu Haotian said calmly, Let's each take a step back. I was the one who found the box. As long as you let us go, you can take the box. I only want the dagger and the tent. Su Li was stunned and looked at Lu Haotian without saying a word. The atmosphere at the scene froze instantly. Seeing Su Li silent, the conditions that Lu Haotian knew took effect. Once you have activated the key, the game will release 98 Komodo dragons. If we continue to stalemate here, the monitor lizard will catch up soon. Li recovered and said, I can give you the tent, but not the dagger. But I'm curious why you want a tent. Lu Haotian said calmly, I am born with sensitive skin, and there are weeds everywhere here. If you make me sleep in the wild, I will go crazy, and I would rather be shot to death by you. Li couldn't help but laugh and said, interesting. With your physique, you will die sooner or later. Why waste my bullets? I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you go. You can take the tent and leave the rest. Get out of here. It's a deal. After Lu Haotian finished speaking, he glanced at Shui Wenhu and said, Brother Hu, take the tent and lead everyone to a safe place. Shui Wenhu stepped back to Lu Haotian and said, I'll go with you. Lu Haotian said calmly, if they make a move, I will use my flame, set fire to the supply boxes and the surrounding areas. They'll get hurt then too. Lu Haotian's words seemed to be directed to Shui Wenhu, but in fact they were a warning to Li. After hearing this, Li's face changed. Seeing this, Shui Wenhu picked up the tent bag from the box. He led everyone and quickly retreated to the bushes behind. Boy, your people have already left, and you can get out now. At this moment, Li didn't have much patience. Just as Lu Haotian said, the 98 giant lizards released into the game threaten everyone's safety. No one knows when that thing will suddenly appear and attack. Li felt very uneasy being in such a jungle environment. Lu Haotian looked into Li's eyes and slowly stepped back, but he did not stop the action in his hands. Li didn't dare to chase him rashly. Even though he had a gun in his hand, he was still afraid of Lu Haotian's innate skills. Anyway, my goal has been achieved, so there is no need to get entangled with the other party. Watching Lu Haotian leave, Li immediately picked up the supply box on the ground, waved his hand and shouted, Let's go. Haotian, are you okay? Shui Wenhu and his men retreated into the bushes first, staring at Lu Haotian in the dark. Seeing that Lu Haotian had also retreated safely, they immediately surrounded him. Lu Haotian breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. Shui Yutong couldn't help but ask, Isn't your talent electric? When did it turn into fire? Lu Haotian smiled and said, They don't know my talent. If we don't lie to them, how can we leave safely? Shui Yutong suddenly realized and showed a little admiration for Lu Haotian. Qin Ming on the side couldn't help but grit his teeth and cursed. Damn it, the supply box that I finally found. We were robbed like this. We will starve. Not only Qin Ming, everyone else also looked dejected. Lu Haotian raised the corner of his mouth. No, who said we are going to starve? Zheng Hai was stunned when he heard this. What? Did you hide any food? Do you want to eat game? Chapter 21. Dagger and Compound Bow. Game, what game? Lu Haotian's words undoubtedly rekindled everyone's hope. However, Lu Haotian did not rush to answer, but looked through the bushes at the scene where the incident had just happened. He said to Shui Wenhu, Brother Hu, please check to see if the people from Group 23 have gone far. Well, leave it to me. After Shui Wenhu finished speaking, he immediately climbed up a tree and observed from above. A moment later, Shui Wenhu came down from the tree, said, I saw them carrying something and walking towards the northwest. It's quite far from here. We can say we are safe now. Lu Haotian nodded and asked again, Brother Hu, are you afraid of snakes? Snake? Shui Wenhu smiled and said, During our wilderness survival training, we often deal with poisonous snakes and fierce beasts. Sometimes when we are hungry and can't find anything to eat, that thing is spicy noodles for us. Lu Haotian raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, Well, I will treat you to spicy noodles today. Well, Shui Wenhu was stunned, looked at Lu Haotian and said, Brother, are you serious? Lu Haotian did not say anything, but led everyone towards the place where the incident had happened. They came under a tree, and Lu Haotian pointed at the tree, said, Brother Hu, the spicy strips I mentioned are right here. When everyone heard this, they were immediately shocked. Especially timid women, they would instinctively take 2 steps back. Shui Wenhu also looked alert. Lu Haotian smiled and said, Brother Hu, don't be nervous. I've already dealt with the snake. Okay, I'll go up and get it down. Shui Wenhu breathed a sigh of relief and immediately climbed up the tree. He saw the snake hanging on the tree at a glance. Venomous snake? This big? After seeing the shape and size of the snake, Shui Wenhu was shocked and took the snake down from the tree. Bang! Seeing Shui Wenhu dragging such a big snake down from the tree, everyone was scared and stayed away from him. Shui Wenhu looked at everyone's reactions. He smiled and said, Don't be afraid, I have just checked it. This snake is dead. As long as it is properly processed, it will be a standard game delicacy. Shui Wenhu pointed to a place not far away and said, "The river I mentioned before is right there. Let's go there now." The group quickly followed Shui Wenhu's footsteps. After walking about 100 meters, I found a stream. The stream has a small flow and a narrow surface, making it very convenient for people to fetch and use water. Great, there's water. After seeing the source of the stream, Lu Haotian instantly dropped everything and walked towards the stream. Squat down and prepare to drink water. Wait! Seeing this, Lu Haotian immediately stopped him. Lu Haotian was startled and turned around to look at Lu Haotian, at a loss. Lu Haotian explained, "There are many parasites and microbial bacteria in streams and lakes. If you're not careful, you could get infected with the disease, which could be very dangerous." Lu Haotian stuck out her tongue, seeming embarrassed by her actions just now. Zheng Hai couldn't help but mutter, "You can't drink raw water, so you can only boil water. But we don't even have a pot or a fire. How can we boil water?" Shui Wenhu raised his lips and said, "I'll take care of the snake. You take the others to look around. See if there are any containers or something like that. Yutong, get ready and start the fire." Good. After several people divided the work, Shui Yutong found some branches and prepared to drill them to make fire. Suddenly, Chang Chuan raised his hand and said, "My talent is fire. Why don't I start a fire?" That! Lu Haotian spoke quickly. Before Lu Haotian could finish his words, Chang Chuan had already released a flame with a flick of his hand. Light the dry branches prepared by Shui Yutong. After succeeding, Chang Chuan turned around and looked at Lu Haotian. He smiled and said, "Brother Tian, what's the matter?" Looking at the fire that Chang Chuan started, Lu Haotian shook his head. "It's okay, you guys are busy. I'll go over there to find something. This is a Doomsday game world, and everyone has a limited number of times they can use their talents. It is not only used for attacking, but also for saving lives when necessary. This guy actually uses it to make fire." Lu Haotian found an excuse and deliberately avoided everyone. He went to the bushes and pulled something out of his pocket. That was when I was in the tree, looking for the supply box. Accidentally kill the big snake and get the hidden item red key. It was just because of the special circumstances at the time that I didn't have time to activate the key. Later, after meeting the people from Group 23, he saw Su Li's guns and knives. Lu Haotian knew the importance of weapons. While we still have time, we can activate the key and see if we can get any special supplies. Activate the key. Congratulations to the contestant for getting a red key and a random weapon system box as a reward. As soon as he finished speaking, a black suitcase appeared out of thin air in front of Lu Haotian. Lu Haotian's eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to open it. A dagger, a bow, and arrows, and a bunch of arrow feathers. Lu Haotian was immediately disappointed and returned to his original place with a dagger and bow and arrow. Just as Lu Haotian left, Yang Hong walked out from behind a big tree. Looking at Lu Haotian's back, he showed a cold look. Rub, rub, rub. Shui Wenhu was standing by the stream, holding a stone in his hand, and was struggling to work on the snake's body. "Brother Tiger, use this." Looking at the dagger handed over by Lu Haotian, Shui Wenhu was stunned, instinctively asked, "Where did you come from?" Lu Haotian said casually, "I found it when I was searching nearby, just now." Shui Wenhu glanced at the dagger and showed a hint of joy. "This is a knife called Agile. It has a serrated blade and can saw through trees easily. The blade is matte black, so as not to reflect light. This knife is exclusive to a certain airborne unit and special forces team." Lu Haotian raised his lips. "I said that this dagger is most suitable for you." Shui Wenhu threw away the stone in his hand, replaced it with a dagger, and continued to skin the snake. The effect was 100 times better than using the stone. Lu Haotian walked to Shui Yutong again. "Miss Shui, your talent is Eagle Eye Sniper. I wonder if this bow and arrow can help you." "Bow?" Shui Yutong said with a look of surprise. "This is a titanium alloy composite bow. It has high strength and good toughness. Its range can reach 300 meters. Miss Shui knows so much about bows and arrows. I have represented the special forces before, participated in sports competitions, and won the National Archery Championship." Lu Haotian nodded. "I see. Here are 12 arrows. You can use them yourself." With the weapons provided by Lu Haotian, Shui Wenhu quickly dealt with the snake. Then Shui Wenhu used agility to cut off a tree trunk as thick as his arm, dividing it into several sections. Then each person took a section and began to take turns using the dagger. Dig a groove in the middle of the small half of the wood and fill each groove with water. Just when everyone was stunned, Shui Wenhu found some special small stones from the stream. Put it in the cluster fire and burn it until the stone changes color and smoke appears. The burning stone was placed between branches into the water in the groove of the wood block, and soon the water began to boil. Everyone was very excited to see it. Chapter 22. The Plan of Waiting for the Rabbit. After solving the drinking water safety problem, Shui Wenhu began to process snake meat. Use tree trunks to string them together and distribute them to everyone before grilling together. Soon, bursts of fragrance emerged, making everyone drool. After a day of anxiety, I finally had a hot meal and replenished my energy. After eating and drinking, Shui Wenhu spoke. Haotian, it's getting darker and darker. It's not safe around here. We have to find a safe place. Lu Haotian nodded. Brother Who is right. This area is too flat. It's easy to be attacked if we rest here at night. I looked on the map and saw a strange building sign nearby. I want to go there and take a look. As he spoke, Lu Haotian pointed to a location not far away. Okay, let's go check it out. Everyone immediately took their things and set off. After walking for 10 minutes, Shui Wenhu parted the grass and looked at the building in front of him. He was stunned on the spot. This is... Not knowing it was Su Wenshu, the others also looked a little confused when they saw this. What is this? Lu Haotian walked over and took a look. This should be a jungle lookout, used to observe the surrounding environment of the jungle. Lu Haotian looked around the observation tower. Said, this observation tower looks a bit shabby. It must be quite old. Look out! The observation deck is about 3 or 4 meters above the ground. Wait here, I'll go up and check. As he spoke, Shui Wenhu climbed up the ladder with a dagger in his hand. After making sure that everything was safe above, he made a gesture to the people below. Very good. Lu Haotian immediately climbed up the ladder, and the others followed closely behind. The entire observation deck is only a few square meters and can accommodate a very limited number of people. It's simply not enough for 10 people to rest here at the same time. After Lu Haotian came up, there were still some people staring blankly below, unable to squeeze in at all. Qin Ming couldn't help but complain. This place is so small, there's no way to sleep. Zheng Hai also complained. Are you guys going to rest up there and want us to stay down there? Lu Haotian waved his hand. Everyone come down, let's discuss it. Seeing everyone coming down, Zheng Hai muttered again. How can we rest if you find this place? Zheng Hai! When Chang Chuan heard this, he hurriedly shouted at Zheng Hai. Zheng Hai came back to his senses, and the dissatisfaction on his face instantly turned into an awkward smile. Brother Tian, I'm not blaming you. I just want to speak out what everyone is thinking. Lu Haotian ignored Zheng Hai, glanced at everyone and said, everyone has seen the current environment. Now night has fallen. I don't have the ability to find a better place in a short period of time. Whoever has the ability can go. Everyone looked at each other, and Zheng Hai looked even more embarrassed. Chang Chuan quickly said, Brother Tian, you are our leader. You have the final say. The others also echoed. Chang Chuan is right. You have the final say. Lu Haotian immediately said, the observation deck up there can barely accommodate 5 people resting at the same time. There are 10 of us in total. Each group consists of 3 men and 2 women, and we will take turns on duty tonight. Shift. One group is on duty down below, and the other group is sleeping and resting up above. As soon as the sun rises, we'll set off. We'll be on duty for the first half of the night, and Chang Chuan, and you will be on duty for the second half. Okay, no problem. After he finished speaking, Lu Haotian took his team members to guard below. Let Chang Chuan take his tent bag and lead his team to climb up to the observation tower to rest. The tent is not big and can accommodate 2 people. Chang Chuan gave the tent to the twin sisters, and he, Qin Ming, and Zheng Hai curled up beside it to rest. Although Qin Ming and Zheng Hai were dissatisfied, they didn't know what to say. Under the observation deck, Lu Haotian and his group of 5 were leaning against the ladder. Shui Wenhu always holds a dagger in his right hand, and once he finds something unusual, he will rush forward immediately. Haotian, today was a close call. There were crocodiles, venomous snakes, and the people from Group 23. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would really die here. Thinking back on the day's experiences, Shui Wenhu couldn't help but sigh to Lu Haotian. Lu Haotian smiled and said, Brother Hu, you are too polite. You have been paving the way for us all along the way. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have gotten here. It was you who led us all and helped us avoid many dangers. Shui Wenhu said softly. What are your plans next? If we can't find the 3 keys, we lose. Sun Mei couldn't help but say, yes, if you want to pass the level, you must find 3 keys. But we have nothing now. Even if we reach our destination, there is no way to leave. Lu Haotian glanced at a few people and reached into his arms. Under the gaze of the 4 people, he took out a red key. This is... When Shui Yutong saw it, he was shocked. Lu Haotian put away the key and made a shushing gesture to the few people. This is the red key we accidentally found when we were searching for supplies separately. It's just that there were too many people there, so for safety reasons, it was inconvenient for me to take it out. Shui Yutong immediately said happily, great, now we have a key. As long as we find 2 more keys, we can pass the level smoothly. This red key gave everyone a glimmer of hope. Lu Haotian continued, Brother Hu, pay more attention to suspicious objects on your way tomorrow. These things are most likely related to the key. Shui Wenhu was stunned, then nodded and said, okay, I'll pay more attention. Yang Hong suddenly asked, are you sure you can find the remaining 2 keys? The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became a little awkward. Lu Haotian said calmly, I can't guarantee this. After all, the existence of the key is always a mystery. At this time, Shui Yutong couldn't help but ask, what if we can't find the 2 keys? Is this why I've been urging everyone to hurry up? What's the meaning? Lu Haotian took a deep breath. After getting the red key, I got a system prompt that the activation key is only a temporary ownership. If it is snatched away by another contestant during the journey, the ownership will be transferred to someone else. Shui Wenhu was slightly stunned. Transfer? Lu Haotian glanced at Shui Wenhu. He continued, we will speed up our pace tomorrow and rush towards the destination. I plan to wait there and set up an ambush in advance. Shui Yutong also looked confused and asked, ambush? Haotian, what do you mean? Lu Haotian explained, the other contestant teams in the game want to escape from this place just like us. There will definitely be someone who has collected all 3 keys. We will wait at the finish line and snatch the keys from them. This, Shui Wenhu was so surprised that he was speechless. Yang Hong on the side couldn't help but praise. Oh my god, I didn't expect that. You were such a good operator, 6. Chapter 23. Yang Hong is held hostage. Haotian, isn't it inappropriate for us to do this? If we steal the keys of other teams, then they will... At this point, Shui Wenhu couldn't bear to continue. He couldn't accept Lu Haotian's decision. After all, this goes against my own philosophy. Lu Haotian said calmly, Brother Hu, this is the Doomsday game. The game is not designed in this group mode to improve our chances of survival. Shui Wenhu was stunned. What is that? Lu Haotian said calmly. The game is to watch us fight each other in the game. The people in Group 23 are a living example of this. Team 23? Shui Wenhu recalled the man who had threatened him with a gun and a knife. Lu Haotian took a deep breath. Said, I've seen the news before. The people in Team 23 are a group of wanted criminals. Are you serious? Shui Wenhu asked in surprise. Lu Haotian nodded. If I remember correctly, that woman is a Class A wanted criminal who is the focus of the crackdown on human trafficking. She kidnapped and trafficked many children. Some of them were beaten to death because they resisted her. Shui Wenhu was furious when he heard this. Assholes, we must not let them go. Lu Haotian quickly advised. Brother Hu, don't be angry. This is a Doomsday horror game. As long as they don't have the 3 keys, they will die here. Snort! Shui Wenhu was obviously not satisfied with this conclusion. I don't know how much time passed. Chang Chuan climbed down from above with his men and greeted them. Brother Tian. Lu Haotian looked at the time on his watch. There are still 5 minutes until the shift change. Why don't you get a few more minutes of sleep? Chang Chuan smiled slightly and said, I was afraid of missing the handover time, so I set my watch to remind me a few minutes in advance. After all, you and Brother Tiger contributed a lot to the team during the daytime journey, so you need more sleep. Lu Haotian patted Chang Chuan on the shoulder. Prey said, we are going up to rest. You guys pay attention to safety. If you find anything, notify us immediately. Shui Wenhu handed the dagger, given to him by Lu Haotian, to Chang Chuan. You're on duty now. Take this dagger for self-defense. Give it to me tomorrow. Thank you, Tiger. Afterwards, Lu Haotian led his team to climb up to the observation deck to rest. The tent was given to Shui Yutong and Sun Mei for use. 3 men, Lu Haotian, Shui Wenhu, and Yang Hong, gathered outside the tent. The temperature dropped at night, and Yang Hong shrank his neck, but still couldn't resist the cold. I couldn't help but complain and grumble in my heart. It was the middle of the night, when everyone was asleep, and there was a full moon in the sky, but the jungle was so dense that only a faint light could be seen. Just as they fell asleep, Sun Mei suddenly came out of the tent. She walked to Yang Hong and gently pulled him. Husband. Yang Hong finally fell asleep, but was suddenly woken up. He seemed a little impatient. Why are you yelling so late at night? Sun Mei whispered, Honey, I want to go to the bathroom. It's too dark outside, and I'm scared to go alone. Please come with me. Yang Hong wanted to get angry, but he couldn't refuse. He was afraid of waking up Lu Haotian and Shui Wenhu, and would inevitably be scolded. He got up with an angry look on his face and climbed down the stairs with Sun Mei. The faint sound attracted the attention of Chang Chuan and others. Who? Yang Hong exhaled. It's me, Yang Hong. Chang Chuan quickly smiled and greeted them. It's Brother Hong and sister-in-law. Are you unable to sleep and came down to take a walk? Yang Hong said unhappily. I just fell asleep and felt like peeing, so I came down to relieve myself. Hearing Yang Hong's tone, Chang Chuan quickly replied, It's dark and the road is slippery. Brother Hong and sister-in-law, go slowly. Yang Hong ignored her and went straight to the surrounding bushes with Sun Mei. Found a suitable place to crawl in. Yang Hong couldn't help but urge him. Hurry up, go back as soon as you're done. This damn place is too creepy. Sun Mei didn't say anything and quickly squatted down. Yang Hong turned around, folded his arms, and leaned against a tree, feeling full of resentment. In the darkness, several dark shadows crouched and approached stealthily. As one of the dark shadows approached Sun Mei from behind, he pounced on her. He covered Sun Mei's mouth from behind and pressed her to the ground. Plop! Sun Mei instinctively wanted to struggle, but felt a sharp object against her neck. Sun Mei was so frightened that she dared not move. Hearing the strange noise, Yang Hong couldn't help cursing. You stinky woman, you made such a loud noise. Do you want to scare me to death? If you don't want to die, don't move, or I'll shoot you to death. As soon as Yang Hong finished speaking, a cold voice suddenly sounded in his ears. At the same time, a metal object hit Yang Hong's forehead. Yang Hong felt very familiar with that voice and couldn't help but be startled. People from Group 23? Yang Hong begged in fear. Brother, let's talk it over. Don't shoot. Don't hurt me and my wife. Yang Hong was very smart. He deliberately lowered his voice when begging for mercy, for fear of angering the people behind him. The person who came was Su Li. After listening to Yang Hong's voice, Su Li sneered. You are very smart. You saved me from using force. I ask you questions, and you answer them. If you keep talking nonsense, I will kill you and then work with my brothers to get your wife. Yang Hong quickly turned his back to Su Li and knelt down to beg for mercy. Brother, you tell me everything I know. Please don't kill us. Su Li asked. I saw you were two groups this afternoon. Which group are you from? Is it the group with the twin sisters or the Special Forces team and the guy who plays with fire? Yang Hong said hurriedly. We are from the Special Operations team. The military sent a brother and sister. The person you had an argument with today is called Lu Haotian. He is the team leader, but his talent is lightning. Su Li Wei frowned. Thunder and lightning? He pretended that his talent was fire in order to deceive you. Su Li sneered. Interesting, he actually dared to lie to me. Wait and see how I deal with him later. Hearing Su Li's words behind him, Yang Hong suddenly thought that something was wrong and his eyes rolled. He quickly said, Brother, in fact, my wife and I were also forced to join them. After meeting you today, I feel that Big Brother's team is very strong. If Big Brother is willing to take us in, we would like to join your group. Su Li sneered and said, Haha, you want to join my group? Then you have to show some sincerity. Otherwise, why should I take you in? Yang Hong gritted his teeth, said, Brother, Lu Haotian has a red key in his hand, and he also got a weapon box. I saw it with my own eyes. There was a dagger and a bow, an arrow inside. Su Li immediately became interested. He also has a key in his hand. I have a yellow key in my hand, and once I get the red key, there will only be one left. Your wife stays here, and you go steal the weapon and the key from me. Then kill them with us, and I'll let you join my team. Yang Hong hesitated. If you refuse, I will kill your wife first. Chapter 24. Team Member Rebellion. Brother, Yang Hong didn't expect this to happen. If you don't come back or tip them off, we brothers will treat your wife well. Yang Hong was a little frightened and quickly put his hands together and said, I won't. Su Li ignored Yang Hong. He continued, "Whenever I get the chance, I will tie you up and kill you." The entire conversation was full of threats and intimidation. Gurgle. Hearing Su Li's words, Yang Hong shuddered. He swallowed and said, "Brother, the dagger is under the watchtower in the hands of the night watchman. The bow and arrow is in the hands of the female special forces team member up there, and the key is also on Lu Haotian up there." After saying this, Yang Hong looked embarrassed. "I'm only one person. Even if I have great abilities, I can't steal 3 things at the same time. If I take one of them, they will find out, and I will be dead." After hearing this, Su Li hesitated for a moment. Then he said, "Forget about the knife, just throw down the bow, and arrow, and hide. Without their bows and arrows, they are just lambs to be slaughtered." As he said this, Su Li couldn't help but sneer, which made Yang Hong feel cold down his spine. "I came here for the money, but if I can't complete the game alive, no amount of money will be useful. If I don't agree to them, I'm afraid I will really die here. My patience is limited. You better not try to challenge it." As he said that, Su Li poked Yang Hong with the gun in his hand again. Yang Hong quickly said, "Brother, don't be impulsive. I promise you, I will go now. But you must keep your promise and help me and my wife finish the game." "No problem. Go ahead." After being pushed by Su Li, Yang Hong staggered a few steps forward. Although he was worried about his wife, he didn't dare to look back blindly. "I had no choice but to walk towards the observation tower with heavy steps." Looking at Yang Hong's gradually receding figure, Sun Mei, who was captured, was extremely terrified. He wanted to struggle and scream, but his mouth was stuffed with cloth, and he couldn't make any sound. "I can only put all my hopes on my husband. Boss, I think that guy is clumsy. Can he be trusted?" Suddenly, a younger brother beside him asked Su Li in a low voice. Su Li sneered, "They are in the open. We are in the dark. Even if this kid goes back to complain, it will only make their people nervous, and then we can deal with them one by one. What's more, his wife is in our hands now. If he dares to cheat, we won't suffer any loss." As he spoke, Su Li couldn't help but look back at Sun Mei, his eyes full of greed. Facing Su Li's gaze, Sun Mei's face was filled with horror. But Su Li suddenly reached out and touched Sun Mei's body with a wicked smile. "I didn't expect this woman to have such a great figure. Hold her down for me." After saying that, the 2 younger brothers pressed Sun Mei to the ground, one on the left and one on the right. Poor Sun Mei had no time to react. She just felt a chill under her body and then was pressed down by Su Li, completely unable to resist. "Brother Hong, didn't you go to the bathroom with your sister-in-law? Why are you back alone? Where's your sister-in-law?" Yang Hong slowly returned to the observation deck, and Chang Chuan immediately greeted him. Yang Hong's expression suddenly turned ugly, and he waved his hand. Said, "I thought she was going to relieve herself and wanted to squat again when she got there. She said she was a little cold and her coat was in the tent. I want to get it for her." Chang Chuan quickly smiled and said, "Brother Hong is such a considerate and good man. Go up the ladder slowly." Yang Hong responded and slowly climbed up the ladder. Seeing Yang Hong coming back, Lu Haotian frowned slightly, but didn't say much. "There is still a long time before dawn, so I must get enough sleep as soon as possible to replenish my energy." Lu Haotian moved slightly and made room for Yang Hong. But Yang Hong bent down, but did not sit down, and reached into the tent. Before Shui Yutong inside could react, Yang Hong had already crawled out. Standing on the edge of the observation tower, he swung his arm hard, as if throwing something down. It was dark at this time, and no one could see what Yang Hong was doing. But seeing Yang Hong's strange behavior, Lu Haotian couldn't help but whispered, "Yang Hong, what's wrong with you?" Yang Hong was stunned for a moment, did not respond to Lu Haotian, and quickly climbed down the ladder. Hearing Lu Haotian scolding and watching Yang Hong climb down the ladder, Chang Chuan in front couldn't help but ask, "Brother Hong, what are you doing?" However, Yang Hong ignored them and ran away in panic, soon disappearing from everyone's sight. The whole process happens in an instant. With Yang Hong's departure, the scene became somewhat chaotic. What's going on? Is there an internal conflict among the people in their group? Qin Ming said jokingly in a tone of watching a show. Chang Chuan hurriedly shouted at Qin Ming in a low voice, "Shut up and stop talking nonsense. Let's see what Brother Tian says later." "Haotian, what's going on?" The matter had already alarmed Shui Wenhu, who quickly woke up and asked. Lu Haotian said solemnly, "Yang Hong and his wife left just now, saying they were going to relieve themselves. But Yang Hong came back alone and went into the tent to take something. His behavior was very strange. Shui Yutong suddenly said, "Oh no, the bow and arrow you gave me is gone." Shui Wanhu said quickly, "Maybe it's under the tent? Look for it carefully." Shui Yutong shook her head. "I've already looked for it, and the arrow feather is still there. But the bow and arrows are gone. Yang Hong must have taken the compound bow away just now." Shui Wanhu couldn't help but curse. What on earth is this guy doing? Not good. Lu Haotian hesitated for a moment and suddenly became alert. What's wrong? Looking at Lu Haotian's expression, Shui Wanhu became more and more nervous. Chang Chuan, get your people up quickly. Lu Haotian had no time to explain and hurriedly called out to Chang Chuan from below. What's wrong? Brother Tian? At this time, the people in Group 22 were still gossiping about what had just happened. Hearing Lu Haotian's voice, Chang Chuan was a little confused. Lu Haotian gritted his teeth and shouted again. Stop talking nonsense and get your people up quickly. Oh! This time, Chang Chuan didn't dare to hesitate, especially when he heard Lu Haotian's voice sounding a little angry. He called out to the people around him, Luo Qin, Luo Fei, you two go up first, go slowly. Qin Ming was immediately dissatisfied. He muttered, what's going on? It's so crowded up there. If everyone goes up there, what if they get squeezed and fall down? Hoo. Yang Hong rushed into the bushes in one breath and found Su Li and his gang along the route they had just taken. He quickly said, Brother, I have done what you said. Throw away their bows and arrows. Now you can let my wife go. Hey, you're really good. Seeing Yang Hong coming back, Su Li straightened his pants. He waved his hand at the younger brother beside him and said, let her go. Chapter 25, Encountered a Sneak Attack. After Sun Mei regained her freedom, she tore off the cloth from her mouth. She threw herself into Yang Hong's arms and burst into tears. Wife, what's wrong with you? Although it was dark, Yang Hong was able to keenly notice something unusual while holding his wife. He couldn't help but yelled at Su Li angrily. I did what you said. Why are you still bullying my wife? Bang! Su Li became impatient and kicked Yang Hong to the ground. He cursed. You are useless and can't protect your wife, yet you still have the nerve to blame me. Husband, seeing Yang Hong being beaten, Sun Mei suddenly felt distressed and worried and rushed over to help Yang Hong up. Su Li was still preparing to take action when his younger brother suddenly stepped forward. He spoke softly and reminded, Brother, there seems to be some movement over there. They must have noticed something. Su Li stopped what he was doing and looked towards the distance. He sneered, Let's go and take care of them. Remember, kill the men and leave the women alone. As soon as he finished speaking, several younger brothers immediately rushed towards the observation tower. Su Li glanced at Yang Hong and Sun Mei, said, Your people already know that you have rebelled, if you want to pass the game. Just join forces with me. Take out those guys and help me get the key. Hubby wee. Yang Hong gritted his teeth and pulled Sun Mei to follow. Let's go. Onto the observation deck. After seeing the twin sisters go up, Chang Chuan also started to climb up the ladder. This damn weather is really cold. Qin Ming couldn't help but mutter in the back. Zheng Hai also complained. If I had known I should have worn something thicker when I came here, I wouldn't have to endure it now. Puff! Suddenly, there was a sound that broke through the air, and Zheng Hai stopped talking out of nowhere, with a look of fear on his face. Because it was dark, Qin Ming did not see the expression on Zheng Hai's face. Seeing that the other party stopped talking in the middle of his speech, he couldn't help but mutter. Why did you stop talking in the middle of your speech? Plop! Zheng Hai suddenly fell straight to the ground, and Qin Ming was stunned on the spot. After coming to his senses, he couldn't help but yelled, help me. As he said that, Qin Ming grabbed the ladder desperately and began to climb up. A dark shadow immediately rushed forward, grabbed Qin Ming's right ankle, and pulled it down hard. Qin Ming screamed, and his whole body was pulled down and thrown heavily to the ground, making a painful sound. When Chang Chuan was halfway up, he heard something happen below and wanted to go help. Lu Haotian on the observation deck shouted, Come up quickly, don't take any risks. Chang Chuan hesitated for a moment and immediately climbed up. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, someone below started kicking the ladder hard, trying to shake Chang Chuan down. Chang Chuan quickly increased his climbing speed and finally reached the top safely. Save me. After Qin Ming fell to the ground, he was about to get up and run for his life when a big foot stepped on his chest. After Qin Ming saw clearly who was coming, he quickly uttered a cry for mercy. Brothers, please don't kill me. Su Li came over and said with a smile, "Hey, little brat, be good and don't move. If you pierce the wrong place, don't blame me." Qin Ming felt something was wrong and kept struggling and begging for mercy. "You, what are you going to do? Please, let me go, just let me go and let me." However, Su Li ignored Qin Ming's cries. He shouted to the younger brothers around him, "Brothers, hold it steady, don't prick your hands. Don't worry, Brother Li. I promise I won't move at all." Puff! Su Li held a dagger in his hand and stabbed it hard, hitting Qin Ming's right thigh. Then he began to twist the handle of the dagger. The piercing pain instantly attacked Qin Ming's whole body, and he screamed loudly in pain. He tried to struggle desperately, but someone stepped on him. His left and right legs were also held down, and he couldn't move at all, so he could only allow Su Li to do the slaughtering. "Lu Haotian, Chang Chuan, you two bastards, come down and save me quickly." Qin Ming screamed heartbreakingly. These lingering guys actually dared to launch a sneak attack. Shui Wenhu couldn't stand it anymore, and after cursing, he prepared to go down and rescue people. "Brother Hu, what are you doing?" Seeing this, Lu Haotian on the side hurried forward to stop him. Shui Wenhu tried to break free and said, "Haotian, don't stop me. I want to go down and save people." Lu Haotian calmly advised, "Brother Hu, don't be stupid. They deliberately lured us into the trap. If you go down now, you will definitely be besieged by them. How can you deal with so many of them by yourself?" Shui Wenhu also said anxiously, "But do you want me to just watch you die without helping?" Lu Haotian quickly said, "Brother Hu, there are a total of 500 people entering the game this time. Can you save them all? If you go down to rescue them now, you will definitely be ambushed by them. If you die, the rest of us will be doomed too." "I." Shui Wenhu gritted his teeth in anger as he watched the guys below committing crimes. Why don't those two special forces come down to rescue people? Instead, they hide up there like turtles? At the bottom of the observation deck, Su Li was slashing Qin Ming's body with a knife while shouting upwards, "Damn bastard, if I get the chance, I will definitely blow his head off." Su Li's words were meaningful to Shui Wenhu. It was undoubtedly a humiliation and ridicule, and Shui Wenhu was so angry that he trembled all over. Suddenly, Su Li shouted from below, "Listen up there if you don't want him to die. Just hand over the keys obediently. Otherwise, wait for your people to collect their bodies." Chang Chuan was stunned. "Key? What key?" Shui Yutong was a little surprised and asked, "Haotian, how did that guy know you have the key?" Lu Haotian's face suddenly turned gloomy, and he said angrily, "Yang Hong and Sun may betrayed us. How could they be like this?" Shui Yutong couldn't believe it. Su Li and his group below saw that the people above were not moving. I couldn't help but said anxiously, "Brother, it seems that this method doesn't work on the people above. Why don't we just go up and kill them? They don't have weapons anyway." Su Li snorted coldly and glared at him fiercely. He cursed, "Are you stupid? This place is at least 3 meters high. Even if they don't have weapons, aren't you afraid that they'll push you down and kill you if you climb up?" The younger brother asked curiously, then, "Big brother, what are we going to do down there just like this?" Su Li cursed, "What the hell are you guarding? The commotion just now will definitely attract a lot of wild animals. They are fine up there, but we are in danger down there, so get ready to evacuate." As he spoke, Su Li took out his pistol, aimed at it, and then pulled the trigger. Bah! Su Li fired a gunshot, and the resulting explosion sounded particularly harsh in the silent jungle, startling the surrounding birds and making them fly away. Damn it! These guys actually dared to shoot. The people on the observation deck were also startled and squatted down in a hurry. Wah! After firing the shot, Su Li immediately ordered his men to retreat. Puff! Suddenly, Lu Haotian spat out a mouthful of blood, which sprayed directly on Lu Haotian and Chang Chuan. The two were stunned on the spot. Chapter 26, Disaster. Plop! A gunshot rang out, and Lu Haotian fell to the ground, mouthfuls of blood gushing out of his mouth. Sister. Luo Fei came to his senses and pounced on him. He hugged Lu Haotian, who was lying on the ground, and burst into tears. Ahem! Lu Haotian stretched out his right hand with difficulty and gently stroked Luo Fei's cheek. "No, sorry, little sister. I can't go back with you, ahem." Luo Fei was about to burst into tears. "Woo-woo, sister, don't say anything. I won't abandon you. Let's go back together." Lu Haotian, "Don't say anything. Hold on." Shui Yutong had learned simple first aid and hurriedly tore off a piece of cloth. He pressed on Lu Haotian's wound, trying to stop the bleeding. Please take my little sister back to the original world, ahem. Lu Haotian was very aware of his situation, and with his last breath, he asked for help from the people around him. Elder sister. Lu Haotian continued to grit his teeth and asked for help again. Team leader, Brother Tian, please take care of my sister. At this time, Chang Chuan had already been frightened silly. Now, some of his team members are dead, and some are injured. In the days to come, I'm afraid I won't even be able to protect myself, let alone Luo Fei. I promise you, I will take good care of your sister. You can go with peace of mind. Just when Lu Haotian looked desperate, Lu Haotian suddenly said, Haotian! Shui Yutong, who was standing next to him, looked at Lu Haotian in surprise. Based on Shui Yutong's understanding of Lu Haotian has always been risk-averse, but I didn't expect that he would agree to Lu Haotian's request. Brother Tian, thank you. Lu Haotian nodded gratefully at Lu Haotian, then reached out to touch Luo Fei. Luo Fei was already crying. Sister, I don't want you to die. Lu Haotian forced a smile. Don't cry. Sister wants to do something for you before she leaves. I hope I can help you. Sister, hurry, sister doesn't have much time. At this time, Lu Haotian's breathing became increasingly rapid. His body kept shaking, as if he had reached his limit, and he held Luo Fei's hand tightly. Chang Chuan quickly advised, Luo Fei, don't let your sister die in vain. Luo Fei was stunned and quickly wiped away his tears. He stretched out his hands, held Lu Haotian's hands, held his breath, and began to meditate. A magical scene appeared when Luo Fei and Lu Haotian held hands. Suddenly a ball of light flashed, instantly illuminating the surroundings. Hahowever, the ball of light flashed by quickly, just like a flash of lightning in the sky. After the light faded, the scene returned to darkness. Lu Haotian tilted his head, dropped his hands, and was silent. Elder sister. Luo Fei hugged Lu Haotian's head and burst into tears. That was... Looking at the previous scene, Shui Wenhu, Shui Yutong, and Lu Haotian were shocked. Chang Chuan said slowly, just now, those were the innate skills of Luo Fei and Lu Haotian, two sisters. When the sisters hold their hands together, they can activate their perception ability and explore the special objects around them. Having said that, Chang Chuan looked at his watch. It has been exactly 12 hours since the two sisters last used their talents. If it was half an hour earlier, I'm afraid the talent skill cooldown wouldn't have expired yet. Seeing Luo Fei crying miserably, Shui Yutong, as a woman, was somewhat moved. I couldn't help but squat down and gently hugged Luo Fei's shoulders to comfort him. Okay, Luo Fei, your sister has left. You should cheer up quickly. If we continue like this, I'm afraid we will all be in danger. After Shui Yutong's persuasion, Luo Fei felt a little better and responded softly. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lu Haotian's expression gradually changed. Haotian, what are your plans next? Shui Wenhu, who sensed something unusual, suddenly asked. Lu Haotian said calmly, I want to fight back. What? Fight back? Chang Chuan was a little surprised and blurted out. Brother Tian, are you crazy? Those guys are vicious and desperate, and they have weapons in their hands. What can we use to fight back? We should travel overnight and put some distance between us and them. It is best to run away. Lu Haotian shook his head. There are many traps in the jungle, and it's pitch dark now. It is the time when the beasts awaken and hunt. If we rush on this road at this time, it will be no different from committing suicide. Chang Chuan said again, then we should set off at daybreak and put some distance between us and them. Lu Haotian said coldly, I must kill them. How can you? The three of them were shocked instantly, and Shui Wenhu looked at Lu Haotian with some surprise. Lu Haotian suddenly asked, Chang Chuan, what color key did you find before? Chang Chuan was stunned and blurted out without thinking, I remember it very clearly. It was a yellow key. Lu Haotian nodded, and then turned to Luo Fei, who was still sad. Said, Luo Fei, I know you are very sad now, but I want to take a look. Can you two sisters find any useful information from your perception just now? Luo Fei nodded, then opened his watch and showed it to everyone. Suddenly, some strange dots appeared on the dial of Luo Fei's instrument. Are these dots coordinates? What do they represent? Looking at the strange symbols and information above, Shui Yutong was a little confused. Luo Fei choked up and explained, this is where we are now. The red dot represents the raptor. The blue dots represent flying birds, and the ones with small circles are special item symbols. For example, Here, it has the same symbol as the key we found before. Looking at the color of the pattern on it, this should be a blue key. The blue key, Lu Haotian said calmly. Brother Hu, the key in my hand is a red one. The twin sisters just sensed the blue key, and the one that Team 3 stole was the yellow key. As long as we collect 3 keys of different colors, we can go directly to our destination and leave. Shui Wenhu and Shui Yutong looked at each other. Lu Haotian continued. Yang Hong and Sun may betrayed us and joined Su Li and his group. Now there are only Chang Chuan and Luo Fei left in Group 22. We can team up and leave together. Even if we don't kill Su Li knows that I have the red key and will come and take it away. After listening to Lu Haotian's words, several people fell into deep thought. Help! Suddenly, a terrified scream was heard from below the observation deck, mixed with fear in the voice. Chang Chuan was a little surprised. It's Qin Ming's voice. He didn't die just now? It seems like he was attacked by something. I'll go save him. Shui Wenhu immediately climbed down the ladder and moved in the direction of Qin Ming's voice. I saw a pitch-black guy lying on the ground and biting Qin Ming. Hold on. Shui Wenhu held the dagger and prepared to rush forward to save people. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared from the side, opened its bloody mouth and attacked Shui Wenhu, swallowing Shui Wenhu's arm in one bite. Shui Wenhu suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. Chapter 27. Search and rescue Shui Wenhu. Qin Ming's screams made everyone feel nervous. Shui Wenhu's screams shocked Lu Haotian and Shui Yutong even more. Elder brother. Especially Shui Yutong, who immediately lost his judgment after hearing his brother's screams. Regardless of everything, I just wanted to rush down and save people. Lu Haotian was quick-witted and stopped Shui Yutong. Shui Yutong suddenly became anxious. Haotian, why are you stopping me? My brother must have been attacked and injured. I have to go down and rescue him as soon as possible. Lu Haotian quickly said, I'm not trying to stop you. It's just that the view down there is too dark. Even Brother Tiger was attacked. If you just rush in like this, it's easy for something to get into trouble. By then, not only will you fail to save Brother Tiger, but you will also be in trouble. Shui Yutong understood what Lu Haotian said. It's just that when facing our loved ones, it's easy for people to lose their reason and judgment. But my brother, Lu Haotian quickly reminded, it's dark down there, and the visibility is poor. We don't know what attacked Brother Hu. And your compound bow is also lost. See if there is anything you can use to defend yourself. Shui Yutong was stunned, and quickly went back into the tent and took out a box of arrowheads. Said, Yang Hong only took my compound bow away, but the arrow feathers you gave me are still there. These arrow feathers are also made of alloy. They are sharp and can be used as daggers for self-defense. Lu Haotian took the 2 arrow feathers in his hand. Then he said, Yutong, you and Luo Fei stay here. Chang Chuan, come with me to rescue Brother Hu. Both of them were stunned. Although Chang Chuan was a little nervous and scared, he didn't dare to refuse. Shui Yutong couldn't help but ask, Why don't you let me go down? Lu Haotian said, Among the 4 of us, you and Luo Fei's talents are not aggressive. My talent is lightning, and Chang Chuan's talent is fire. When we encounter danger, we can use our talents to protect ourselves. But Shui Yutong wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lu Haotian. Don't argue with me anymore. We will go down and rescue Brother Tiger, and then withdraw immediately. If Brother Tiger is really injured, we will need your help. Shui Yutong was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, Then be careful. Walk. Lu Haotian immediately took Chang Chuan and climbed down the ladder. At this time, although there was a full moon in the sky, the light was almost completely blocked by the branches of the jungle. Only a little moonlight shone through the gaps between the branches. At first glance, the surroundings were still pitch black. Lu Haotian held his breath, frowned, and looked ahead, vaguely seeing some dark shadows on the ground in front of him. Chang Chuan followed behind Lu Haotian, not daring to breathe. This way. After finding the right direction, Lu Haotian immediately took Chang Chuan and rushed forward. Chang Chuan was terrified and didn't dare to be negligent at all. Holding an arrow feather in front of him to protect himself, he followed Lu Haotian closely. Baji! Baji! Suddenly, a strange sound from the front aroused Lu Haotian's vigilance. What's that sound? Lu Haotian looked carefully and saw a person lying 5 meters in front of him, or to be more precise, a corpse. There was a dark shadow next to it, crouching over the corpse. The sound just now was made by the dark shadow on the ground. He took another step forward and saw a pupil with a faint glow staring at him. Lu Haotian instantly took a breath of cold air. Hiss. Komodo dragon. When Lu Haotian discovered the monitor lizard also discovered Lu Haotian. The monitor lizard stuck out its tongue, turned towards Lu Haotian, and made a strange sound that seemed to carry a hint of threat. Lu Haotian was startled and instinctively glanced at the corpse on the ground next to him. Seeing that it was Qin Ming's clothes, not Shui Wenhu's, Lu Haotian breathed a sigh of relief. And the strange sound just now was the sound of the monitor lizard gnawing on Qin Ming. Vomit. Chang Chuan couldn't stand it and almost vomited. Lu Haotian quickly pulled Chang Chuan to avoid it, not daring to confront the monitor lizard head-on. With food, the monitor lizard watched the two uninvited guests, Lu Haotian and Chang Chuan, leave and was too lazy to chase them. Return to the original position and continue to gnaw on the prey just caught. Brother Tiger. After reaching a relatively safe place, Lu Haotian shouted hurriedly, trying to search for Shui Wenhu. Brother Tiger. There was no response, and Lu Haotian couldn't help but shout again. Well, don't come over here. It's dangerous down there. Suddenly, Shui Wenhu's weak voice came from not far away. Hearing that Shui Wenhu was still alive, Lu Haotian was shocked and rushed over with Chang Chuan. I saw Shui Wenhu sitting on the ground with his back against a big tree, feeling weak all over. Seeing two people running towards him, he had no sense of defense at all. Lu Haotian secretly thought that it was not good and quickly squatted beside Shui Wenhu. Brother Hu, how are you? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Haotian frowned and smelled a pungent smell of blood spreading around him. Ahem! Shui Wenhu coughed and pushed Lu Haotian weakly. He said, I can't do it anymore. You guys hurry up and leave. It's dangerous down there. The monsters are chasing us. Brother Tiger, you. Haotian, you heard me. I can't do it anymore, but you are the hope for all of us. Remember, your sister is still waiting for you. You must complete the game and go back to tell Chief Lei about the situation here. Also, I'm counting on you to help me with my little sister. I, Shui Wenhu, will owe you that. Ahem, let's go. As he said that, Shui Wenhu pushed Lu Haotian again. Maybe because he was too weak, he tilted his body and fell to the ground, passing out on the spot. Brother Tiger. Lu Haotian was frightened and reached out his hand to catch Shui Wenhu to prevent him from falling to the ground. However, when Lu Haotian touched Shui Wenhu, a look of fear appeared on his face. Lu Haotian looked in the direction his hand was touching and saw that Shui Wenhu's left sleeve was hanging in the air. The entire arm was broken and missing, and the sleeve was wet and covered in blood. Lu Haotian suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Based on the situation before him, he could guess what was going on without even thinking. It must be Shui Wenhu. He was just attacked by a Komodo dragon, and his entire arm was torn off. Brother Tian, what should we do? At this time, there were some subtle noises coming from all around, which made Chang Chuan frightened. Lu Haotian quickly tore off a piece of cloth and wrapped Shui Wenhu's broken arm to stop the bleeding. He said, let's go and carry Brother Hu back first. I'm strong. I'll carry Brother Tiger on my back, and you lead the way for us. Chang Chuan was very smart. He quickly squatted down and carried Shui Wenhu on himself. Lu Haotian did not delay and took Chang Chuan back along the same route they came. However, when passing by Qin Ming's body, Lu Haotian deliberately took 2 more steps. In order to avoid disturbing the monitor lizard that was eating, he might mistakenly think that he was trying to snatch the corpse and be attacked by it. Judging from the situation at the scene, the one that attacked Shui Wenhu and the one that bit Qin Chuan were definitely not the same monitor lizard. But just now, when he came down from the observation tower, Lu Haotian only found a monitor lizard. That means there are other monitor lizards. As they were about to reach the bottom of the observation deck, Lu Haotian quickly took off his coat. He tried to tie Shui Wenhu to Chang Chuan from behind and secure him firmly. Take Brother Tiger and go up slowly. I'll cover your rear. Okay, Brother Tian, be careful. As he said that, Chang Chuan carried Shui Wenhu on his back and began to climb with difficulty. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, a strange sound of footsteps came from far away. Lu Haotian looked carefully and saw 2 black shadows approaching him. Chapter 28. Shui Wenhu's broken arm is seriously injured. At this time, Chang Chuan had just climbed 2 or 3 steps carrying Shui Wenhu on his back. 2 giant lizards rushed over, and Lu Haotian had no time to attack them. What's more, the ladder of the observation tower is made of iron hanging. Due to years of disrepair, it is already rusty and its load-bearing capacity is very limited. It was quite risky for Chang Chuan to climb up with Shui Wenhu on his back, and it was also the load-bearing limit of the ladder. If Lu Haotian followed behind and climbed together, with the combined weight of the three of them, the ladder will surely fall, and then none of them will be able to escape. Lu Haotian stared with his eyes and gradually approached the monitor lizard. Then he glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw Chang Chuan climbing with Shui Wenhu on his back. Then he gritted his teeth, turned around, and ran in another direction. At the same time, he held two arrow feathers in his left and right hands and knocked them against each other, making a collision sound, attracting two monitor lizards. "Come on, come here." Lu Haotian's voice successfully attracted the two monitor lizards away. Give Chang Chuan enough time and opportunity to slowly climb up with Shui Wenhu on his back. Although monitor lizards like rotten corpses the most, Shui Wenhu's left arm was broken and blood was constantly flowing out. The strong smell of blood is also a temptation to monitor lizards. Shui Yutong and Luo Fei, who stayed on the observation deck, heard the noise and quickly climbed up the stairs to watch what was happening below. After discovering Chang Chuan's voice, the two couldn't help but feel happy. As Chang Chuan climbed closer step by step, Shui Yutong also saw clearly that Chang Chuan was carrying someone on his back. He was shocked on the spot. "Brother." I can't hold on any longer. Give me a hand." Chang Chuan gritted his teeth, climbed up 2 more steps, and spoke with difficulty. Shui Yutong and Luo Fei attacked at the same time, grabbing Chang Chuan and Shui Wenhu by the collars respectively and pulling them up hard. With the help of 2 people, Chang Chuan suddenly felt the pressure relieved a lot, and he climbed up in one go. Huff! Chang Chuan fell to the ground with Shui Wenhu on his back, and Shui Yutong hurried over to check on him. "Elder brother." But seeing that Shui Wenhu didn't respond at all, Shui Yutong suddenly became anxious. Asked Chang Chuan, "Chang Chuan, what happened to my brother?" "Brother whose arm is gone." Chang Chuan took a breath and said tiredly, "What did you say?" Shui Yutong's heart broke when she heard these words. With red eyes, he quickly helped Shui Wenhu up and began to check. Then he touched the empty sleeve of Shui Wenhu's left arm. Shui Yutong couldn't hold back her tears any longer. "Brother." No matter how Shui Yutong called out, Shui Wenhu never responded. "Brother, don't scare me, don't die." Seeing this, Chang Chuan quickly said, "Sister Yutong, brother who must have lost too much blood and passed out." Shui Yutong came back to his senses and quickly began to check his elder brother's injuries. He was shocked to see that Shui Wenhu's broken arm had been bandaged. Chang Chuan explained, "When we found Brother Tian saw that brother who was seriously injured and immediately bandaged brother who to stop the bleeding." Hearing this news, Shui Yutong felt warm inside. It can be said that Lu Haotian's subtle action saved his brother's life. When a person is seriously injured, it is often not necessarily fatal. The fatal point is the point of blood loss. Some injuries will cause bleeding. If the bleeding cannot be stopped in time, even a minor injury can be life-threatening. Call. The temperature dropped at night, and as the cool breeze blew, Shui Yutong shivered. "Move my brother to the tent quickly. He has lost too much blood and is unconscious. If he is exposed to the cold wind, his condition will easily get worse." Chang Chuan and Luo Fei did not dare to delay and hurriedly stepped forward to help, carrying Shui Wenhu into the tent together. Although there was nothing in the tent to keep out the cold. But with the tent, at least we can keep out the cold wind at night. Damn it, why is there another one? Under the observation deck, Lu Haotian successfully attracted 2 monitor lizards away from the ladder of the observation tower. Just as he was about to turn around and go back, he was suddenly blocked by a giant lizard. The 3 giant lizards surrounded Lu Haotian from the front and back, leaving him unable to move forward or backward. Seeing the giant lizard approaching, Lu Haotian suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. If he didn't leave now, he would end up like Shui Wenhu, or even worse. Tramp! The larger monitor lizard in front of him twisted its body and began to pounce towards him, even though he had 2 arrows in his hand. But Lu Haotian was very clear about these 2 things. There is no way to break the monitor lizard's defense, let alone cause any damage to it. Suddenly, Lu Haotian had an idea and looked behind him and saw 3 giant lizards approaching him together. Without thinking, Lu Haotian tightly grasped the arrow in his hand and quickly pounced towards the giant lizard in front of him. The monitor lizard didn't seem to expect that the prey in front of it would actually rush towards it. He immediately took a step forward as if he didn't recognize any of his relatives, opened his bloody mouth, and bit towards Lu Haotian with a ferocious momentum. Looking at the monitor lizard's sharp teeth and big mouth, Lu Haotian took a deep breath. Grasping the middle of the arrow feather tightly, he stabbed it hard into the monitor lizard's big mouth. Lu Haotian is not a fool. Even a knife may not be able to pierce the giant lizard's leather armor. It is impossible to break the monitor lizard's defense with only the arrows in his hand without the propulsion of a bow. I don't believe your words. They're as hard as your skin. The sharp arrow and the sharp blade pierced into the monitor lizard's mouth on the spot. The monitor lizard felt a pain and instinctively took a step back, trying to close its mouth. Thunder. Level D lightning. 12 energy points. Attacking the target will cause certain damage and a 2-second paralysis effect. In an instant, a flash of lightning appeared, briefly illuminating the surroundings. The lightning was released from Lu Haotian's hands and transmitted to the arrow feathers. The arrow feathers are made of copper, and the arrow body is made of other alloy materials. Among metal elements, alloys containing copper, silver, and other materials have higher conductivity. Alloy objects containing tin and zinc have low electrical conductivity. Under Lu Haotian's control, lightning began to transmit through the arrow feathers and flowed directly into the mouth of the giant lizard. Goo goo! The monitor lizard screamed, and its body froze on the spot. Beep! Use the D-level lightning talent to trigger the passive hide. This talent does not consume energy. Lu Haotian was stunned and overjoyed, but he did not dare to be careless. While the monitor lizard was electrocuted and paralyzed for 2 seconds, he quickly ran towards the stairs of the observation deck in front. Rub, rub, rub. Because he was worried about being chased by the giant lizard behind him, Lu Haotian climbed very quickly and reached the observation deck in the blink of an eye. Haotian! Everyone guarding on the lookout tower was delighted when they saw Lu Tianhao return. How's Brother Tiger? Shui Yutong's face darkened instantly, and he glanced at Shui Wenhu, who was resting in the tent. My brother has been in a coma, Lu Haotian said solemnly. Not good. Shui Yutong was stunned and asked quickly. Haotian, what did you say? Lu Haotian gritted his teeth and said, in addition to being poisonous, there are also many bacteria in the mouth of the monitor lizard. Once bitten, the bleeding will not stop. I'm worried that Tiger will die even if the poison doesn't work. They may not be able to hold on due to excessive blood loss or bacterial infection. Shui Yutong suddenly became anxious. Haotian, you must save my brother. Chapter 29, Difficult Decision. If it were someone else, Lu Haotian would definitely not care. But Shui Wenhu was different, although he and Shui Wenhu had only met a few times. But in the first game, Shui Wenhu saved himself. If Shui Wenhu hadn't helped me that time, I would have died in the mouth of zombies long ago. Not to mention, being able to return to reality and see my younger sister. By then, my younger sister will have no one to take care of her, and it can be said that she is losing 2 lives at the cost of 1 person. Another thing was that when I was coming out of the hospital with my younger sister, I met Jin Zifei and Ling Xinran. It was also with Shui Wenhu's introduction that I had the opportunity to meet Commander Lei. He negotiated with Chief Lei in exchange for his younger sister's hope of survival. Lu Haotian has an indescribable feeling for Shui Wenhu. I am not a saint, but I am a human being with flesh and blood, and I value friendship. I owe Shui Wenhu so much, it's time to pay him back. Yutong, don't worry. Brother who has done me a favor. Now that brother who is injured, I will not abandon him. Although Lu Haotian expressed his opinion in public, he was still a little nervous inside. This is a Doomsday game, and it's set in the wild jungle. Where can we find healing supplies? Brother Tian, what are you going to do? Suddenly, Changchuan couldn't help but ask curiously. This question stumped Lu Haotian. Lu Haotian gritted his teeth and said, brother who is so seriously injured, he must be treated as soon as possible. But this is a wild jungle, and there is no medicine to be found. Shui Yutong asked anxiously, what should we do then? Now we can only wait until daybreak, and then I will set off immediately. Yutong will lead the way, and Changchuan and I will take turns carrying Brother Tiger. Seeing that his brother was injured and unconscious, Shui Yutong was a little worried. Do you want to continue on your journey? Lu Haotian said. We have been walking through dense jungle all the way, and we have not found anything useful. Now we can only put all our hopes on finding a supply station or a medicine box halfway along the way. Shui Yutong couldn't help but ask, what if we still have nothing halfway through? Lu Haotian's face darkened, and he looked again at Shui Wenhu, who was unconscious in the tent. He gritted his teeth and said, then we can only speed up and rush to the end, collect the 3 keys, and leave here. No matter how serious the injury is, as long as you complete the game, you can be healed when you are teleported back. Listening to Lu Haotian's words, Chang Chuan couldn't help but be stunned. Brother Tian, how did you know? Lu Haotian hesitated for a moment and said cryptically, this is a game program. I have seen a person who has completed the game before. He was seriously injured in the game, and he was healed in the process of returning to reality. Really? It's amazing. Chang Chuan listened and said excitedly. In that case, brother whose broken arm can also be restored. Shui Yutong was also stunned and fell in a deep thought, as if analyzing what Lu Haotian said. If I remember correctly, it was in the first level of the game. My brother and I got some scratches while playing the game. But after returning to reality, all the wounds disappeared. Perhaps just as Lu Haotian said, as long as we collect 3 keys and reach the end of the game. My brother will survive, and his broken arm will be restored. Okay, as soon as there's a little light, we'll set off immediately, and I'll lead the way. Immediately, Shui Yutong's eyes turned cold. Huff, huff, huff. It is a few hundred meters away from the observation deck. I saw a group of people walking quickly. Yang Hong held Sun Mei's hand and followed closely behind them. The two fell several times along the way, but they did not dare to hesitate. He got up, and without even bothering to brush the dirt off his body, he continued to chase. We were deep in the jungle and late at night. If they can't keep up with the people in front, the couple will be abandoned here. By then, with their abilities, it would be impossible for them to survive in the forest with bare hands. Old, husband, I can't run anymore. After running around for a while, Sun Mei's legs felt a little weak. Yang Hong gritted his teeth and held Sun Mei's hand tightly. Said, hold on a little longer. It should be here soon. Suddenly, Yang Hong's eyes lit up, and he saw a fire not far ahead, which should be a fire made by someone. After looking at Su Li and the others, he also stopped. This should be where Su Li and his friends will stay tonight. Yang Hong and Sun Mei ran over with gritted teeth, squatted on the ground, and gasped for breath. Brother, who are these 2 people? Suddenly, a guy with a tattoo on his neck appeared in the crowd. After seeing Yang Hong and Sun Mei, he couldn't help but ask Su Li. This person is Su Li's brother Su Fei. In reality, he hung out with Su Li, committed many crimes, and was wanted by many people. The 2 were originally doomed to die, but unexpectedly, they were chosen by the game and teleported here. The 2 had a feeling of rebirth, relying on a fierce and ruthless energy. He immediately subdued several guys with the same viciousness as himself and formed a special team. Su Li glanced at the 2 people behind him and said, we just attacked that group of people and accidentally subdued these 2 guys. Su Fei is different from his elder brother, Su Li. He is cautious in everything he does. He asked, brother, why did you bring all these people back? Are these 2 guys reliable? Su Li smiled coldly. We were observing secretly just now and just happened to catch the 2 of them. Then they kidnapped the woman and threatened the man to go back and steal their weapons. Then a sneak attack was launched, and now there's no way for the 2 of them to go back. Interesting. Su Fei couldn't help but smile. After seeing Sun Mei, an evil thought suddenly arose in his mind. I couldn't help but reach out and wipe Sun Mei's face and said, I didn't expect this woman to be so good-looking. Ah, what are you doing? Sun Mei was frightened and pushed Su Fei's hand away. Yang Hong also quickly stood in front of Sun Mei and said, don't touch my wife. Wife? So they're a couple. Su Fei looked at the 2 of them with a smirk on his face. Su Li frowned slightly and reminded, okay, Xiao Fei, stop messing around. We must be more alert today. Just now when we came back, we encountered a giant lizard. Su Fei couldn't help but be surprised. What? The monitor lizards have already chased here? I didn't expect these guys to crawl so fast. Su Li said, it's not safe tonight. Everyone should go to the trees to sleep to avoid being attacked by the giant lizard. We will set out as soon as tomorrow morning comes. Then we will find that group of people and kill the remaining guys. After hearing this, Su Fei asked curiously, brother, those guys are not a threat to us. Why are you targeting them? Did they have any problems with you before? Su Li shook his head. There is no grudge between us. It's just that they have what we need. What? Weapons? Or food? They have the key needed to clear the level. a red key. Chapter 30. The Strange Woman in a Wedding Dress. Lu Fei. The atmosphere at the scene became very tense, and Lu Haotian couldn't help but shout. Hearing Lu Haotian shout, Lu Fei quickly responded, "Brother Tian, what's the matter?" Lu Haotian said, "Tomorrow we will each have our own division of labor. You will stay with me and Chang Chuan. No matter what happens, keep yourself safe first." "Okay, I understand, Brother Tian, thank you." Lu Fei was filled with gratitude for being taken in by Lu Haotian. "I want you to watch over Brother Tiger tonight. Is that okay?" Lu Haotian glanced at Shui Wenhu and spoke again. Hearing Lu Haotian's words, Shui Yutong was stunned for a moment. "Me?" Lu Fei was a little confused. Lu Haotian explained, "We have to speed up our journey tomorrow morning. Chang Chuan and I will take turns carrying Brother Tiger. Yutong is also responsible for clearing the way and avoiding risks. We need to maintain sufficient energy." As he spoke, Lu Haotian glanced at the unconscious Shui Wenhu. He continued, "Brother Tiger is still in danger, so we must have someone to watch over him." Lu Fei immediately understood what Lu Haotian meant. He nodded quickly and said, "I understand. I'll watch over Brother Tiger tonight. You guys should get some rest." "It's okay. I'll go with you," Shui Yutong said a little embarrassedly. Lu Fei quickly said, "Sister Yuding, you will lead the team tomorrow, which will consume a lot of energy. You should also have a good rest. I will look after Brother Tiger by myself tonight." "But Shui Yutong wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lu Fei. "I know you're worried about Brother Hu. I'll keep an eye on him. If there's anything wrong with Brother Hu, I'll call you." Seeing Lu Fei being so confident, Shui Yutong could only put on a look of gratitude. "Thank you very much," Lu Fei said from the bottom of his heart. "You're welcome, brother who has helped us a lot. This is what I should do. My brother is injured and tomorrow's mission is very heavy. The safety of everyone along the way is in my hands. If you don't get enough rest, you won't be able to put your full energy into traveling tomorrow." Even if she couldn't fall asleep at the moment, Shui Yutong planned to force herself to fall asleep. Lu Haotian and Chang Chuan also leaned back to back, folded their arms, and closed their eyes to rest. Lu Haotian couldn't sleep all night, feeling a huge pressure hanging over him. With the cooperation of Shui Wenhu and Shui Yutong, he could be said to be safe along the way. If Shui Wenhu falls now, the combat effectiveness of the entire team will be greatly reduced. If I really encounter any danger in the next 2 days, I will not be able to escape. Is it really going to fail here this time? What should I do, little sister? If I can't go back, I will be very disappointed. No, I must go back alive. Not only would he go back himself, but he would also take Shui Wenhu with him. As they had important matters on their minds, the three of them closed their eyes and went to sleep very late. Lu Fei also watched over Shui Wenhu very seriously and kept an eye on his situation at all times. Just when several people fell asleep, on a big tree not far from the lookout tower, there was a dark shadow lying there. His eyes were fixed on the people on the observation deck, as if he was thinking about something. Soon, the dark shadow also lay there, slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. 3 hours later, the sky began to brighten and several people woke up one after another. Lu Haotian stood on the observation deck and looked down. He said, "The giant lizards have left. Although the light is weak now, it will not hinder our progress. We can slow down first, wait until it's completely light, and then speed up." After hearing this, Shui Yutong nodded, completely agreeing with Lu Haotian's opinion. "You guys get ready. I'll go down and check it out first. Yutong, you stay up there and observe. Pay attention to see if there is any movement around me when I go down." Shui Yutong nodded. "Okay." After saying that, Lu Haotian took the things, climbed down the ladder, and looked around cautiously. There were some dragging marks on the ground, and the blood had dried with the cool breeze. Qin Ming's body also disappeared, probably dragged away by the lizard last night. While Lu Haotian was checking below, Shui Yutong also stood on the observation deck, carefully observing everything around him. After ensuring the safety of the surrounding environment from different positions, the two began to prepare for action. Lu Haotian waved at the stage and said, "It's safe around here. Let's go. Send Brother Hu down first. His injuries are very serious. If you delay any further, I'm afraid he won't survive today." Suddenly, a voice sounded in the jungle, which frightened Lu Haotian so much that he shuddered all over. "Who?" Lu Haotian instinctively turned around and held the arrow tightly with both hands. I looked vigilantly in the direction of the sound, but didn't see any figure. It wasn't just Lu Haotian when the voice rang out. Even the people on the observation deck were very nervous. Chang Chuan, who was originally preparing to climb down, climbed back and looked at the situation below vigilantly. "Who are you? Don't hide. Come out and speak if you have the guts." Not finding any target, Lu Haotian couldn't help but say anxiously. After waiting for a while, the voice sounded again. "If I come out, can you promise that you and your people will not attack me?" This time it was Lu Haotian's turn to be stunned. From this, it can be judged that the person who spoke was not the group led by Su Li yesterday. Lu Haotian quickly said, "It depends on your own actions. As long as you have no hostility, I promise not to use force." After saying this, Lu Haotian felt something was wrong and quickly spoke again. "This is the Doomsday game. We contestants should help each other, right?" "Jungle," that voice sounded again. "Put your things away and I'll come out." Lu Haotian was stunned for a moment, then placed the arrow in his hand on the ground at his feet and raised his hands to signal. "I put the weapon on the ground as you asked. I have nothing in my hands now. You can come out now." After a while, a figure was seen slowly walking out of the jungle. Lu Haotian took a closer look and shuddered instantly. It is not difficult to see that the other person is a female figure, tall with long flowing hair. Because of the limited light beam in the sky at this moment, it is impossible to see the other person's face clearly. However, judging from the other party's attire, it was still a bit creepy. Just because the other person was wearing white, and it was a Western-style, white short skirt wedding dress. In this forest, it was already dawn. Along with the appearance of a little mist, a woman in a white wedding dress suddenly appeared. Lu Haotian's first reaction was, "Is this guy a human? Or an NPC female, ghost in the game?" Seeing that the other party was about to approach, Lu Haotian suddenly felt a little scared. "Stop! Don't come over here yet." Hearing Lu Haotian's words, the woman was a little stunned and stopped instinctively. Looking at Lu Haotian, he asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Haotian pointed at the woman in the wedding dress. With a nervous look on his face, he said, Are you a contestant in the game? Or a female ghost in the game? If you don't explain clearly, don't come over here." Lu Haotian was shocked. Could this be a female ghost from some game? Chapter 31, Healing Talent. Looking at the strangely dressed woman who suddenly appeared in front of me, Lu Haotian was very nervous. Especially, think about the zombie dogs and zombies in the first level of the game. There are also giant crocodiles, poisonous snakes, and monitor lizards encountered in this forest of death. Lu Haotian's mind instantly began to conjure up various scenes, including some female characters and horror elements. After thinking for a long time, Lu Haotian still couldn't figure it out. Which horror character does this woman in a white wedding dress belong to? I just hate that I don't watch enough movies and TV. Look at Lu Haotian's reaction. Although the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Su Wenshu couldn't help laughing out loud. This laughter made Lu Haotian even more horrified. "It's so fucking creepy." Lu Haotian quickly picked up the 2 arrow feathers on the ground, holding them in his hands, one on the left and one on the right. What are you laughing at? Also, don't come over here." Looking at Lu Haotian's nervous expression, Su Wenshu stopped and dared not take another step forward. He was afraid that Lu Haotian would do something out of line and hurt himself. Seeing the woman in the wedding dress stop, Lu Haotian's nervousness was relieved a lot. At least the other person can still understand what I say, or is willing to talk to me. After calming down a little, Lu Haotian asked the woman in the wedding dress again, "Are you a human or a ghost?" "Female ghost." Puff! This time, Su Wenshu couldn't help laughing out loud. Seeing this, Lu Haotian gritted his teeth and said quickly, "Don't laugh. I'm asking you seriously." Su Wenshu smiled and said, "You were so brave yesterday to save your companion. I didn't expect that I would become a coward now." Lu Haotian was stunned and his face suddenly turned red. Being called a coward by a woman is something a man cannot tolerate. "Who are you calling a coward?" Su Wenshu curled her lips and said, "You are the only one who is so afraid of me. If you are not a coward, what are you?" Lu Haotian looked at the other person again. I couldn't help but ask, "Are you a human? A contestant selected by the game? What do you think?" As Su Wenshu spoke, she showed her watch to prove her identity as a contestant. Lu Haotian's inner tension dissipated instantly, and he slightly put down the arrow in his hand. Asked, "Why are you wearing this outfit to participate in the game? Are you here to make fun of me? What's it to you?" Su Wenshu said unhappily, pouting her lips. Coming back to his senses, Lu Haotian suddenly remembered something important. He quickly asked, "You just said that brother whose injury was serious and he would be in danger. How did you know that?" Su Wenshu glanced at Lu Haotian and said, "I saw everything that happened yesterday. So I know about your companion's injuries, and in reality, I am a doctor." "Are you a doctor?" Lu Haotian was stunned, then instantly filled with surprise, and quickly ran towards Su Wenshu. Before Su Wenshu could react, Lu Haotian grabbed Su Wenshu's hand, turned around, and ran away. "What are you doing?" Su Wenshu was startled and wanted to struggle, but Lu Haotian held her wrist tightly. Lu Haotian dragged Su Wenshu directly to the observation deck. Pointing at the ladder, he said, "Since you are a doctor, hurry up and help me check on brother whose condition." Su Wenshu gave Lu Haotian a cold look, rubbed her wrist, and then climbed up the ladder. "Yutong, this player's real profession is a doctor. I asked her to take a look at brother who." Lu Haotian followed him up to the observation deck and quickly introduced her to Shui Yutong. Shui Yutong also said with joy, "Doctor, that's great. Please save my brother as soon as possible. Let me take a look first." Su Wenshu squatted down, gently unwrapped the package around Shui Wenhu's left arm, and took a look at the wound. It might be because when the bandage was removed, Shui Wenhu's wound was affected. The unconscious Shui Wenhu only let out a slight groan. "Well," Su Wenshu sighed. "What's wrong?" Shui Yutong's expression suddenly turned ugly, and he asked quickly. Su Wenshu said in a serious tone, "Your brother's wound has changed, and the signs are very obvious. This is caused by a bacterial or viral infection. If we don't find an antidote, your brother's life will be in danger." Shui Yutong was so anxious that she burst into tears on the spot. "This is a horror game world, and there's only jungle all around. Where can I find the antidote?" Just when everyone was feeling dejected, Su Wenshu suddenly spoke. He said, "Everything in the world is interdependent and mutually exclusive. Although this is a jungle, there are things that can restrain the lizard virus." "What?" Lu Haotian was stunned and asked immediately. Su Wenshu said slowly, "In nature, some creatures have amazing immune systems, such as crocodiles." "Crocodile?" Everyone was shocked, as if they were recalling the giant crocodile they encountered yesterday. Su Wenshu explained, "Crocodile blood contains powerful antimicrobial peptides and super immune cells. You could say that in some cases, crocodiles are the nemesis of lizards." Chang Chuan couldn't help but blurt out, "You mean, let's go catch a crocodile? Let the crocodile give Tiger Brother a blood transfusion?" "But there is no blood transfusion equipment here." Su Wenshu rolled her eyes at Chang Chuan and said, "You're so smart to give people crocodile blood." Chang Chuan asked hurriedly, "What is that?" Su Wenshu said, "I think you should understand everyone who was brought into the game. Everyone is given a gift, and my gift is healing." Chang Chuan was delighted. "Then what are you waiting for? Treat brother who as soon as possible." Su Wenshu shook her head. "My healing talent is low, and I can only treat ordinary injuries at present. I can only perform healing twice per game, but my talent also allows me to have some extraction abilities." After Su Wenshu finished speaking, Lu Haotian was completely stunned. "You mean you can extract the antimicrobial peptide from the crocodile's body and use it to treat Tiger?" Su Wenshu nodded and praised. "You are worthy of being their leader. Your IQ is indeed much higher than some people." As she spoke, Su Wenshu glanced at Chang Chuan beside her. "Base." After hearing what Su Wenshu said, Lu Haotian suddenly stood up, scaring the people around him. Chang Chuan instinctively blurted out, "Brother Tian, what are you going to do?" Lu Haotian looked down and saw Shui Wenhu lying unconscious on the ground. Said, "There are still 2 days left, not to mention whether we can take Brother Tiger out of the game. Given our current situation, I'm afraid it will be a problem for us to reach the ports safely. I decided to go back and find the crocodile, kill it and save Tiger Brother." Shui Yutong said worriedly, "That crocodile is huge. How can you kill it?" Lu Haotian glanced at the unconscious Shui Wenhu and said with a heavy face, "If you don't try, how do you know if it works?" "I'll go with you." Shui Yutong stood up. Chapter 32. Single-handedly challenged the giant crocodile. Hearing from Lu Haotian, he wanted to go back and kill the giant crocodile to save his brother. Shui Yutong was deeply moved and decided to take the risk with Lu Haotian. Lu Haotian shook his head and refused on the spot. "You stay. I will go alone." "What?" Shui Yutong was a little surprised and said, "You are crazy, such a big crocodile. You can't kill it by yourself. I'll go with you." Lu Haotian questioned, "Your talent is not an offensive talent. How can you help me? I. Shui Yutong was speechless for a moment. Lu Haotian couldn't help but said, "You come with me just to add another side dish to the crocodile. Do you want to feed the crocodile with me and starve it to death?" Shui Yutong gritted her teeth in anger. "You are not serious." Lu Haotian continued, "You stay here to protect them. I will go by myself. If I'm not back in 2 hours, you can continue on your way and don't have to wait for me." After saying that, Lu Haotian began to prepare the things that could be used. Shui Yutong quickly handed the quiver in her hand to Lu Haotian. "These arrows are very sharp. You can use them." Chang Chuan also hurriedly handed over the dagger in his hand. "Brother Tian, this is the dagger you gave me before." Lu Haotian said, "I'll take the dagger, and as for the arrows, I'll take 2. Keep the rest for yourselves. It won't be of much use to me." Su Wenshu suddenly said, "I saw that man yesterday. He stole your bows and arrows and threw them down. It's hanging on that tree over there, but I can't reach it by myself." When Lu Haotian heard this, he quickly said, "Really? That's great. Chang Chuan, help Yutong take down the bow and arrows. Together with these arrows, you can use them to defend yourselves." "Yes, Brother Tian." As he spoke, Lu Haotian nodded at everyone. Then he went down the stairs and quickly walked back along the route everyone had taken. The traps on this route were either destroyed or marked by Shui Wenhu. In order to save time, and also to buy time for Shui Wenhu, Lu Haotian ran at an extremely fast speed. In fact, Lu Haotian knew very well in his heart that he did not want to take this risk. But if Shui Wenhu really died here, Shui Yutong would definitely collapse. By then, the team would have suffered heavy losses, and I would not be able to complete the mission alive, clear the game, and leave. Therefore, Shui Wenhu must not die. Especially later on, there might be other dangers. In addition, Lu Haotian concluded that the crocodile was somewhat special and must be a hidden character in the game. As long as you kill it, you will definitely get some special rewards. Even if there are no rewards, there will be special points. Lu Haotian stared at the front and jogged quickly and suddenly stopped somewhere. He walked towards the big tree next to him and carefully pried something with a dagger. Animal trap. This was discovered yesterday when Shui Wenhu was leading the way as everyone was moving forward. Lu Haotian clearly remembered that Shui Wenhu said at that time that animal traps were also divided into large, medium, and small. This large trap is obviously used to hunt ferocious wild animals such as brown bears. There were 3 traps in total. We used arrow feathers to pick them up and continued on our way. We soon arrived at the ravine where we were yesterday. Slowly approaching the ravine, we could clearly see the giant crocodile resting inside. However, what surprised Lu Haotian was that there were a lot of bloodstains and some torn clothes in the gully. Are people from other contestant groups caught in the attack? As if sensing someone approaching, the giant crocodile suddenly opened its eyes and looked in the direction of Lu Haotian. Just by looking at each other, Lu Haotian felt a tremendous pressure. He couldn't help swallowing, seeming to regret his impulsiveness. "Call!" Lu Haotian took a deep breath and walked along the side of the ravine towards the direction away from the crocodile. Place 3 bear traps on the ground and hook one of them with the arrow feathers. Slowly place it somewhere in the ravine. After everything was ready, Lu Haotian picked up the stones around him and threw them towards the crocodile. Boom! The stone hit the crocodile's head accurately, and the crocodile instantly became furious, opening its bloody mouth and showing its ferocity. Pa! Lu Haotian squatted down and knocked on the edge of the ravine with the arrow feather, making bursts of sounds. Attract the crocodile to come closer, and then open its mouth wide to bite the swinging arrow feathers. Bang! Suddenly, there was a sound of metal closing. Cuckoo! The crocodile let out a scream of pain. I saw Lu Haotian luring the crocodile. The crocodile accidentally stepped on the trap that Lu Haotian had placed in the ditch. Although crocodiles have thick skin and flesh, this large trap is specifically used to hunt large wild animals such as brown bears. The animal trap consists of a spring, a wrench, a clamp, and a gear. When an animal steps on the trigger plate of the trap, the pressure on the trigger plate is transmitted to the spring through the wrench. The spring is thus compressed and accumulates elastic potential energy. When a certain point is reached, the splints snap together violently, trapping the animal. This large animal trap is equipped with gears to increase the strength of the splint and keep it firm. In addition, the gears can triple the force of the cleat, making it possible to catch larger animals. This kind of trap can even catch a brown bear, so the crocodile in front of us is certainly no problem. The crocodile was very angry as its left front paw was caught in the trap. It kept struggling back and forth, but to no avail. Seeing that his method worked, Lu Haotian no longer hesitated and threw the remaining 2 traps down. A magical scene appeared. When faced with objects flying from above, the crocodile regards them as intruders into its territory and simply opens its mouth wide to bite them. As a wild jungle crocodile, its hunting ability is very strong. It bit one of the traps thrown by Lu Haotian in one bite. Crack! When the trap is hit by force, the mechanism is instantly triggered and the crocodile's upper jaw is directly clamped. The sharp teeth of the trap pierced through the crocodile's upper jaw. In an instant, the scene in the ravine became unbearable to look at. The crocodile, in pain, rolled back and forth in the gully, like a raging river or sea, splashing the mud in the gully everywhere. I don't know how long it took, but the noise inside finally stopped. The crocodile lay motionless in the mud, which made Lu Haotian feel confused. Is he dead? Why is there no reward hint? Isn't this guy a hidden character in the game? Picking up a stone on the ground, Lu Haotian threw it at the crocodile. The stone hit the crocodile and bounced off, but the crocodile still kept its eyes closed and did not move. Lu Haotian was still a little worried, so he picked up a few more stones and threw them over, but there was still no movement. It looks like he's really dead. As he spoke, Lu Haotian slowly lay down, holding the dagger and approached carefully, and soon he was next to the crocodile. The crocodile's back is covered with scales, which are extremely hard, but its abdomen was relatively soft, and Lu Haotian was holding a dagger. The plan is to cut the crocodile's abdomen, take its flesh and blood, and bring it back to Brother Tiger for treatment. Base! Suddenly, a terrifying eyeball opened and locked onto Lu Haotian, the uninvited guest. What? Before Lu Haotian could react, the crocodile, which had been motionless, opened its mouth wide and bit towards Lu Haotian's head. Fuck! Chapter 33. He is not my boyfriend. Lu Haotian never dreamed that the crocodile in front of him was so cunning. He actually pretended to be dead to trick himself into taking the bait. Looking at the bloody mouth opening towards him, a blank appeared in Lu Haotian's mind. Damn, I really came all the way here to deliver takeout to this guy. Lu Haotian was very unwilling. I can't die. Seeing that the crocodile's big mouth was about to bite him, Lu Haotian suddenly woke up. He instinctively stretched out his left hand to block the crocodile's big mouth and protect his head. Survive with a broken arm? Exchange head for head? Ding! Lu Haotian's left hand just grabbed the crocodile's upper jaw, which was the location where the trap was clamped. Lu Haotian grabbed the trap on the crocodile's upper jaw with force to prevent the crocodile from biting his hand. The position of the trap is such that the upper end is clamped on the crocodile's nose, and the lower end is stuck on the upper jaw of the crocodile's mouth. No matter how angry the huge and powerful crocodile is, its teeth cannot reach the trap. The pain and the intrusion of the uninvited guest made the crocodile very angry. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get rid of the trap in his mouth. Seeing that biting was fruitless, the crocodile finally became angry. He immediately turned around, swung his tail like a steel whip, and lashed at Lu Haotian fiercely. Lu Haotian was immediately shocked. With the strength of this crocodile, its tail could easily break a big tree. If this whip were to hit me, I would be crippled if not killed. Lu Haotian was startled and reflexively jumped back, rolling on the ground to avoid the crocodile's tail attack. Bang! The crocodile's tail passed in front of Lu Haotian and swept heavily on the wall on one side of the ravine. The walls cracked and rubble flew everywhere. Oh my goodness, if I get hit by this, I'm afraid I'll be really ruined. Seeing the crocodile's strength, Lu Haotian couldn't help but be shocked. Surprised, the crocodile saw that its attack failed and immediately turned around and continued to rush towards Lu Haotian. Come again. After seeing the crocodile's power, Lu Haotian did not dare to be careless and instinctively retreated. However, crocodiles crawl very fast. Especially in this quagmire, Lu Haotian couldn't outrun the crocodile at all and was soon caught up. Perhaps the crocodile knew that there was something stuck in its upper jaw and it could not open its mouth directly to attack. When the crocodile approached Lu Haotian, it suddenly accelerated and crashed directly into Lu Haotian. Lu Haotian was knocked out on the spot and fell heavily into the mud. Hole! Lu Haotian did not dare to be careless. After falling down, he ignored the pain and felt the ground continuing to shake, so he immediately rolled on the ground. Bang! The crocodile pounced on the place where Lu Haotian was just now, splashing mud and sand. After witnessing the crocodile's power, Lu Haotian knew the gap between the two. He gritted his teeth and rolled over onto the crocodile's back. Then lie down and hold the crocodile tightly with your limbs to avoid being thrown off. Feeling Lu Haotian on its back, the crocodile struggled violently but was unable to shake Lu Haotian off. After some operations, the crocodile seemed a little tired. In addition, when you move, the trap on your upper jaw will cause you even more pain. There's no other way, let's fight. Lu Haotian gritted his teeth. Thunder consumes 12 energy points. Attacking the target will cause a certain amount of damage and a 2-second paralysis effect. Beep. Use the D-level lightning talent, trigger the passive hide, and increase the strength attribute by 3 points. Passive triggered? Lu Haotian didn't have time to check the attribute column and saw that the crocodile stopped because of his lightning. Only 2 seconds. He quickly took out a dagger from his waist with his right hand and stabbed it directly into the crocodile's eyeball, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Puff! After the first slash, Lu Haotian did not dare to stop. He immediately pulled out the knife and stabbed in the second and third times. In just 2 seconds, Lu Haotian stabbed 4 times. After 4 slashes, the lightning paralysis effect on the crocodile disappeared. The intense pain instantly attacked the crocodile's nerves, and it immediately began to twist wildly. This time, the crocodile's struggle was more frantic than before, and Lu Haotian held the crocodile tightly. At the same time, his right hand held the dagger tightly and turned it frantically. It directly smashed the crocodile's eye sockets into pieces, causing lasting damage to the crocodile. I don't know how long it took, but the crocodile's struggling strength became weaker and weaker. In the end, no matter how Lu Haotian stirred the dagger in his hand, the crocodile did not move at all. Congratulations to contestant number 13 for successfully killing a Nile crocodile and receiving 10 bonus points. Great! After entering the game, I successfully spent 100 points to upgrade to level 1, and only 2 points were left. After killing the venomous snake, you get a 10-point reward. Now you get another 10-point reward for killing the Nile, which adds up to 22 points. According to Lu Haotian's understanding of the game, as long as he collects 100 points, he can upgrade again. 3 points of strength attribute value and 10 points of game bonus points. This is the fruit of victory that Lu Haotian exchanged for his life. Considering the danger here, Lu Haotian did not dare to delay and quickly pulled out the dagger that was stuck in the crocodile's eye. At first, Lu Haotian just wanted to cut off a small piece of meat and take it back to Su Wenshu for extraction. Gurgle! Suddenly, Lu Haotian's stomach made a sound, and this time he thought about the food. After taking a look at the giant crocodile in front of him, Lu Haotian cut off the crocodile's entire tail without hesitation. After testing the weight, Lu Haotian put away the dagger, climbed out of the ravine carrying the tail, and returned along the same route. With this tail, not only can we provide treatment for Brother Hu, but we can also solve the problem of food for everyone today. Lu Haotian was in a very good mood at the moment, and he couldn't help but speed up his walking. Ever since Lu Haotian left, Chang Chuan has been standing on the observation deck, watching Lu Haotian's figure. More than an hour passed. Su Wenshu couldn't help but sigh. I killed him. He is just an ordinary person and can't beat a crocodile at all. Shui Yutong immediately said anxiously, Don't talk nonsense. Haotian is brave and resourceful. Since he has gone there, he must have a way. Looking at Shui Yunru's reaction and listening to Shui Yutong's words, Su Wenshu couldn't help but reveal a hint of curiosity. You trust him so much? He's your boyfriend? Shui Yutong was startled and blushed instantly. What nonsense are you talking about? We're just ordinary friends. We met in the game. Snort! Su Wenshu sneered. Men are unreliable. Don't expect him to come back. Maybe he has already abandoned us and ran away. I believe in Haotian. Suddenly, Chang Chuan spotted a figure, took a closer look, and immediately began to dance with excitement. It's Brother Tian. Brother Tian is back. Shui Yutong's face also lit up with joy, and he looked at Su Wenshu provocatively. Su Wenshu's face also looked a little surprised. I'll go down and help Brother Tian. Chang Chuan ran down quickly, and when he saw what Lu Haotian was carrying, he was shocked. Brother Tian, this is not only Brother Tiger's lifeline, but also our meal for today. Lu Haotian handed the crocodile tail to Chang Chuan, breathed a sigh of relief, and said with a smile, I'll be in charge of the barbecue today. Chang Chuan said excitedly. Chapter 34. 3 Conditions for Beauty. Shui Yutong was extremely happy to see Lu Haotian return safely. For a moment, I didn't know how to express it in words. The crocodile was so big that even with a few of us, we couldn't pull it back, so I just got a tail. Lu Haotian said to Su Wenshu. Brother Hu, I'm counting on you. As long as you can save Brother Hu, you can ask for any conditions. In order to get the other party to save Shui Wenhu, Lu Haotian couldn't help but state his conditions. He took a look at the tail that was still stained with blood. Su Wenshu said faintly, I do have one condition. No, three. As soon as Su Wenshu finished speaking, she immediately changed her words from 1 to 3. Hearing Su Wenshu's words, Shui Yutong suddenly became anxious. Don't ask for too much. Su Wenshu glanced at Shui Yutong and said nothing. Lu Haotian quickly pulled Shui Yutong behind him. He said to Su Wenshu, I don't know your name yet. Please introduce yourself. My name is Lu Haotian, and I'm their team leader. What about you? Su Wenshu. Lu Haotian silently remembered in his heart. Miss Su, since we have been brought into this Doomsday game, we should help each other. How about you tell me your 3 conditions first? As long as I can do it, I will definitely not be vague. Su Wenshu looked up at Lu Haotian and said, My 3 conditions are very simple. Tell me about it. 1. Help me kill a group of people. Remember, not just one person, but a group of people. Murder? Miss Su, this? Lu Haotian was stunned for a moment. He did not expect the other party to make such a request. 2nd, you have to take me with you and protect me to help me pass the game safely. Lu Haotian quickly said, That's no problem. As long as you save Brother Hu, we will never abandon you. Su Wenshu glanced at Lu Haotian. He said faintly, 3rd, if you can return to reality, you will go with me to get the certificate. Lu Haotian was a little confused and frowned. He asked, Go with you to get a certificate? What certificate? A medical qualification certificate? It's the marriage certificate, Su Wenshu said lightly. Shui Yutong was stunned after hearing this. Lu Haotian widened his eyes and asked in surprise, What? Lu Haotian never dreamed that the other party would actually ask him to go with her to get a marriage certificate. The plot of saving someone's life and repaying the debt with one's own life seems to be reversed. That? Looking at Lu Haotian hesitating, Su Wenshu said bluntly, If you refuse, I can choose not to save you. Lu Haotian said hurriedly, No, I agree. As long as you can save Brother Hu, I promise you. But, just what? Your 2nd condition is beyond doubt, but I really don't understand your 3rd condition. But the 1st condition is that you want me to kill someone for no reason. I can't do it. Su Wenshu glanced at Lu Haotian, said, They are all damn guys. If they are not killed, more innocent contestants will be killed. Lu Haotian was stunned. You mean you want me to kill the contestants in the game? Who are they? They're the group of people who attacked you yesterday. Su Wenshu said, her eyes full of hatred. Lu Haotian was a little surprised. You mean Group 23 headed by Su Li? They? Su Wenshu said with hatred. I am from Group 56. Although our group is not strong, we are very harmonious. We were united and had the confidence to get through the game together, but we ran into these guys. Team 56. Chang Chuan blurted out. What about the rest of your group? Su Wenshu's expression changed instantly. Looking at Chang Chuan, he gritted his teeth and said, Except for me, everyone else died tragically in their hands. Chang Chuan took a deep breath, as if recalling the scene he saw that day of Su Li and his team killing other groups. And those guys last night suddenly attacked everyone, resulting in the tragic deaths of Qin Ming, Zheng Hai, and Lu Haotian. Yang Hong and Sun Mei also betrayed everyone and joined that group. Chang Chuan was instantly enraged and punched the ground hard. Said, You are right, those guys in Group 23 really deserve to die. How about it? Do you agree to this or not? Su Wenshu looked at Lu Haotian and asked again. Lu Haotian took a deep breath. I did plan to kill them and take their keys. But Brother Tiger is injured, and our fighting power is greatly reduced. If we attack rashly, it will only be a thankless task. Su Wenshu rolled her eyes at Lu Haotian and said, Do you think they will let you go after what happened last night? Lu Haotian's expression changed slightly. I know those guys are also planning to take my keys, so I decided to change my route to avoid them. Su Wenshu sneered. Humph, childish. You are destined to become their prey. Chang Chuan was a little frightened and blurted out instinctively. What do you mean? 2 of you joined them. Do you know why the people from Group 23 didn't kill them? After listening to Su Wenshu's words, several people couldn't help but be stunned. This matter was indeed a bit strange. Why? Luo Fei couldn't help but ask. Su Wenshu explained. After the game starts, the system requires 5 people to form a team, and the team members are automatically bound. There is a radar positioning on the watch, which allows you to clearly see the information of other members of your team. Lu Haotian was shocked for a moment. You mean, the people from Group 23 won't kill them? Just want to use them to locate our coordinates? Exactly. In an instant, everyone at the scene looked at each other, cold sweats breaking out on their backs. If I don't have the key, the people in Group 23 will definitely not be interested in me. But now the key is in my hands, so Su Li and the others will definitely not let me go. Damn it. Lu Haotian felt upset for his negligence. Looking at Lu Haotian's expression, Su Wenshu asked again, "How is it? Should we talk about it again?" Lu Haotian took a deep breath. "As long as you can save Brother Hu, I can agree to your request. As long as they come to cause trouble for us, I will definitely not be polite to them." Su Wenshu nodded. "Okay, deal." As she spoke, Su Wenshu took out a syringe from her body and inserted it into the crocodile's tail. Just when everyone was puzzled, Su Wenshu clasped her hands together and began to display her talent. A green light flashed, and when Su Wenshu opened her palm, a small bottle filled with blue liquid appeared. Su Wenshu punched the upper part of Shui Wenhu's injured left arm for a while, and then injected the blue liquid into it. After all the operations were completed, Su Wenshu covered Shui Wenhu's wound with her hands. As the green light flashed again, the wound on Shui Wenhu's broken arm began to heal and form a scar. How amazing! Chang Chuan watched in fascination. The green light disappeared, and Su Wenshu clapped her hands. He stood up and said, "Okay, the treatment is over. With the serum we just gave him, we should be able to save his life for the time being." When Shui Yutong heard this, he immediately squatted down to check and asked, "Why hasn't my brother woken up yet?" He was injured too badly before, so he is prone to falling asleep. As for when he wakes up, it depends on his physical condition. "Well, what's wrong with me?" As he was speaking, Shui Wenhu made a slight sound. "Brother Tiger, elder brother." Chapter 35, New Rules. Seeing Shui Wenhu wake up, everyone was extremely excited. Shui Yutong, in particular, was about to burst into tears and threw herself into Shui Wenhu's arms. After Shui Wenhu regained consciousness, he looked at the people around him and asked in surprise, "I'm not dead. Brother Tiger, we met a new teammate, and she saved you." Lu Haotian quickly introduced Shui Wenhu. It's her Su Wenshu, who is a doctor in real life. "Doctor?" Shui Wenhu was a little surprised that he met a doctor here. "I felt a surge of emotion when I thought about how I had escaped death." Lu Haotian added, "Her talent is healing. She told me how to treat the bacteria in your wound." Healing talent? Shui Wenhu looked at his left arm and recalled what happened last night. He quickly stood up, bowed to Su Wenshu, and said, "Miss Su, thank you for saving me." Su Wenshu suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He quickly waved his hands awkwardly and said, "It's nothing. Actually, you shouldn't thank me, you should thank him." Su Wenshu pointed at Lu Haotian next to her and said, "If he hadn't found something to save you, I would be helpless." Shui Wenhu glanced at the crocodile's tail on the ground and saw that it was huge. Some were surprised and asked, "Where did the crocodile come from?" Shui Yutong said, "Brother, you were bitten by a monitor lizard and the wound is infected with bacteria. Only crocodile serum can save you." Haotian ran back alone, killed the crocodile, and brought back the tail of this one. Shui Wenhu was startled and grabbed Lu Haotian by the collar, gritting his teeth. "Brother, you." Shui Yutong was startled. "You silly boy, you actually took such a big risk. If anything happens to you, what will happen to your sister?" Lu Haotian raised his lips. "You saved me before, now I save you. It's only natural." "You little brat." Shui Wenhu cursed with a smile, let go of Lu Haotian, and patted his shoulder. "Okay, tell me what's going on now. What are your plans next?" Lu Haotian did not answer, but suddenly said, "Chang Chuan." Chang Chuan was stunned and quickly responded, "Brother Tian, what do you want me to do?" "I'm going to deploy the plan now. Please make a fire. Roast this crocodile tail and replenish everyone's energy." "Okay, leave it to me." Chang Chuan immediately began to prepare, and Luo Fei also went up to help. Lu Haotian said, "Qin Ming, Zheng Hai, and Luo Qin are dead. Yang Hong and Sun may have joined Group 23. Those people are planning to use the lightning of Yang Hong's watch to track us and take the key from me." Shui Wenhu's face suddenly turned gloomy. "I will never let those damn guys go." Lu Haotian added, "We only have one dagger now." Yutong's bow and arrows were recovered. 2 arrows were used up, so there are still 10 left. Shui One Who looked at Lu Haotian. You are not the kind of person who sits and waits for death. Have you already had a fight? Lu Haotian nodded and said, I decided to cross the middle first and get the blue key. Then we will take advantage of the fact that Team 23 is following us, strike back at them, and take the yellow key. Shui One Who said solemnly, with our current weapons, we really can engage in a head-on conflict with them. But if we have to ambush them in the jungle, they're no match for me with just a few of them. With Shui One Who's words, the morale of several people was greatly boosted. At least they were not as discouraged as before. Everyone, the meat is ready. You can come and eat. Suddenly, Chang Chuan greeted a few people. Very good. Smelling the aroma of the meat, several people suddenly became very happy and immediately gathered around to enjoy it. It is unimaginable to enjoy a barbecue in such an environment. As they ate the delicious food in their mouths, the unhappiness in everyone's hearts disappeared in a short moment. Ding ding! Suddenly, just when everyone was halfway through eating, the game prompt sounded. Everyone's faces instantly became solemn, and they listened attentively, afraid to miss any word. Game reminder. From yesterday to now, a full 24 hours have passed in the game. First of all, congratulations to the contestants who are listening to the game broadcast. The fact that you can hear this voice means you are still alive. Now we will report the news of the first day of this round of games. After one day, there are 370 contestants. Taking into account that some contestants are left alone, we will now change the rules of the game slightly. Single contestants or teams with less than 5 participants can merge to form new teams. In addition, the first team or contestant to reach the halfway point will receive a random item. Another special reminder. The second round of survival supply boxes will be delivered at 1800 hours today. The announcement is over. Good luck to all contestants. The broadcast format is mainly based on wristwatch communication, so everyone can hear it clearly. After the short broadcast, everyone felt stressed. Chang Chuan said quickly, it seems that we are lucky. Brother Tian has always advocated reaching the halfway point first. No one is faster than us at the moment. As long as we can arrive first, we can get an item. The others immediately nodded in agreement. At the same time, I was also glad that I did not follow Yang Hong's suggestion at that time, but chose Lu Haotian's decision. Haotian, you are worthy of being our leader. With you here, we can definitely complete the game. It seemed that Lu Haotian was in a bad mood. Shui One Who quickly patted his shoulder and said encouragingly. Lu Haotian just sighed, said, the game initially consisted of 500 people, but due to a failure to form a team, 10 people were wiped out. Now, after one day, there are only 370 people left, which means 120 people have been wiped out. Shui One Who gritted his teeth and said, so many people lost their lives innocently. Lu Haotian shook his head. Yesterday was just the beginning. 120 people died, and the difficulty will continue to increase in the future. The 370 survivors are equivalent to 74 teams, and the supply box drop tonight is to stimulate everyone. The game is a disguised way of making the contestants kill each other for supplies. As soon as Lu Haotian finished speaking, everyone's expressions changed suddenly. Pack up and get going immediately. We have to speed up today. Be the first one to reach the midway station and get the system reward and the second key. Lu Haotian made up his mind and immediately stood up and waved to everyone. After getting everything ready, everyone set off again. Shui One Who took the lead, and the others followed behind, rushing towards the halfway station. Brother, please. The game just said that the team can be reorganized, so let us join your team. 2 kilometers away, Yang Hong begged Su Li. Looking at Yang Hong, who was kneeling and begging in front of him, Su Li smiled coldly and rejected mercilessly. No. Chapter 36. Su Wenshu's Conditions. At this time, Yang Hong was somewhat desperate. I joined Lu Haotian's team in the early days, although I was a little unhappy about being led by that little kid. But at least the kid was polite to me and shared the food and drinks equally. Even when working, they worked together, instead of letting them drive us like we do now. According to Su Li, they are the real members of Group 23. Outsiders are not part of their group, so there must be class divisions. The only way is to join their group. However, I had already done what the other party asked, but was still rejected. We have already done what you asked. Why don't you let us join in? At least give us some food and water since I helped you. Yang Hong could never have imagined it in his dreams. I would actually kneel down and beg from such a social scum for such a little food. Su Li glanced at Yang Hong and threw the things in his hand to him. Then I'll reward you with some food. You. Looking at the half piece of bread thrown by Su Li, Yang Hong was so angry that he was shaking all over. There are two of us, and you give us half a loaf of bread. How are we supposed to eat it? Su Li smiled coldly. If you don't want to eat it, just bring it to me. You dislike it, but some people don't. Yang Hong was somewhat unwilling and held the bread tightly in his hand. How can we join your team? Su Li smiled and said, if you join us now, you must leave your original group and won't be able to locate them anymore. As long as you lead us to catch up with those guys as soon as possible and take the key from them, you will be ours. Then, Su Li glanced sideways at the two women tied up under a big tree. The two women's clothes were torn and their hands were tied with ropes. After being tied up under the tree for a whole night, he was now shivering with cold. Big brother, give me something to eat too. After seeing Su Li throw half a piece of bread to Yang Hong and his wife, the two couldn't help swallowing and said eagerly, hey, you want something to eat? Then let me see how you perform. As he spoke, Su Li revealed a wicked smile and walked towards the two women. He grabbed one of the women by the hair and, ignoring her screams, dragged her behind a tree. The poor woman did not dare to resist at all and tried her best to cater to Su Li. Puff! After a period of making love, Su Li did not give the woman any food. Instead, he drew the dagger from his waist and stabbed it into the woman's neck. Suddenly, blood gushed out, and the woman fell to the ground with her eyes wide open, unwillingly. Woo-woo! Seeing this scene, the other woman was already frightened, kneeling and begging Su Li, please don't kill me. Su Li grinned. The reason I killed her is because her foot was injured, which would only delay our journey. As he said that, Su Li threw down a piece of compressed biscuit. He sneered and said, eat, and we'll get ready to leave after you finish eating. As long as you behave well, I will let you live. The woman hurriedly picked up the biscuit and stuffed it into her mouth. At this point, the game broadcast ended. All contestants speed up and rush towards the front. Some people who were left alone met other teams by chance on the way and then formed a new team. Little do they know that this will become the biggest hidden danger in the game. Brother Hu, we have been walking for a long time. Do you want to take a rest? After traveling for several hours, Lu Haotian couldn't help but make a suggestion. Shui Wenhu stopped and checked the surrounding environment. He nodded and said, okay, let's rest here for 10 minutes. Although there will be relevant clues in the middle of the game. But Lu Haotian believed that given the progress of the horror game, the contestants would not be allowed to pass so easily. The first team to arrive will definitely encounter unknown troubles. After traveling for several hours, they were now exhausted. It would be very dangerous if they arrived at the way station like this. During the break, Shui Wenhu began to check his personal weapons. The rest of the people also took the opportunity to rest. Only Su Wenshu was a little different. She sat under a big tree, staring into the distance with lifeless eyes. Lu Haotian glanced over and walked over. You seem to have something on your mind. Su Wenshu looked up at Lu Haotian and said, some things are not something you can solve. What if I can? Having witnessed Su Wenshu's healing ability, Lu Haotian wanted to win her over from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, it is very important to understand the other person's thoughts. Su Wenshu couldn't help but ask, what do you want to know? Lu Haotian looked at Su Wenshu's wedding dress. I really want to know why you want me to get the marriage certificate with you after I return. It can be seen that you were planning on having a wedding before you were dragged into the game. As long as we work together, we can return alive. Your husband will be happy to see you. Su Wenshu was startled and immediately lowered her head, with tears flowing from the corners of her eyes. Lu Haotian didn't expect that his question would have such a profound impact on Su Wenshu. Su Wenshu took a deep breath and wiped the corners of her eyes with her hand. He looked up at Lu Haotian with a self-deprecating expression, said, you know what? Even though it's scary here, I'm grateful that this game brought me here. Gratitude? Now it was Lu Haotian's turn to be confused. This is the first time I've heard of someone being grateful for being able to enter the game. You guessed it right. Before entering the game, I was indeed in the hotel, preparing to marry the man I love. I was so scared when I suddenly received the game invitation. However, that person broke off the engagement with me on the spot. Su Wenshu choked up, and there was a hint of sadness in her words. This? Lu Haotian didn't expect that there was such a story hidden behind Su Wenshu. I quickly said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring up your sad story. Su Wenshu sneered. What's even more ridiculous is what happened next. The two families wanted to avoid wasting the wedding banquet. Let him marry my sister. Everyone is busy with the banquet. No one cares whether I live or die. Lu Haotian was stunned and quickly apologized to Su Wenshu. I'm sorry. This is really hard to accept. Su Wenshu suddenly said calmly. You don't have to apologize. This is not your fault. Just remember your promise. If you return to reality, come with me to get the certificate. Lu Haotian was speechless. Su Wenshu said calmly. My request is very simple. I just want to fight for my reputation. Let those who abandon me see that I, Su Wenshu, am loved by someone. Lu Haotian quickly said, You are very beautiful and kind-hearted. There must be a lot of people who like you. Su Wenshu said calmly. Although I don't know how to fight, I have a special talent. As long as you promise me, I will join your team and will never betray you. Lu Haotian was stunned for a moment. Su Wenshu's offer was so tempting that he simply couldn't refuse it. Chapter 37. Crocodile in the River, Python on the Bridge. Haotian looked. Shui Wenhu suddenly pointed at his watch and said, I saw two small red dots approaching the crowd. What's this? Seeing the two small red dots moving on the watch, Luo Fei couldn't help but ask curiously. Lu Haotian said solemnly, This is the location information of the 5-person team we formed when we entered the game. Then he pointed to the points on the dial and said, These 3 red dots are the coordinates of me, Brother Hu, and Yutong. The other 2 red dots are the coordinates of Yang Hong and Sun Mei. They are moving towards this side. Chang Chuan was stunned. Could it be that Yang Hong and Sun Mei brought Su Li with them? Shui Wenhu quickly said, It's possible. Looking at their route, they are heading straight for us. We must hurry. Lu Haotian suddenly fell silent. Seeing this, Su Wenshu couldn't help but ask, What are your plans? Lu Haotian took a deep breath. He said, Hiding like this is not a solution since Su Li and his gang are following us. Then why don't we take this opportunity to ambush them and teach them a lesson? Shui Wenhu nodded and said, If we don't fight, these guys will keep following us. Give them a good lesson, at least to scare them and prevent them from pursuing us any further. Lu Haotian continued. Looking at the coordinates, Su Li and the others are still 3 hours away from us. And we are only 1.5 hours away from the halfway station. If possible, take the things first, then set up an ambush to prevent future troubles. Listening to Lu Haotian's words, everyone agreed. Good. With a unanimous agreement, everyone immediately set off and headed towards the halfway station. At this time, all participating teams were working hard to get closer to the midway point. While walking, Lu Haotian quietly took out the bottle of energy potion from his arms. After drinking, all the energy consumed by the contestants can be restored, and the recovery index will not exceed the upper limit. When he killed the crocodile, his energy level had reached the bottom and he could no longer use his talents. While no one was paying attention, Lu Haotian drank the energy potion and then opened the attribute bar. Other attributes remain unchanged. Energy value 43/43, fully recovered. It's amazing. The energy value is really full. Looking at the full energy value, Lu Haotian suddenly felt confident. Look, what is that? Shui Wenhu led the team and moved forward according to the radar on their watches, and soon arrived near the halfway station. Just looking at the road ahead, Shui Wenhu was stunned. According to the map on the watch, the location about 100 meters ahead is the halfway station of the Death Forest. But a strange scene suddenly appeared in front of him. In front of everyone was a river that was tens of meters wide. The river stretches for dozens of miles on both sides, with no end in sight. There is a suspension bridge on the riverbank. If you want to go to the other side, you can only walk on the suspension bridge. Look at the suspension bridge. There are ropes stretched horizontally at both ends, and it is built with wooden planks on top. Not to mention the load-bearing capacity of the suspension bridge. The ropes running through the 2 parts look old and even a bit worn. Chang Chuan suddenly asked, Is this suspension bridge strong? What if we walk on it and it suddenly breaks? These words instantly made everyone look at each other in surprise, and their eyes were all focused on Lu Haotian. Whether it is too much or too little depends entirely on your own thoughts. Looking down from a high place, I saw a group of crocodiles floating in the river below, at least a dozen of them at a glance. If this falls into the water, I'm afraid it won't even be enough for the crocodile to fill its teeth. Lu Haotian took a deep breath and said, Don't panic. We will pass through one by one. Look, there seems to be something on the other side of the bridge. Su Wenshu suddenly pointed to the other side of the suspension bridge and said. Everyone followed the direction of Su Wenshu's finger and found that there was a giant python circling on the opposite side. The snake was huge and as strong as a baby. Its entire body was coiled there, causing people to feel inexplicably terrified. Shui Wenhu immediately said anxiously. Haotian, what should we do? There are crocodiles in the water and a giant python across the bridge. Chang Chuan was anxious. The halfway station is right across the street, but we can't get through. Su Li and the others will catch up soon, and then we'll all be finished. In an instant, everyone was shocked by Chang Chuan's words, and everyone was worried. If Shui Wenhu hadn't been concerned that the other party had a gun, he wouldn't have been afraid or worried. Shui Wenhu frowned immediately. Haotian, is there really nothing we can do? But Lu Haotian raised the corner of his mouth and smiled slightly, who said there is no way. Everyone was attracted by Lu Haotian's words and looked over. Chang Chuan said excitedly, Brother Tian, do you have a solution? Lu Haotian glanced at the river and the bridge bank. Since we can't deal with it, let's find someone to help us get to the other side of the river. Chang Chuan looked puzzled and asked, Looking for help? Brother Tian, stop kidding. Who can help us get there? Lu Haotian grinned and said, Of course, we will ask for help from whoever is chasing us. Brother Tian, are you referring to Su Li and the others? Hearing Lu Haotian's words, Chang Chuan was stunned. Brother Tian, are you joking? How? Chang Chuan couldn't help but say. Su Li and his gang want to kill us, so why would they help us cross the river? Lu Haotian smiled and said, That's why we have to use them to help us get through. Shui Wenhu was stunned and immediately understood Lu Haotian's intention. Haotian, how do you plan to use them? Lu Haotian nodded and said, Su Li and his men have guns, so a head-on confrontation will be disadvantageous to us. We can take a gamble and use them to attract the python. Shui Wenhu responded, This needs to be arranged well, otherwise it will be troublesome if it fails. Lu Haotian said calmly, Don't worry, I will make good arrangements. These guys have committed many evil deeds and killed so many people. This is a good opportunity to kill them. Thinking about the sneak attack by Su Li and his gang before, Lu Haotian's anger instantly ignited. Seeing the murderous look on Lu Haotian's face, Shui Wenhu was stunned and thought he had made a mistake. Suddenly, Lu Haotian hesitated, as if he was thinking, Brother Tian, are you going to set up some traps? Do you need our help? Chang Chuan, who was standing aside, couldn't help but ask when he saw Lu Haotian's gloomy expression. Hearing the voice, Lu Haotian looked at Chang Chuan, and Chang Chuan felt a little guilty. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Lu Haotian patted Chang Chuan on the shoulder. Brother Chang Chuan, I am very optimistic about you. Chang Chuan said nervously, Tian, Brother Tian, what do you mean? I don't quite understand. Lu Haotian said softly, Whether we can kill Su Li and the others this time depends on you. Chang Chuan's mouth twitched and he swallowed his saliva. Brother Tian, what do you want me to do? Lu Haotian raised the corner of his mouth. When it comes to weapons, we are at a disadvantage. But when it comes to brains, I'm 10 blocks ahead of him. Just wait and see how I feed them to snakes. Chapter 38, Bait. An hour later, Yang Hong and Sun Mei arrived nearby. After looking at the radar information on his wrist, he couldn't help but say, they should be just ahead. Radar information can only detect the nearby area and cannot explore the exact location. The two prepared to speed up and move on. Suddenly, I saw a person lying not far in front of me, humming. Sun Mei said nervously, Husband, there seems to be someone over there? It looks like he is dying. Let's go and take a look. Yang Hong mustered up his courage and pulled Sun Mei over. After seeing the dignity of the person lying on the ground, the two were stunned. Chang Chuan, why is he lying here? Yang Hong and Sun Mei are both members of Lu Haotian's team. When I met the members of Team 22 before, I naturally recognized Chang Chuan. Help me. Hearing someone talking, Chang Chuan, who was lying motionless on the ground, immediately made a weak sound. Although Yang Hong and Sun Mei are not good people, they are not inherently bad. Yang Hong was mainly after money, while Sun Mei was forced into the game and followed her husband with no other choice. Seeing Chang Chuan injured, Sun Mei couldn't help but said, Help him up first. Yang Hong quickly squatted down, helped Chang Chuan up, and leaned his back against a big tree. He asked, Chang Chuan, what's going on? Aren't you with Lu Haotian? Why are you lying here alone? When Lu Haotian's name was mentioned, Chang Chuan trembled with anger. I couldn't help but curse. Lu Haotian, that guy's a bastard, a bastard. Yang Hong and Sun Mei looked at each other and couldn't help asking, Isn't Lu Haotian very good to you? Why do you hate him so much? But Chang Chuan suddenly became more and more agitated. That bastard Lu Haotian is a beast in human skin. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let him go, cough cough. When Chang Chuan mentioned Lu Haotian, he gnashed his teeth in hatred. Yang Hong and Sun Mei looked at each other again. In just one night, Chang Chuan's attitude towards Lu Haotian changed dramatically. Yang Hong asked again, "What did Lu Haotian do to you?" Chang Chuan said with a look of grievance, "After we were attacked, Luo Fei and I were the only ones left in the group." He suddenly changed his attitude and wanted to do something evil to Luo Fei. I tried to persuade him with kind words, but he knocked me out. He also took my things and left me alone without caring about my life or death. He is a bastard. As he spoke, Chang Chuan's eyes turned red. "What's going on? Why don't you two continue on your way? What are you stopping here for?" At this moment, a group of people suddenly appeared. The leader shouted at Yang Hong and his wife. Yang Hong quickly explained, "Brother, we met an acquaintance. He fainted on the road, and we just woke him up." Su Li glanced at Chang Chuan. He immediately frowned and said, "This guy looks familiar. He seems to be in the same group with Lu Haotian." Chang Chuan was startled and quickly crawled towards Su Li. She cried, "Brother, I know I was wrong. I want to join your team, and you have to avenge me." Su Li was a little confused by Chang Chuan's actions. I couldn't help but mutter, "What's going on? Aren't you following that guy? Why do you want to rebel now?" Chang Chuan quickly told Su Li about his experience in tears. After hearing this, Su Li couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, that's what I said. It's the end of the world. Who can still keep a conscience? I didn't expect that boy to be a beast in human clothing." Plop! Suddenly, Chang Chuan fell to the ground. He said weakly to Su Li, "Brother, give me something to eat. I'm so hungry that I can't even stand up." Su Li showed an evil smile and took out a piece of bread from his pocket. It waved in front of Chang Chuan. Chang Chuan was stunned at first. Then he licked his lips. "Brother, give it to me. Give it to me." Su Li smiled and asked, "If you want to eat, just tell me where Lu Haotian and the others went." Chang Chuan pointed to the opposite side of the river, not far away. Said, "Across the street is the way station. The first one to get there will get a random item." Lu Haotian ran over first and got a box of spicy tender beef self-heating hot pot. There were 12 barrels in that box, and he gave me one, saying he would save it for tomorrow. After hearing the information provided by Chang Chuan, Su Li thought to himself, "Spicy tender beef self-heating hot pot." The scene of Lu Haotian and his group eating self-heating hot pot emerged one after another. After running all the way for the past 2 days, everyone only ate some dry food. Sometimes I almost didn't chew the bark. Thinking about Lu Haotian and his group enjoying spicy beef hot pot, everyone drooled with envy. "It smells so good. Gudong!" Some people couldn't help swallowing. Chang Chuan cried, "Just 5 minutes ago, I saw it with my own eyes. When they opened the self-heating hot pot to eat, they wouldn't give me a single bite." Su Li's younger brother couldn't help himself any longer. He shouted to Su Li, "Brother, we have been hungry and cold all the way. We have not been able to eat or sleep well. I didn't expect that kid to be so lucky. He actually found a self-heating hot pot, and it's a meat one. We can't let that kid take all the benefits." Another person also said anxiously, "Brother, let's hurry up. If we go too late, all the buckets will be gone." Su Li gritted his teeth, glanced at Chang Chuan, who was lying on the ground, and then looked at the riverbank. "Brother, give the order quickly. By the time they finish eating, we won't even have a sip of soup." Seeing that Su Li didn't say anything, someone couldn't wait to speak. "Fei, take your weapons and take them to the other side to have a look. I will stay here to cover you." Su Li said to his younger brother Su Fei, pointing at a small house opposite. Su Fei is Su Li's brother. "Brother, just wait for my good news. I promise to kill them all, and then come back to you with the good stuff." For safety reasons, Su Li gave his pistol to Su Fei. Su Fei, holding a pistol, immediately walked towards the bridge with 3 men. "Be careful, there are crocodiles in the river." In order to demonstrate his loyalty, Chang Chuan specifically reminded Su Fei and the others. Hearing Chang Chuan's words, several people were shocked. When they approached the suspension bridge, a few people looked down and saw some crocodiles floating on the river. He was also satisfied with Chang Chuan's reminder. "Fuck, you scared me." Su Fei, holding a pistol, and a few others, quickly walked to the bridge. At this time, the sky was a little dark, and everyone did not pay attention to the surrounding scenery. Whoosh! I saw Su Fei and his younger brothers starting to walk on the suspension bridge, although the bridge was a little shaky. But the 3 of them walked in a rhythmic manner, and their steps were very steady. Suddenly, a figure swam towards the bridge at an extremely fast speed. Su Fei was knocked to the ground, and the gun in his hand flew to the edge of the bridge. Before Su Fei could get up, the black shadow slid away. It simply rolled up Su Fei and stared at him with its crimson snake tongue. Chapter 39, Jedi Counterattack. Brother, save me! When Su Fei saw clearly what was in front of him, he was frightened out of his wits. He shouted heart-wrenchingly at Su Li and others who were not far behind him. Brother! After all, Su Fei is his own brother. No one expected that a giant snake would suddenly appear. Seeing his brother being swept away by the giant snake, Su Li was shocked. He was about to rush forward, but when he saw the giant snake's figure, he immediately hesitated. When Su Fei walked over just now, I had already given him the pistol. Su Li was very clear that he only had a dagger in his hand. It is absolutely impossible to kill the big snake in front of you with this dagger. Puff! After the giant python wrapped around Su Fei, it watched Su Fei struggle continuously. The giant python opened its mouth wide and bit Su Fei's neck. Help me! Su Fei was in great pain and kept reaching out to his companions in the distance, expressing his desire for help. However, the voice was so weak that it had no effect at all. The three people who came with Su Fei were already frightened by the scene before them. They all collapsed on the bridge, and the timid ones even wet their pants on the spot. Brother, save me! The python's fangs are very scary. Boss, help, there's a snake. The giant python was originally biting Su Fei's neck, but now it saw the other humans in front of it and wanted to escape. He immediately loosened his teeth, and blood splattered from the wound on Su Fei's neck. Su Fei was unable to make any sound. He opened his mouth and covered his neck, trying to stop the gushing blood. Whoosh! The giant python's tail swung instantly and lashed out. Like a steel whip, it hit the dyed-haired guy who was trying to escape. Bang! Poor yellow-haired guy, he thought he was the fastest runner. Before he could react, he was hit by the tail that suddenly appeared. The huge force knocked the man unconscious on the spot, and his body flew out like a ball. Plop! It formed a graceful arc in midair, flew directly down from the bridge, and fell into the pool below. Choked by the water, Huang Mao woke up instantly. Regardless of the pain in his body, he struggled to float to the surface. Seeing that he was not dead and had saved his life, Huang Mao couldn't help but feel happy. Gurgle! Suddenly, a group of dark shadows approached and made a strange sound, which attracted Huang Mao's attention. Looking around, I saw 5 or 6 things that looked like sunken wood floating on the water. It was floating towards him from all directions, and the yellow-haired man finally reacted. Crocodile? He immediately swam towards the river bank in panic. Help me! At this time, Huang Mao had finally escaped from the snake's mouth, but unexpectedly fell into the crocodile pond again. I saw the yellow-haired boy using his hands and feet to swim desperately towards the shore. I wish a propeller engine could grow on but to propel me to the shore quickly. Crash! A crocodile approached quickly, jumped out of the water, bit Huang Mao's feet, and dragged him down. Huang Mao ignored the pain in his legs and feet and struggled hard by sliding his arms forward. With another wave, another crocodile bit the yellow-haired man's arm. Huang Mao was instantly in despair. He didn't care about the pain of being choked by water. He freed his other hand and stretched it out of the water to make a final effort. Crack! The third crocodile swam over and bit the yellow-haired man's arm. Clatter! In an instant, the 3 crocodiles began to spin wildly in the water. The poor yellow-haired creature had to experience the crocodile's triple death roll before he died. The turbid river water, mixed with a strong smell of blood, poured into Huang Mao's nasal cavity and entered his lungs. Huang Mao never dreamed that he would die so miserably, and it was in this state of clarity that he gradually died in despair and pain. What Huang Mao could not have imagined was that he would actually choke to death on his own blood. In a short while, large stains of blood dyed the entire river surface red, but they were soon washed away by the water flow. The intense and tragic scene in the water just now shocked everyone. Everyone was frightened and stood there like idiots, not moving a muscle. After a few crocodiles tumbled in death, the water surface returned to calm and everyone came to their senses. The timid son may turn pale with fright. Run! Seeing the guy being sucked into the river by the big snake, the rest of the people fled desperately. Seeing this, the big snake shook its body. He moved in an S shape and chased after the 2 people. It quickly caught up with one of the guys and bit that guy's head. The poor guy didn't even have time to utter a hum before he instantly lost consciousness and the ability to resist. Whoosh! Perhaps because the thing in its mouth had stopped moving, the big snake felt bored and just threw it away with force. The enormous force hit the tree directly like a cannonball, and it immediately slid down like gristle and mud. After killing 2 people in succession in one breath, the giant snake still did not stop and continued to swim forward. Run! At this moment, Suli suddenly felt like he had been cheated, especially seeing his brother being attacked by a giant python. So many people were killed in an instant, and I always felt something was not right. It's that brat named Chang Chuan. Suli was startled and instinctively looked towards Chang Chuan, whom he had just met. I saw Chang Chuan lying in the grass, motionless. At this time, the giant python was chasing its younger brother, completely ignoring Chang Chuan, who was lying on the ground. It seems that this guy was well prepared. When the giant python ignored him and chased after Su Li's fleeing brothers, Chang Chuan seized the opportunity and suddenly got up from the ground. At the same time, a group of people suddenly jumped down from several big trees not far from Chang Chuan. Su Li recognized at a glance that one of the guys was Lu Haotian. How dare you set a trap for me? While the giant python was chasing Su Li and his gang, Lu Haotian immediately ran towards the bridge, picking up the pistol dropped by Su Fei on the way. German. Seeing this scene, Su Li was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. Walk! Lu Haotian chose the right time and called a group of people to run towards the bridge immediately. From the very beginning, Lu Haotian planned to use Chang Chuan to lure Su Li and others. Unexpectedly, these people were fooled and successfully provoked the attack of the big snake. Brother Tiger, go on! Lu Haotian didn't know how to use a gun, so he handed it directly to Shui Wenhu. Although this pistol is not very powerful, it at least armed Shui Wenhu, the fierce tiger, with sharp teeth. Shui Wenhu also gave the dagger in his hand to Lu Haotian. Although the suspension bridge was shaking, everyone held onto the ropes on both sides tightly with their hands and crossed the bridge rhythmically. Chang Chuan took the lead and crossed the bridge. When he passed Su Fei, he stepped directly on Su Fei's body. Seeing this, the people behind followed suit. Poor Su Fei. He was already seriously injured and was trampled by the crowd, unable to resist at all. Lu Haotian was walking at the back, approaching Su Fei. Without hesitation, he held the knife and stabbed Su Fei's leg hard. Puff! Su Fei let out a scream. After the first blow, Lu Haotian did not stop. Su Fei stared at Lu Haotian fiercely. You bastard! You never thought that you would end up like this. As he spoke, Lu Haotian pulled out a dagger and stabbed towards Su Fei's other leg. Ah! Su Fei's screams rang out again. Chapter 40. Rewards at the Midway Station. Haotian, looking at Lu Haotian's actions, Shui Yutong was a little surprised. I didn't expect Lu Haotian's methods to be so cruel. Shui Wenhu, who was standing aside, watched all this indifferently without any response. It seems that he does not object to what Lu Haotian did. Lu Haotian glanced at Shui Yutong. He said, I tricked Su Li and his gang into falling for me and took his pistol. That guy must have a grudge against me. They must want to kill us. Keeping his people here is equivalent to giving him more helpers, which is a threat to us. After listening to Lu Haotian's words, Shui Yutong fell silent. I have to admit that what Lu Haotian said does make sense. Besides, these guys are just desperate criminals. Leaving them alive will only hurt more people. After Lu Haotian finished speaking, he glanced sideways at Su Wenshu, who was following behind him, and his meaning was very clear. Facing Lu Haotian's gaze, Su Wenshu said lightly, Thank you. Lu Haotian raised the corner of his mouth and said nothing more. He began to call on everyone to speed up and cross the bridge as soon as possible. At this time, the giant python was chasing Su Li and his gang. No matter how Su Li and others fled, they could not escape the speed of the giant python. Originally, there were 5 people in Su Li's team, plus the 2 women he held hostage, a total of 7 people. Last night, due to lack of food, a woman was killed by Su Li, leaving only 6 people, plus the addition of Yang Hong and Sun Mei. However, after what happened just now, Su Li lost 3 people on the spot. There were only himself and a woman left in the original group. It would be better to say that she is a middle-aged woman rather than a woman. That is Lu Haotian, the human trafficker Yuhui mentioned earlier. Yuhui was not as strong as Su Fei. She had limited leg strength and soon could not run any longer. Even the weak woman caught by Su Fei and Yang Hong ran faster than him. It seemed that he was about to become the big snake's food and plaything. Yu Hui gritted her teeth and grabbed the long hair of Sun Mei, who was running in front of her on the right. Sun Mei suddenly let out a scream. Before Sun Mei could figure out the situation, Yui pulled her hard and she fell to the ground. Yui pulled too hard and directly pulled off a strand of Sun Mei's long hair and scalp. Plus, Sun Mei was running just now. Due to inertia, he rolled on the ground for several weeks before stopping. He fell so hard that he was dizzy and couldn't get up. Sun Mei covered her head and lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Hiss! Suddenly, a strange sound came from behind. Suddenly, a dark shadow swirled up and blocked the light behind Sun Mei. Sun Mei was terrified. Regardless of the pain in her body, she turned around and looked and was immediately trembling with fear. Poison ivy! Because of her inner fear, Sun Mei instinctively stretched out her hands and used her talons towards the big snake. Swoosh! In an instant, vines began to rise from the surrounding jungle. Under Sun Mei's control, it spread towards the giant python and entangled it. Hiss! The giant python's body stiffened slightly, as if trapped by vines. Seeing this scene, Sun Mei's face showed a hint of surprise. However, Sun Mei did not notice that her innate poison vine had trapped the giant python. However, the thorns on the poison ivy did not penetrate the python's body at all. In other words, Sun Mei's talent level is too low. This small thorn cannot break the scales of the python. Base! It was just a brief moment. The giant python paused for a moment, and then swung its arm hard, breaking free from the poisonous vines and breaking them apart. Sun Mei was dumbfounded on the spot, and hurriedly reached out her hand, wanting to use the poison vine to trap the giant python again. Little did she know that Sun Mei's actions just now had completely angered the giant python. Before Sun Mei could attack again, the giant python swept over and wrapped up Sun Mei. Hubby, save me! Hearing Sun Mei's cry for help, Yang Hong stopped and turned to look. I was stunned by the scene in front of me. Wife! Although Yang Hong was heartbroken, he did not dare to rush forward and save his wife from the giant python's mouth. Husband, help! Seeing Yang Hong stop, Sun Mei seemed to see a glimmer of hope. She quickly stretched out her right hand towards her husband. You idiot! You want to stay and feed that python with your wife? Suddenly, Su Li's voice sounded in front. Yang Hong gritted his teeth, turned around, and ran. Yang Hong? You... Sun Mei was heartbroken to see her husband leaving her like this. Just as she was about to open her mouth to curse, she felt the giant python's contraction quicken, instantly making Sun Mei unable to scream out in pain. As the giant python's body gradually tightened, its long body completely wrapped up Sun Mei. Even under the contraction of the giant python's power, Sun Mei seemed to hear the sound of her ribs breaking and slowly closed her eyes. A red dot on the watch of 16 team members disappeared completely. Sun Mei's death also gave Su Li and his companions enough time to escape. Perhaps because of the activities for a while, the python was a little hungry. After entangled Sun Mei, he saw all the prey around him running away. He began to adjust his posture and swallowed slowly. There's one person missing from the red dot. It looks like someone from Sun Mei or Yang Hong has died. Here, Lu Haotian led everyone through the riverbank smoothly. After discovering the red dot data on the watch, I couldn't help but say. When they heard the news, there was no surprise on their faces. Everyone seemed very calm. No wonder. After all, Yang Hong and Sun Mei betrayed the entire group and killed many people. No one will be sad about the death of the two. Suddenly, Shui Wenhu pointed to a place in front. Said, Haotian, look, there is a house in front. It is the coordinates of the halfway station. Let's go and take a look. After seeing the cruelty and various traps in the game, everyone dared not be careless. Shui Wenhu volunteered to go forward and investigate. After ensuring that everything was safe, Shui Wenhu waved his hand, and everyone followed immediately. As a group of people walked forward and saw the pattern on the door, everyone was stunned. There is no keyhole and no door handle. How do you get in? There must be a mechanism or a trigger point. Lu Haotian walked forward and observed curiously. Drop! Congratulations to the team of contestants for being the first to arrive at the Death Forest halfway station. According to the rules of the game, the group will receive an item. Please ask the team representative to confirm the types of items. Weapons, armor, food, medicine. There will be a 10-second countdown to confirm the time. After 10 seconds, if the contestant has not confirmed, the system will randomly distribute the items. Hearing the game prompts, Lu Haotian was stunned. Only 10 seconds to decide. Lu Haotian immediately used the process of elimination in his mind. Shui Wenhu's previous injury has been healed, and now no one in the team is injured, so no medicine is needed for the time being. Food. Although the survival supply boxes were stolen yesterday, everyone also ate game. Plus the grilled crocodile I had this morning, I'm not too hungry at the moment. No one can guarantee anything since we have suffered losses before. Choosing food gives you a box of food, or a piece of bread, and food elimination. All that's left is weapons and armor. The weapons currently in everyone's hands are a compound bow, a pistol, and a dagger. It can be used for close combat or long-range attack, and several people working together can easily deal with ordinary enemies, so weapons are not a necessity. What Lu Haotian was thinking about was that Shui Wenhu would still lead the way on the journey. Just because it was safe before doesn't mean it will be safe next time. If there is armor, it may provide some protection. After Lu Haotian came up with an idea, he immediately looked at everyone. Haotian, you are our team leader, you make the decision, we trust you. Everyone said immediately. Thank you. Lu Haotian immediately reached out, pressed the button in front of him, and selected one of the options. Ding. Contestant number 13 has confirmed his choice. Chapter 41. The second key. With a dripping sound, the house in front of me suddenly disappeared out of thin air. There was a flash of blue light, and a box appeared in front of everyone. Without hesitation, Lu Haotian cut the box open with a dagger and took out the contents. What is this? Seeing what Lu Haotian was holding in his hand, Chang Chuan was filled with curiosity. Before Lu Haotian could speak, Shui Wenhu at the side couldn't help, but his eyes lit up. He said with surprise, "This is the latest model of Riot's suit, also called Riot Armor Suit." Riot Armor Suit? Chang Chuan was confused for a moment. Shui Yutong explained. Anti-riot armor is widely used in areas such as anti-riot, anti-terrorism, and stability maintenance, and handling of large-scale riots. The sheath components have certain high and low temperature resistance, puncture resistance, impact resistance, and flame retardancy. Lu Haotian smiled slightly and said, "Brother Hu, you have always been at the forefront. You have to clear danger for us and serve as our first combat force. Your safety is extremely important to us. You already have a weapon, so I think it's necessary to strengthen your protection." Lu Haotian's intention was very clear. To save Shui Wenhu was to preserve combat effectiveness. After he finished speaking, Lu Haotian turned to the others and asked, "Does anyone have any opinions?" Chang Chuan was the first to say, "Brother Tian is right. Brother, who is the backbone of our team? You took a lot of risks for us. If something happens to Brother Tiger, then our team will lose a capable member, so we must ensure Brother Tiger's safety." Luo Fei also nodded and said, "I support it too." Needless to say, Shui Yutong was extremely grateful to Lu Haotian for thinking about her elder brother. Su Wenshu was left shrugged, indicating that she had no objection. Everyone was not stupid and followed Shui Wenhu all the way. I have witnessed with my own eyes how many traps Shui Wenhu has cleared and how many crises he has resolved for everyone. If it weren't for Shui Wenhu, the entire group wouldn't have arrived at the midway station so quickly. Yutong, help Brother Hu put it on quickly. Shui Wenhu's left arm was crippled, and it was inconvenient for him to put on clothes. So Lu Haotian reminded Shui Yutong, who was standing beside him. "Yeah, okay. Brother, let me help you put on your clothes." Riot suits are extremely easy to wear. Shui Yutong quickly dressed Shui Wenhu, and the clothes fit him perfectly. Lu Haotian said, "Brother Hu, since this is a midway stop, that means we have already walked halfway through the entire Death Forest. If we continue at this speed, we will definitely reach the destination in 3 days." Shui Wenhu nodded. "Well, you are right. But just in case, we should speed up our pace. After all, no one knows what will happen next. Now we have knives, guns, and riot gear." With his own protective capabilities strengthened, Shui Wenhu is naturally not afraid of others and is confident that he can lead everyone to the finish line. During the following journey, the speed was obviously much faster than before. According to Lu Haotian's plan, he would find the second key first. That is to say, before his death, Luo Qin and his younger sister Luo Fei used their perception talent together. Discover the location of another key for everyone. It was a blue key. To complete this game, you need 3 keys: red, yellow, and blue. In Su Li's hand is a yellow key. Given Su Li's cunningness, it is somewhat difficult to deal with Su Li now. Lu Haotian does not want to take risks and waste time for the time being. So the key right now is to get this blue key first. As for the rest, Lu Haotian has other ways, and he doesn't believe that Su Li won't come. The location of the blue key is only about 3 kilometers away from the midway station. They walked on and finally found it among a cluster of flowers. This time everyone was very relieved, as the blue key was hidden among the flowers and did not encounter any threats. It was just a large cluster of flowers, and the key was also blue. Although there is no danger, it is very difficult to find. Just when everyone was dazzled, Chang Chuan grinned and said, "Watch me." Chang Chuan just waved his hand, and a ball of fire flew out from his hand instantly. Fire burns the grass and trees, and once it is ignited, all of them are destroyed. Under Chang Chuan's talent for fire, the nearly 100 square meters of blue flower sea in front of him was instantly destroyed. A few minutes later, the sea of flowers turned into ashes. This time, everyone could see at a glance that a blue key had fallen into a pool of ashes. Brother Tian looked the key. Chang Chuan seemed very happy to get the key. "You have done a great job this time, covering such a large area. If you want to find it with your eyesight, it's really a bit tiring. It's just a pity that you're wasting your talent." Looking at the key in his hand, Lu Haotian patted Chang Chuan on the shoulder and said with a little emotion. Chang Chuan scratched his head and said, "Hey, Brother Tian, look at what you said. It has always been you and Brother Tiger who have been leading us without any reservation. I finally got a chance to show off. I don't feel wrong. It's just that tonight, there's no way to use my talent to make a fire." Shui Wenhu immediately smiled and said, "Don't worry, we have many ways to survive in the wild. Yutong and I will be responsible for making a fire for everyone tonight." Hearing Shui Wenhu's words, everyone grinned happily. "Yu Hui, you stinky woman. It was you who killed my wife just now. I will never let you go." When Lu Haotian got the second key, Su Li and others here also successfully escaped from the python's mouth. After finally catching his breath, Yang Hong recalled the scene of his wife, Sun Mei's death. Yang Hong was so angry that he grabbed Yu Hui by the collar, wanting to seek justice for his wife. Bah! Unexpectedly, facing Yang Hong's threat, Yu Hui didn't take Yang Hong seriously at all. He slapped him in the face, making Yang Hong dizzy. Looking at Yang Hong's cowardly look, Yu Hui laughed. "Humph, useless man. You can't even protect your wife. Yet you have the nerve to come and blame me. You." Listening to Yu Hui's words, Yang Hong was so angry that he was shaking all over. Yu Hui sneered. "What do you mean by you? If you were capable, would you let your wife end up like this? Stop arguing. We've lost many soldiers and weapons this time. Let's calm down." Su Li was already angry, and when he heard the two people quarreling, he suddenly yelled, "What now?" Yu Hui glanced at Su Li and seemed a little dissatisfied. But because of Su Li's violent temper, he was too embarrassed to show it. Su Li glanced at Yang Hong. "Yang Hong, look at Lu Haotian and his men. Where are they now?" Although Yang Hong felt sad, he just wanted to finish the game as soon as possible. He looked at his watch and was stunned. "They got the second key?" "What?" Su Li was startled and looked quickly, only to see that there were indeed 2 keys, red and blue, in Yang Hong's group information. Su Li couldn't help but curse. Damn, these guys are so lucky. According to what he said, we only need 1 key to pass the level directly. We must catch up quickly. Yang Hong said with some difficulty. They are not far away from us now. As long as we speed up, we can catch up. But, Su Li Wei frowned. Just what? But if we want to chase them, we have to cross that bridge. There's a giant python guarding it, so we can't get across. Humph, idiot. Lu Haotian and the others used us to attract pythons. We can also use the same method to use others to lure pythons. As he spoke, an evil smile appeared on Su Li's lips. Chapter 42. Cruel and Ruthless Woman. Hearing Su Li's words, everyone shuddered and instinctively wanted to avoid Su Li. You don't have to be afraid. I have no one around me now. It's just you guys. I won't hurt you. Su Li quickly explained. What I mean is that we can stay there and wait for the other groups to arrive. After all, if we can't get through, then the other groups won't be able to get through either. We can use others to attract the python and get through. Listening to Su Li's words, Yang Hong and others nodded thoughtfully. After all, without your help, I won't be able to deal with Lu Haotian and the others even if I catch up with them by myself. In order to dispel the concerns of several people, Su Li spoke again. After hearing these words, several people breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Su Li's team can be said to be quite miserable, and it is completely incomparable with the previous team. After Lu Haotian's plan, there are now only 4 people in the entire team. Su Li, Yu Hui, Yang Hong, and the woman who was previously captured by Su Li for his own pleasure. There are only 4 people left in total. As for weapons, the gun was lost and only 2 daggers were left. The most valuable thing for the entire team should be the yellow key in Su Li's hand. Su Li said, "We must speed up. Lu Haotian's team has found 2 keys now. Once they find the 3rd key, they can clear the level and take the prize money back. Then we won't have a chance." Listening to Su Li's words, Yang Hong and Yu Hui instantly forgot about what happened before. At this moment, there is only one thing in everyone's eyes, and that is the bonus. In order to shorten the journey as quickly as possible, Su Li immediately took the other 3 people and returned along the same route. But when passing the river bank, we were blocked again. This damn snake, why didn't it leave after eating? Why did it just lie on the bridge and sleep? Looking at the giant python hovering on the stone bridge, Su Li couldn't help but curse. Suddenly, the woman who had been silent all this time spoke up. "There is water flowing under the mud bridge. There is moisture and humidity, which can make the mud bridge moist to a certain extent. The giant python must be used to a humid environment, so after eating and drinking, it hovered on the bridge to rest." When Su Li heard this, he couldn't help but look at the woman and smiled. "I didn't expect you to know so much." The woman bit her lip. "When I was in school, I studied biology and did some research." Su Li note that? "Big brother, I've been following you very obediently. You must promise to help me pass the game." Looking at Su Li's appearance, the woman suddenly knelt down and begged. Su Li said impatiently, "Don't worry, as long as you behave yourself, I won't hurt you." As he said that, Su Li couldn't help but start looking her up and down again. Under the previous violence, the woman's clothes were torn by herself while she was struggling and resisting. Although it seems to be wrapped around the body at this time, it still cannot hide the youthful skin. If I wasn't in a hurry to wait to cross the bridge, I would really want to drag her to the bushes to do some homework. In the following time, the 4 people waited for more than half an hour, but did not see any other team passing by. Su Li immediately lost his patience and cursed. "It's been so long and no one has come. Could they all be dead?" Yang Hong hesitated for a moment and said, "I was in Lu Haotian's team before and heard his analysis." "Analyze what?" "That is, all the participating teams are scattered to different areas. Each team has the same destination, but different routes." Su Li frowned immediately. "You mean it is very likely that other teams will not take this route?" Yang Hong hesitated for a moment, nodded and said, "This is Lu Haotian's analysis. I just said that there is this possibility." "Fuck it, what should we do? The opportunity is right in front of us. Are we going to miss it?" Su Li was unwilling and couldn't help but curse. Suddenly, Su Li glanced at the 3 people in front of him, and his mind turned. He immediately put on a smiling face and said, "I have a solution." "What is the solution?" Su Li said, "I will find a way to lure the giant python across the bridge in a moment. If you want to cross the bridge, follow me closely. If you miss this opportunity, you'll stay here forever. As long as I go there, I won't care about you." When the 3 heard this, they became extremely nervous, fearing that Su Li would abandon them. After all, with their abilities, they really cannot face such a big snake alone. A giant python on the bridge, crocodiles in the river, it's a damn game. I saw Su Li and 3 other people tiptoeing towards the riverbank. When they saw the vicinity of the bridge, the 4 of them hid under a big tree, and Su Li crouched down and observed the movements of the giant python. Su Li said slowly, "The snake must have just eaten, so it has no intention of fighting now. I will find something to lure it away. Remember what I said. Once the big snake is lured away, everyone should immediately follow my steps and cross over. There is only one chance." Su Li looked back at the 3 people, only to see them nod. Su Li didn't say anything. He continued to stick to the tree, secretly glanced at the big snake, and slowly pulled out the dagger from his waist. Puff! However, before Su Li could take any action, Yu Hui took the lead in drawing her dagger. He stabbed the young woman hard in the thigh. Yu Hui's attack was ruthless, and the dagger almost pierced the woman's leg. Then Yu Hui pulled out the dagger without frowning. The woman immediately screamed, startling the entire jungle. This scream also scared Su Li and Yang Hong. After seeing Yu Hui's actions, he was stunned. Su Li angrily yelled, "What are you doing, you stinky woman?" Yu Hui grinned and said, "Su Li, I've been following you for so long. Don't I know what you're up to? I don't know what you were talking about. Su Li gritted his teeth. Yu Hui sneered. Among the four of us, Yang Hong is still somewhat useful to you, and this woman can be used for your enjoyment. I'm the only one who has no value to you. So you took the knife just now, just to deal with me, and use me to attract the giant python. Being seen through by Yu Hui, Su Li gritted his teeth and was slightly angry. Unwilling to admit. What nonsense are you talking about? I just used the knife for self-defense and to deal with the python at any time. Yu Hui sneered. Use this small dagger to deal with the giant python? I'm afraid even you don't believe it. After Yu Hui finished speaking, she ignored Su Li and took a secret glance. I saw that the big snake really started to move after hearing the noise. To be precise, he was attracted by the smell of blood. Yu Hui said coldly, the python is here, and you just said that this is the only chance. Su Li glared at Yu Hui, but he could do nothing. Brother, please, brother, you must save me. You promised me before that as long as I behave well, you will help me complete the game. I don't want to die. Sensing the danger, the woman suddenly felt desperate and completely ignored the injury on her leg and asked Su Li for help. Chapter 43. All the bonus is yours. If it weren't for the sudden drop in team members, resulting in insufficient combat effectiveness of his group, Su Li wished he could kill Yu Hui right now. The reason why Yu Hui dared to do this was that she had calculated Su Li's little thoughts. There were only 4 people left in the team now. After killing the young woman, there were only 3 of them. Although Yang Hong looks like a man, he is a complete waste. Once a conflict occurs with other teams, Yang Hong will be of no help at all given his situation. He is not even as capable of fighting as a woman like me. As for not killing Yang Hong, it was because he wanted to use the radar information from Yang Hong's watch to track the location of Lu Haotian and the others. Just as the big snake was approaching following the smell of blood, Su Li, Yu Hui, and Yang Hong also quietly moved to the side. Finally, the big snake swam in front of the woman. He hovered, staring at the prey in front of him with interest. Help, help! Women are naturally timid, especially when faced with such scary snakes and insects. Looking at Su Li and others who were escaping by taking a detour not far away, the woman gritted her teeth in hatred. You bastards! I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Unfortunately, before the woman could finish her curse, the giant python coiled up and wrapped around the woman, gradually tightening its body. The poor woman struggled desperately to fight for a chance of survival. However, no matter how hard the woman tried, she was still no match for the giant python. Wah! A giant python was seen entangling a woman. Su Li immediately took Yu Hui and Yang Hong and took the opportunity to cross the mud bridge along the riverbank. Call! Fuck, I finally got rid of that giant python and crossed the river. It's a pity for that little beauty. After passing the riverbank and crossing the mud bridge, Su Li breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Hong sat down on the ground, not even daring to breathe deeply. It seemed that he was frightened by the giant python just now. Hey, don't sit there anymore. Hurry up and get up and see where Lu Haotian is now. Seeing Yang Hong sitting on the ground, Su Li suppressed his anger, kicked Yang Hong, and shouted. Although Yang Hong had some complaints in his heart, he did not dare to get angry at Su Li. He gritted his teeth and stood up to operate the watch. They are not far from us. They must be resting there after getting the blue key. After looking at the information on the watch, Yang Hong couldn't help but feel happy. Su Li raised his lips and said, very good. These guys have already got 2 keys, which saves us a lot of trouble. Since they're not far from us, let's find an opportunity and sneak over quietly. As he spoke, Su Li played with the dagger in his hand with an evil look on his face. You're playing dirty tricks. I've never been afraid of anyone, and I've never admitted defeat. Listen to Su Li's words. Yang Hong couldn't help swallowing and seemed inexplicably nervous. However, Yu Hui, who was standing aside, also showed an evil smile like Su Li. Yang Hong quickly said to the 2 of them, listen to me, I actually have a solution. You can take their keys without using a knife. Su Li sneered. With your cowardly look, what can you be capable of? I'm telling you, don't play tricks on me. Yang Hong quickly waved his hands and said, I dare not, I dare not. I will not lie to you. I really have a way. Su Li immediately became interested and said, what do you have in mind? Tell me about it. Yang Hong said, my talent is invisibility. I can move invisibly for a certain period of time. When they rest at night, I can go invisible and steal the key. Invisible? After learning about Yang Hong's talent, Suli couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha, I didn't expect your talent is invisibility. Then I'll give you a chance. Go steal the key and get my gun back as well. Gun? Yang Hong was a little nervous. The duration of his invisibility talent can only last for 1 minute. It was already very difficult to use invisibility to run over and take the 2 keys from Lu Haotian within 1 minute. Now this guy wants to take the key and then the gun. This is really asking too much. Why? You don't want to? Seeing Yang Hong not speaking, Suli frowned and immediately lowered his voice and asked again. Suli added, if you find my gun back after you complete the game, all the bonuses for your group will be yours. Real? Thinking of the 10 million in his group, Yang Hong's mind flashed rapidly, and he could not hide his excitement. Yang Hong couldn't hide his excitement and said, okay, I'll try. But you must keep your promise. I mean what I say. As night fell, it was 18:10 again. Same time as yesterday. Ding ding. System prompt. It is now 1800 hours, and the system will release the second batch of survival supplies packages. The gift pack contains a certain amount of food, water, and daily necessities. Now starting, good luck everyone. This time, as the system voice sounded. Everyone, get ready and search the supply box information on your watch immediately. We must hurry up and find food and water. As the system's delivery sound ended, all the groups and contestants began to speed up their pace. Compared with yesterday's competition, this round of supply box delivery was obviously much easier than yesterday's competition. There were a total of 98 participating teams yesterday, and 100 supply boxes were dropped off. According to the system prompt this morning, the number of survivors has dropped to 74 teams. In addition, throughout the day today, many teams died and reorganized in the game. The remaining teams are far from enough to reach the number of 74 teams. The number of teams is decreasing, while the number of 100 supply boxes remains the same. Although it is a survival supply box, there is food and water inside. Not nearly enough to feed a group of 5. If you are lucky, you might be able to pick up 2 supply boxes. Haotian, look, we found a supply box. After the supply boxes began to be dropped, everyone immediately began searching and finally found a box in a patch of grass. Lu Haotian reminded, Brother Hu, be careful. Shui Wenhu responded and started to check around. After confirming that everything was correct, he stepped forward and took the box. The box opened, and its contents were revealed. A dagger, a baseball bat, and a tent. 3 cans of food, 2 loaves of bread, 2 packs of instant noodles, and 3 bottles of water. Lu Haotian took a glance and couldn't help showing a little regret. There was no gun in the box, and that was not what Lu Haotian was interested in, but there was the blue energy potion. It seems that not every box has it. Shui Wenhu suddenly said, Haotian, you should divide the things. Chapter 44. Setting a trap. Look at the contents of the supply box in front of you. Lu Haotian said, as for weapons, the dagger will be given to Yutong, and the baseball bat will be given to Changchuan. 3 boxes of canned food and 3 bottles of water are divided into 3 portions. 1 portion is for Brother Hu and Yutong, 1 portion is for Changchuan and me, and 1 portion is for Luo Fei and Su Wenshu. The bread and instant noodles are divided into 3 portions. Changchuan and Brother Hu get 1 portion, and Yutong, Luo Fei, and Su Wenshu get 1 portion. Lu Haotian took out all the food and divided it equally, which convinced everyone. The food was distributed among everyone, and everyone started eating without hesitation. Among the few people, only the new member Su Wenshu was a little surprised when she saw the food and water they were given. I was in my own group yesterday. The team leader monopolizes most of the food and water, while other members can only get a small portion. If nothing else, it all comes down to strength. That's great. There's another tent. This way, we don't have to suffer from the cold when we rest tonight. Suddenly, Lu Haotian looked at the tent in the box and couldn't help but speak. While eating, Shui Wenhu asked curiously, How are you going to arrange the night watch tonight? Lu Haotian said without hesitation, 2 tents, 1 for the ladies and 1 for the men. 6 people are divided into 3 shifts, 2 people in each shift. Brother Hu and Luo Fei are in 1 team, on duty the night before. Su Wenshu and I are in a group, and will be on duty in the middle of the night. Yutong and Changchuan are in a group, and will be on duty in the late night. Listening to Lu Haotian's words, Shui Wenhu nodded. I'll have a good rest tonight. Tomorrow is the last day. I will give all my energy to lead everyone to the finish line. Changchuan also said excitedly, Brother Hu, tomorrow it's up to you. You are our hope. After all, if we survive tonight, it will be equivalent to having survived 2 days. As long as we can survive the last day tomorrow, then everyone will have hope of survival. Everyone couldn't help but feel excited. Finally getting out of this damn place. Lu Haotian glanced around. He said, "By the way, Brother Hu, before you rest, I'm afraid I have to trouble you for something." Shui Wenhu said very straightforwardly, "Brother, there is no need to be so formal with each other. Just tell me what you need me to do." Lu Haotian said, "I would like to trouble Brother Hu to use his expertise to set up some places around our rest area." "Arrangements?" Shui Wenhu looked around. "You mean you're worried about wild animals attacking you at night?" Lu Haotian raised his lips and said, "Defending against wild beasts is only one of the factors. We must also guard against those who have bad intentions." "What do you mean?" Lu Haotian pointed to the information on the watch and said, "Brother Hu, look, since we found the second key. Yang Hong's coordinates always remain 2 kilometers away from us, which is not normal." Shui Wenhu was startled and couldn't help frowning slightly. Said, "You mean Yang Hong and his men have been following us, and they want to attack us?" Lu Haotian nodded. "The second key is in hand. I checked the team information, and the key is displayed on it. Yang Hong should have seen this information as well. He has been following us, so he must be looking for an opportunity to strike." Chang Chuan gritted his teeth and said, "Yang Hong looks weak, but he is full of bad intentions. Especially with Su Li following them, they will definitely not give up. They attacked us late at night yesterday, and some people were killed." Shui Wenhu nodded. "You are right, they have a yellow key in their hands. As long as we take away the red and blue in our hands, we can reach the end and pass the level. Anyone would have the intention to take this risk." Lu Haotian smiled and said, "In addition, after the incident with the snake on the riverbank, many of Su Li's men were killed or injured. And we also got the gun in his hand. Given that guy's temper, he will definitely try to get it at all costs." Shui Wenhu snorted coldly when he heard this. "Don't worry about this. I'm here tonight. That guy Su Li won't succeed. If he can avoid my trap, all these years of my life will be in vain." Chang Chuan quickly said, "Brother Hu, thank you for your hard work. If you need any help, I will help you." Shui Wenhu said bluntly, "Okay, go over there and help me find some thorns. The more the better." "Okay, Brother Tiger." As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Chuan took a dagger, ran to the bushes nearby, and started cutting the thorns. Although those thorns are tough and strong, the military daggers given by opening boxes in the game are not ordinary daggers. Cutting these thorns is a piece of cake. Looking at the backs of everyone, Lu Haotian had a complicated expression. No one has yet realized the troublesome problem. This was mentioned at the beginning of the game. Collect 3 keys to reach the end and leave by boat. Each boat can only carry 5 people, and together there are 6 of them. That is to say, 1 person will be abandoned, who should be given up, which is the most appropriate one. Why? Lu Haotian couldn't help but let out a sigh. Shui Yutong heard the sigh and asked curiously, "What? What are you worried about?" Lu Haotian was startled when he heard Shui Yutong's voice. He quickly waved his hands and said, No, I was just expressing some emotion." Looking at Lu Haotian's nervous expression, Shui Yutong was confused. "Maybe I was too nervous. I felt a little excited when I thought I could pass the level just by holding on for another day." In response to Shui Yutong's gaze, Lu Haotian hurriedly explained. This explanation did sound reasonable, and Shui Yutong did not question it. Shui Yutong smiled at Lu Haotian, said, "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Once you pass the customs tomorrow, you can go back to see my little sister." At night, the person in charge of resting starts to pack things up. They prepare to set up the tent in a reasonable location. Shui Wenhu and Luo Fei were in charge of standing guard. During this period, Shui Wenhu used the thorns that everyone had found. Some traps were arranged and designed around the rest area. After everything was done, Shui Wenhu grinned. He muttered to himself, "Humph, let alone those rats this time. Even if wild beasts come, they won't be able to get in easily." Listening to Shui Wenhu's words, Luo Fei seemed very relieved. The night before, Shui Wenhu and Luo Fei were on duty, and everything was safe and sound, with no signs of anything unusual. It was soon midnight, and Lu Haotian and Su Wenshu were on duty, but they found nothing. "Yutong, those guys are not normal. Look at their current coordinates. The distance between Yang Hong and us has shortened. They will definitely not give up the opportunity tonight." During the handover, Lu Haotian did not forget to remind Shui Yutong. Shui Yutong raised the corner of his mouth and held the compound bow in his hand. Said, "Don't worry, although I can't compare to my brother, I'm not bad either. Besides, I have this guy in my hand, no one can get close to me. If they dare to come, I will shoot them into hedgehogs." Chapter 45, Invisibility Talent Failure. Seeing Shui Yutong so confident, Lu Haotian also felt relieved. After nodding, he went back into the tent to rest. It was already late at night. Although there was a full moon in the sky, the moonlight was completely blocked by the branches and leaves in the dense jungle. Long before, the crowd had started two fires. One is to prevent attacks by wild animals. Secondly, it is also for the people on duty to have a wide field of vision and be able to see the surrounding environment clearly. Sister Tong, are those guys like Yang Hong and Suli coming back tonight? It's already this hour, and there's still no movement. Are they playing a trick on us? After waiting for a long time and still not seeing any movement, Chang Chuan couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Shui Yutong smiled and said, "I don't know whether they will come or not. But if they come, we will make them regret it." After saying that, Shui Yutong glanced at Chang Chuan and said, "Don't you want to believe the trap set by my brother?" Chang Chuan gritted his teeth and said, No, that's definitely not what I meant. Brother whose strength is beyond doubt. I just can't stand this atmosphere of fear and anxiety." Shui Yutong asked, "You mean you want to lure them out earlier?" Chang Chuan nodded. "Yeah, it's inevitable anyway, so it's better to solve it as soon as possible." Shui Yutong hesitated for a moment and said, "If that's the case, it's not impossible." Chang Chuan was a little excited when he heard this. "Sister Tong, do you have a way to lure those guys out?" Shui Yutong smiled slightly. "Haotian said that Su Li and Yang Hong are in the dark, and we are in the light. And judging from the coordinates, they are not far from us, but why don't they come out?" This? Chang Chuan hesitated for a moment. "Could it be that they don't dare to come out?" Shui Yutong said, "I think they are waiting for an opportunity." Haotian arranged for them to rest in 3 groups. This method is correct, but it also makes Su Li and his men wary, and they dare not launch a surprise attack rashly. Chang Chuan was stunned. Then what Sister Tong meant is, Shui Yutong patted his compound bow. He said, "I will hide in the dark, and you stay here to lure them. But don't worry, I will protect you in secret." Although it sounds a bit dangerous. But Chang Chuan still said expectantly, "I believe in Sister Tong." After seeing Chang Chuan agreed, Shui Yutong immediately looked around. Then he took his compound bow and climbed up a big tree behind him. Suddenly he was alone, and Chang Chuan seemed a little nervous. But looking at the 2 tents and the big tree behind him, Chang Chuan took a deep breath. "Come on, let's see what tricks he can come up with." At this moment, Chang Chuan was full of anticipation, wanting to see whether Su Li, Yang Hong, and the others would come tonight. Not long after, a sneaky figure appeared near the camp. When he saw that Chang Chuan was the only one there, he couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile. Su Li said, "Those guys have been waiting for half the night and finally couldn't stand it anymore. Now they are guarding alone." Yang Hong said nervously, "I'll go over there, and you two must support me at all times." Su Li patted Yang Hong on the shoulder and said, "The 3 of us are on the same boat. Now I'm counting on you to bring the key. Your gift is invisibility. No one can find you. Once we get the key, we will retreat immediately, complete the game together, and leave this damn place." Yang Hong gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'll go then." Looking at the tent in the distance, Yang Hong took a deep breath and immediately displayed his talent. Almost in an instant, Yang Hong's figure disappeared right under the eyes of Su Li and Yu Hui. After seeing this scene, Su Li couldn't help but be shocked. With an excited look on his face, he said, "This talent is amazing if you give him a knife. Then we can kill all those guys in one go." Seeing Su Li's excitement, Yu Hui became more cautious. The invisible Yang Hong stared at the tent in front of him and couldn't help but quicken his pace. Although his talent is invisibility, it can only last for 1 minute. You must get the key and leave within the invisibility period, otherwise it will be dangerous if you are discovered. The key must be on Lu Haotian. Thinking of this, Yang Hong prepared to avoid Chang Chuan, who was on guard, and head towards the tent. Puff! Ah, that hurts! Just as Yang Hong approached, he suddenly stepped on something, and a thorn tightly wrapped around his ankle. The sharp thorns on the thorns pierced deeply into Yang Hong's skin, causing him to scream in pain. "Who?" Hearing the voice, Chang Chuan, who was originally a little tired, shuddered instantly. He quickly gripped the baseball bat in his hand and looked around, but didn't see anyone. A sense of fear suddenly burst out in my heart. This idiot can't even do such a small thing. Su Li, who was far away, couldn't help but curse when he saw Yang Hong messing things up. Yu couldn't help but say, "What should we do now? That guy has failed. If he is caught, he will definitely not be able to escape." Su Li gritted his teeth and said angrily, "What else can we do? Save him quickly before those people get up. Although this guy is useless, he can help us get information about their group." As he said that, Su Li drew out the dagger from his waist, and together with Yu Hui, he moved towards Yang Hong's direction. At this moment, Yang Hong struggled desperately, but the thorns became tighter and tighter, causing Yang Hong to grimace in pain. This was exactly the trap that Shui Wenhu had set up earlier to defend against Yang Hong, Su Li, and others. During the struggle, Yang Hong's invisibility time expired, and his figure gradually appeared. "Hurry, that idiot is about to be exposed. Go cut off the vines on his feet while I take care of the night watchman." Seeing Chang Chuan coming over with a baseball bat, Su Li quickly spoke to Yu Hui behind him. Good. Although Yu Hui had a grudge against Su Li, she did not dare to turn against him at this time. There are only 3 of them left in the entire team. If something happens to Yang Hong again, only himself and Su Li will be left. The next time he encounters danger, Su Li will definitely push himself out as a shield. Yu Hui hurriedly quickened her pace, approached Yang Hong, and began to cut the thorns with a dagger. Su Li also approached with the help of cover, and suddenly jumped out when Chang Chuan was not paying attention. Shu Li. Chang Chuan showed a look of horror when he saw the person in front of him. "Boy, I failed to kill you last time. I'll see where you can run this time." After Su Li finished speaking, an evil smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He raised the dagger in his hand and stabbed at Chang Chuan. Yu Hui rescued Yang Hong, while Su Li aimed at Chang Chuan. Since stealing the key failed, let's get rid of one member of Lu Haotian's team first and reduce the strength of their team. The dagger in Su Li's hand was about to pierce Chang Chuan's body. Chang Chuan was so frightened by this sudden scene that he forgot to resist. He closed his eyes and shouted loudly, "Sister Tong, save me!" Whoosh! Suddenly, a sound breaking through the air was heard. Chapter 46. Collect 3 keys. As the voice rang out, Su Li's body suddenly stiffened and he stood there in a daze. The dagger raised in his hand stopped a few centimeters in front of Chang Chuan and could not move forward even a little bit. Tick! Something flowed out of Su Li's body and dripped onto Su Li's shoes. Su Li instinctively lowered his head and looked. I don't know when an arrow feather was stuck in my abdomen, and the front end of the arrow has penetrated my body. After seeing it clearly, Su Li took a breath. His body began to shake, and he hurriedly covered the place where he was shot by the arrow, trying to stop the bleeding. He touched the arrow slightly, trying to pull it out. Just a touch of his hand made Su Li grimace in pain. Ahem! Asshole, didn't Yang Hong throw away your bows and arrows? Su Li glared at Chang Chuan in front of him and said unwillingly. Chang Chuan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Su Li was injured. He sneered. Humph, it was thrown away by Yang Hong. Can't we pick it up again? Only then did Su Li realize that he had fallen into a trap tonight, and the other party was deliberately waiting for him to come. He shouted unwillingly, Damn it, you dare to frame me. Bang! Thinking about the threats he had suffered before, Chang Chuan finally couldn't help but explode. He swung the baseball bat in his hand towards Su Li's head. The huge force hit Su Li's face, knocking him to the ground. Su Li covered half of his face and lay on the ground, unable to make any sound for a long time due to the pain. This blow brought out the fear and anger that Chang Chuan had accumulated over the past few days. Su Li's jaw was dislocated and several teeth flew out. His mouth was full of blood mixed with Su Li's saliva. Not good! Su Li's screams startled Yu Hui, who was cutting thorns for Yang Hong. Yu Hui stood up and prepared to escape. Whoosh! Another sound of breaking through the air was heard, and a sharp arrow flew from the tree and hit Yu Hui's ankle. The powerful piercing force of the compound bow directly pierced Yu Hui's left ankle. Oh, my feet! With a scream, Yu Hui fell beside Yang Hong. You should know that the place where Yang Hong was hit was surrounded by thorns by Shui Wenhu. After falling down, Yu Hui's face and body were pierced by thorns all over, and she was twitching in pain. Sister Tong, great archery skills. 2 cold arrows were seen, hitting Yang Hong and Su Li respectively. Chang Chuan suddenly shouted excitedly. No big deal. After succeeding, Shui Yutong no longer hid and came down directly from the tree. At the same time, Shui Wenhu, Lu Haotian, and others also came out of the tent with weapons in their hands. Lu Haotian couldn't help but say happily, "You guys are really good. You lured them out like this." Chang Chuan grinned. "Brother Tian, you are too kind. This is all thanks to Sister Tong. If it weren't for her superb archery skills, I would have died just now. You're not bad either." Shui Yutong did not forget to praise Chang Chuan. Shui Wenhu glanced at the three people who could not escape. He asked Lu Haotian, "Haotian, how are you going to deal with them?" Although he hated the three people, Shui Wenhu was a member of the Special Forces after all, and had a talented profession. To a certain extent, it is natural that we cannot bear to attack these players. Lu Haotian naturally understood Shui Wenhu's situation and dilemma, and nodded slightly, saying, "Leave it to me." As he spoke, Lu Haotian walked over holding the dagger. "Chang Chuan, come with me." "Yes, Brother Tian." Chang Chuan did not dare to delay, and immediately walked over with a baseball bat. Looking at the approaching Lu Haotian, Su Li still felt a little unwilling. Covering his injured face and abdomen, he yelled at Lu Haotian, "You don't come over here?" Lu Haotian looked down at Su Li. He sneered, "I don't think you would have thought that you would end up like this. You are to blame for being too arrogant and not taking human life seriously." Su Li gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Humph, I admit defeat this time. If you have the guts, let me go." "Let you go? Who gave you the confidence?" After Lu Haotian finished speaking, he played with the dagger in his hand and showed a sarcastic tone to Su Li. Su Li suddenly became anxious and quickly said to Lu Haotian, Wait a moment. As long as you don't kill me, we can discuss it." Lu Haotian snorted coldly. "Negotiate? I don't think you have any qualifications to negotiate with me now." Su Li hesitated for a moment and said, "I know you have 2 keys. The system said that you need to collect 3 keys to complete the game. I have the 3rd key you want." "So what?" Lu Haotian asked with interest. Su Li stared at Lu Haotian and said unwillingly, "As long as you can let me go, I will give you this key." "Oh, cool." Lu Haotian spoke simply and didn't waste any words with Su Li. Seeing Lu Haotian agreed so readily, "You must keep your word. I will give you the key, and you must let me go." Lu Haotian's expression changed instantly, and he said impatiently, "Your appearance disturbed my sleep. If you keep on nagging me like this, I'm afraid I won't lose my patience." "Gurgle." Su Li swallowed and quickly reached into his arms. He took out the yellow key that he had snatched from Chang Chuan before and handed it to Lu Haotian. "Here you go. You have to keep your promise and let us go." Although Su Li was a little reluctant, but in order to save his own life, he had to hand over the key. Lu Haotian stepped forward and took the key from Su Li's hand. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Very good. The 3 keys are complete." Having said that, Lu Haotian turned and left. Looking at Lu Haotian's back, Su Li suddenly felt relieved. He secretly sighed that the boy in front of him really kept his word, and he finally saved his life. "Luo Fei, I'll give you a chance. This guy was the one who shot and killed your sister last night. If you want revenge, now is the chance. Don't wait any longer." Suddenly, Lu Haotian's voice rang out. Hearing this voice, Su Li's face was suddenly filled with fear. Regardless of the pain in his body, he looked towards Lu Haotian. He yelled, "You bastard, you just promised me that if I gave you the key, you would let me go, and you actually broke your promise." Lu Haotian sneered. "Yes, I said that I would let you go after I get the key, and I didn't break my promise. I didn't continue to do that to you. But that doesn't mean others will let you go. Killing someone means paying with your life. That's only right. If they want to kill you, there's nothing I can do about it." As he spoke, Lu Haotian gave Su Li a wicked smile, which made Su Li shudder. "You damned bastard. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." Su Li wanted to say something when he saw a woman walking towards him. What are you doing? Don't come over here." Chapter 47. Betrayal is unforgivable. Listening to Lu Haotian's words, Luo Fei came over from behind. He took the dagger in his hand and walked towards Su Li. "You don't come over here." Su Li was so frightened that he screamed on the spot. While looking at Luo Fei in horror, he gritted his teeth and crawled away. Luo Fei. Killing him with a knife will only end his suffering. It's too easy for him. Just as Luo Fei approached Su Li, Lu Haotian's voice suddenly rang out. Luo Fei was stunned and said gratefully, "Okay, I understand." As he said that, Luo Fei stepped in front of Su Li, and to Su Li's horror, he actually put away the dagger. Su Li was stunned, as if he saw hope of survival. He quickly said, Let's talk it out. I have no choice but to do this. It was so dark, I didn't expect to shoot your sister. Listening to Su Li's sophistry, Luo Fei was so angry that he was shaking all over. You bastard, Brother Tian is absolutely right. With all the evil things you have done, killing you would be too easy for you. You! Without waiting for Su Li to speak again, Luo Fei raised his foot and stomped on Su Li. Bah! The first kick hit his vitals directly. Su Li arched his back in pain, his face distorted with agony. Chang Chuan, Lu Haotian, and Shui Wenhu instinctively clamped their legs together when they saw this. Bah! The second kick went straight to Su Li's face, bending his nose bridge on the spot, and his nose was filled with tears and blood. Lu Haotian couldn't help but rub his nose. Pa pa pa. The third time, Luo Fei changed his attack method and switched to palm attack. He attacked Su Li with both hands and slapped him hard. Chang Chuan took a breath of cold air. Bah! After a period of release of force, Su Li felt dizzy and his body fell backwards instinctively. Luo Fei graba Su Li's shoulders. One of them rushed forward and hit Su Li in the chest with his knee. Wow! Su Li couldn't hold it in any longer and let out a scream. He spurted blood from his mouth and was beaten half to death by Luo Fei. After venting his anger, Luo Fei felt a little tired and stood there gasping for breath. After retreating, Luo Fei returned the dagger to Lu Haotian. Said, I'm sorry, Brother Tian, I still can't do it. Lu Haotian smiled slightly and took the dagger from Luo Fei's hand. He nodded encouragingly and said, It's okay. You've done a great job. I believe your sister's spirit in heaven will be very pleased. The rest is left to us. Seeing that Su Li was still alive, Chang Chuan couldn't help but remind him. Brother Tian, this guy is still alive. If we let him go like this, there's no guarantee that he won't do something bad to us. Lu Haotian glanced at Su Li, who was lying on the ground motionless and only breathing with difficulty. He sneered and said, Don't worry. With his current injuries, living is just suffering. If you really kill him with one blow, you will actually help him. Chang Chuan nodded, then turned his gaze to Yang Hong and Yu Hui not far away. Pointing at him, he asked, Brother Tian, Su Li has already been punished, so what about the other two? They? A cold smile appeared on Lu Haotian's lips. Looking at Lu Haotian and others approaching step by step, Yang Hong suddenly panicked. He quickly said, Tian, Brother Tian, please listen to my explanation. This is all a misunderstanding. Lu Haotian said coldly. Misunderstanding? Then I would like to hear what misunderstanding made you betray us. Yang Hong hurriedly explained. My wife and I went to the bathroom that day and were ambushed by Su Li. They threatened my wife and forced me to betray you. I had no choice. Brother Tian, I know I was wrong. Please give me a chance. Lu Haotian said with a slightly angry look. Give you a chance? Then who will give Luo Qin, Qin Ming, and Zheng Hai a chance? I. Yang Hong was suddenly speechless. If you choose to do something, you must take responsibility for your actions. Otherwise, how can you set rules? After saying that, Lu Haotian stepped forward. He drew out the sword in his hand and stabbed it into Yang Hong's vitals. Lu Haotian's stab was extremely precise, causing Yang Hong to be in so much pain that he couldn't even scream. He fell slowly with eyes wide open and mouth open. Lu Haotian succeeded in killing Yang Hong with one blow and slowly twisted the dagger to speed up the process of taking Yang Hong's life. In an instant, Yang Hong fell in a pool of blood without a sound. Lu Haotian was reluctant to kill anyone. Although Su Li and Yu Hui were extremely evil, they could still be spared half their lives. But Yang Hong is different. Yang Hong was originally in the same group with me, but he actually teamed up with others to frame and attack me. If Yang Hong is not killed, it will be impossible to establish rules and authority, in case anyone in the group encounters any danger or difficulty in the future. Someone will follow Yang Hong's example, so Yang Hong must die. At this time, of the 3 people who came to attack, Yang Hong had been killed, and Su Li was less than half alive. Yu Hui was left holding her injured ankle, gritting her teeth and not daring to say a word. I don't think you could have imagined in your wildest dreams that one day you would end up like this. Looking at Yu Hui's appearance at this moment, Lu Haotian said with a gloomy face. Hearing what Lu Haotian said, Yu Hui was frightened on the spot. Shui Wenhu couldn't help but said, Haotian, you have already executed Yang Hong. It's almost time. Besides, Commander Lei has ordered us not to go too far. After all, Shui, one whose duty as a soldier is by nature, so Lu Haotian understands his thoughts. After all, Lu Haotian was also very grateful. It was because of the brother and sister Shui One Hu and Shui Yutong, who had this idea in mind at the time, that he was able to be saved. However, looking at Yu Hui in front of him again, Lu Haotian finally made up his mind. Brother Hu, I know you have a duty, and you must not disobey. Then do you know what this woman in front of you has done in reality? Lu Haotian turned to Shui One Hu and asked. Shui One Hu was stunned, hesitated for a moment, and said, I remember you said that Yu Hui was a human trafficker. Lu Haotian said coldly, I saw a video. There were several children locked in a room, and some of them were crying. The trafficker got angry and chopped off the child's hand. That person was the woman in front of you. Hearing Lu Haotian's words, Shui One Hu's face instantly turned gloomy. Brother Tiger, everyone should take responsibility for the mistakes they make. Some people can be forgiven, but some people don't deserve to be forgiven in this life. Lu Haotian spoke again. Shui One Hu gritted his teeth and turned away. Just pretend I didn't see any of this. Do as you please. I'm going to patrol the area. Hurry up and do your job. Having said that, Shui One Hu turned and left. Lu Haotian glanced at Shui One Hu's back, raised the corner of his mouth, and squatted down with a dagger in his hand. Yu Hui's eyes were filled with horror. You stop it. Lu Haotian's dagger fell slowly. Hands, legs, no place was spared. Yu Hui's screams instantly resounded throughout the jungle, making people shudder in the dark night. Chapter 48. The Liquor Appears. Lu Haotian did not kill Yu Hui easily, but just let Yu Hui experience inhuman pain. After a few slashes, Lu Haotian put away the dagger. Yu Hui and Su Li were left lying there half dead. After solving a major hidden danger, Chang Chuan seemed very happy. At least he didn't have to worry anymore. Including Luo Fei and Su Wenshu, they also saw what happened to Su Li. The anger in my heart also subsided a lot. When everyone returned to the tent, Chang Chuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Brother Tian, Su Li's threat has finally been resolved. We can finally have a good rest tonight. Lu Haotian's face was solemn as he said, I'm afraid it's not that easy. Chang Chuan quickly said, What do you mean? They have been following us. Su Li and his men have been trying to harm us. Now that their group has been dealt with by us, we don't have to worry anymore. As soon as Chang Chuan finished speaking, Lu Haotian looked at him and did not answer. Meeting Lu Haotian's gaze, Chang Chuan was stunned. Brother Tian, do you mean that the movement just now will bring some danger? Lu Haotian said calmly. The jungle is very quiet late at night. There is no such a loud scream. Of course it will attract some birds and beasts, plus the smell of blood on them will be a big trouble. Shui One Hu said at the side, Haotian is right. We'd better clean up quickly. Then set off immediately. Where are we going? Su Wenshu, who had been silent, suddenly asked. Shui One Hu pointed at his watch and said, Look at the radar. If we continue to go due north, we will reach a cliff. There should be a jungle there. Wild animals won't chase us anymore, and we will be much safer. Chang Chuan said excitedly. Great, then let's hurry up and get there at least. Being able to take a short break and then go all the way to the finish line. Finally, I can leave this damn place. Yes, after I go back, I must have a good hot pot, take a hot bath, and have a good sleep. Listening to everyone talking, Lu Haotian looked at the key in his hand and couldn't help falling into deep thought. Shui Yutong, who was standing by, noticed Lu Haotian's expression. I couldn't help but ask, Haotian, what's wrong? We're about to complete the game. You look unhappy. Hearing the shout, Lu Haotian came back to his senses and responded. I always feel that things should not be so simple. We have collected 3 keys in 2 days, and we still have 1 day tomorrow. Will the game really allow us to reach the end so smoothly? Lu Haotian's words immediately made everyone silent. Su Wenshu quickly said, Maybe we are lucky. After all, I think your team is very strong. As the first person to complete the game, nothing is impossible. Chang Chuan also said excitedly, Yes, Miss Su is right. Our team is very strong. Coupled with everyone's tacit understanding and cooperation, there will definitely be no problem. Lu Haotian said calmly, I hope so. Ding, it's detected that the contestant has collected the 3 keys, red, yellow, and blue. The red and blue keys have been activated. The yellow key was previously activated and bound to a person other than the contestant. Do you want to change the binding now? If not, it will not be activated. After changing the binding, the contestant will have the right to use 3 keys, which can be exchanged for the crew's star card. Suddenly, Lu Haotian's watch made a reminder sound, attracting everyone. Lu Haotian was also stunned after hearing this voice. Finally, I can go home. Brother Tian, what are you still hesitating about? Hurry up and reactivate the bound yellow key. This way you can redeem your crew's launch card. Seeing Lu Haotian stunned, Chang Chuan said anxiously and shouted quickly. Yes, Haotian, reactivate the binding. Shui Wenhu said impatiently. It is not easy to collect all 3 keys. Once you make sure the keys are correct, all you have to do next is to get on with your journey. I took a look at the remaining distance, and there were only 10 kilometers left. With just a little more effort, we'll arrive soon tomorrow. Judging from the current situation, Shui Wenhu is still very confident. In the following time, we will lead everyone to safely complete the remaining 10 kilometers. Lu Haotian glanced at Shui Yutong, Luo Fei, and Su Wenshu again. I saw that the 3 of them also agreed with me. Lu Haotian took a deep breath and began to press the confirm button to change the binding. Ding! The contestant has been confirmed, and the yellow key has been reactivated and bound. The system's sound rang instantly. Lu Haotian only felt the yellow key in his hand flash, and immediately made the switch successfully. It was only then that Lu Haotian discovered that after the yellow key flashed, there was a string of characters in the middle of the key. Looking closely, there are 16 groups of characters engraved on it, which are the characters of their group. Not only that, there are 16 groups of numbers engraved on the red and blue keys. Congratulations to Team 16 for successfully activating the 3 red, yellow, and blue keys. Would you like to replace the crew's ship star card? Lu Haotian chose to confirm without hesitation. Confirm to replace the crew's ship start card. Ding! The 16th contestant team successfully replaced the crew's ship start card. In an instant, in full view of everyone, the 3 red, yellow, and blue keys in Lu Haotian's hand disappeared. Instead, there is a special black and gold card. All it said was, Death Force Crew's start card. After reaching the end of the game, you can use this moment to start the crew's ship and leave. Everyone looked at the card in Lu Haotian's hand, and they all looked extremely excited. Great, Weir! Before everyone could be happy, the game system suddenly started to sound. Notice to the whole network. Congratulations to the 16th participating team. I have collected the 3 keys, red, yellow, and blue, and successfully exchanged them for the crew's start card. You can go directly to the port and take a cruise ship to leave and get a game bonus of 10 million. Special reminder. In this level of the Death Forest game, the first cruise ship activation card has appeared. Other participating teams can launch attacks on the team holding the cruise ship launch card. If the attack is successful, you will get the group's cruise ship launch card and all bonuses. Beep, because the first cruise ship start card appeared ahead of schedule, the difficulty of the Death Forest game has been increased. Activate Death Pursuit mode. Release a primary liquor. Liquor, a product of Resident Evil. It has super attack power, agility, and weak defense. Killing it will give you a 2nd level yellow crystal core. What? Damn it, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Listening to a series of broadcasts from the system, Lu Haotian suddenly exploded and started swearing. What is Death Pursuit mode? And what is that angel? Luo Fei on the side couldn't help but ask curiously. Lu Haotian gritted his teeth and said, It's not an angel, but a liquor. It's the product of the evolution and mutation of the zombies in the Resident Evil. Luo Fei still asked innocently, Which one is more powerful, this liquor or the Komodo dragon that was released earlier in the game? Lu Haotian said with an unpleasant expression, Those Komodo dragons are nothing but scum in front of the liquors. Brother Tiger, let's go quickly. Chapter 49. Fear in the Dark. Hearing Lu Haotian's urging voice, Shui Wenhu did not dare to be negligent. Although I have watched some movies and TV shows about the Resident Evil series, they are only one-sided. Shui Wenhu had never seen the liquor that the game system just mentioned. I just have the impression that I seem to have seen some game information on the internet a long time ago, but I didn't pay too much attention to it. As for the other women, needless to say, perhaps they couldn't even tell the difference between zombies and deities. In the entire team, apart from Lu Haotian, only Chang Chuan knew. Chang Chuan and Lu Haotian are not much different in age. When I was in college, I often played games with my classmates and watched a lot of TV series. As a biochemical fan, Chang Chuan knew very well what the liquor mentioned in the game prompt was. Brother Tian, was what Yugi just said true? Or was I too nervous to hear clearly? Why did I hear the game say that a liquor was going to be deployed? After coming back to his senses, Chang Chuan looked at Lu Haotian nervously and said in a trembling voice. Lu Haotian started to prepare things with a gloomy expression. You heard it right, it's the liquor. You played Resident Evil, so you should know how powerful the liquor is. Seeing Lu Haotian's confirmation, Chang Chuan's expression became even uglier. He shivered mechanically. Liquor, there are liquors in this game. We are dead. Chang Chuan, who was originally calm, suddenly became nervous when he heard about the appearance of the liquor. He was obviously very scared. When everyone had packed up and prepared to set off, Chang Chuan was still standing there, trembling all over. Chang Chuan, why don't you leave? Seeing the dumbfounded Chang Chuan, Luo Fei couldn't help but ask. In the entire group, Luo Fei and Chang Chuan are members of Group 22, and their relationship is relatively better than that of Lu Haotian and others. Looking at Chang Chuan's frightened and dazed expression, Luo Fei felt a little worried. Chang Chuan came back to his senses and looked at Luo Fei with horror. Luo Fei, we can't get away. That's a liquor. No one can escape from the liquors. We will all die here. Seeing Chang Chuan almost going crazy, Luo Fei was also frightened. You! At this moment, Chang Chuan seemed to be crazy, grabbing Luo Fei's hand. He shivered and said, We will all die. Everyone will die at the hands of the liquor. What should we do? Chang Chuan, let me go. You're hurting me. Luo Fei's shoulders were tightly grasped by Chang Chuan, and he felt some pain. He tried to struggle, but Chang Chuan was too strong. We can't leave. We can't leave. The atmosphere among everyone at the scene became gloomy and weird because of Chang Chuan's actions. Bah! Lu Haotian finally couldn't help it, and stepped forward and slapped Chang Chuan hard on the cheek. With a crisp sound, a five-finger mark suddenly appeared on Chang Chuan's cheek. After the slap, Chang Chuan's eyesight recovered a lot. She covered half of her face and stared at Lu Haotian in a daze. Heaven, Brother Tian I. Seeing Chang Chuan regain his composure, Lu Haotian took a deep breath. Said, I know you are very scared now, but are you going to give up just like that? You know, based on your current state, you will definitely be the first to die if you encounter a liquor. If you want to die, stay here by yourself and don't disturb others who want to live. After being angrily criticized by Lu Haotian, Chang Chuan gritted his teeth and said angrily, No, I won't accept it. Lu Haotian nodded and said, Very good. It's right to be unwilling. If you don't want to die here, pay attention. There are so many contestants in this game. As long as we are fast, the liquors may not be able to catch up with us. Chang Chuan's eyes lit up and hope rekindled in his heart. Brother Tian, you are absolutely right. With so many contestants, they may all become prey to the liquors. Maybe we'll get lucky and the liquor won't be able to catch up with us. Maybe by the time it arrives, we will have already left by boat. Lu Haotian also said, There are only 10 kilometers left. As long as we speed up, we still have a chance. If we really encounter a liquor, we may not lose to that guy if we work together. Shui Wenhu also encouraged everyone and said, Although I don't know what the liquor you are talking about is. But if it comes, I will not be polite. Let's see whose fist is harder. After saying that, Shui Wenhu showed the gun in his hand. Although it was just an ordinary small pistol, it boosted morale in the eyes of everyone. Shui Yutong also quickly said, And my bow and arrow. You have just seen my archery skills. The lethality of this compound bow is no less than the gun in my brother's hand. Great! With Brother Tiger and Sister Tong, maybe we can really kill that liquor. At this time, Chang Chuan rekindled his fighting spirit. Set off, looking at everyone's high morale. Shui Wenhu waved his hand and immediately led everyone to set off with their weapons, continuing to walk towards the northern area. No one knows what will happen on the road ahead, but the team has now obtained the ship card and must not give up. Not long after Lu Haotian and his group left the camp, a gust of cold wind blew, and Su Li and Yu Hui, who were abandoned in the darkness, woke up one after another. Ouch, that hurts. Is there anyone here? Su Li let out a slight hum. Is there anyone here? Can someone please say something? However, Su Li shouted twice. There was no response except the whistling sound of the wind, which made Su Li feel a little panicked. Compared with the previous injuries, this feeling of fear made Su Li even more afraid. It's Su Li? You're not dead? After Su Li hummed twice in succession, Yu Hui's voice suddenly rang out. After hearing Yu Hui's voice, Su Li's panicked heart finally felt a little comforted. Su Li turned to the direction where Yu Hui was speaking and asked for help. Yu Hui, where are you? Come over here and help me. Yu Hui got a little angry after hearing this and said, Ahem? You want me to help you? Don't you see that I'm more seriously injured than you are? I can't even move right now. Come and help me up, Suli said dejectedly. But they pierce my legs. I can't walk at all. The two people, unable to move, just lay there, waiting for death and despair in the darkness. Especially the light from the sky, which shines through the branches. Coupled with the fog in the jungle, this feeling is extremely frustrating. It's all because of you, you bastard. Our group got a key right at the beginning. If you hadn't been so arrogant and insisted on attacking other groups, we wouldn't have ended up like this. In horror, Yui finally couldn't bear it anymore and yelled at Su Li, her words full of complaints. I thought that I would be the first one to collect all the keys and complete the game and get a multi-million-dollar bonus. Now his keys were snatched away and he was beaten half to death, and listening to you Huey's yelling and cursing, Su Li was very angry. Su Li immediately ignored the pain in his body and started to curse back. You damned bitch. You actually want to blame all this on me. Let me tell you. Who bit me? Help, help. Suddenly, Yu Hui let out a terrified scream. The sound exploded in the dark jungle, instantly making Su Li's hair stand on end. What? What happened? Su Li was surprised. Chapter 50. The Power of the Liquor. Just when Yu Hui and Su Li were arguing with each other, suddenly, several dark shadows appeared, walking with steps that showed no regard for anyone. I don't know if he came because of the sound or the smell of blood, but he appeared around Yu Hui. Before Yu Hui could react, several dark shadows rushed over. One of them bit Yu Hui's injured ankle, and Yu Hui screamed. The smell of blood stimulated the other dark shadows. Yu Hui hurriedly wanted to reach out to resist. The raised hand was directly bitten by the other guy, and the entire wrist was submerged in the other's mouth. Only then did Yu Hui see clearly what had attacked her. After coming to her senses, Yu Hui screamed in fear and tried desperately to struggle. But as soon as the cry was heard, another monitor lizard crawled over. He bit Yu Hui's jaw, causing her so much pain that she couldn't make any sound. There were a total of 4 monitor lizards who surrounded and hunted Yu Hui and bit her to death. Yu Hui could never have imagined it in her dreams. I actually died in the game, and died in such a tragic way. Before he died, he was severely beaten by Lu Haotian and almost lost half his life. He was finally spared by Lu Haotian, but was eventually besieged and bitten to death by the giant lizards that came rushing over. Even at the last moment, Yu Hui had her eyes open. Watching the 4 lizards biting her body, the mental blow directly shattered the last of Yu Hui's sanity. Bad luck and punishment from heaven. Perhaps this is Yu Hui's retribution. The only regret is that Yu Hui's tragic death was not publicly executed. Yu Hui's sudden scream and fear made Su Li freeze. The curse was about to come out of his mouth, but he choked back. It turned into a soft call. Yu Hui, did you hear that? Did you encounter anything? However, the only response to Su Li was the whistling sound of the wind, and there was no response from Yu Hui at all. This made Su Li's heart break to the extreme. She instinctively wanted to raise her voice and call out, but she was afraid that the sound would be too loud and would attract the guy who attacked Yu Hui. At this moment, Su Li even felt a little regretful that he shouldn't have argued with Yu Hui just now. Budsy budsy. Suddenly, a strange sound was heard not far away. It was like the sound of something being eaten and chewing. Su Li was shocked and made the connection instinctively. The one who attacked Yu Hui was probably a wild beast in the jungle or a Komodo dragon in the game. This made Su Li a little nervous and scared. Huff! In the darkness, the sound of the wind continued to grow stronger. Su Li gritted his teeth, turned around, and crawled in the direction where Lu Haotian and others left. Although his legs and feet were injured and he had been hit several times, Su Li did not want to die. As long as I have breath left, I want to struggle on. Ahem. Every climb touched the nerves all over his body and stung Su Li's wounds. Even in this cold weather, Su Li was in so much pain that he was sweating all over. 1 step, 2 steps. Su Li didn't know how many times he had climbed, but he still couldn't hide the fear in his heart. Hurry up. I have to be faster, otherwise the guy behind me will catch up with me. At this moment, Su Li forgot the pain in his body and the cool wind blowing around him. I kept climbing in one direction, just wanted to get away from this damn place as quickly as possible, the farther the better. Su Li even kept praying that the guy who attacked Yu Hui would eat slowly. It's best to eat until you are full and no longer pay attention to yourself. Suddenly, just as 4 Komodo dragons were biting Yu Hui's body, suddenly, a strange climbing sound was heard, coming from far away and heading straight towards the direction of the four monitor lizards. Perhaps because they heard the sound, the four monitor lizards that were eating suddenly became alert. He actually put down the food in his mouth and looked nervously in the direction of the sound. One of the monitor lizards even made a strange sound and tilted its neck to look in a certain direction. Whoosh! In an instant, a figure approached and rushed in front of the four monitor lizards. He seemed not to be afraid of the monitor lizards at all and just raised his hand and waved. Boom! The poor monitor lizard hadn't even realized what was happening before its leader was separated. Half of his head rolled directly into the grass. Clatter! The black shadow killed a giant lizard with one move and fell to the ground. The appearance of the uninvited guest immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of the other monitor lizards, who puffed their cheeks and tried to surround the black shadow. Whoosh! Faced with the threat of the monitor lizards, the black shadow did not take them seriously at all. With a wave of his hand, he wiped off the neck of another monitor lizard on the spot. After only 2 encounters, the sudden black shadow easily took care of the 2 monitor lizards. Even poisonous snakes and ferocious beasts would be afraid of such attack power. Sure enough, when he saw the uninvited guest in front of him, he killed his companion so easily. The remaining 2 monitor lizards were immediately frightened and turned around and ran away on the spot. It has no skin on its body, has long sharp claws, and its entire brain is exposed. When its mouth opened, there was a monster with a 2-meter-long tongue. It was the liquor that had frightened Chang Chuan before. Hiss! Feeling the 2 monitor lizards running away, the liquor screamed, venting his inner dissatisfaction. Seeing that the 2 monitor lizards were crawling very fast, they ran away at an extremely fast speed. The liquor suddenly jumped up. At the moment of falling, the 2 sharp claws accurately stepped on the bodies of the 2 fleeing monitor lizards. Bang! The huge force directly crushed the head of the lizard on the left. The lizard on the right avoided the risk of being shot in the head, but was stepped on the back by the liquor. The spine on its back was broken by the stepping on it, and the monitor lizard fell to the ground on all fours, struggling and screaming in pain. Puff! Looking at the dishonest monitor lizard under his feet, the liquor instantly became angry and opened his mouth wide. I saw a scarlet tongue shot out from the mouth and hit the head of the monitor lizard on the ground. The seemingly hard leather armor could not withstand the tongue of the liquor and pierced the monitor lizard's head on the spot. The poor monitor lizard twitched and fell to the ground motionless. Hiss! Feeling that the 4 monitor lizards around him had all died in his hands, the liquor seemed particularly arrogant. He actually lay on the ground and let out a scream. The cry was low, but it was very penetrating, and it frightened Su Li, who was not far away. Strange monster. Even though Su Li doesn't have much knowledge, he has seen Animal World. I have never heard of any animal making such a shocking and piercing roar. Su Li immediately quickened his climbing pace, trying desperately to escape from this horrible place. However, no matter how Su Li quickened his pace, the voice behind him was getting closer and closer, as if it was ringing right next to his ear. Base! The liquor followed the smell of blood. In addition, Su Li's legs and feet were injured and he could not walk, so he could only crawl on the ground. The sound of crawling and scraping against the fallen leaves and soil on the ground successfully attracted the liquors. With an acceleration, the liquor jumped accurately in front of Su Li, blocking Su Li's way. Su Li was stunned for a moment and instinctively looked up at the uninvited guest in front of him. After seeing the other person's appearance clearly, Su Li was stunned and trembling with fear. The liquor was very close to Su Li, only about 1 meter away. After no longer hearing any sound, the liquor slowly extended its tongue and slowly searched for the prey in front of it. The tongue touched Su Li's face, rubbing back and forth, as if making the final judgment. Chapter 51. The final time limit of the game. Looking at the monster in front of him, Su Li completely collapsed. What kind of monster is this? In my own impression and understanding, this is definitely not a creature that should exist in the real world. Even if this is the Death Forest, there should be some birds and beasts. The appearance of the liquor undoubtedly subverted Su Li's cognitive ability. Liquors have no eyes, so they have no vision, only hearing and smell. Although it did not attack Su Li directly, it just stretched out its tongue to sense Su Li's situation. But the liquor's tongue had barbs, which rubbed against Su Li's face and neck. Su Li felt an inexplicable itching and tingling. Su Li clenched his teeth tightly and dared not make any sound, for fear of alarming the terrible monster in front of him. Let's go quickly. At this moment, Su Li had only this one thought in his mind. I hope the monster in front of me is full and no longer hungry, and then turns around and leaves. Cough. Suddenly, the licker's tongue touched Su Li's throat. It made a tiny cut and hurt Su Li's nerves. This made Su Li make a slight sound, and he was so scared that he bit his lips hurriedly. But it was still a step too slow. Although the licker's vision is impaired, his hearing and perception abilities are very sharp. The faint sound Su Li just made was enough to alarm the licker. The licker's tongue instantly contracted and tightly wrapped around Su Li's neck, making Su Li's breathing rapid. Su Li ignored the pain in his body. He stretched out his hands to grab the tongue wrapped around his neck and tried to pull it apart with force. However, the more Su Li struggled, the tighter the licker's tongue wrapped around him. Sizzle! Suddenly, the licker's claws waved. The huge claws slashed directly in front of Su Li, leaving a pool of blood on the spot and causing Su Li's intestines to be ripped open. Poor Su Li, his whole body instantly became like a puddle of mud, allowing the licker to wrap around his neck, unable to move anymore. After sensing that Su Li was no longer struggling, the licker instantly lost interest. He threw Su Li to the side with force, and he hit the big tree next to him heavily and slid to the ground. Quack! After eliminating the prey around it, the licker seemed extremely excited. Yang Tian let out a strange cry, and instantly all the birds in the surrounding jungle took off into the air. Hundreds of birds flying high into the sky together seemed a little strange in the silent jungle. This made all the contestants around feel a little uneasy. There are a total of 500 contestants in this death forced horror game, and the entire game is limited to 3 days. Within 3 days, the participating teams must complete the task, collect 3 keys, rush to the finish line port, and leave by boat. If you arrive in 3 days, you will have 3 keys. If you fail to reach the end, the mission will be considered as failed, and you will be eliminated directly. Of the nearly 100 participating teams, only 74 remained after the first day of competition. Of the remaining teams, more than half have passed the halfway mark. The location where the licker appears is exactly the route that all participating teams must pass through. What's that sound? Many people felt inexplicably frightened after hearing the strange cry. Get out of this damn place. Someone made a suggestion, trying to avoid the location where the licker was screaming. Ding ding! Just as everyone was frightened by the licker's strange screams, the game prompt sound suddenly rang. Congratulations to the contestants who are listening to the game broadcast. If you can hear this sound, it means you are still alive. Now we will report the news of the second day of this round of games. Game reminder: 48 hours have passed since the Death Forest game. Congratulations to the team that collected 3 keys and successfully exchanged them for the bow card. We would also like to remind all contestants that there are less than 24 hours left in this round of games. Competitors who wish to collect all the keys and groups that are far from the finish line, please speed up. After 2 days, there are now 190 contestants. Teams with fewer than 5 participants or those that are alone can still merge and form new teams. Special note: because today is the last day of the game, no mission material survival packs will be provided today. Come on, all the contestants. 1 stone can cause 1,000 ripples. As the game prompt sounded, all participating teams instantly panicked. It's not just the sense of urgency, but also the increasing death toll and the fact that supply boxes are no longer being delivered. If we can't reach the finish line as soon as possible, we won't even have the supplies to survive. In such an environment, it will only accelerate the collapse of people's consciousness. Haotian. After hearing the second announcement of the game, Lu Haotian instantly fell into deep thought. Looking at Lu Haotian's appearance, Shui Yutong couldn't help but worry. Lu Haotian shook his head and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm just surprised at the speed at which the contestants are dying." Death ratio? Lu Haotian said calmly. There were 500 participating teams on the first day, but the actual team consisted of 490 people, a total of 98 teams. After 1 day, there were 370 people left, or 74 teams. 120 people died, and 24 teams disappeared. After the second day, there were only 190 people left, or 38 teams, and there were less than 24 hours left. With the lickers and monitor lizards chasing us, and no supply boxes being delivered, the death rate will only be faster. Listening to Lu Haotian's words, everyone fell into deep thought. Shui Wen, who couldn't help but curse, this damn game killed so many people in one go. I will never let him go. Looking at Shui Wenhu's furious look, Lu Haotian sighed. Brother Hu, calm down. Right now, we not only need to speed up our pace, but also be more vigilant and careful. Not only the monsters in the game, but also the other participating teams. After all, we have become a target. As he spoke, Lu Haotian's expression was extremely complicated. Shui Wenhu glanced at the route ahead and said confidently, "Don't worry, leave it to me. Everyone follow closely." No one dared to delay and immediately quickened their pace to catch up for fear of being left behind. Soon, what was originally a game of survival and death has turned into a competition of life. Especially from Lu Haotian's point of view, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a race against death. Just because that god of death is the liquor. Help, help, a monster who will save us. With the appearance of the liquors, more and more contestants were killed, and many groups of survivors were directly wiped out. The entire team of contestants is decreasing rapidly. Great, we've finally reached the Gobi Desert. There's no jungle here, so we don't have to worry about traps or ambushes from wild animals. The group hurried all the way and finally crossed the jungle and arrived at the edge of the Gobi Desert. Looking at the Gobi Desert in front of him, Chang Chuan suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. But Shui Wenhu's face didn't look good. Seeing this, Lu Haotian asked, "What's wrong, Brother Hu? Do you have any concerns?" Shui Wenhu took a deep breath and said, "In our wilderness survival training, although the jungle is full of dangers, but we'd rather be in the jungle than in the Gobi Desert." Chang Chuan looked puzzled. Why? Chapter 52, Crisis in the Gobi Desert. Looking at the endless Gobi Desert in front of us, Lu Haotian quickly understood what Shui Wenhu meant. He began to explain, "Although the jungle is dangerous, we can use trees and bushes to hide. And in this Gobi Desert, you can see everything around you. If you encounter danger, you really have no way to avoid it, no place to hide." Hearing Lu Haotian's words, Chang Chuan was stunned. I looked at the Gobi Desert in the distance again and suddenly felt a chill. Especially looking at the sky above the Gobi Desert, it feels so gloomy. There's always an uncomfortable feeling, as if something's going to go wrong. It looks like it's going to rain today. Looking at the gloomy weather, Su Wenshu couldn't help but frowned and said, "Let's speed up a bit and go down at our current speed. We should be able to complete the 10-kilometer journey in 3 hours." Shui Wenhu also spoke quickly. 3 hours? After hearing Shui Wenhu's words, everyone's faces were filled with excitement. Shui Yutong suddenly said excitedly, "Haotian is still amazing." What happened to Brother Tian? Seeing how Shui Yutong admired Lu Haotian so much, Luo Fei couldn't help but ask curiously. Shui Yutong quickly said, "When we first entered this game to form a team, Yang Hong suggested that we search for the key first. Haotian insisted on heading towards the intermediate station and the terminal. At that time, they disagreed and seemed to be arguing." Shui Wenhu also breathed a sigh of relief. Looking back now, Haotian's decision was correct. Fortunately, we listened to Haotian's analysis at the time. At least from what we can see now, our group should be the first to gather all the keys and reach the finish line. Listening to what everyone said, Lu Haotian felt a little guilty. When I made this decision, I also made an analysis and judgment before deciding to take a gamble. Once you fail, all you can do is sit back and wait at the finish line. In other words, if Suli had not wanted to kill his team and snatch the key from him, perhaps his team may not be able to collect the 3 keys and get the boarding card in the first time. Everything is just coincidence. Everyone ran quickly all the way, a journey of 3 hours. If we speed up our pace, we can shorten the time and get out of this danger zone sooner. This is not a jungle area, although there are no traps ahead. But Shui Wenhu still volunteered to lead the way. Shui Yutong, Luo Fei, and Su Wenshu walked in the middle of the team. Lu Haotian and Chang Chuan followed behind, keeping a distance of more than 10 meters from the team in front. As they walked, they kept paying attention to the situation on both sides and behind them. Half an hour later, everything was safe, which intensified the joy in everyone's hearts. Something's happening. Lu Haotian followed behind and ran all the way when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a strange figure behind him on the right. The figure was like a tail, following not far behind him. To be precise, it was not one figure, but 3 figures. 3 figures dragging 3 tails followed behind everyone. As everyone sped up, the followers also sped up. A cry of surprise startled everyone instantly. They all stopped and looked in the direction of Lu Haotian's eyes. After the team stopped, The followers didn't seem to pretend to see them and continued walking in the direction ahead. Soon these tails crossed their parallel lines and continued to move forward, with a distance of about 100 meters between each other. It was as if there was something in front of them that was attracting them, so they didn't take them seriously. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but still did not dare to let their guard down. Luo Fei asked nervously, "What is this?" Shui Wenhu's expression changed slightly. "This is a desert wolf. It lives in groups and often appears in deserts and Gobi deserts." Chang Chuan said disdainfully, "There are only 3 of them, and these wolves look small in size. We have so many people and weapons, we should be able to deal with them." Shui Wenhu glanced at Chang Chuan and said calmly, "These 3 are obviously whistle wolves. They are very cunning. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a group of wolves following them not far behind." "What? Wolves?" Chang Chuan was horrified when he heard Shui Wenhu's words. "There is a reason why it is better to fight a lone tiger than a pack of wolves." Su Wenshu asked curiously, "What are these desert wolves tracking? Are they targeting other prey? Shall we follow and see?" Luo Fei asked curiously. Everyone instantly turned their eyes to Lu Haotian. Even Shui Wenhu was waiting for Lu Haotian's instructions. After all, Lu Haotian is the team captain. Lu Haotian took a deep breath and said, "Let's go. We'll take this route as well and see what the situation is. But be careful of the wolves." Shui Wenhu nodded and immediately led everyone forward. But this time, Shui Wenhu deliberately kept some distance from the 3 scout wolves. If there are any special situations, there will be enough opportunities to take defensive and responsive postures. There seems to be something ahead. Sure enough, after speeding up for a while, Shui Wenhu saw a figure in front of the 3 whistle wolves. Shui Wenhu added, "No, there are 3 of them, 1 tall and 2 short. They also look like some kind of animals. That's a snow leopard." Following the direction of Shui Wenhu's finger, Lu Haotian was stunned. Chang Chuan asked in confusion, "It seems that these 3 whistle wolves are not targeting us, but the 3 snow leopards. But why did the snow leopard appear here?" "The 3 snow leopards in front of us are obviously a mother leopard with 2 cubs. This snow leopard is about 1 meter long. The 2 little leopards were as big as puppies and always followed their mother leopard closely. The mother leopard has grayish-white fur with black spots and rings, which is an excellent protective color in the Gobi Desert. Perhaps because she sensed the 3 uninvited guests behind her, the leopard mother seemed a little uneasy along the way. I wanted to speed up my pace, but I also had to take care of the 2 little leopard cubs from time to time. A leopard never leaves the mountains, and a wolf never leaves the beach. Why did these 3 leopards leave the mountains and come to the Gobi Desert today?" Seeing the situation in front of them, everyone knew that the desert wolf was targeting the snow leopard. To be precise, they were targeting 2 little leopards. "Haotian, what should we do now?" As a woman, Shui Yutong immediately felt pity. Lu Haotian said without hesitation, "This is the law of survival of nature. It is inconvenient for us to interfere. Otherwise, it would be very disadvantageous to us if we provoke the wolves to retaliate." But Shui Wenhu also added, "Haotian is right. The most urgent thing is that we must avoid the fight between the wolf and the leopard as soon as possible." "Look, what is that?" At this moment, the snow leopard in the distance suddenly stopped. He stood in place and walked around the 2 little leopards, licking their fur from time to time with his tongue. The scene was moving. In the distance where Chang Chuan pointed, a group of black shadows were seen surrounding this side at a very fast speed. When the black shadow approached, Shui Wenhu's face instantly became extremely ugly. "Oh no, it's a pack of wolves." At a glance, there are dozens of them, led by a leader wolf. They were marching in an orderly formation, approaching here. Chapter 53, Arrow Shoots Wolf King. Looking at the situation ahead, Shui Wenhu didn't dare to take a step forward, although there was still some distance between the crowd and the wolves. But in this Gobi Desert, it was nothing to the wolves. In particular, the wolves' target now was the lone snow leopard, not them. If they act recklessly, the wolves will shift their targets to the others at any time. Seeing the wolves approaching the snow leopard, everyone became more worried about the snow leopard. Among the wolf pack, there is a tall wolf who looks majestic and must be the wolf king. Shui Wenhu cursed. These desert wolves are really cunning. The sentinel wolf must have discovered the snow leopard. Then 3 wolves followed, and the others informed the wolf king. The wolf king then adopted a method of encirclement and pincer attack to prepare to hunt the snow leopard. In terms of size, the snow leopard is slightly taller and heavier than the desert wolf. Moreover, the snow leopard is more flexible and is more agile and nimble than the desert wolf. Snow leopards also have an advantage in running speed. In terms of attack, the snow leopard's teeth are sharper and its bite force is higher than that of the wolf. Wolves are canines with thick and blunt claws, which are mainly used for digging soil and holes. The snow leopard belongs to the cat family and is an expert in claw attacks. But wild wolves have a keen sense of smell, good hearing, great endurance, and are cunning by nature. In a one-on-one fight, no matter how strong the desert wolf is, it is no match for the snow leopard. With the strength of a snow leopard, it is not a problem to challenge 2 desert wolves at the same time. However, if you deal with 3 desert wolves at the same time, it is very likely that it will end in a draw, or both sides will suffer losses. When there are more than 3 of them, the snow leopards are at a disadvantage and have no choice but to retreat and run away. Brother Tiger, what should we do now? From what we see, these wolves are probably coming for that lone snow leopard. Should we take this opportunity to slip away? Seeing that the atmosphere at the scene was extremely tense, and everyone was even scared to breathe, Chang Chuan couldn't help but speak. Shui Wenhu hesitated for a moment and said, "Let's wait for the wolves and snow leopards to fight, and then we'll take the opportunity to slip away." Listening to Shui Wenhu's words, everyone felt extremely nervous. Among the few people, Luo Fei had the weakest willpower and was almost on the verge of crying. "We can't leave," Lu Haotian said suddenly, and these words shocked everyone instantly. Shui Yutong was surprised and said, "Haotian, why don't we leave? If we stay here, we will only attract the wolf pack's attack." "Brother Tiger, can you tell how many wolves there are in this pack?" Lu Haotian did not answer Shui Yutong's question, but asked Shui Wenhu. Shui Wenhu glanced at the wolf pack not far away. It's impossible to count them in detail, but based on preliminary estimates, there are at least 30, or even more. Not enough to eat. Lu Haotian frowned slightly. What's the meaning? It was obvious that no one understood what Lu Haotian meant. Lu Haotian said calmly, "Snow leopards are not big. An adult female snow leopard weighs only 40 to 50 kilograms. It's not much even if you count the 2 little leopards, but an adult wild wolf can eat a lot in one meal. 30 wild wolves, a female leopard, and 2 cubs are clearly not enough to eat." After listening to Lu Haotian's words, everyone fell silent. Shui Wenhu was surprised and asked, "You mean, after these wolves attack the snow leopards, they will attack us?" Lu Haotian took a deep breath. "The wolves didn't attack us now because we are more numerous than the snow leopards. The Wolf King is very cunning. He may be planning to defeat us one by one. After finishing off the snow leopard, he will attack us." Luo Fei was about to cry. "Then let's hurry up and run while the wolves are attacking the snow leopard." Su Wenshu said anxiously, "In this desert, we can't outrun those wolves at all. Then we can't just stand here and wait to die." As Luo Fei spoke, he couldn't help but start wiping away tears. "Just when I was about to complete the game, I unexpectedly encountered a pack of wolves." Lu Haotian took a deep breath and said, "Let's go help the snow leopard and fight the wolf pack together." "Fuck the wolf pack." Chang Chuan was extremely surprised when he heard Lu Haotian's words. "Brother Tian, are you crazy? They're a pack of wolves, and there are only a few of us. How can we help them?" Lu Haotian nodded and said, "The snow leopard is weak alone and cannot defeat the wolf pack. It only takes a moment for the wolf pack to kill the snow leopard. Once the snow leopard is killed, the Wolf King will lead the other wolves to attack us." This, Shui Wenhu nodded and said, "Haotian is right. The wolves will not let us go. In their eyes, we are prey waiting for them." Lu Haotian also added, "Instead of being killed one by the wolves, it is better to join forces with the snow leopard now. When we fight against wolves, at least the snow leopard is also an extremely powerful fighting force." That's it. Shui Wenhu and Lu Haotian agreed with each other, so naturally the others didn't say anything more. Shui Wenhu put away his things and took out a dagger. The pistol has limited bullets, which are not very effective against a pack of wolves in close combat. "I will attack with a dagger. You should also take out your weapons to defend yourself. Remember, our goal is to repel the wolves, not to fight them to death." Under the leadership of Shui Wenhu, the team immediately formed a triangle formation and approached the direction of the snow leopard. Sensing something approaching, the snow leopard instantly pricked up its ears and looked at Shui Wenhu and others vigilantly. Makes a magical sound. Hearing the strange whimpering sound of the snow leopard, everyone was stunned. If it weren't for the situation on the scene, Everyone would almost be amused by the sound. Although the snow leopard's voice was devilishly cute, it still showed its fangs to everyone, as if issuing a warning. Lu Haotian quickly said, "Don't worry, as long as we don't take the initiative to attack, the snow leopard can sense our intentions." Sure enough, after the warning, the snow leopard did not attack the crowd. Instead, he looked at the large group of wolves approaching from behind. Compared to the humans around him, the murderous intent revealed by the wolves made the snow leopard even more uneasy. Woo! The wolves approached and stopped about 10 meters away from the snow leopard and the crowd. The wolf king, who was taller than the other wild wolves, stood in the middle of the wolf pack. He roared at everyone, and it was unclear whether he was warning Lu Haotian and others. The wolf king spoke, and the wolf pack fell silent. Especially the adult wolves in the front row. Each of them took an attacking stance, waiting for the wolf king's orders at any time. No one dared to rush out first. Yutong. Seeing that the atmosphere was becoming extremely tense, Lu Haotian suddenly shouted softly, "How?" Shui Yutong responded while paying attention to the wolves in front of him, holding the dagger tightly in his hand, not daring to look back. Lu Haotian said softly, "I will protect you. Take out your bow and arrow, aim at the wolf king, and shoot." Shui Yutong was stunned, and immediately put away the dagger and took off the bow and arrow from his back without saying a word. He drew his bow and aimed directly at the wolf king in the wolf pack. The wolf king was watching the battle and suddenly felt a little uneasy. He instinctively looked at Shui Yutong and saw someone holding something and looking at him. The wolf king moved immediately. Seeing the wolf king taking action, Shui Yutong also rushed to take action. Whoosh! The arrow left the bow and made a sound of breaking through the air. Oh wow! Chapter 54. Fierce Battle with Wolves. Seeing that the wolf king had noticed something, Shui Yutong could no longer aim and instinctively shot an arrow at the wolf king. Bang! The compound bow's shooting power was exaggerated, and the sound of the bowstring breaking through the air made Lu Haotian and others feel nervous. His eyes instinctively looked towards the wolf king. Whoosh! The arrow flew off the bow and shot straight towards the wolf king. The wolf king's body suddenly shook, trying to avoid the danger. Oh! Despite this, Shui Yutong's arrow still hit the wolf king. The wolf king let out a scream, which immediately caused the surrounding wolves to become restless. Shui Yutong was originally aiming at the wolf king's forehead, but the wolf king avoided the vital point. The arrow grazed the wolf king's left eye, leaving a trace of blood in an instant. The wolf king, who had lost one eye, howled but did not retreat. Instead, he became even more aggressive. The wolf king stood firm, standing where he was, letting the blood flow out of his eyes. Roar! With a low growl, the wolf king gave the order to attack. In an instant, the strong wild wolf in the front pounced towards the crowd. The battle between humans and wolves is about to break out. Oh wow! Just as the pack of wolves rushed over, the snow leopard suddenly let out a demonic roar. Although the voice sounded a little cute, its momentum overwhelmed the entire wolf pack. Instantly stopped the wolves that were trying to rush over. Whoosh! Just when everyone was surprised, the snow leopard rushed out first and pounced directly. At the moment of falling, its right front paw directly pressed down on the head of the desert wolf in front, pressing it to the ground. The sharp nails of its front paws also pierced into the wolf's body. Before the wolf could scream, the snow leopard lowered its head and bit the wolf's neck with its sharp teeth. After biting hard, the snow leopard refused to let go until it broke the wolf's neck. Woo-woo. The whole process took no more than 3 seconds, and the snow leopard easily killed an adult wolf. It dealt a direct blow to the morale of the entire wolf pack. Some timid wolves were so scared that they instinctively retreated and dared not take a step forward. It seems to be afraid of the snow leopard's ferocity. Well done, that's great. Seeing this scene, Shui Yutong couldn't help but shouting excitedly. The snow leopard seemed to understand the praise and shook its head majestically and shook its hair. Ah! Suddenly, the wolf king issued a new order. After a brief abnormality, the wolf pack began to readjust its formation again. This time, 2 strong wild wolves pounced on the snow leopard together. No matter how strong a snow leopard is, it cannot fight 2 wild wolves at the same time without getting hurt. As a ferocious beast, it makes a living by hunting all year round. Once it is injured, it is equivalent to giving up half of its life. But the snow leopard was unable to avoid the 2 wild wolves charging towards it. The snow leopard is not protecting the humans behind it, but the two young leopard cubs behind it. The snow leopard roared at the two wolves, trying to scare them away, but it didn't work. A wild wolf rushed directly in front of it, and the snow leopard immediately opened its mouth and fought with the wolf and did not lose the upper hand. But another wild wolf took the opportunity to rush over from the side and tried to attack the snow leopard's neck. The restrained snow leopard was unable to fight back at the same time. Puff! Seeing the snow leopard anxious and helpless, suddenly a figure rushed over, and his left and right hands moved almost at the same time. He grabbed the wolf's neck with his left hand, and with his right hand, he stabbed the dagger into the wolf's neck. The dagger stabbed in completely, and in an instant the blade disappeared into the bone. The poor wolf didn't even have time to make a sound. It struggled for a moment and died. After Lu Haotian succeeded in killing the wolves with one blow, he immediately drew out his dagger and looked at the other wolves vigilantly. Call! The snow leopard was very excited as the crisis around it was resolved, and it bit the wild wolf fighting in front of it to death with one bite. After throwing the wild wolf to the ground, he stood side by side with Lu Haotian, staring at the wolves in front of them. Brother Tian is awesome. Seeing what Lu Haotian had just done, the people behind him were instantly extremely excited. Chang Chuan, in particular, couldn't help but shout out excitedly. If he wasn't worried about the wolves in front of him, Lu Haotian really wanted to open the attribute bar right now and take a good look at his various values. Although he had just killed a wild wolf with a single knife, Lu Haotian was very clear. In reality, I am simply unable to exert such powerful strength. The only explanation is that my level was upgraded after entering the second level of the game. When I first entered the game, my level was 0 and my strength was only 6 points. After completing the game, I earned enough points, and when I entered the second round of the Death Forest, I upgraded according to the game's prompts. The current level is 1, and the strength has also increased from 6 points to 8 points. Later, when fighting against the giant crocodile, he was forced to use his talent, triggering his passive skill and gaining a 3-point strength attribute bonus. Now my strength has reached 11 points, almost twice as much as before. This is also why he was able to kill the adult desert wolf with a single knife without any effort. It seems that the importance of level upgrade is no less than that of talent upgrade. Upgrading your talents will make your moves stronger and your attacks more powerful. But due to the limitation of energy value, everyone's talents cannot be used at will. Sometimes, over-reliance on talent can lead people into an irretrievable situation. Lu Haotian didn't know before how powerful the upgrade of his level was. But after successfully killing a wild wolf just now, Lu Haotian was confident that his strength was only stronger than Shui Wenhu's. But his combat experience is far less than Shui Wenhu's. Just now it was a snow leopard that killed a wild wolf in seconds, and this time it was Lu Haotian who killed a wild wolf in seconds. 2 consecutive instant kills shocked the wolf pack and hit the morale and fighting spirit of these wild wolves. The timid wolf began to plan to retreat. However, they were soon bitten by the wolf king, and the other wild wolves dared not retreat anymore. Lu Haotian's eyes were fixed on the wild wolf. After playing 2 games and killing venomous snakes and crocodiles, I can see that these wolves must be the hidden plot in the Death Forest. In other words, the Wolf King is just a small boss. Whoever kills the Wolf King will have the chance to get a hidden reward. He personally felt the power of his own E-level electric shock, which was upgraded to D-level lightning. Lu Haotian was a little impatient to know what kind of power his talent would have if it evolved to the next level. This Wolf King must be taken down by himself. Everyone be careful. Suddenly, the Wolf King issued a new order. The wolves immediately began to surround and attack the crowd. Shui Wenhu quickly spoke up to remind everyone. Faced with the wolf attack, some people began to become timid and afraid. Lu Haotian said loudly, "Don't be afraid. If you are injured, you can heal it all as long as you complete the game." Sure enough, after hearing Lu Haotian's words, everyone's morale was boosted, and they no longer retreated. "Brother Hu Yutong, cover me. I will kill the Wolf King." Lu Haotian protected his neck with his left hand, held the dagger tightly in his right hand, and rushed forward first. Lu Haotian's bravery once again inspired everyone. Brother Tian is worthy of being the team leader. He actually dares to challenge the Wolf King alone. Seeing Lu Haotian's murderous look, Chang Chuan shouted excitedly. Chapter 55. Seizing the Wolf King. Under Lu Haotian's encouragement, everyone's morale was high, and they all followed Lu Haotian to fight the wolves. According to Lu Haotian's approach, As long as he protects his neck and keeps the team together, there won't be much risk. Lu Haotian took the lead and rushed over, staring at the Wolf King and the wolf pack. Although Shui Wenhu's left arm was broken, he would not retreat at all at this critical moment of the team's life and death. He held a dagger in one hand and protected Lu Haotian's right rear. Whenever there was a wild wolf trying to attack Lu Haotian's right side, Shui Wenhu would swing the dagger in his hand and chop it down without hesitation. In just a dozen seconds, 2 or 3 wild wolves tried to sneak attack Lu Haotian, but they were all chopped back by Shui Wenhu. 2 of the wolves had their front paws cut off, but the other one was more cunning and retreated in time when Shui Wenhu swung the dagger. The dagger cut the wolf's nose and cut off a small piece of flesh. Although it did not cause much damage to the wolf, it made the wolf scream in pain. As for Lu Haotian's left, Chang Chuan was holding a baseball bat and swinging it in a disorderly manner. For a moment, he looked so brave that the wild wolves did not dare to approach him easily. However, Chang Chuan soon ran out of energy due to overexerting himself and began to gasp for breath as he stood there. Chang Chuan, don't swing the stick blindly. Remember to control the rhythm. Make a baseball hitting posture. If a wolf approaches, attack immediately and maintain your physical strength. Looking at Chang Chuan's condition, Shui Wenhu reminded Chang Chuan while attacking. After hearing what Shui Wenhu said, Chang Chuan should not be negligent. He hurriedly began to adjust his rhythm and do as Shui Wenhu said, holding the baseball bat tightly with both hands and taking deep breaths. Bang! Seeing a wild wolf trying to attack Lu Haotian, Chang Chuan grabbed the baseball bat with both hands and hit it out instantly. With a bang, the baseball bat hit the wolf's head accurately. The poor wolf didn't even have time to utter a sound before it was knocked to the ground. It fell on the ground and began to twitch all over. It soon died. That's amazing. After seeing the power of the baseball bat, Chang Chuan couldn't help but shout out in excitement. Quickly retract the stick, continue to prepare for the batting posture according to the previous pattern, and be ready to start the second attack at any time. With Chang Chuan and Shui Wenhu protecting him closely, Lu Haotian could be said to have no worries at all. Relying on his strength attribute, which is 1 level higher than others, every attack he makes can cause considerable damage to those wild wolves. With the addition of speed, Lu Haotian's skills can be said to be no less than Shui Wenhu and Shui Yutong. However, the wild wolves in front of them were too cunning. Seeing how brave Lu Haotian and the others were, they did not dare to fight to the death rashly. When Lu Haotian rushed forward, the wolves retreated rapidly. If 1 or 2 of them failed to retreat in time, they would be hit by Lu Haotian. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of an arrow whistle came from behind Lu Haotian. In an instant, he saw a wild wolf in front of him trying to attack Lu Haotian, but it fell to the ground with an arrow in the forehead. After the 3 of them came Shui Yutong, who temporarily put away his dagger and used the bow and arrow in his hand to protect Lu Haotian while preparing for an attack. With the protection of other people, Shui Yutong has become the safest person in the team. If Shui Yutong hadn't been concerned about the limited number of arrows in his hands, he would have already started cheating and killed everyone. Suddenly, Luo Fei was accidentally attacked by a wild wolf, which bit him on the wrist and made him scream. Su Wenshu, who was standing nearby, wanted to rescue him, but as soon as she turned around, a wild wolf bit her leg from behind. There was immediate blood gushing out, and a piece of flesh was almost torn off. Bang! Chang Chuan hurriedly changed his body and wielded the stick to repel the wild wolf that attacked the 2 men. As soon as Chang Chuan's position changed, the nearby wild wolves immediately retaliated and attacked, with 2 wild wolves pouncing directly on Chang Chuan. Puff! Lu Haotian seized the opportunity and stabbed a wild wolf that was rushing towards him to death with a dagger. However, he was too late to stop the other one. The wild wolf pounced directly on Chang Chuan's back and bit Chang Chuan's shoulder. That hurts! Chang Chuan felt the pain and instinctively reached back to pull the wolf, leaving a gap in the defense in front of him, and he was immediately attacked from both sides. Chang Chuan was in a very dangerous situation at this time. There was a wild wolf biting him from behind and another wild wolf attacking him from the front. Chang Chuan did not dare to be careless and hurriedly raised his left arm to block in front of himself, fearing that he would be strangled by the wolf. Puff! After Lu Haotian killed a wolf, he immediately rushed over and killed the wild wolf hanging on Chang Chuan's back. Don't be careless. Chang Chuan, who felt relieved, immediately freed his right hand and directly repelled the wild wolf that was attacking his left arm. Thank you, Brother Tian. Chong Chuan, who survived the disaster, breathed a sigh of relief, not caring about his injuries, and expressed his gratitude to Lu Haotian. After the crisis was resolved, the team reorganized again in an instant. During this period, some wild wolves ventured to attack from behind, but were either fought off by the snow leopard or bitten to death in one bite. With the joining of Lu Haotian and others, the adult snow leopard suddenly felt safe and would rush out from time to time to scare away the barking wolves. However, he stayed in the team most of the time, forming a formation with Lu Haotian and others, and protecting the two little leopard babies. Whoosh! An arrow sounded, and Shui Yutong shot another wolf and took it away directly. Unlike the attacks of Lu Haotian and others, Shui Yutong's arrow attack obviously brought a little pressure to the wolves. Especially these wild wolves, they had no idea what happened to their teammates and fell to the ground and died inexplicably. Shui Yutong's attacks were rhythmic and were mainly aimed at killing the adult wild wolves that stood in front of the Wolf King. These wolves are not only taller than the surrounding wolves, but also look more muscular. If it fights alone, it will definitely be more difficult to deal with than other smaller wolves. Whoosh! It was unclear how many arrows Shui Yutong had shot, but every arrow hit the target and he was quickly taking the lives of these wild wolves. Seeing that the number of arrows in his quiver had dwindled dramatically, Shui Yutong said worriedly, "Haotian, I only have 3 arrows left. Keep the rest for use at a critical moment." Lu Haotian responded without turning his head. Shui Yutong had no choice but to hold the bow, and arrow, and aim for defense, no longer attacking randomly. Wolf King. Suddenly, Shui Yutong saw that the wild wolves blocking the Wolf King seemed to be killed by Lu Haotian and others. The Wolf King's figure was once again exposed to the public. Shui Yutong immediately drew his bow and aimed. Whoosh! This time, Shui Yutong's arrow did not give the Wolf King any chance to dodge, and hit the Wolf King directly in the chest. The Wolf King let out a scream and fell to the ground. The surrounding wolves immediately retreated in fear. A few brave wolves wanted to step forward to protect the Wolf King, but they were also afraid of the weapons of the humans in front of them. Seeing this scene, Lu Haotian was shocked. He didn't expect that Shui Yutong took advantage of the opportunity and shot the Wolf King with an arrow. You know, it is not easy to encounter these hidden plots, and killing the characters in the hidden plots will involve great risks. Whoa! Suddenly, the fallen Wolf King let out a painful sound, even though Shui Yutong's arrow hit the Wolf King's front. But because the Wolf King was huge in size and had much stronger vitality than other wild wolves, the arrow did not kill the Wolf King on the spot after it penetrated halfway. The Wolf King is not dead yet. Seeing the Wolf King's condition, Shui Yutong became anxious and wanted to draw his bow and shoot again. "I'll do it." Seeing this, Lu Haotian rushed over immediately. With one slash, he pushed back the wild wolves around the Wolf King without waiting for the Wolf King to react. He pounced and stabbed the Wolf King's neck with the dagger in his hand. Chapter 56, The Terrifying Pursuer. Puff! Lu Haotian knew how powerful the Wolf King was, so after stabbing him with a knife, he held the dagger tightly, not daring to relax for a moment. After being stabbed, the Wolf King wanted to struggle, but he was held down by Lu Haotian and could not move at all. After a moment, Lu Haotian only heard a pleasant voice. "Drop!" Congratulations to contestant number 13 for successfully killing the Desert Wolf King and receiving 20 bonus points. Only point rewards? No item rewards? Isn't this Wild Wolf King the final boss? After successfully killing the Wolf King, everyone cheered immediately. In contrast, Lu Haotian looked very calm, with some questions rising in his heart. Ouch! After the Wolf King died, the other wild wolves did not continue to rush forward to attack. Instead, they spread out in a fan shape and howled collectively to the sky. The sound was quite sad. Seeing the situation in front of him, Lu Haotian quickly warned, "Although the Wolf King is dead, these wild wolves have not escaped yet. Everyone be careful." "Brother Tian, we have killed the Wolf King. Shouldn't the other wolves scatter like birds and beasts? Why are they still gathering here?" Chong Chuan was shocked by the scene before him and couldn't help but ask nervously. Lu Haotian shook his head and said, "Some wolves have just become Wolf Kings and have not yet established a high prestige. So after death, the wolf pack will flee. However, some Wolf Kings have high prestige, and after their death, the wolf pack will mourn together." Looking at the wolf pack in front of him again, Lu Haotian took a deep breath and said, "In short, we'd better be careful." The wolves howled in unison to the sky, and the sound echoed throughout the Gobi Desert. Listening to the howling of the wolves, everyone felt an inexplicable awe and fear in their hearts. Even the snow leopard stood quietly beside the crowd, not daring to make any move. Not good. Suddenly, Lu Haotian seemed to think of something, and his expression became extremely ugly as he looked at the wailing wolves in front of him. Haotian, what's wrong? Hearing Lu Haotian's voice, Shui Wenhu couldn't help but ask. Lu Haotian's expression turned extremely ugly. The noise made by the wolves is too loud. It can be transmitted to a very far place. It is very likely to attract some guys. Some guys? Shui Wenhu frowned slightly. What do you mean? Chang Chuan, who was standing next to him, reacted and couldn't help but asked in surprise. Brother Tian, are you referring to the liquor? Lu Haotian's expression suddenly became heavy. I hope I am just overthinking it. At this time, the wolves were still howling, and the sound continued to spread. Lu Haotian was still a little worried. We have to think of a way to stop these wolves, or force them to retreat. I'll do it. After Shui Wenhu finished speaking, he put away his dagger, took out his pistol, and pretended to aim at a wild wolf in front of him. Yes, the sound of a gun is louder than the howling of wild wolves. This shot will definitely drown out the wolves' wailing and scare them away. Seeing Shui Wenhu's actions, Lu Haotian was immediately delighted. Call! Just as Shui Wenhu was about to shoot, the wolves that were howling in unison suddenly stopped. This is not the end. All the wolves stood up straight. One by one, they looked into the distance behind Lu Haotian and others, their expressions very serious and nervous. What's happening? What's behind us? Seeing this somewhat horrifying scene, Shui Wenhu didn't dare to shoot rashly, but he didn't dare to look back either. Holding the gun in his right hand, he watched the wolves' every move nervously. Chang Chuan, Luo Fei, Su Wenshu, keep a close eye on the movements behind you and let me know if there is any situation. Lu Haotian and Shui Wenhu paid attention to the wolves together and gave orders to the people behind them. After receiving Lu Haotian's order, the three of them immediately looked back, but saw nothing but the endless Gobi Desert. Brother Tian, there's nothing? Is it because it's too dark? I can't see anything. After observing for a while, Chang Chuan couldn't help but mutter. Su Wenshu also stared at the scene in the distance and watched. I didn't notice anything unusual. Whoa! Suddenly, the whole wolf pack seemed to be frightened and turned around and ran away, leaving a group of people standing there in a daze. What happened? The wolves suddenly ran away. Everyone was stunned at the strange scene before them. After seeing that the wolves had indeed run far away and were no longer a threat to everyone, Lu Haotian also hurriedly observed the situation around him. Ouch! Suddenly, the snow leopard next to me let out a strange cry, and its eyes stared in a certain direction, appearing inexplicably uneasy and nervous. Did you find anything? Looking at the snow leopard, Lu Haotian asked instinctively. Perhaps the snow leopard understood what Lu Haotian said and glanced at Lu Haotian. He made a sound and then looked away, looking even more nervous. Then he lowered his head, slapped the two leopard cubs, and prepared to turn around and leave. Watching the mother leopard leave, the two little leopards slowly followed. Brother Tian, what should we do? Something seems to be wrong. The wolves and snow leopards have all run away. I should leave too. Looking at this strange scene, Chang Chuan said nervously. Everyone, help pick up the arrows from the wolf corpses on the ground and give them to Yutong. Then start retreating immediately. Lu Haotian did not dare to be negligent. Although he did not understand what was going on, the strange scene before him made him uneasy. Everyone immediately stepped forward, took out the arrows from the wild wolves shot by Shui Yutong, and rushed forward together. While running, people would occasionally look back. Brother Tian, this is so strange. We didn't notice anything unusual, but why did the wolves and snow leopards suddenly run away? It's obvious from their appearance that they were frightened by something. While running, Chang Chuan kept paying attention to the situation behind him and felt extremely nervous. Lu Haotian shook his head. I don't know, but I feel a little uneasy. Anyway, let's run as hard as we can. According to the current situation, as long as we keep running for more than an hour, we should be able to reach the terminal port and leave. What is that? Am I seeing things? Suddenly, Su Wenshu and the team let out a cry of surprise, instantly raising everyone's mood to the extreme. What's going on? Lu Haotian asked instinctively. Su Wenshu pointed to a rock wall in the distance and said, I just saw a dark shadow following us. Before I could see its appearance clearly, It ran behind the surrounding rock walls. Lu Haotian also glanced behind the rock wall, but seeing no movement, he did not dare to hesitate. Keep running. Everyone did not dare to delay, and immediately followed Lu Haotian's footsteps. Whoosh! At the moment when everyone turned around and ran, a figure suddenly appeared from behind the rock wall and ran forward at an accelerated speed, shortening the distance between him and everyone. Although Lu Haotian and his group ran fast, the Black Shadow seemed to be even faster. However, the Black Shadow's running posture was very strange. Its entire body was lying prone on the ground, and it was climbing quickly on all fours. In almost the blink of an eye, he caught up with everyone. While running, Luo Fei felt something following him. Instinctively, she turned her head and immediately screamed in fear. Ah, monster! Crack! The monster rushed forward, raised its right front paw, and attacked Luo Fei. Chapter 57. Challenge the Liquor. With a slight sound, Luo Fei, who was running, suddenly lost his balance and fell to the ground. My legs, help! Hearing Luo Fei's screams, everyone instinctively stopped and looked back. Seeing the scene behind them, everyone was shocked. Shui Wen, who couldn't help but asked in surprise, "What kind of monster is this?" Behind Luo Fei, a blood-red monster was lying on the ground. It has no fur on its body, has a pair of long, sharp claws, its brain is directly exposed, and its eyes cannot be seen. When Shui Wenhu opened his mouth to speak, the monster's head moved, as if looking in Shui Wenhu's direction. He opened his mouth wide, showing his fangs and sticking out his 2-meter-long tongue to show how powerful he was. Licker. After seeing the monster clearly, Chang Chuan was so scared that he trembled all over. He instinctively stepped back and wanted to escape. Chang Chuan, stop. Don't move. Lu Haotian anticipated Chang Chuan's move and spoke coldly in a low voice. However, Chang Chuan had already been frightened at this time and completely ignored Lu Haotian's warning. Just turn around and run away. However, at the moment when Chang Chuan was running, the liquor suddenly moved, stretched out his tongue, and instantly wrapped around Chang Chuan's right foot. With a sudden and strong pull, Chang Chuan fell to the ground, and the baseball bat in his hand also fell to the ground. Before Chang Chuan could react, the liquor stretched out his limbs and jumped towards Chang Chuan. The claws on the licker's limbs are extremely ferocious and sharp. Once it attacks its target, the target will definitely be torn to pieces. Seeing that the liquor was about to fall on Chang Chuan, Lu Haotian gritted his teeth and rushed forward, picking up the baseball bat that Chang Chuan had dropped on the ground. He aimed at the spot where the liquor was going to land, then swung his hand suddenly and hit the liquor directly in the face. Bang! With this strike, Lu Haotian used all his strength and directly knocked the liquor away, and he fell heavily to the ground not far away. The liquor let out a strange cry, obviously because of the pain. Lu Haotian also took the opportunity to pull Chang Chuan up from the ground and stared at the liquor on the ground with a vigilant look. Haotian, what on earth did this guy turn into? Shui Wenhu also came over in time, forming a left and right attack posture with Lu Haotian, while not forgetting to ask. Lu Haotian asked calmly, "Brother Hu, do you still remember the zombies in the last game?" Shui Wenhu was stunned and nodded. "I remember." Lu Haotian explained. The hunger of zombies will force them to eat people continuously. This is also the characteristic of the zombie virus because of the metabolism of the infected body. When the zombies have enough nutrients, they will multiply or mutate again under the control of the virus, and they may become the lickers in front of us. Shui Wenhu was stunned when he heard Lu Haotian's explanation. Then he looked at the liquor and complained, "This guy is so ugly." Lu Haotian continued, "Everyone pay attention. Although this guy's eyes have degenerated, his hearing is superb, his speed is extremely fast, and his attack power is also very domineering. It hunts entirely based on hearing, including walking, running, even breathing and heartbeats. Nothing can escape its ears." After hearing what Lu Haotian said, everyone looked nervous. Help me!" Luo Fei fell to the ground, his legs attacked by the lickers and bleeding profusely. He was unable to stand and called for help from everyone. At this moment, the liquor was guarding not far away. Having just witnessed the speed and attack power of the liquor, no one dared to act rashly. "Please don't abandon me." Seeing that no one moved, Luo Fei suddenly burst into tears. Luo Fei. Shui Yutong couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to step forward, but was pulled back by Lu Haotian. Said, "Luo Fei, hold on, we will find another chance." At this time, Lu Haotian did not want to save anyone. He even thought of retreating immediately with his men when the licker attacked Luo Fei. But the licker is a natural hunter, and Luo Fei couldn't stop the licker at all. Once everyone retreats, they will definitely be caught up by the lickers. And abandoning your teammates will also make people feel disheartened. Although there seem to be many people in the team, there are actually only a few who can really join the battle. Luo Fei had been injured and completely lost his ability to fight. Su Wenshu is a healer and does not have any talent for attacking or fighting. Although Shui Wenhu's left arm was broken, he should be able to make up for some of his strength with the dagger and gun in his hands. Shui Yutong's specialty is long-range archery. As for Chang Chuan, his soul had been destroyed by the licker long ago, and his fighting ability was greatly reduced. His strength was even less than Shui Yutong's. His talent for fire was also fully used up in the game, and his energy now could no longer be released. I had used the energy recovery potion before, and my energy value has been restored, and I can use my lightning talent 3 times. But this kind of lightning can never kill the licker. Brother Hu, how many times can you use your talent? Lu Haotian stared at the licker and asked softly. Shui Wenhu said without hiding anything. It could be used twice more. Lu Haotian immediately said, Okay, Brother Hu Yutong, use your guns and bows to cover me. Shui Wenhu was a little surprised and asked, Haotian, what are you going to do? Lu Haotian said, This is a desert. There is no place to hide. If we don't kill this guy, we won't be able to get away. Listening to Lu Haotian's words, Shui Wenhu stared at the monster again. He said, If we are going to fight, let me take the lead and you assist me. Lu Haotian refused without hesitation. Brother Hu, I know you are quite capable, but now that you have lost an arm, it is difficult for you to fight this guy head-on. Damn it! Shui Wenhu was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Shui Yutong glanced at the licker and said with some concern, Haotian, you have to be careful. This monster is different from the ones we encountered before. No matter what kind of monster it is, it can't keep us here. I must go back. Although Lu Haotian was a little scared inside, he still did not forget to cheer himself up. Roar! Perhaps sensing Lu Haotian's anger, the licker suddenly let out a roar and then jumped directly towards the crowd. The target was Luo Fei, who was lying on the ground, unable to move. Seeing this, Lu Haotian immediately rushed over, raised the baseball bat in his hand, and swung it directly towards the place where the licker was about to fall. Whoosh! However, Lu Haotian's plan seemed to be seen through. The licker's tongue instantly stretched out and wrapped around the bat that Lu Haotian was swinging at. Lu Haotian struggled for it, but found that the baseball bat was tightly entangled by the licker and could not be pulled back at all. Whoosh! Shui Yutong seized the opportunity and suddenly shot an arrow. With Shui Yutong's archery skills and natural talent, this arrow was aimed very accurately. Shui Yutong was confident that no matter how powerful the monster in front of him was, it would not be able to withstand the arrow's shot from the compound bow with its physical body. However, the licker suddenly dodged and let go of the baseball bat, avoiding the arrow flying towards him. What? You can't even shoot this. Chapter 58, Acting as Bait. Shui Yutong never expected that this monster's reaction would be so strong. Don't lose heart. This creature has very strong hearing and perception abilities. It must be the sound of the arrow breaking through the air that made it feel uneasy. Seeing that Shui Yutong was a little discouraged, Lu Haotian quickly spoke to encourage her. Although the series of attacks just now did not cause any harm to the licker, it saved Luo Fei. After losing just one arrow, Shui Yutong felt some psychological pressure. Since I got this compound bow, I have been using it very carefully. Even if I kill a target, I try to recover the arrows for a second use. After the licker dodged the arrow just now, it flew straight into the distance, and no one knew where it would land. Now there are only 5 arrows left in the quiver on him. If this monster cannot be defeated, everyone will be in danger. Yutong, be careful. Seeing that Shui Yutong's fighting spirit seemed to have changed, Shui Wenhu quickly encouraged him. Whoosh! In the first confrontation, the licker did not suffer any damage and seemed to become a little arrogant. He accelerated and rushed in front of everyone, as if ready to attack. Seeing the licker suddenly approaching, everyone couldn't help but feel a little afraid, and Chang Chuan was so scared that he fell to the ground. The injured Luo Fei no longer cared about the injury on his leg and climbed desperately towards the crowd. Every time it crawled, large stains of blood were left on the ground. As soon as the licker appeared, he cut off Luo Fei's right calf with one claw. The flesh on the calf hangs directly on the leg, which looks horrible. But compared to the fear that the liquor brought to everyone, it was nothing. Su Wenshu, Luo Fei will definitely not be able to hold on if he continues like this. Isn't your talent healing? You save Luo Fei, and I will cover you. Looking at Luo Fei's situation, Lu Haotian spoke. Su Wenshu said helplessly, my innate healing ability can only be used 3 times. The last healing was given to Brother Hu. However, my profession is medical care. I can give Luo Fei's injury some emergency treatment and bandage. Lu Haotian nodded after hearing this. Okay, no matter what happens later, you just save people and leave the rest to us. As he said that, Lu Haotian rushed forward, swinging the baseball bat in his hand at the liquor. The liquor became annoyed when he saw someone dare to attack him, and he raised his right paw and attacked the baseball bat. Bang! The liquor's sharp claws collided with the baseball bat, making a metallic sound. This collision also made Lu Haotian extremely surprised. Looking at his hands trembling slightly, Lu Haotian couldn't believe that the liquor was so powerful that his hands were numb from the previous blow. Haotian, are you okay? Seeing Lu Haotian at a disadvantage, Shui Wenhu was a little worried. I took a look at the marks left by the baseball bat. Lu Haotian gritted his teeth and reminded, I'm fine, but this guy's strength is too great. You must not be touched by his claws. Bang! Shui Wenhu was somewhat unwilling to give in, so he raised his gun and shot in the direction of the liquor. The moment the gunshot rang out, the liquor actually jumped away to avoid it. The bullet hit where the liquor had just stood, splashing up a cloud of dust. Damn it! The bullet missed the target, once again proving that the liquor in front of him was too fast. Shui Wenhu couldn't help but curse out loud. This guy is so fast, there's no way to beat him. Looking at the speed of the liquor, Chang Chuan also complained. Only Lu Haotian knew clearly that it was not that the liquors were impossible to defeat, but that the levels of the crowd were too low. Not to mention strength and defense, even the speed is far behind that of the liquor. If everyone's level goes up, their strength, defense, and speed will be improved, and it shouldn't be difficult to deal with the liquors. Shui Yutong tried to aim the bow again. The liquor seemed to feel the threat from the compound bow in Shui Yutong's hand and kept moving back and forth, making it impossible for Shui Yutong to aim. We must find a way to control this guy's speed. Otherwise, even if we have guns and bows, we won't be able to hurt it. Control the speed of the liquor? Lu Haotian suddenly had an idea. Looking at the liquor running back and forth, he quickly turned around and ran away. He also reminded everyone, don't move and don't make any noise. Yutong and Brother Hu, get ready. Although I don't know Lu Haotian's intention, seeing Lu Haotian suddenly give the order, there must be some purpose. Everyone stood where they were, looking at Lu Haotian nervously. Lu Haotian gave up the baseball bat, held the dagger in one hand, and started running around. Sure enough, after hearing the sound, the liquor also chased in the direction of Lu Haotian. Whoosh! During the pursuit, the liquor's tongue instantly stretched out towards Lu Haotian, and Lu Haotian dodged it with a flying leap. The liquor's tongue was like a steel needle, piercing the ground directly. Seeing that the attack failed, the liquor became a little angry and instantly retracted his tongue and continued to chase Lu Haotian. Brother Tian, what are you doing? Why do you keep running away? Looking at Lu Haotian's strange behavior, Chang Chuan was a little puzzled. Shui Wenhu quickly reminded, don't disturb Haotian. He must have his own intentions for doing this. Seeing that the liquor was no longer chasing him, Lu Haotian challenged the liquor. Come on, you idiot, keep chasing me. Roar! Suddenly, the liquor sped up and chased after it. Lu Haotian couldn't outrun the liquor at all. He kept dodging back and forth, walking in a Z-shaped route, and avoided the liquor's attacks many times. Whoosh! The liquor suddenly stretched out his tongue and wrapped it around Lu Haotian's neck. Haotian, be careful! Seeing Lu Haotian being hit, Shui Wenhu exclaimed in surprise. However, Lu Haotian did not seem to have any intention of struggling or resisting, but instead the corners of his mouth were raised. Just when everyone was worried about Lu Haotian stretched out his hands and grabbed the liquor's tongue. He shouted at Shui Wenhu and Shui Yutong, Brother Hu Yutong, hurry up and kill this guy. Instantly, the brother and sister reacted. The two of them didn't say a word, Shui Yutong holding a compound bow and Shui Wenhu holding a pistol. One on the left and one on the right, from far to near, they attacked the liquor. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Bang, bang, bang. Shui Wenhu's pistol was originally Su Li's gun. With the previous consumption, there were still 5 bullets in the gun. In order to destroy the monster in front of him in one fell swoop, Shui Wenhu fired all 5 bullets in one breath. 3 of the shots hit the liquor, 1 hit the neck, and 1 missed. Of the 5 arrows in Shui Yutong's hand, for had already been shot, all hitting different parts of the liquor's body. Shui Yutong did not rush to shoot the last arrow, but drew the bow and put the arrow on the string, always being on guard. Chapter 59, Kill the Liquor. Lu Haotian used himself as bait and let the liquor's tongue entangle him. Then he grabbed the liquor's tongue and made the liquor unable to move. He waited for an opportunity to create chances for Shui Wenhu and Shui Yutong, and they both attacked the liquor at the same time. With the joint efforts of the 3, the liquor lay on the ground motionless, seemingly having suffered fatal injuries. Dead. Seeing the liquor lying on the ground, seemingly dead, Shui Yutong slowly approached with a bow and arrow in hand. Careful. Lu Haotian knew very well that if the liquor was really dead, there would definitely be a game prompt. Since there is no clue, it means that the liquor is not dead, and it can even be said that he is pretending to be dead. Although Lu Haotian reminded in time, he was still a step too slow. The liquor, who was lying on the ground and motionless, suddenly jumped up and rushed towards Shui Yutong. Shui Yutong was frightened and tried to dodge in panic. But he saw the liquor coming straight towards him, and he could even clearly see the liquor's sharp claws waving at him, shining with a cold light. Shui Yutong instinctively drew the bow and shot the last arrow in his hand. Whoosh! Shui Yutong shot an arrow, hoping to force the liquor back. However, the arrow flew into the air, breaking through the clouds and shooting into the sky, but it did not hit the liquor. Or maybe he was superstitious about Shui Yutong's bow and arrow. At the moment the arrow whistle sounded, the liquor dodged, and the arrow passed right by his forehead. As soon as the arrow flew out, the liquor immediately attacked Shui Yutong's vital points. If this attack hits, Shui Yutong will definitely die. Watching the liquor approaching, Shui Yutong closed his eyes in despair, as if he was ready to face death. Thunder! At the moment when the liquor swung its claws, a flash of lightning suddenly appeared out of nowhere and hit the liquor hard. The liquor's body stiffened, and the sharp claws that were attacking Shui Yutong also stopped in midair. After being able to catch his breath, Shui Yutong came to his senses and immediately flew backwards, putting some distance between himself and the liquor. Lu Haotian couldn't help but feel happy when he saw that his lightning was also effective against a boss like the liquor. More importantly, his lightning successfully saved Shui Yutong. Little sister, are you okay? Seeing that his younger sister was out of danger, Shui Wenhu felt nervous and rushed over to check. Shui Yutong took a deep breath and said, "Brother, I'm fine." Fortunately, Haotian's lightning came in time. Otherwise, my life would have really been lost to that monster. Although Lu Haotian's lightning has a certain power, it is not fatal to the liquor. Seeing the right moment, Lu Haotian stabbed directly with the dagger in his hand. However, it still missed the target. After 2 seconds of paralysis, the liquor regains his freedom. Feeling the threat from Lu Haotian, he moved away and the dagger passed by the liquor's arm, leaving a little blood. The liquor struggled a bit, got up from the ground, and shook his head. Roar! Perhaps thinking of what he had just experienced, the liquor became a little angry. He roared at several people and rushed straight towards Lu Haotian. Thunder! Seeing the liquor coming towards him, Lu Haotian did not dare to be negligent and wanted to use his talent again. But he was a step too slow. As soon as he shouted the word thunder, the liquor rushed over with lightning speed and knocked Lu Haotian away. This collision hit Lu Haotian hard. Especially the impact of falling to the ground made Lu Haotian dizzy. After finally regaining some consciousness, I saw that blood-red figure rushing towards me. Especially the huge claws, which were raised towards him, as if wanting to tear him to pieces. Damn it, I finally got this far. Am I going to die here? At the moment of death, a white light suddenly flashed in Lu Haotian's mind. Thinking back to my parents when I was young, I thought of my younger sister, Lu Qinxue, again. With mixed feelings in his heart, yet helpless, Lu Haotian slowly closed his eyes. Ouch! Suddenly, a demonic roar that did not belong to the liquor sounded, pulling Lu Haotian back to reality. The moment he suddenly opened his eyes, he saw a dark shadow rushing in from the side and knocking the liquor that was rushing towards him to the ground. After both of them landed, they rolled over on the ground for several rounds. The black shadow turned out to be the snow leopard that had escaped earlier. After a tumble, the snow leopard actually gained the upper hand. It bit the liquor's left shoulder blade and tore it hard, pulling the liquor's left arm off. The liquor immediately let out a painful wail and went a little crazy. Seeing this, Lu Haotian was afraid that the snow leopard would be counterattacked and injured, so he quickly shouted at the snow leopard, "Big cat, get out of the way." Perhaps because it understood Lu Haotian's words, the snow leopard shook off the licker's arm and nimbly jumped from the licker to a safe place nearby. Thunder! At the moment when the snow leopard avoided the licker, Lu Haotian displayed his talent. Lightning struck instantly and hit the licker again. The licker's body stiffened again, and Lu Haotian did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. Save his life while he is ill. Lu Haotian held a dagger in his hand and took advantage of the moment when the licker was paralyzed to stab it directly into his brain. The licker was stabbed with a fatal knife and struggled violently in pain. Lu Haotian was afraid of being scratched by the licker's sharp claws, so he pressed down on the licker tightly. He twisted the dagger in his right hand vigorously until the licker's brain was mashed into a pool of mud. Finally, he let out a scream and fell to the ground, motionless. Ding! Congratulations to contestant number 13 for successfully killing the second-level boss licker of the Death Forest and receiving 40 points as a reward and a second-level yellow crystal core. Hearing the voice ringing in the mind means that the licker is completely dead. Only then did Lu Haotian sit down on the ground, gasping for breath. "Haotian, are you okay?" Seeing Lu Haotian falling to the ground, Shui Wenhu and his sister hurriedly ran forward to check on Lu Haotian's condition. Lu Haotian took a deep breath, looked at the two of them, and smiled triumphantly. "Brother Hu Yutong, we won." The two of them also showed a hint of joy on their faces. "Brother Tian, you are amazing. When I first met you, I knew that following you would be the right thing to do. It seems that my bet was right." Chang Chuan, who was behind, shouted excitedly when he saw Lu Haotian really kill the terrible licker. Lu Haotian looked up and saw a snow leopard standing not far away, licking its paw. He smiled and said, "If it wasn't for this snow leopard coming to help me, I would have died." Everyone also looked towards the snow leopard, only to see it sitting there obediently. I didn't expect this big cat to know how to repay a favor. At some point, two little leopard cubs came running over and started rubbing against their mother leopard and acting coquettishly. Looking at the happy snow leopard family, Lu Haotian took a deep breath. "Brother Tiger, let's go. It's not safe here. It will be troublesome if we are caught by those giant lizards. And those wolves that escaped may come back at any time." Shui Wenhu nodded. "Woo!" Suddenly, Luo Fei, who fell to the ground seriously injured, let out a scream of pain. Su Wenshu, who was bandaging Luo Fei's injuries, looked at the scene in front of her with some surprise. What happened? Luo Fei was seen twitching in pain, with a black line spreading from the injured part of his leg, looking terrifying and hideous. What's going on? Chapter 60. Ambush at the finish line. Woo! The injured Luo Fei struggled in pain and let out terrifying screams. Even the snow leopard not far away couldn't help but feel a little scared when hearing the sound, and retreated with its ears twitched. "Hurry up and hold her down. It will be very dangerous if this continues." Seeing this, Lu Haotian shouted hurriedly. In an instant, several people rushed forward and held down Luo Fei's limbs to prevent him from struggling violently. With everyone's joint efforts, Luo Fei finally stopped struggling and fell into a semi-coma. What's going on? Why did Luo Fei become like this? Seeing Luo Fei calm down, Su Wenshu still couldn't forget the horrific thing that happened just now. In all my years of practicing medicine, I have never seen a patient in this situation. It's a virus. Suddenly, Lu Haotian was startled, as if he remembered something and couldn't help but blurt out, "Virus!" Everyone was shocked to hear Lu Haotian's words. Su Wenshu couldn't help but ask, what kind of virus would make Luo Fei become like this? Lu Haotian said solemnly, "The virus of the licker." A licker? The lickers are caused by humans being infected with the T virus. During the evolution process, secondary mutations occurred, so the virus infection rate is higher. After listening to Lu Haotian's explanation, everyone was stunned. Su Wenshu said excitedly, "What should we do? We don't have any medicine here, let alone detoxification. Is Luo Fei really going to die here? Brother Tian, please, save me. I don't want to die here." At this time, Luo Fei gradually woke up under the joint suppression of everyone. Perhaps because he heard the conversation of everyone just now, he cried weakly to Lu Haotian. "Don't worry, no matter how badly you get hurt in the game, as long as you can finish the game alive, everything will heal." Lu Haotian quickly said to comfort him. These words were not only to comfort Luo Fei, but also to comfort everyone. Su Wenshu was a little surprised and asked, "Really? According to the current coordinates, as long as we move forward at full speed, we will reach the port in about an hour and complete the game by boat." Lu Haotian looked at his watch and said, "Luo Fei, hold on. We will take you away now." Luo Fei nodded gratefully at Lu Haotian. Lu Haotian immediately gave an order. "Brother Hu, keep your strength. Continue to lead the way in front and observe the surrounding situation for the team." "Okay, leave it to me." Shui Wenhu responded. "Chang Chuan, you and I will take turns carrying Luo Fei. If you get tired, we could take turns carrying each other." "No problem." Chang Chuan nodded immediately. Lu Haotian pulled out the 4 arrows from the liquor, handed them to Shui Yutong and said, "Yutong, you and Su Wenshu keep an eye on the movements on both sides and behind the team." "Yeah." The two nodded together. Set off. Shui Wenhu immediately led the way, keeping a distance of 5 to 10 meters from the team behind. Ensure that when danger occurs, the team behind has the opportunity to respond. When I was fighting just now, I saw Shui Wenhu and Lu Haotian put in a lot of effort, but I didn't show anything. Chang Chuan felt a little guilty at this time and volunteered to take the responsibility of carrying Luo Fei first. Besides, since entering the game, Luo Fei has been a member of his own team, so he must do something. In order to save people and complete the game as soon as possible, Shui Wenhu was extremely vigilant along the way. Although his arm was broken and his pistol had run out of bullets, Shui Wenhu did not lose heart. Holding a dagger in his right hand, he kept moving forward quickly to eliminate all possible dangers for everyone. Fortunately, the journey was relatively safe, and the wolves that we had worried about before did not appear again. Even the giant lizard released in the game failed to catch up. The team ran like this for about 40 minutes. Shui Wenhu stopped and looked not far ahead. Shui Wenhu pointed to the distance and said excitedly to everyone, "Look, everyone, we can see the edge of the Gobi Desert ahead. That should be the port beach." "Great, I'm finally going to finish the game." After seeing this scene, everyone showed a hint of excitement. "Brother Tian, take a rest and let me carry you." In the more than 40 minutes of running, the two had already exchanged carrying people once. As they were about to reach the finish line, Chang Chuan exchanged with Lu Haotian again. "Well, slow down." Lu Haotian was not polite either. The further he got to the end, the more cautious he became. The group continued to run for the rest of the journey, and after about 10 minutes, they finally passed the Gobi Desert. After stepping onto the sand, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Did we succeed? Standing on the beach and looking at the coastline in the distance, Shui Wenhu took a deep breath. "Look, there's a boat." Su Wenshu pointed at the dock in the distance, and the ship's docked there, and shouted excitedly. "Great, it seems that these settings are correct. As long as we get on the ship, we can use the ship card to start the ship and leave." Lu Haotian took a deep breath, unable to hide his inner excitement. Walk! The cruise ship was so close that everyone did not dare to delay and immediately headed towards the dock. Although it is not easy to walk on the beach, fortunately the distance is not far. It should only take 3 to 5 minutes to cross the beach and reach the boat dock. The beach is not as good as the Gobi Desert. Chang Chuan had difficulty walking with Luo Fei on his back and almost fell. "I'll help you." Su Wenshu hurried forward, supported Luo Fei on Chang Chuan's back, and walked slowly forward. Soon everyone walked to the middle of the beach, and the boats at the dock were one step closer to them. 1 step, 2 steps. The ships at the dock are becoming clearer and clearer. Bang! Seeing everyone's faces filled with joy, suddenly a huge noise echoed through the sky, shocking everyone. Thump! After the loud noise, someone fell to the ground, followed by wailing sounds. Chang Chuan, who was carrying Luo Fei on his back, fell heavily to the ground. Even Su Wenshu, who was supporting him, fell to her knees in agony. "Oh, my legs!" Chang Chuan no longer cared about Luo Fei. He hugged his legs tightly with both hands and wailed in pain. Su Wenshu also covered her legs and cried bitterly. "Woo-woo, what's going on?" Everyone was horrified when they saw what was happening around them. Luo Fei had already injured his leg, and now he fell into the sand, unable to move. Chang Chuan held his right leg, and Su Wenshu held her left leg. The legs and feet of both men suffered almost the same injuries, and the area below the ankles was almost shattered. A large amount of blood flowed into the sand. "Hurry up and save them." Shui Yutong rushed over and wanted to help the two of them bandage their wounds to stop the bleeding. "Be careful, there's a sniper." Shui Wenhu roared and threw Shui Yutong to the ground. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. The bullet passed by Shui Yutong's left shoulder and hit the sand. Lu Haotian did not dare to be careless and hurriedly laid down in the sand. Brother Tiger, what's going on? From their wounds and the sound of gunfire, it seems someone attacked us with a sniper rifle. Sniper rifle? Lu Haotian was horrified. It seems that someone had the same idea as me before. In order to save time, they rushed to the finish line early to ambush. Shui Wenhu was shocked. You mean they want to snatch our boarding passes? Chapter 61. Hand over your boarding card. There are a total of 500 contestants in this Death Force game, which is 5 times the number of contestants in the first round of the game. Although 10 people were eliminated at the beginning due to failure to form a team, there were still 490 contestants. Among so many people, there must be some who are smart and whose IQ and strategies are not inferior to mine. Even among these 500 people, there are some who, like me, are not participating in the game for the first time. Then, these people's abilities are far stronger than other game contestants. I was careless. From the moment I collected the 3 red, yellow, and blue keys, I became a little negligent. Especially after killing the liquor, all possible dangers are forgotten. Little do people know that in such Doomsday games, humans are often more terrifying than monsters. For example, Yang Hong in my group. God knows when this kind of guy will stab his teammates in the back. Puff! Brother Tian, I don't want to die. Save me. Everyone lay on the ground, not daring to show their heads, for fear of being attacked by snipers. Even Lu Haotian did not dare to act rashly. Suddenly, Chang Chuan cried to Lu Haotian. There was fear and pain in the cry. Feeling Chang Chuan's pain, Lu Haotian said through gritted teeth, Chang Chuan, bear with it, we will definitely save you. Shui Wenhu was also angry. Just as the team was about to board the ship to complete the mission, they were unexpectedly ambushed. Especially when he saw his team members being sniped and their lives hanging by a thread, Shui Wenhu could not accept it. He couldn't help but asked anxiously, Haotian, have you thought of a way to crack it? If this continues, they will all die. Lu Haotian gritted his teeth, obviously having not thought of a way to resolve the current dilemma. I couldn't help but feel a little guilty and said, everything happened too suddenly. I didn't expect to encounter a sniper here. After hearing what Lu Haotian said, Shui Wenhu took a deep breath and couldn't help but sigh that he was too useless. You have to know that you are the elite of the special forces, and Lu Haotian is just an ordinary boy. I actually put all the burdens on a young boy. Shui Wenhu quickly comforted him. Haotian, you don't have to blame yourself. I was too careless before and didn't detect the presence of the sniper. I will attract that guy later, and you can take the opportunity to escape to the boat with them. After Shui Wenhu finished speaking, he prepared to wait for an opportunity to act. Lu Haotian saw through Shui Wenhu's intention and hurriedly said, Brother, who know? Shui Wenhu couldn't help but say, the enemy is a sniper, and he is more patient than us. The longer we delay, the more dangerous Chang Chuan and the others will be. I've been trained to fight against snipers. Among all of us, I'm the only one who knows how to deal with snipers. Lu Haotian didn't even think about it. He dissuaded her again. No, this is a beach. In a place like this, you can't outrun the snipers aiming and shooting. But Shui Wenhu wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lu Haotian. Shui Wenhu shook his head and said, that guy is very smart. He discovered our whereabouts early on, but he didn't shoot directly. They deliberately waited until we reached the middle of the beach before shooting. They wanted to use the beach to trap us. After listening to Lu Haotian's words, Shui Wenhu's face turned a little ugly, and he didn't dare to act rashly anymore. After hearing this, others became even more discouraged. Haotian, think of a solution quickly. Chang Chuan and the others can't hold on any longer. Seeing Chang Chuan and Su Wenshu bleeding profusely, Shui Yutong couldn't help but said anxiously. Lu Haotian was also extremely anxious, but he was unarmed. Shui Wenhu's pistol was empty. Shui Yutong's compound bow only had a few arrows left. But in this situation where the enemy is in the dark and we are in the light, it will not work at all. Especially the opponent's sniper rifle, both in terms of shooting speed and range, is more advantageous than Shui Yutong's compound bow. Lu Haotian took a deep breath and shouted loudly, Hello! You should also be participants in the game. The purpose of waiting at the finish line is nothing more than to get the boat card. Let's make a deal. As long as you let us go, I'll give you the cruise card. How about that? After Lu Haotian finished speaking, there was silence and no one responded. Haotian, are you crazy? We worked so hard to get the cruise card. If you give it to them, then we will be. Shui Wenhu was surprised to hear Lu Haotian's decision. Brother Tiger, I have no choice. After Lu Haotian finished speaking, he shouted to the other side again. You should know that today is the final deadline of the game. With your cruise card, you can board the ship, get your bonus, and leave. There's no need to kill us all. If you insist on killing us, I will destroy the card before I die, and you won't be able to leave here. This time, after Lu Haotian finished speaking, there seemed to be some movement over there. Soon, a man walked out from behind some coconut trees. Soon another guy slid down from the coconut tree. There were 2 more guys crawling out from the sand. There were 4 people in total, 3 men and 1 woman. When the other party appeared, Lu Haotian quickly observed and carefully confirmed the information of these people. Damn it, I was too careless just now. I didn't expect these guys to know how to disguise and lurk. Seeing this scene, Shui Wenhu felt a little annoyed. Lu Haotian whispered, Brother Hu, don't blame yourself. The main event is coming next. Shui Wenhu was stunned and immediately realized that Lu Haotian was definitely not the kind of guy who was willing to give up. After figuring out Lu Haotian's intention, Shui Wenhu's expression also became serious. Seeing the other party appear, Lu Haotian no longer shrank back. He stood up directly and observed the other people openly. Seeing this, Shui Wenhu and Shui Yutong also stood up. While taking care of Chang Chuan and others, he also watched their actions. The man who led the other party said indifferently, Just as you said just now, hand over the card and I will let you go. Lu Haotian did not answer, but looked at the other party quietly, thinking quickly in his mind. Crack! Seeing that Lu Haotian did not respond to his words, the man suddenly felt unhappy and immediately raised his sniper rifle and aimed at Lu Haotian. You little brat, do you want to go back on your word? Believe it or not, I will kill you. Shui Wenhu saw this and rushed over, blocking Lu Haotian and said cautiously, Let's talk it over. Lu Haotian smiled slightly and patted Shui Wenhu's shoulder gently, signaling Shui Wenhu not to be nervous. Then Lu Haotian took something out of his pocket. Without waiting for the other party to see it clearly, he held it tightly in his hand. He said, This is the magnetic boarding card we exchanged for after we collected 3 keys. Enter the cabin, just swipe the card to activate it, and you can start the ship and leave. Once the card is damaged, it will no longer work as a swipe card, and no one will be able to leave at that time. The sniper frowned and asked impatiently, What do you want to say, kid? Lu Haotian put his hands behind his back and said seriously, If you dare to shoot, I will break the card. You won't have a chance to meet other teams in the short term. Or, in other words, the contestants who are on their way here will become very cautious when they hear the gunshots. You will never have another chance to snatch the cruise ship card from other contestants in this way. The sniper was a little anxious. He took a step forward with his gun, aimed at Lu Haotian, and was ready to pull the trigger at any time. You dare! Lu Haotian put his hands behind his back and opened his palms towards Shui Wenhu and Shui Yutong, indicating that they had no cards in their hands. The 2 were stunned for a moment, then understood Lu Haotian's intention and were ready to cooperate with Lu Haotian at any time. The sniper obviously lost his patience and asked again, What do you want? Lu Haotian said, My people were shot by you, and the injuries are very serious. If they are not treated, they will die. Let my companions rescue people first, and then we can make the transaction after that. The sniper was silent for a moment. He slowly said, Okay, I'll give you 5 minutes. If you dare to cheat, don't blame me for being rude. Chapter 62, The Final Struggle. Yutong, brother, who saved people? After getting the other party's consent, Lu Haotian said hurriedly, Although Shui Wenhu and Shui Yutong are not professional medical staff, they have learned some simple first aid during their special operations team training. The 2 immediately began to perform simple treatment on Chang Chuan and Su Wenshu's legs. The so-called first aid was nothing more than tearing off the clothes on their bodies and wrapping the parts where they were shot. The main method is to stop bleeding, reduce blood flow rate, and avoid excessive bleeding that can lead to death from blood loss. Brother Tian, are we really going to die here this time? It's all my fault. I dragged everyone down. In the pain, Chang Chuan's mind regained a little rationality, and he looked at Lu Haotian with some sadness. Lu Haotian smiled and said, Fool, no one can decide the winner until the end. We have finally come this far. How can we give up so easily? Let's hold on a little longer. Listening to Lu Haotian's words, Chang Chuan gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. Okay, 5 minutes are up. Hand over your cruise card, or I'll kill you. At this moment, The sniper on the opposite side suddenly spoke. Lu Haotian looked at the other party and said quietly, I will give you the crew's card now. How can you guarantee that you will not shoot and kill us after getting the card? The sniper said impatiently, We are just contestants in the game. We have no hatred towards you. As long as you hand over the crew's card to us, I will never shoot. I can promise you that. After hearing this, Lu Haotian didn't take it to heart and asked, What's your name? Which group are you from? The sniper said impatiently, We are from Team 5. My name is Pu Fei, and I am their team leader. Lu Haotian said calmly, Pu Fei? Interesting name. I can give you the cards, but you must do as I say. A person nearby became furious when he heard Lu Haotian's tone. He yelled on the spot, You little brat, what qualifications do you have to negotiate with us? If you don't hand over the card, I will blow your head off. Lu Haotian grinned. I'm gonna die anyway. I don't mind dragging you guys along as scapegoats. This way, even if I go to the underworld, it won't seem lonely. You. Choked by Lu Haotian's words, the other party gritted his teeth and couldn't say a word for a long time. Seeing this, Lu Haotian knew that his words had worked. He continued, Although you have been lurking here for a long time, you should also be aware that the game has added some giant lizards and monsters to increase the difficulty. We were attacked by monsters and monitor lizards when we were rushing here. My companion's arm was bitten off by the monitor lizard. After saying that, Lu Haotian pointed at Shui Wenhu behind him. Pu Fei and others also followed the direction of Lu Haotian's finger and looked towards Shui Wenhu's broken arm. The timid person couldn't help but have an ugly look on his face. Lu Haotian took the opportunity to say, The sound of your gunfire just now was so loud that even if it didn't attract giant lizards and monsters, it would have attracted other contestants to come. Pu Fei and others looked at each other and quickly looked into the distance. If other contestants come and know that I have the crew's card, they will definitely fight with you at all costs. If they also have guns, you may not have a chance of winning. Lu Haotian deliberately said this in order to put some pressure on the other party. Sure enough, after hearing this, Pu Fei waved his hand and said, Xiao Kai, please step back and don't interrupt me. I will talk to him. The guy named Xiao Kai, although a little dissatisfied, still took a step back obediently. While retreating, he did not forget to make a head-wiping gesture towards Lu Haotian, looking very arrogant. Afterwards, Pu Fei said to Lu Haotian, We didn't want to hurt you, but it's survival of the fittest and we also want to survive. But if we do as you say, will you be willing to hand over the crew's card? If you dare to play any tricks, then I will. After Pu Fei finished speaking, he shook the sniper rifle in his hand, and his meaning was very clear. Lu Haotian grinned and said, As you said just now, the fittest survive. Although we got the crew's card, we lost to you because of our carelessness. After we give you the crew's card, we will ambush here like you do, and try to sneak attack the survivors coming from behind and snatch their crew's card. Listening to Lu Haotian's words, Pu Fei nodded and did not notice anything unusual. Tell me, what do you want us to do in order to hand over the card? Lu Haotian said, I'm just worried that if I give you the card, you won't leave immediately, but continue to hurt us. We will stand still here, and you will retreat to the side of the cruise ship. I will throw the card to you, and you will get on board immediately after you get the card. Pu Fei and others looked at each other, seemingly thinking. The guy named Xiao Kai warned Lu Haotian, Boy, I warn you not to play any tricks. Lu Haotian raised his lips and said, You're overthinking it. 3 of our companions are seriously injured. How can we run? And we're standing on the beach. We can't outrun your sniper rifles. If we try to cheat, you can just shoot us and take our crew's card. Listening to Lu Haotian's words, Pu Fei nodded. Okay, since you're so sincere and care so much about your teammates, I'll promise you and do as you say. As soon as he finished speaking, Pu Fei took his 3 teammates, pointed their guns at Lu Haotian, and slowly walked towards a ship on the sea not far away. There were several ships docked on the beach. When he came, Lu Haotian took a rough look and found that there were 5 ships in total. In other words, at most only 5 participating teams can leave alive. The boat was anchored in the water, its bow secured to the sand by ropes. Just as everyone was about to approach, Lu Haotian opened his mouth to remind them, The cruise ship card in my hand is the number 1 ship card, and I can't open other ships. Listening to Lu Haotian's words, Pu Fei and others glanced at the ship behind them. All the ships are arranged in a column, and the ship numbers are printed on both sides of the hull. If you want to confirm the number, you need to walk to both sides of the hull and observe. In order to confirm that it was ship number 1 that Lu Haotian mentioned, Pu Fei and his 4 companions walked to the water's edge and indeed found ship number 1. Found it, this is ship number 1. Xiao Kai was the first to see the number 1 on the hull and seemed quite excited. Okay, we found the boat. Throw the cart over here, and we'll get on board and leave right away. We won't make things difficult for you. Pu Fei raised the gun and pointed it at Lu Haotian. Lu Haotian nodded at the other party, and then whispered to Shui Wenhu and Shui Yutong behind him. Yutong, brother Hu, whether we can succeed or not depends on you. Chapter 63. One person must stay behind. Hey, brat, what are you mumbling about? I warn you, don't play any tricks. My gun is pointed at you. Seeing Lu Haotian whispering with the people behind him, Pu Fei was afraid that it was a trap and yelled at Lu Haotian. Lu Haotian said calmly, my 2 teammates who were shot are seriously injured. I'm a little worried, so I asked. Listening to Lu Haotian's words, Pu Fei didn't think there was anything wrong. Thinking about how I had hurt innocent people, I felt a little guilty and just wanted to leave this damn place as soon as possible. He quickly said, hurry up and throw the crew's card over here. We're leaving now. Please take good care of your people. Lu Haotian was not polite and responded directly. Okay, then you guys take it. With a throw from Lu Haotian, an object flew out from Lu Haotian's hand. It turned into a graceful arc in the air and flew towards Pu Fei and others. The eyes of Pu Fei and the other 4 people also started to move along with the object. When the object flew to the highest point in the air, Pu Fei and the others stretched their necks to look up. This doesn't seem to be a card. Some people expressed doubts, but Lu Haotian didn't give them any chance. Thunder and lightning. Suddenly, Lu Haotian shouted loudly. A bolt of thunder and lightning was instantly emitted, blasting in the direction of Pu Fei and others. Thunder and lightning, a D-level talent with electric attributes, consumes 12 energy points each time. Attacking the target will cause a certain amount of damage, and will also cause a 2-second paralysis effect. Since walking through the Death Forest and seeing the dangers in the Gobi Desert, Lu Haotian took the energy recovery potion in advance. Recover the energy you originally consumed. Lu Haotian had already used his lightning talent once when fighting the liquor before, and now he has 2 more chances to use it. But the strange thing is that the lightning summoned by Lu Haotian this time did not attack anyone. After the lightning was cast, it fell directly into the water, and immediately electric splashes appeared in the water. Sizzle! Lu Haotian's lightning fell into the water and began to spread directly through the water source. The electric shock touched Pu Fei and others in the water, immediately triggering a chain reaction. The current passed through the body and began to interfere with the nervous and muscle systems. Pu Fei and others were paralyzed on the spot. Whoosh! With the release of thunder and lightning by Lu Haotian, Shui Yutong also raised the compound bow in his hand and aimed at Pu Fei and others. Lu Haotian's lightning paralysis can only last for 2 seconds, and Lu Haotian is not the only one who knows this. As the core of the team, Shui Yutong also knew Lu Haotian's secret, so at the moment he raised the bow and shot. Shui Yutong was under tremendous pressure. Pu Fei and the others were paralyzed by the lightning, and he only had 2 seconds left. If you fail to shoot the bow and hit the target within these 2 seconds, all your efforts will be in vain. Pu Fei screamed, and the sniper rifle in his hand fell into the water. A sharp arrow hit Pu Fei's left hand, piercing through it and causing bleeding. Assholes, these guys are playing tricks on us. 2 seconds later, Xiao Kai and the team recovered from his paralysis, immediately bent down to pick up the sniper rifle on the ground, and prepared to aim at Lu Haotian. Puff! In a flash, just as Xiao Kai bent down to grab the gun, a dagger shot Xiao Kai in the neck. Xiao Kai froze, no longer able to pick up the sniper rifle, and fell directly into the water. Bright red blood flowed down the neck and quickly dyed the surrounding pool red. Thank you, Tiger. Seeing Xiao Kai falling down in front of him, Lu Haotian knew who was responsible without even looking. In his team, Shui Wenhu is the only one who is good at using flying knives and daggers. The crisis was temporarily resolved, and Lu Haotian did not dare to be negligent. He had already run forward at a rapid speed when he had just used his lightning talent to blast the water surface. But 2 seconds was too short. Fortunately, Shui Yutong and Shui Wenhu took the initiative to buy time for themselves. After Pu Fei and Xiao Kai were hit and injured one after another, Lu Haotian arrived in time, picked up the fallen sniper rifle, and aimed at the remaining 2 people. The 2 men had just recovered from their trance, and saw Lu Haotian pointing a gun at them. They were so scared that they instinctively raised their hands. "Please don't kill me." Lu Haotian glanced at the two of them coldly. "If you don't want to die, support them and turn around." The two did not dare to delay and hurriedly helped the injured Pu Fei and Xiao Kai up. Lu Haotian held the sniper rifle, aimed at a few people, and picked up the dagger bag he had just thrown away. In order to confuse Pu Fei and others, what he threw was not the cruise card, but the dagger bag. After Lu Haotian retreated, "Yutong gun." Shui Yutong nodded and took the sniper rifle. Lu Haotian said quickly, "Brother Hu, let's each carry one and take them aboard." "Good." Although the immediate crisis has been resolved, no one can guarantee what will happen next. In order to avoid complications, Lu Haotian decided to take people on board first. At this time, Chang Chuan, Su Wenshu, and Luo Fei were all injured and fell to the ground. "I can't walk alone." The three men immediately took action, trying to support the three people and walk towards the boat dozens of meters away. And just as he was about to reach the edge, Luo Fei suddenly began to twitch again. A black vein visible to the naked eye runs from the leg all the way to the face, making the face look extremely hideous. Haotian Luo Fei Shi. Shui Yutong was a little surprised and couldn't help asking, "Oh no, Luo Fei can't hold on any longer, hurry." Seeing Luo Fei's situation, only Lu Haotian, who had the same experience, knew it best. Luo Fei has been infected with the zombie virus and is about to mutate. Several people quickened their pace, and Lu Haotian got on board first. This is a small cruise ship. It is about 8 meters long, 2.7 meters wide, and 1.5 meters deep. The main engine is Mercury series, with a speed of about 60 kilometers per hour. As we approached the ship, a panel immediately popped out from the hull, followed by a voice. "Please show your cruise card and swipe it to confirm your boarding." Lu Haotian quickly took out his cruise card and swiped it. Ding! The boarding pass for yacht number 1 has been confirmed. Members of the customs clearance team, please complete boarding within 1 minute. In 1 minute, the yacht will automatically set sail. Number of people on board. 0/5. What? Looking at the boarding entry information in front of him, Lu Haotian was stunned and stood there at a loss. "Haotian, what's wrong? Why don't you go in? Did something happen?" Seeing Lu Haotian standing there in a daze, Shui Wenhu couldn't help but ask curiously. There were only 5 people on board, which meant that one of them would be abandoned. Lu Haotian said calmly, "For safety reasons, Brother Hu and Yutong, you go first. Brother Hu will drive the boat, and Yutong will hold the gun and be ready for defense." "Good." Shui Wenhu and Shui Yutong did not question anything and went on board first. Every time someone passes by, you have to swipe your cruise card. Contestant Shui Wenhu is on board, 1 out of 5. Contestant Shui Yutong is on board, February 5th. After the two entered the hull, Lu Haotian hesitated again. Shui Wenhu saw this and said, "Haotian, what are you standing there for? Let them get on board quickly." Lu Haotian said in a deep voice, "Brother Hu, this boat can only accommodate 5 people." "What did you say?" Shui Wenhu was stunned. Chang Chuan and others were even more surprised. Looking at the interior of the ship, he said quickly, "This ship is not small. It is definitely not a problem to seat 7 or 8 people." Lu Haotian gritted his teeth and said, "Although the ship is not small, the boarding card limits 5 people to board, so 1 person must stay behind." "Brother Tian I." Listening to Lu Haotian's words, Chang Chuan gritted his teeth and endured the pain, wanting to speak but stopping himself. Chapter 64. Luo Fei, I'm sorry. Lu Haotian's words were undoubtedly like a bombshell, exploding in the group. No one expected that something like this would happen at the last juncture. There were 6 people in their team, but in the end, only 5 of them left. It was so ironic. After hearing this, Shui Wenhu couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, this damn game is full of traps." As he said this, Shui Wenhu prepared to walk out of the cabin. Shui Yutong was surprised and asked, "Brother, what are you going to do?" Shui Wenhu pointed at Chang Chuan and the other 2 outside and said, "The 3 of them are seriously injured and can't hold on for too long. Let them get on board first. I'll go down and look for an opportunity." Shui Yutong said anxiously, "Brother, it's already so late. How can you get on the ship if you go down?" Shui Wenhu said without thinking, "There should be other groups gathering keys and rushing over later. I'll wait to join them on board." Shui Yutong tried to stop him again, but what if the group behind us also has a full team when they arrive? This time, Shui Wenhu fell silent and could not answer. After a while, Shui Wenhu made up his mind. I was ordered to come and rescue the contestants who were trapped in the game. Since the chance is limited, I will give it to them. Brother Yu. Shui Yutong wanted to stop him, but Shui Wenhu refused to listen. Before Shui Wenhu could walk out of the cabin, he was blocked by Lu Haotian standing outside. Haotian, you don't have to persuade me, Lu Haotian said calmly. Brother Hu, the number of people allowed on board is limited to 5. One person can board once you swipe the card. Once you swipe your card to log in, it means you have used your place once. There is no such thing as a refund or replacement. Hearing Lu Haotian's words, Shui Wenhu was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses and asked, Haotian, what do you mean? Lu Haotian smiled bitterly. I knew Brother Hu was this kind of person, so I tricked you and Yutong into getting on the boat first. If you get off the ship now, it will be a waste of 2 places, and they won't be able to get on the ship either. Haotian you? Looking at Lu Haotian, Shui Wenhu gritted his teeth, but couldn't say a word. At this moment, all the decisions were made by Lu Haotian alone. Carrying such a heavy burden, the pressure on his heart was unimaginable. Beep, reminder. Ship number 1 is leaving in 30 seconds. When the time is up, the ship's doors will automatically close, and anyone who is not yet boarded will not be allowed to board again. 30, 29, 28. Chang Chuan suddenly made a decision, looked at Lu Haotian and said, Brother Tian, thank you for bringing us all the way here before. Thank you. They chose me as the team leader because they trusted me. I can't let them down. You take Luo Fei away. I'm quitting. Lu Haotian glanced at Chang Chuan and said, Chang Chuan, are you sure you want to give this opportunity to Luo Fei? Chang Chuan gritted his teeth and said, Brother Tian, please take her away quickly. I'm afraid I will regret it later. Lu Haotian said nothing more and glanced at Su Wenshu beside him. Su Wenshu's eyes were a little nervous, as if she was afraid that Lu Haotian would abandon her and give the 2 opportunities to Chang Chuan and Luo Fei. After all, in Su Wenshu's view, Chang Chuan and Luo Fei were members of Lu Haotian's team who had followed him early in the morning. I only showed up later, and in terms of emotional familiarity, I am closer than the 2 of them and Lu Haotian. If there are vacancies on board, one person must be abandoned, and I will definitely be the one most likely to be abandoned. Facing Lu Haotian's gaze, Su Wenshu felt a little desperate. Does God really want to close all the windows in my life? At the moment of getting married, I suddenly receive an invitation to a Doomsday game. She saw her boyfriend's indifference and her family's cold-bloodedness. At that time, they only thought about how to save the wedding scene, but no one cared about her life or death. After finally surviving the game, you are abandoned again at the final moment of passing the level. Tears flowed unconsciously from the corners of her eyes, and coupled with the pain from her injured legs and feet, Su Wenshu couldn't help but burst into tears. Hey, hold on, it'll be over soon. Don't die, I'll take you back. Suddenly, a voice sounded in my ears. Although the voice sounded a little cold, it gave people a warm feeling. Su Wenshu raised her head unconsciously and met Lu Haotian's melancholy eyes. It can be seen that Lu Haotian is really tired. Su Wenshu's heart suddenly tightened, and she seemed a little distressed. There's no time. Go in quickly. While she was stunned, Lu Haotian urged her again, reached out to pull Su Wenshu up, and swiped the card to let himself into the cabin. What's going on? He didn't abandon me, but chose to take me back with him? Su Wenshu was stunned, finding it hard to believe. Lu Haotian is not a fool. There are 6 people in my team, but there are only 5 spots available on board. Lu Haotian would not be so saintly as to give up his life and give up that spot. Needless to say, Shui Wenhu and Shui Yutong in the team have an inseparable relationship. As long as one of them gets on board, the other cannot be left behind. What's more, they are representatives of the military, and my younger sister is in their hands. With them, they can help me more, both in reality and in the game. At least, by following these 2 people, I won't be betrayed or abandoned. Shui Wenhu is a melee fighter and meat shield. Shui Yutong is a long-range archer, and I'm a long-range magician. We have warrior meat shields, archers, and magicians, but we are missing a priest doctor. Su Wenshu is that person. In the entire game, there are very few people who understand the talent of healing, so few that you can even count them on one hand. The reason why Lu Haotian saved Su Wenshu was to express his gratitude for her help in the game and to make plans for the next game. Contestant Su Wenshu is on board 3/5. Careful. Su Wenshu almost fell down when Lu Haotian pushed her into the cabin, and Shui Yutong quickly helped her sit down. Su Wenshu came back to her senses and just stared at Lu Haotian's back. Drop! Lu Haotian swiped the card again and took Luo Fei from Chang Chuan. Chang Chuan choked up, turned around, and prepared to get off the boat. Bang! Lu Haotian held Luo Fei in his arms and kicked Chang Chuan directly into the cabin. Contestant Chang Chuan is aboard. 4 out of 5. Brother Tianyu, Chang Chuan was caught off guard and kicked by Lu Haotian to the floor of the cabin. He ignored the pain in his body and looked at Lu Haotian outside the boat in surprise. At this moment, Chang Chuan couldn't understand why Lu Haotian let him board the ship. Shui, one who held Chang Chuan up, sat aside and said, Chang Chuan, sit down. Don't disturb him. He has his own ideas. Outside the cabin, Lu Haotian supported Luo Fei, not daring to look directly into the other's eyes. Luo Fei, I'm sorry. The game is set up so that one person must be left behind among the 6 of us in our team. Beep. Reminder. Ship number 1 is leaving in 10 seconds. Survival of the fittest. Goodbye, Luo Fei. Don't blame me. As he spoke, Lu Haotian gently placed Luo Fei under the boat. Luo Fei was trembling all over. The black veins on his body spread to his face, and a tear overflowed from the corner of his eye. Roar! Suddenly, Luo Fei stretched his neck and roared. Seeing this, Lu Haotian immediately turned around and went back to the card-swiping area. 5 seconds for seconds. Contestant Lu Haotian is on board May 5th. Boat number 1 is full with 5 people. Congratulations to the 5 contestants for completing the game. Let's go. Ding. Ship number 1 is full with 5 people. Congratulations to the 5 contestants for successfully completing the game. Now we will start counting and transmitting. There are 5 survivors, each with a reward of 2 million. The injured contestants will repair themselves during the transmission. Shui Yutong, female, obtained 10 points for completing the game, 3 points for killing 3 desert wolves, plus the accumulated points of 12, for a total of 25 points. Shui Wenhu, male, obtained 10 points for completing the game, 5 points for killing a Komodo dragon, 5 points for killing 5 desert wolves, 5 points for finding a game survival supply box, plus 15 points for the accumulated points, for a total of 40 points. Su Wenshu, female, obtained 10 points for completing the game, 2 points for killing 2 desert wolves, 5 points for healing a contestant, and a total score of 17 points. Chang Chuan, male, obtained 10 points for completing the game, 3 points for killing 3 desert wolves, and a total score of 13 points. Lu Haotian, male, gets 10 points for completing the game, 3 points for killing 3 desert wolves, 10 points for successfully killing a hidden poisonous snake, 10 points for killing a crocodile, 20 points for killing the Wolf King, 5 points for finding a game survival supply box, 20 points for finding 2 hidden clues, and 40 points and a level 2 yellow crystal core for killing the game boss liquor. Add the accumulated points of 2. The total score is 120 points. Tip: if contestant number 13's total score exceeds 100 points, he can upgrade his level, and the yellow crystal core he obtains can be used to upgrade his talent skills. Chapter 65. You are more valuable than her. The team led by Lu Haotian successfully boarded the ship. After all the people were on board, the 1-minute system countdown for ship number 1 ended, and the entrance and exit were immediately closed, and it began to leave the beach. Looking at the ship gradually going away, Pu Fei and others not far away had a look of despair and regret on their faces. Roar! Suddenly, a figure appeared at the place where the ships left and yelled at ship number 1, which was gradually moving away. The roar contained resentment and anger, but more of it was grievance. Lu Haotian. At this time, Luo Fei's body shape had changed. Although he still maintained his human form, he had already mutated and shouted out Lu Haotian's name with his last voice. It's a pity that Lu Haotian can no longer hear. The roar of the mutated Luo Fei frightened Pu Fei, Xiao Kai, and others who were not far away. Xiao Kai shouted hurriedly, "Team leader monster, shoot her quickly." "Gun, my gun." Pu Fei looked around in a panic. Only then did he realize that his gun had been taken away by Lu Haotian during the previous fight. "My gun was just taken away by that guy." Pu Fei looked like he was crying. "Kill." The crying of several people attracted the mutated Luo Fei. Luo Fei roared and immediately rushed towards Pu Fei. Seeing this, the 4 people fled in panic. It's a pity that Pu Fei and Xiao Kai were injured, and there was sand all around, so they couldn't run at all. The speed of the mutated Luo Fei is much faster than that of ordinary people. Luo Fei accelerated and rushed in front of Xiao Kai quickly, without waiting for Xiao Kai to scream in fear. The mutated Luo Fei grabbed Xiao Kai's collar and bit his neck directly with his sharp teeth. With a strong pull, a piece of flesh was torn off Xiao Kai's neck and blood gushed out. After the mutated Luo Fei succeeded, he immediately left Xiao Kai behind and turned to chase after the others. Poor Xiao Kai fell into the sand, twitched, and soon lost consciousness. In an instant, Pu Fei's four-member team were all killed by the mutated Luo Fei, and no one survived. Inside cruise ship number 1. Brother Tian, thank you. As the cruise ship set off, Chang Chuan spoke to Lu Haotian with a sob. Lu Haotian didn't say a word. He lay on the ground, covering his forehead with his hands, as if he didn't want anyone to see his expression. Buzz! Suddenly, there was a sound from inside the boat. Then a green light flashed, illuminating every corner of the boat. Seeing this scene, Chang Chuan was extremely surprised. Even Su Wenshu was a little surprised, looking at the green light at her legs and feet. Shui Wenhu explained, "Don't be nervous. This means we have completed the game, and the system is now scanning and repairing our injuries." Just as Shui Wenhu said, all the wounds of everyone were covered with green light. Repairs are being carried out bit by bit at a speed visible to the naked eye. Su Wenshu exclaimed, "I never thought that there is such a technology in this world. If such a medical device existed in reality, it would be good news for everyone." Seeing this situation for the first time, Chang Chuan and Su Wenshu were extremely amazed. The ankles of the two men that were shot by sniper rifles had completely recovered. Chang Chuan moved them around, and they were back to normal. Even Shui Wenhu's arm, which was bitten off by the monitor lizard, was gradually growing back. This thing is really advanced. After expressing his excitement, Chang Chuan looked at Lu Haotian again. He said, "Brother Tian, you saved me and took me on board to complete the game. My life is yours." Lu Haotian was silent for a while. "I saved you not because of you, but for myself, or for all of us." What's the meaning? Lu Haotian's words were somewhat profound, and Chang Chuan couldn't understand them at all. Lu Haotian said, "Although we have passed the game, this is just the beginning. In a few days, we will enter the next round of the game." What? Hearing Lu Haotian's words, Chang Chuan was a little surprised, while Su Wenshu was silent. Soon, Chang Chuan regained his composure and said happily, "None of that matters. What matters is that you did save my life and allowed me to survive." Lu Haotian didn't say anything, as if he still felt guilty for abandoning Luo Fei. Seeing this, Chang Chuan quickly asked tentatively, "Brother Tian, can I ask you a question?" "Explain. Why did you abandon Luo Fei just now and choose to let me get on board?" Chang Chuan's problem is undoubtedly also Su Wenshu's problem. After Chang Chuan finished asking, Su Wenshu also pricked up her ears to listen. Lu Haotian sat up, glanced at the two of them, and spoke slowly. Luo Fei's perception talent is indeed amazing, especially in the Doomsday game. He can quickly help the team solve difficult problems, or finding items for the team to clear the level, such as keys. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have cleared the level so quickly. Listening to Lu Haotian's words, everyone nodded. Chang Chuan was even more curious and asked, "Since you also said, Brother Tian, that Luo Fei's perception ability is so strong, then why did you protect me, but not her?" Lu Haotian glanced at Chang Chuan and said, "Because of Luo Fei's perception talent, it can only be activated together with her sister Luo Qin. Luo Qin is dead, and Luo Fei's talent is useless, unless we can find someone with the same perception talent as Luo Fei." Chang Chuan nodded thoughtfully. "I see," Lu Haotian said without hesitation. "In comparison, your flames and Su Wenshu's treatment are far more valuable than Luo Fei's perception." Su Wenshu suddenly asked, "How long will it take for us to enter the game next time?" Lu Haotian glanced at her and said, "It could be 3 days, or it could be 5 days. Everything can only wait until we return to the real world. When the time comes, there will be a special countdown on our watches, indicating the next time we will be summoned by the game." Su Wenshu hesitated for a moment and suddenly said, "Lu Haotian, tell me your address and your contact information. What are you going to do?" Lu Haotian was stunned. Su Wenshu said bluntly, "You promised me that I would help you save Brother Hu, and you promised me 3 conditions. The first 2 conditions have been fulfilled. The third condition is that back in reality, you must marry me." Ahem. Originally, Lu Haotian, who was still sad about the previous incident, was almost choked by Su Wenshu's words. Lu Haotian said somewhat embarrassedly. Actually, I always thought you were joking with me, but I didn't expect you were serious. Su Wenshu said with a self-deprecating look, I have been abandoned by my family. If you don't want to, it doesn't matter. I won't force you. As she spoke, Su Wenshu lowered her head. Lu Haotian said calmly, for our cooperation in the next level of the game. Su Wenshu, we need to meet, and Chang Chuan, I'll wait for you here. Chapter 66. I'm going to get married. A minute later, as the green light in the cabin disappeared, all the injuries of everyone were healed. The ship also sailed into a mysterious space. Everyone felt dizzy, and all fell into coma. When he woke up again, Lu Haotian found that he had returned to the real world. The vendors downstairs are shouting hard, hoping to attract more customers. Are you back? Taking a look at the environment of his own shabby little house, Lu Haotian seemed extremely calm. There is absolutely no such joy and excitement as after coming back from completing the game for the first time. Little sister. Suddenly, Lu Haotian thought of his younger sister. Just as he was about to get up and look for her, he suddenly remembered. When I agreed to join the Special Forces team with Chief Lei Ting, I let my younger sister live in the military headquarters in exchange. One reason is to allow yourself to fully devote yourself to the game when performing game tasks without being affected by other things. Secondly, he wanted to wait for the right opportunity to allow his younger sister to receive the best medical treatment in the country. It's already late today. My little sister should have fallen asleep. Let's wait until tomorrow to look for her. For some reason, after returning from the game this time, Lu Haotian felt unusually tired and fell into a deep sleep as soon as he lay down. At the same time, in several other places in the country, several lights and shadows also returned to reality. Hurry up, the guests at table 12 are urging for their food again. You guys hurry up. Xiaohai, where on earth has your master gone? Why hasn't he been seen for so long? If this continues, I'll count him as absent from work today. In a restaurant in Huhai City, the store was doing brisk business and was almost full. The proprietress came to the kitchen again and again to urge us. Madam Boss, I don't know where Brother Chuan is. Maybe he has something urgent to do, and the phone is unreachable. The food preparer named Xiaohai said cautiously. The boss lady said angrily, Humph, you dare to disappear from my office. If you don't want to come, you don't have to come. I'll leave after I finish preparing these tables of food, and I won't come tomorrow. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind, scaring the proprietress and Xiaohai. The proprietress immediately put on a smile and said, Ah Chuan, you think too much. I was just joking. Chang Chuan returned to reality, looked at the familiar scenes around him, and planned to leave after finishing his work tonight. Ignoring the proprietress's embarrassment, Chang Chuan walked into the kitchen, put on an apron, and took a look at the menu on the table. While doing this, he said, Boss lady, I'm not kidding you. Tonight is the last time I will cook for you. The proprietress was instantly stunned and hurried to Chang Chuan's side. He whispered, Ah Chuan, don't be angry. I was too harsh just now. Can I give you a raise this month? Chang Chuan sighed and said, Boss lady, it's not about salary, but I have to leave. The proprietress was shocked. You want to leave this city? Chang Chuan nodded. I've been selected by the horror game. I may disappear forever one day. I'll leave after I finish cooking these few tables of food for you. I've already bought the license plate, and I'm going to go find that big brother. Brother? The proprietress was a little puzzled. Chang Chuan smiled and said, If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have come back alive. I hope we can meet again if we have the chance in the future. Ah Chuan. Chang Chuan didn't say anything more and cooked calmly. Chang Chuan's cooking was in very good condition tonight. Although there seemed to be a lot of menus, Chang Chuan was very adept at it and cooked all the dishes in one go. After finishing the last dish, Chang Chuan took off his apron. Master, I can't bear to leave you. Xiaohai, you have to have confidence in yourself. Your cooking skills have improved a lot during this period. You can now take charge of the kitchen. Master, Xiaohai wanted to say something, but Chang Chuan waved his hand and left without looking back. I walked out of the store, hailed a taxi, and headed straight to the train station. Brother Tian, here I come. Another city. In a home in a certain community, the living room table is full. At the dinner table, the people from the host family chatted and laughed with the newlyweds. Su Xinyuan, Su Wenshu's sister. 3 days ago, I got married in place of Su Wenshu, and today is the day she returns home. Seeing the return gift sent by the man's family, everyone in the Su family smiled and rushed to accompany the new son-in-law. Suddenly, there was a flash of fluorescent light in a room inside the house. Looking at the familiar environment around her, Su Wenshu took a deep breath. Are you finally back? Haha. Look, our Yuan is enjoying a great life following you. You must treat our Yuan well in the future and never let her suffer any grievances. Of course, you can just leave Yuan to me. She is at my house and my parents love her dearly. Squeak! Just when everyone was laughing, suddenly the sound of the bedroom door opened, instantly attracting everyone. Everyone in the room had clearly taken their seats, so why was there someone still in the bedroom? Hearing the sound, everyone looked in the direction of the sound. When they saw Su Wenshu walking out, everyone was stunned. Wenshu, when did you come back? Come and sit down quickly. Today is your sister's return party. Seeing this, a middle-aged woman hurried over and pulled Su Wenshu to sit down. Su Wenshu bit her lip and said, Mom, do you think it's appropriate for me to sit here and watch them eat? The middle-aged woman was stunned for a moment, seemed a little embarrassed, and quickly spoke. It's nothing. We are all family. Look, your sister brought back a lot of things when she came back to visit her parents. Others at the table also spoke up. That's right, Wenshu. Stop making trouble and sit down to eat. It's a good opportunity to have fun together. Come on, the food has just been served. Your sister is coming home today, so you have to behave yourself. Looking at the scene in front of her, Su Wenshu felt extremely chilled. Tears welled up in my eyes instantly. Don't you know who the bride was 3 days ago? Have any of you ever cared about what I've been through these few days? Su Xingyuan stood up and said, Wenshu, we know that you were chosen by the horror game, and everyone thought you were dead. Now that you're back, we're still a family. These words were like a needle, deeply hurting Su Wenshu's heart. Huh, a family? When you thought I was dead, none of you were grieving. You were all celebrating with laughter. After saying that, Su Wenshu walked towards the door. Someone shouted from behind, Su Wenshu, where are you going? Su Wenshu stopped, turned around, sneered, and smiled at the family. I forgot to tell you, I'm going to get married. I wish you happiness. Goodbye. After saying that, Su Wenshu opened the door and left without looking back, leaving everyone in the room looking at each other in bewilderment. What did Wenshu just say? She's going to get married? Who is she going to marry? Walking out of the house, feeling the cool breeze, Su Wenshu took a deep breath. Lu Haotian, you've been waiting for me to come find you. Suddenly, Su Wenshu stopped and looked at her clothes. No, I can't just go like this. I'm getting married, so I must dress up and look my most beautiful and sexy to meet him. Chapter 67, My Dowry, Special Operations Military Headquarters. The entire brigade is undergoing strict testing. Suddenly, someone saw 2 lights flashing in the room, and everyone in the room became excited. Quick, go and inform the commander they're back. Both figures are back. Yes. Lei Ting was holding a special meeting when he heard from his subordinates that Shui Wenhu and Shui Yutong had returned. He immediately terminated the meeting and rushed over with his men. I saw the medical soldiers on the scene examining Shui Wenhu and Shui Yutong. Report to the chief. Seeing Lei Ting, Shui Wenhu and Shui Yutong immediately stood up and saluted. You two are welcome. Your safe return this time is undoubtedly a shot in the arm for everyone. Lei Ting patted their shoulders and said comfortingly. Shui Wenhu suddenly fell silent. Looking at Shui Wenhu's abnormal expression, Lei Ting frowned slightly. Wenhu, what's wrong? You look wrong. Shui Yutong said quickly. Commander, this game is completely different from the last one. The difficulty and danger are almost doubled. After hearing this, Lei Ting's expression dimmed. It's so dangerous? Did you encounter any difficulties? Shui Yutong glanced at her elder brother. He said calmly, if it weren't for Lu Haotian this time, none of us would have come back alive. Especially my eldest brother. His arm was torn off by a giant lizard during the game, and the others also suffered varying degrees of injuries. What? Lei Ting and everyone at the scene were shocked to hear Shui Yutong's report. No one could believe that Shui Wenhu, one of the best soldiers in the Special Forces, would suffer the tragic loss of his arm in a horror game. If it had been someone else, I really don't know what the outcome would have been. Lei Ting suddenly reacted. By the way, where is Lu Haotian? Isn't he the team leader this time? Why didn't you see him when you came back? Shui Yutong quickly explained. Commander, after the contestants complete the game, they will be transmitted back to the real world. Lu Haotian should have been transferred back to a different place, but we are sure that he completed the game with us. Lei Ting nodded. That's good. Take a break and immediately submit a report on your experience in the game this time. Suddenly, Lei Ting saw a gun placed in a corner and couldn't help wondering. What's the matter with this gun? The room where everyone was a secret meeting room, and it was also the room that Shui Wenhu and Shui Yutong had passed back from the game. The Special Forces have strict gun management regulations, and it is impossible to place guns in a room like this. Shui Wenhu quickly reported, "Commander, these are the guns we brought back from the game." The gun brought back from the game? Lei Ting was extremely surprised. Shui Wenhu added, "To be precise, we brought back two things from the game this time, a gun and a bow. The bow is the compound bow that Shui Yutong obtained in the game. As for the gun, it was the gun that Lu Haotian snatched from Pu Fei when the team arrived at the beach. Is this a Type 88 semi-automatic sniper rifle?" Lei Jing took the gun and looked at it carefully. Shui Wenhu explained, "It looks like the Type 88 on the surface, but it is very different in terms of weight and portability. The Type 88 magazine has 10 rounds, but this gun has 15 rounds. It was just that I encountered danger during the game and had to shoot." Lei Ting immediately took out the magazine, took a look at it, and handed it to the person behind him. Said, "Send the guns to be disassembled immediately, and then equip them with ammunition, as well as the compound bow here." "Yes." Then, Lei Ting said to the two of them, "In the next few days, you should have a good rest. After all, as long as the game is not cracked, you will continue to be in this crisis." Shui Wenhu suddenly asked, "Commander, I would like to ask for your approval." Lei Ting immediately said, "If you need my approval for something, just ask." Shui Yutong quickly explained, "This time, we enter the game in teams. Teams with less than 5 people at the start will be eliminated. We went through a lot in the game, but in the end we successfully cleared the game as a team of 5 when we were teleported apart. Lu Haotian suggested that we do special training together and go all out for the next game. I think they should be here today." Lei Ting praised. As expected of Lu Haotian, he is so thoughtful despite his young age. "I approve it." "Thank you, Chief." Early in the morning, Lu Haotian woke up quietly. After a quick wash, I went downstairs to have breakfast. As I walked out of the community gate, I suddenly heard a sound behind me. "Is it Brother Tian?" Hearing the voice, Lu Haotian stopped and turned around to see a familiar face. "Are you Chan Chuan?" The man's face suddenly lit up with joy. He dropped the suitcase in his hand and ran over to give Lu Haotian a big hug. "Brother Tian, it's me. I finally see you. Calm down, kid. It's easy for people to misunderstand you if you hug me like this in broad daylight." Feeling Chang Chuan's enthusiasm, Lu Haotian said speechlessly, "We were together yesterday. You don't have to be so excited." Chang Chuan still looked excited and said, "Brother Tian, it's different. It was in the game before, but this is reality. From your appearance, you must have just got off the train and haven't had breakfast yet. I'm gonna eat too, so let's go together." Lu Haotian first put Chang Chuan's luggage into the house, and then took Chang Chuan to eat together. Along the way, Chang Chuan couldn't hide his excitement and kept chattering, and Lu Haotian responded from time to time. Suddenly, Chang Chuan asked curiously, "Brother Tian, when will Brother Hu and Sister Tong come, and also Su Wenshu?" Lu Haotian thought for a moment and said, "Brother Hu and Sister Tong should be here soon. They just sent me a message a few minutes before you came. I'm not sure about Su Wenshu. If she arrives, she should call us. This world is really small. I can run into a bad luck god like you everywhere." Just as Lu Haotian and Chang Chuan were talking, a few people suddenly came over and made sarcastic remarks to Lu Haotian. Chang Chuan asked curiously, "Brother Tian, is this your friend?" Lu Haotian looked at the other party indifferently. "Jin Zifei, Ling Xinran, I'm in a bad mood today. You'd better not mess with me." Jin Zifei immediately said happily, Yo, just saying hello. You were so excited. He's incompetent and has a bad temper." Ling Xinran also laughed. Lu Haotian suppressed his inner anger. "Ling Xinran, did you come here just to tell me this?" Ling Xinran smiled proudly and said, "Lu Haotian, let me tell you the truth. Young Master Jin bought me a house. What a coincidence that I live in your neighborhood. When young Master Jin and I get married, remember to come and eat the wedding candy. By the way, if your little girl dies of illness, don't come, otherwise it will be unlucky." Lu Haotian's face looked extremely ugly, and he was about to lose his temper. Ding ding! Suddenly, a snow-white Maserati stopped next to the crowd, and the sound of the horn interrupted their thoughts. Jin Zifei was immediately attracted by the car body lines and paint. Not bad, the latest Maserati. The car door opened, and a woman walked out of the cab. Her makeup was delicate, with lips adorned with a light pink sheen and eyes outlined with a light, yet alluring, eyeshadow. The woman was wearing a wedding dress as white as snow, looking like an angel descending from the sky. At such a time, in such a place, such a beautiful woman appeared in a wedding dress and driving a luxury car. It attracted everyone instantly. Chang Chuan, who was the first to react, quickly shouted, "Brother Tian, Su Wenshu. Lu Haotian, I'm here. According to the agreement, you have to marry me." Before Lu Haotian could come to his senses, Su Wenshu walked up to him and said with a smile. Chapter 68. The Woman in the Wedding Dress. You were Su Wenshu? If Chang Chuan hadn't reminded him, Lu Haotian still wouldn't have believed it. The woman in front of me is Su Wenshu, whom I met in the game yesterday. No matter how hard Lu Haotian tried, he could not have imagined that she would appear in this way today. Although it is a bit surprising, it is really beautiful. As Lu Haotian spoke, he couldn't help but look at Su Wenshu again. Although Su Wenshu is not a model, she is tall and half a head taller than Ling Xinran. In addition, Su Wenshu is probably busy with her job, so she maintains a more perfect figure. Against the backdrop of the wedding dress, she looks even more delicate and graceful. Especially, Ling Xinran was standing next to them, and the difference between the two of them was like heaven and earth in an instant. Seeing Lu Haotian in a daze, Su Wenshu spoke again. "Lu Haotian, you must keep your promise and marry me. My dowry is all here, the car plus $1 million in savings. All for you. We will live together with my little sister." Jean Zifei couldn't help but laugh and said, "Lu Haotian, you are really good at pretending. Last time I beat you up, a group of special forces came. This time, a beautiful bride came to pay for herself. You hired these people as actors to show off your wealth. It must have cost you a lot of money." Lu Haotian was too lazy to pay attention. Su Wenshu looked at the other person and smiled slightly. "Sorry, I'm serious. I brought my household registration book here." Hearing this, Ling Xinran couldn't help but go crazy. Pointing at Lu Haotian, he yelled, "Lu Haotian, we've only been apart for a few days, and a woman is looking for you to marry her. Tell me, did you betray me before we broke up, you two-timing man?" Hearing Ling Xinran's words, Su Wenshu was slightly stunned and asked curiously, "Who is this?" Chang Chuan, who was watching the excitement nearby, said with great excitement, "It seems to be Tian Ge's ex-girlfriend." "Oh," Su Wenshu said, "Oh," meaningfully. Ling Xinran was so angry that she gritted her teeth and said angrily, "What do you mean by this?" Su Wenshu looked at Lu Haotian and said with a smile, "Haotian, I didn't expect that your vision and taste were so poor before. But from now on, you won't have to worry at all as long as I'm by your side." Ling Xinran could naturally tell that the other party was mocking her, and she was so angry that she raised her hand and said angrily, "Say it again." Su Wenshu's expression suddenly changed. "I'm warning you. I'm here to propose to Lu Haotian today. I spent a lot of money on this wedding dress. If you tear it, I won't forgive you." Back to reality, seeing her family's indifference, Su Wenshu resolutely left, looking at the prize money for completing the game and the money saved from his daily work. Su Wenshu bought a car in full without hesitation, and then went into the bridal shop to buy the latest wedding dress. Then she put on exquisite makeup early in the morning and followed the address Lu Haotian gave her. I drove here directly using the navigation and didn't expect to come across this scene. Ahem! Seeing Su Wenshu's complete victory, Lu Haotian quickly pulled the two of them into the car. Before getting on the bus, he did not forget to bring a cup of hot soy milk and buns for Su Wenshu. This simple action made Su Wenshu feel extremely happy. Looking at the car driving away, Ling Xinran stomped her feet in anger and wanted to slap Lu Haotian in the face early in the morning. In the end, he was slapped in the face by the other party, which made Ling Xinran hard to accept. "Where are we going now?" After getting in the car, Su Wenshu asked curiously. "Special Operations Brigade Headquarters." Without thinking, Lu Haotian stepped on the accelerator and the car drove quickly towards Shui Wenhu's Special Operations Camp. After speeding all the way, the car arrived at the gate of a Special Operations Brigade. He was stopped on the spot, and the officer in charge of security stepped forward immediately. "Hello, this is a special place. Outsiders and vehicles are not allowed to enter." Suddenly, two people came out of the guard room at the door. It was Shui Wenhu and Shui Yutong. After receiving Lu Haotian's message, the two calculated the time and went to the guard room to wait. Shui Wenhu showed his ID to the guard and said, "Let them in. The chief has specially approved it." Shui Wenhu is the top soldier in the Special Forces team, and he knows everyone in the entire team. In addition, Since Shui Wenhu had a special approval letter in his hand, the guards naturally would not stop him. You got such a nice car, kid. Could it be that I got one just because I got the money? After the formalities were completed, Shui Wenhu and Shui Yutong came over and said with a smile, "Brother Hu, Sister Tong." Chang Chuan in the car quickly greeted him. "Hey, Chang Chuan is here too." At this time, Shui Wenhu had already noticed the people in the car. He stopped talking nonsense and got into the car with Shui Yutong and drove into the Special Operations Department. Noticing Su Wenshu's clothes, they were slightly stunned and didn't dare to speak casually. "Haotian, I have told the chief about your idea. The chief has approved it and will provide us with all the resources and props." In the car, Shui Wenhu found a topic to talk about. Lu Haotian nodded. "This way, we can hone our skills before entering the next game." "Brother Hu, I want to go see my little sister." "Okay, no problem. It's in the compound at the back. Someone's taking special care of it." "Well, thank you, Tiger." Soon the car arrived at the large courtyard behind the Special Operations Department, which is also the daily living area. After entering a special small courtyard, Lu Haotian parked the car and got out. "I saw a familiar figure watering flowers in the yard. Xiao Xue." Lu Haotian couldn't help but shout. Hearing the voice, the figure was stunned. When she saw Lu Haotian again, she excitedly dropped the kettle in her hand, ran over, and threw herself into Lu Haotian's arms. "Brother, you are back safely." "Yeah, I'm back." In her excitement, Lu Qinxue saw Shui Wenhu and Shui Yutong behind her and greeted them happily. "Brother Hu, Sister Yutong." The two responded with a smile. "Sister Xiaoxue has been in good condition these days," Lu Qinxue said happily. "The doctor said that my condition has been stable recently, and I can have the surgery in a week." "A week?" Lu Haotian fell into deep thought. According to the rules of the game, the interval between two games is generally 5 days. In 5 days, I will enter the next round of the game. When my sister has surgery, I am afraid I will. "Brother, who are these two? Are they my friends? And that sister is so beautiful," Lu Qinxue suddenly asked, interrupting Lu Haotian's thoughts. Lu Haotian quickly explained, "These two are my teammates in the game." Chang Chuan quickly stepped forward and said, "Hello, I'm Chang Chuan. In the game, it was Brother Tian who saved me." "Hello." Lu Qinxue also responded politely. Su Wenshu smiled and said, "Hello, Xiaoxue. My name is Su Wenshu. I heard your brother mention you in the game before. You are really cute." Lu Qinxue responded happily. "Sister, you are dressed very beautifully, but why are you wearing a wedding dress?" Su Wenshu blinked her eyes and said playfully, "Because I'm here to marry your brother." "Ah!" Lu Qinxue widened her eyes. "Ahem." Lu Haotian looked embarrassed. Chang Chuan suddenly became interested. "Just now, I was having breakfast with Brother Tian, and I ran into Brother Tian's ex-girlfriend and a rich second-generation man. Those two people wanted to complain about Brother Tian, but when Shu happened to drive over and propose to your brother on the street, which severely slapped those two people in the face." Lu Qinxue was extremely happy. "Really? That's great. Sister Wenshu is much prettier than my brother's previous girlfriend." Hearing all this, Shui Yutong's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help feeling a little sad. Suddenly, Su Wenshu said, "Lu Haotian, I have made up my mind." "What have you decided?" Lu Haotian was curious. "I want to wait until Sister Xiaoxue finishes her surgery, so that we can attend our wedding together." Chapter 69, Battle Against the Soldier King. While watching Lu Haotian and his group chatting happily, Shui Yutong bit her lip and her face turned a little pale. Noticing Shui Yutong's condition, Shui Wenhu lowered his voice and asked, "Yutong, are you okay?" Shui Yutong lowered her head and said, "I'm fine." He looked at his younger sister, then at Lu Haotian not far away. Shui Wenhu shook his head and smiled. "I am your brother. How could I not see through your little thoughts?" "Brother, Shui Wenhu smiled and said, "Are you in love with that guy? If you like him, go for it. We are trapped in a Doomsday game, and our lives are in danger at any time. My confession may be rejected, but at least I won't regret it." Shui Yutong was startled and nodded. "I understand, brother." After meeting and talking with his younger sister, Lu Qinxue, Lu Haotian looked at everyone waiting for him. She just gave her younger sister a few brief instructions. During this time, Su Wenshu also borrowed Lu Qinxue's room and changed into casual clothes. Then everyone walked towards Shui Wenhu. "Brother Hu, my younger sister, and I have already met. Now it's time to get down to business." Looking at Lu Haotian's serious eyes, Shui Wenhu nodded. "Okay, the leader has been waiting for us." A group of 5 people came to the conference room. Haotian, we meet again. I have heard from Wenhu. This game is very dangerous. Thanks to you, everyone can come back. Leiting seemed particularly happy to see Lu Haotian again. Thank you for the compliment, Commander. This is all thanks to everyone. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't be able to do it alone. Lu Haotian knew that being overly modest would only disgust people. While accepting generously, he did not forget to show everyone's contributions. Lei Ting glanced at the unfamiliar Chang Chuan and Su Wenshu behind him. Said, "It seems that the two of them are the new members of your team. I heard Wenhu talk about your plan, and I want to hear about it in detail." Lu Haotian said bluntly. In the game, Brother Hu is responsible for melee attacks, and Yutong is responsible for long-range gun and bow attacks. Chang Chuan uses fire to attack from a distance, and I use lightning. Su Wenshu is a healer. We rely too much on talents. I ignored some of my instincts, so I think the chief will approve the use of your weapons and venues. Lei Ting was stunned and blurted out, "You want to use the resources here to conduct special intensive training?" Lu Haotian said truthfully, "Future games will be more difficult, and we can only use our talents a limited number of times. I think everyone else can have the same shooting and dagger fighting abilities as Brother Hu and Yutong." After hearing this, Lei Ting nodded. He looked at Wang Shiwei behind him and said, "Shiwei, you are usually in charge of supervising the weapons depot. What do you think about this matter?" Wang Shiwei immediately replied, "Commander, the weapons of the Special Forces have strict regulations. They can't just use them whenever they want. I refuse." Lei Ting frowned slightly, but said nothing. Lu Haotian immediately said unhappily, "We are doing special training to improve our ability to survive in horror games. If we die, who will help you crack the game? I am not only begging you, but also asking you to fully cooperate with us." Wang Shiwei was furious. "You little bastard, you." Lu Haotian sneered and said, "Why? You failed to teach me a lesson last time, so you want to do it again this time?" Wang Shiwei gritted his teeth and said angrily, "If you continue to be so arrogant, believe it or not, I will really beat you up." Lu Haotian suddenly raised his mouth and said, "Why don't we make a bet? What's the bet? Let's have a fight. If I win, you will fully cooperate with us. If I lose, just pretend I never mentioned it." As soon as Lu Haotian finished speaking, Lei Ting was stunned. Shui Wenhu and Shui Yutong were also a little surprised. "Haotian, you are crazy. Brother Wei and my brother are the two heroes of the Special Forces. He is one of the two great soldiers in the Special Forces." Wang Shiwei couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lu Haotian did not respond to Shui Yutong, but looked at Wang Shiwei with some dissatisfaction and said, "What's so funny?" Wang Shiwei stopped laughing and said, "I am laughing at you for not knowing your place. In order to prevent people from saying that I am bullying you, I will let you have a hand." Lu Haotian raised his lips and said, "No need for that. I'm afraid you won't admit defeat later. Since you want to compete, then let's decide the winner in one round. Remember to stop when you're done." Seeing that the two men were unwilling to admit defeat, Lei Ting had no choice but to nod in response. Special Forces Indoor Training Ground. When people learned that someone was going to challenge the military king Wang Shiwei, a lot of people came to watch. Boy, if you regret it, it's not too late to surrender now. Once you enter this circle, don't even think about escaping. Seeing the crowd gathered around, Wang Shiwei did not forget to smile at Lu Haotian. "Are you scared?" Lu Haotian said, and walked straight into the competition venue. Roar! This action instantly attracted many people around to shout, as if they were admiring Lu Haotian's courage. "You little brat, within 20 seconds. No, within 10 seconds. I will make you lie on the ground and beg for mercy." As soon as Wang Shiwei finished speaking, he rushed directly towards Lu Haotian at an astonishing speed. The moment Wang Shiwei rushed over, he directly threw a right punch at Lu Haotian. Before figuring out Wang Shiwei's true combat power, Lu Haotian didn't dare to act rashly. Especially at this moment, Wang Shiwei is in high spirits, so Lu Haotian plans to avoid his attack first. Lu Haotian slid backward and dodged Wang Shiwei's attack. Seeing Wang Shiwei take the initiative to attack, Shui Wenhu broke into a cold sweat for Lu Haotian. Based on Shui Wenhu's understanding of Wang Shiwei and Lu Haotian, there is a huge gap in their strength. Especially since Wang Shiwei and himself are both the top soldiers in the Special Forces team. If they were to fight one-on-one, I'm afraid the odds would be evenly matched. Once Wang Shiwei takes the initiative to attack, Lu Haotian will be in a passive position. But seeing that Lu Haotian was agile and actually dodged it, everyone showed a hint of joy on their faces. Pretty. Chang Chuan couldn't help but cheer. Seeing Lu Haotian dodge his attack, Wang Shui couldn't help but be surprised. Smelly boy, he actually dodged it. Shui Wenhu and Shui Yutong couldn't help but look at each other, seeming a little surprised. After avoiding Wang Shui's attack, Lu Haotian did not feel complacent, but re-evaluated Wang Shui. He is worthy of being called the king of soldiers. The attack just now was indeed extraordinary. If I were even slightly careless, I would definitely be hit. When entering the second round of the horror game, you can upgrade your level through game prompts, and various values will also increase. Especially when the speed increases by 2 points, there is a chance to successfully avoid it. It seems that we can't be careless. After all, we are dealing with a Soldier King level. My level of ability is not enough to deal with it. Lu Haotian put his hands behind his back and secretly activated his watch. Contestant number 13, total score is 120 points. You can upgrade your level, and the yellow crystal core you get can be used to upgrade your talent skills. Do you want to upgrade? Lu Haotian raised the corner of his mouth. Upgrade. Chapter 70. Level 2 Combat Strength. What surprised Lu Haotian was, things in reality cannot be brought into the game. But things in the game, such as weapons and equipment, as well as levels and combat power, can be brought into reality. I have to upgrade sooner or later anyway, so I might as well upgrade now and take the opportunity to practice with the King of Soldiers. It would also be good to know your true level after upgrading. Level up. Skill upgrade. Drop. Contestant number 13 consumed 100 points and upgraded to level 2. Consume a yellow crystal core to upgrade the talent skill Sea Level Thunder. Lu Haotian. Level 2. Strength, 15. Defense, 10. Speed, 8. Physical strength, 67. Spiritual power, 50. Energy value, 62. Talent. Thunder Sea, 30% chance to trigger hidden passive when cast. Sea Level Lightning. Has a certain killing ability, with a 3-second paralysis effect. When attacking low-level creatures, there is a certain chance of killing them instantly. Tip. This talent can be upgraded and can be integrated when it reaches level B. As I expected, after the level increased, the various physical attributes also improved. Especially after this upgrade, the strength, defense, speed, and stamina values have increased significantly more than the last time. When upgrading to level 1, the strength attribute increased by 2 points. This time when upgrading to level 2, the strength attribute increased by 4 points. The increased ratio of the defense attribute value and the mental strength attribute value remains unchanged, and the two increases are the same. The speed and stamina attributes have both increased by 1 point compared to the last time. As for the energy value, it has reached 62 points, an increase of 19 points, 3 points more than the last upgrade. However, with the improvement of his talent, the amount of points consumed each time he used lightning increased from 12 points to 13 points. It seems that as the talent level increases, the amount of energy consumed will also increase. Now the energy value is 62 points, and each cast consumes 13 points. If it is full, you can only release the talent skill 4 times at most. Seeing the growth data of energy value, Lu Haotian couldn't help feeling a little regretful. With only 3 points of value left, you can use 5 talent skills at once. But it doesn't matter, at least now I can use my talent one more time than before. If it doesn't work, enter the game again and pay more attention to the energy recovery potion. Right now, what interests Lu Haotian the most is what the fusion will be after the talent is upgraded to level B. I entered the game myself, evolved from E-level talent to D-level, and now to C-level. These evolutions have only increased the attack power and increased the lightning paralysis time. That B-level fusion must be a qualitative leap. It's really exciting. You little brat, you just dodged my attack and are standing there stupidly. If you don't want to fight, just admit defeat as soon as possible. Looking at Lu Haotian's dazed look, Wang Shui felt a little unhappy. Lu Haotian was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses and quickly reached out to apologize to Wang Shui. Sorry, I was just thinking about something. Let's continue. Insult. This is absolutely a blatant insult. The two heroes of their special forces team were fighting against a bad boy. The other party was actually distracted and thinking about other things during the fight. If outsiders knew this, they would laugh their heads off. Wang Shui's face instantly turned black, and he pointed at Lu Haotian and shouted, "Boy, you want to die? Then I will grant your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Shui rushed forward and launched an all-out attack on Lu Haotian. Seeing Wang Shui's serious look, Lei Ting was shocked. Shui Wenhu also wanted to rush over and blocked the attack for Lu Haotian. "Brother Tiger, don't disturb my fight," Lu Haotian shouted, and Shui Wenhu stopped and looked at Lu Haotian. Lu Haotian looked completely relaxed when facing Wang Shiwei, who was rushing towards him with all his strength. Shui Wenhu couldn't help but be stunned. In Shui Wenhu's impression, Lu Haotian is definitely not the kind of blindly arrogant person. Even when facing Wang Shiwei's full-scale attack, he did not dare to be careless. Getting closer, Wang Shiwei rushed to Lu Haotian in the blink of an eye, trying to teach him a lesson to save his face. Wang Shiwei changed his previous attack method and directly attacked with a whip kick. His legs and feet swept towards Lu Haotian's waist with strong wind. Lu Haotian jumped directly into the air and retracted his feet, and Wang Shiwei's whip kick passed under him. "Humph, good jumping ability, but you have committed a big mistake." Wang Shiwei sneered and punched Lu Haotian, who was about to fall. Seeing that the fist was about to hit, Lu Haotian suddenly stretched out his hands and grabbed Wang Shiwei's fist accurately. With the help of inertia, his whole body moved back half a centimeter. After the force was released, Lu Haotian kicked with both feet. He kicked Wang Shiwei in front of him, forcing him to retreat 3 steps. Lu Haotian also fell to the ground. Lu Haotian didn't want to hurt the other party, so the power of his attack was not great, but it was already a great insult to Wang Shiwei. "Asshole, I'll kill you." Wang Shiwei roared and attacked again, punching Lu Haotian in the face with a straight punch. The attack is simple and domineering. Bang! This time, Lu Haotian neither dodged nor evaded, but waited quietly for the moment when Wang Shiwei's fist was about to hit him. He suddenly stretched out his right hand and grabbed Wang Shiwei's fist tightly, making him unable to move. How is this possible? Wang Shiwei was shocked when he saw his fist being held tightly by Lu Haotian. "Okay, Shiwei, you lose." Seeing that the competition between the two sides had come to a temporary halt, Thunder quickly stepped forward to stop it. "Commander, I..." Wang Shiwei was suddenly embarrassed and gritted his teeth, not knowing how to start. Lei Ting consoled him and said, "Su Wei, you may be the leader of our special forces, but there are always people better than you in this world. Besides, it's not shameful for you to lose to Haotian. You should know that he is the leader hired by our military to crack the game. If he doesn't have the skills, how can he take on this important responsibility? But from now on, you have to keep your promise." After listening to Lei Ting's comfort, Wang Shiwei felt much better. He nodded and said, "Please rest assured, Commander. Wang Shiwei, can afford to lose. I will definitely go all out to cooperate with their special training." In the next few days, with the assistance and arrangements of Wang Shiwei, Lu Haotian, Chang Chuan, and Su Wenshu underwent inhuman training. Guns, daggers, fighting, and wilderness survival skills. After training every day, the 3 of them felt like they were ascending. But the harvest was fruitful. Looking at Lu Haotian lying on the ground gasping for breath, Wang Shiwei felt very proud. A few days later, when everyone was having dinner, suddenly the watches of the 5 people led by Lu Haotian rang. "Congratulations on advancing to the 3rd round of the horror game. Please be prepared. Option 1. Enter now. Option 2. After the 1-hour countdown, entry is mandatory. Here we come." The 5 of them looked up at the same time. This time, there was no panic on the faces of the 5 people, only confidence. Seeing the 4 people looking at him, Lu Haotian raised the corner of his mouth. "If everything is ready, then let's go. And we'll go together and come back together." Lu Haotian's words infected the 4 people. "Let's go." Chapter 71. This game is different. With several beams of light, Lu Haotian and the other 4 were enveloped, and the light and shadow flashed in an instant. Several people also disappeared out of thin air. Looking at the figure disappearing before his eyes, Lei Ting looked heavy. Wang Shiwei couldn't help but ask, "Chief, they have already gone and looked around. Let's go back." Lei Ting choked up and said, "Thinking back to those days when I saw those enemies, no matter how many there were, I would just rush up with a gun and kill them. Now that this damn Doomsday has come, we actually need some of the motherland's future to charge forward." Wang Shiwei quickly comforted him. "Commander, you don't have to blame yourself. The game selects people randomly, and there is nothing we can do. Hey, let's go to the Imperial capital for a meeting right away to see how many places and how many people are involved in the game across the country and the world this time." After Lei Ting finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the dedicated airport. After a few seconds, Lu Haotian came to a strange environment, or to be more precise, a strange city. The whole city looks like a real environment. However, what makes people feel uncomfortable is that the entire city is full of ruins. From the abandoned vehicles on the streets, it is not difficult to see the prosperity of the past. Where are the people? After looking around, Lu Haotian found that there was no contestant around. Even the members of his own group did not show up. It has been 5 minutes since I entered the game, but the game prompt sound has not appeared. This made Lu Haotian even more curious. Could it be that this is a game that can be completed by one player? Drop. All contestants are welcome to enter the game. Suddenly, the watch sounded. This level of the game is about defending your home. Game tips. There are a total of 1,000 game participants who can be divided into groups freely, and the number of people in each group shall not exceed 10. After the game starts, all teams can choose any corner or location in the city as their defense location. As long as you hold on for 10 days, you can complete the game and each person will be rewarded with 5 million. 10 days. After hearing this number, Lu Haotian was completely stunned. The first game lasted for 1 hour, the second game lasted for 3 days, and this time it lasted for 10 days. After 10 days, if all survivors are killed, the home defense game will be declared a failure. The monsters in the game will enter Shanghai City through the barrier and start Shanghai punishment. Star C punishment? What does it mean? Hearing the news, Lu Haotian was completely shocked. Just because the city where I live is Shanghai City. I didn't pay attention to it before, but after listening to the mission told by the game, I realized that the ruins of the city I was in were the prototype of Shanghai City. All contestants will have 1 hour to prepare. An hour later, the crisis began to come. Please cheer up, contestants. As the game prompt sounded, the countdown on the watch immediately appeared. This game, unlike the previous 2 games, does not have too much nonsense and confusion. The game missions are simple and clear, but they imply many crises. Watching the game begin, Lu Haotian did not dare to be careless and quickly began to observe the situation around him. Seeing that there was no danger around, he immediately turned on his watch to search. From the first time he entered the game, Lu Haotian noticed a piece of information. I entered the game 3 times, and my entry number remained the same, always 13. That way, we can find other people quickly. Lu Haotian immediately operated his watch, began to build a team, and then conducted an invitation search. Lu Haotian remembered it very clearly. Brother who is number 27, Shui Yutong is number 31, Chang Chuan is number 158, and Su Wenshu is number 272. I searched for 4 numbers in the team invitation at once and invited them to form a team. After a while, the 4 people who were invited immediately responded and joined the group. Brother Tian, that's great. I finally have news about you. I thought someone was teleported in. After seeing the information of the group members, Chang Chuan was so excited that he almost cried. Haotian, where are you now? The system just prompted that the game has already started. What should we do now? Shui Wenhu also spoke. Compared with Chang Chuan, Shui Wenhu was calmer. Lu Haotian glanced at the countdown. Then he started to call up the radar map to check the coordinate areas assigned to each of the 5 people. Lu Haotian said without hesitation, "Don't panic, there is still about an hour left. I see that everyone is not far away. We can gather in the shortest possible time." Chang Chuan heard this and said anxiously, "Brother Tian, tell me where we should gather. I'll be there right away." I now have 2 preset locations, David City and Shanghai Hotel. However, looking at our locations, David City is the closest. Okay, then we'll meet in front of the gate of David City. As soon as the words came out, the 5 of them immediately started heading towards a certain coordinate on the watch. Lu Haotian observed along the way and found that the streets and areas he passed through were indeed the same as Shanghai City in his real life. It can even be said to be a 1-to-1 copy. But the whole street was empty, with only dilapidated houses everywhere. Various questions remained in Lu Haotian's mind. If the environment where everyone is in is really Shanghai City, then I can find the location of the city of David without the help of a watch. The military headquarters where Shui Wenhu and Shui Yutong were located was near Shanghai City, and they had been to David City once before. So it's not difficult to find there. It's just that Chang Chuan and Su Wenshu only came to Shanghai City some time ago. Fortunately, there was lightning guidance from the watch. Base. Just as they were about to reach their destination, 3 figures suddenly rushed out from the front and came face to face with Lu Haotian. Who? When he saw the other person, Lu Haotian was startled and instinctively reached for the dagger at his waist. The last game ended, and we returned to reality. Lu Haotian was surprised to find that the dagger he had used in the game was actually brought back by himself. This time when he entered the game, Lu Haotian appeared in the game with the dagger. 3 people came towards him and met Lu Haotian, blocking their way in a small street. Crossing the street in front is the main gate of David City, which is also the place where Lu Haotian and everyone agreed to meet. If we turn around and take a detour now, we might be delayed for more than 10 minutes. Are you Lu Haotian? Suddenly, someone on the opposite side pointed at Lu Haotian and shouted. Hearing the call, Lu Haotian was stunned. He looked at the coordinates on his watch and found that Brother Hu, Chang Chuan, and the others had not arrived yet. After looking carefully and seeing the 3 people opposite clearly, Lu Haotian's face instantly became gloomy. Jin Zifei? Ling Xinran. Lu Haotian never thought that he would meet these 2 guys in this game. I didn't expect to see you here. Where's the woman who wanted to marry you? Didn't she come with you? Seeing that Lu Haotian was alone, Ling Xinran immediately laughed. Lu Haotian didn't say anything, just watched the 3 of them. Mr. Jin, go ahead. There's no one here, and even if you kill him, it won't be discovered. Jin Zifei's younger brother spoke up. Lu Haotian's face changed. Although he had a knife in his hand, the other party also had bricks and iron rods in his hand. The game has just begun. There is no need to take risks for these 3 guys. Jin Zifei, we are all contestants in the game. Our first priority is to survive. There is no need to kill each other here. Jin Zifei raised his lips and said, if you don't want to die, kneel down and kowtow to me. Then join our team and be my little brother. After you clear the game, you will definitely get some benefits. Chapter 72, Horrifying Zombie Group. Master Jin, you want to let this piece of trash join our team? Listening to Jin Zifei's words, the younger brother next to him couldn't help but ask. Jin Zifei rolled his eyes at the other person and said, what do you know? The game prompts that you can form a team here with a maximum of 10 people. Recruit this guy to join the team. If we encounter any danger, we can push him out as a scapegoat. After hearing this, the younger brother immediately said with admiration, as expected of Master Jin, you are indeed very thoughtful. Lu Haotian looked at his watch again and said, I don't want to waste time with you. Let me go. You little brat, Master Jin allowed you to join. That was to give you enough face. If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished. Jin Zifei's expression suddenly turned ugly. Seeing this, the younger brother next to him hurriedly pointed at Lu Haotian and cursed him, trying to show off in front of Jin Zifei. Lu Haotian rolled his eyes at the other person, too lazy to argue with him. He reminded her, the game will officially begin in an hour, and monsters will appear then. If you don't want to die, you'd better find a safe place to hide and try your best to survive to the end. Lu Haotian's meaning was very clear. This time he was summoned into the game. The original group of 5 people were dispersed to different areas, and the Doomsday game was only given 1 hour. I must meet up with everyone and find a suitable base within an hour. It would only be a waste of time to get into a conflict with these guys in front of me, especially his own talent, which is a life-saving move against monsters in the game, and he will never waste it on these pieces of trash in front of him. You. Looking at Lu Haotian's arrogant look, Jin Zifei gritted his teeth in anger. Whoosh! Suddenly, when everyone was not paying attention, Lu Haotian picked up a stone from the ground, rushed over with murderous intent, and acted as if he was going to hit someone with the brick. Careful! Jin Zifei and the other 2 were so arrogant because they relied on their numbers. But seeing Lu Haotian rushing towards him so bravely, he was frightened and instinctively moved aside. Looking at the cowardly looks of the 3 men, Lu Haotian smiled coldly and directly threw the stone on the head of Jin Zifei's younger brother. Suddenly, blood flowed down his face. Bah! Ouch! My head! Lu Haotian succeeded in his attack and was too lazy to waste time with the 3 of them. He immediately passed by while they were wailing and screaming. Mr. Jin, that guy ran away. Ouch, my head! Looking at Lu Haotian's figure gradually running away, Jin Zifei was so angry that he yelled. That guy ran like a rabbit. We couldn't catch up with him. I'd better find a safe place to hide quickly. The next time I see him, I will kill him. The younger brother covered his head and said with a grin, next time I meet that guy, I will break his legs. Huff! Lu Haotian walked through the streets in one breath, and when he saw that no one was chasing Jin Zifei and the others, he sneered. Trash is trash, he only shows off wherever he goes. This is not reality. No one will tolerate him when he enters the Doomsday game. The buildings of the city of David are right before our eyes. Haotian. Suddenly a familiar voice came from behind. Brother Tiger. Seeing Shui Wanu coming, Lu Haotian felt more at ease. If Jean Zafei and the other three came after him, Lu Haotian would not worry about being isolated. Brother Tian, brother who? At this moment, Chang Chuan and Su Wenshu also came from two different directions. 3 minutes later, Shui Yutong also appeared from a back alley. Seeing the five-member team gathered, Lu Haotian's confidence was boosted. Shui Wenhu couldn't help but ask, Haotian, now that everyone is gathered, what are your plans for the next step? Lu Haotian said, I expect that the place we are coming to this time is to simulate the future scene of Shanghai City. Shui Wenhu was stunned. You mean Shanghai City will become like this in the future? Lu Haotian continued. This mission is to hold out for 10 days, and we need sufficient water and food. This is the largest mall in the city. It should be enough to last us until the end of the game. Okay, I'll check ahead. You guys follow me closely. As he spoke, Shui Wenhu led everyone into the mall. It was pitch black inside, with only a faint light shining through. But it is not difficult to find that all the shops inside are running at a loss. Lu Haotian reminded. Brother Hu, the large supermarket, is on the basement floor. Okay, let's go check it out. Soon, everyone found the stairs leading to the basement level and started walking down them. Well, suddenly, a heavy breathing sound came from the underground floor, startling everyone. The five people stopped instantly, not daring to take another step forward. Su Wenshu whispered, There seems to be something down there? Chang Chuan frowned, bent down, and looked inside. Suddenly, he saw some figures and was so frightened that he almost fell to the ground, but was caught by Lu Haotian. Chang Chuan swallowed and leaned close to Lu Haotian's ear. He whispered, Brother Tian, it's zombies, lots of zombies. Lu Haotian was startled and immediately thought to himself that something was wrong. He quickly waved to everyone, Retreat! The five people did not dare to delay and immediately left quickly and quietly along the original route. Only after they walked out of the mall did everyone get a chance to breathe a sigh of relief. Chang Chuan, what did you see? After escaping from the mall, Shui Yutong couldn't help but ask. Chang Chuan said with horror, It's zombies. To be more precise, it's a group of zombies. They are densely packed everywhere. There are at least hundreds or thousands of them. Everyone's face changed drastically. Recalling the first time I entered the game, the location where the zombie dogs appeared, and the group of zombies on the underground floor of the mall just now. Lu Haotian's mind was spinning rapidly. Chang Chuan couldn't help but said, Haotian, we can't get into the mall. What should we do now? There are only 20 minutes left. If we don't find a place to hide, we will be in danger. Don't worry, everyone follow me. Lu Haotian waved his hand and immediately led everyone to run in other directions. The game simulates Shanghai City, but hides all the monsters and zombies in the game on the underground floor. The intention was probably to block the contestants' plan to go to the mall to look for food and water. If this is the case, then there is a high possibility that other places are safe. Lu Haotian led the four of them to quicken their pace, although they met contestants from other groups along the way. But in order to save time and confirm the safety of the destination as soon as possible, Lu Haotian didn't stop and arrived at a star-rated hotel in one breath. Are you planning to hide here? Shui Wenhu was a little surprised when he saw the building in front of him. Lu Haotian explained, I originally wanted to use the daily necessities in the mall to hold out for 10 days, but I didn't expect that there would be a zombie nest there. This star-rated hotel should have sufficient supplies and water, plus some safe building defenses, which will help us defend. Well, let's check it out first. In an instant, Shui Wenhu led the team into the hotel lobby. Same as Lu Haotian. After the last round of the game, Shui Wenhu and Shui Yutong brought sniper rifles and compound bows into reality. After replenishing their bullets and bows and arrows, the two entered the game again and brought their weapons with them. The only difference is that when entering the game, Shui Wenhu prepared a total of 5 sniper rifle magazines. However, except for the magazine on the gun body, the other 4 magazines were not brought into the game. This means that things in reality still cannot be brought into the game. It's just because the bullet is in the gun that it can be brought in, which is also considered a BUG. The same goes for Shui Yutong's compound bow quiver. Only the original quiver with 20 arrows was brought in. All other arrow boxes were left behind in reality. The group divided into groups to search and soon completed the search of the first floor and underground parking area. Shui Wenhu said excitedly, Haotian, the lobby and the kitchen are empty, and the surrounding rooms are safe. And as you said, the kitchen is full of food and water. This amount of stuff should be enough to sustain us for 10 days. Lu Haotian nodded. We have to be prepared for other participating teams to come in and search for things. We'd better pick a few rooms to use as reserve rooms. Also, we need to strengthen the hotel's security. Okay, no problem. Chapter 73. The First Wave of Attack. The entire hotel housekeeping department is divided into two areas, A and B. The main distinction is between business boutique and ordinary rooms. After confirming that the hotel is safe and that there is sufficient food and water inside, Lu Haotian decided to use this place as the team's defensive base. Whether it is to resist the zombie attack or prevent invasion by other groups, this hotel is undoubtedly the best place. Shui Wenhu began to deploy defensive fortifications according to Lu Haotian's advice. The rolling shutter door of the underground parking lot is closed directly to prevent anyone from entering from the parking lot. Next is the hotel lobby entrance and escape route. The escape route is very simple. Just lock the door from the inside so that no one outside can enter. The entrance to the hall is the most vulnerable place because of its glass sliding door. After all, it's not bulletproof glass and the glass is transparent, so there's no sense of security at all. Chang Chuan, you stay here and help brother who build fortifications. I'll go prepare food and water. Thinking about the food in the kitchen, Lu Haotian suddenly had an idea. Seeing that there was still some time left in the game countdown, I got the hotel's authorized room card at the front desk. Lu Haotian immediately took Shui Yutong and Su Wenshu to the cafeteria. The hotel's cafeteria is located on the second floor of the hotel. Because it is a star-rated hotel, the food it provides is much higher end than that of ordinary restaurants. Various seafood, beef, mutton, vegetables, and fruits. Looking at the room full of food, Su Wenshu couldn't help but feel curious. You have nothing to worry about with these things being placed in this cafeteria. Lu Haotian raised his lips and said, in 10 days, no one can predict what will happen. I guess other groups' bases won't have so much food like this. If other survivors come in and rush into the cafeteria to loot, we won't be able to stop them. This? Su Wenshu was speechless and couldn't help but ask curiously. Then what are you going to do? There are several freezers here. Let's gather the food together. 1 box each for meat, vegetables, and fruit. Lu Haotian spoke as he took action. The three of them each pushed a refrigerator and followed Lu Haotian into the elevator upstairs. After the elevator reached the top floor, Lu Haotian looked at the corridor and chose a room. After swiping the card to open the door, the three of them pushed the refrigerator in. Find an outlet in the room and connect the freezer's power cord. Okay, let's do it again. After hiding the food in the 3 refrigerators, Lu Haotian took the 2 of them back to the cafeteria again. After filling 3 more refrigerators this time, I took the elevator to the room on the 3rd floor. As before, push the refrigerator into a room and then turn it on. Su Wenshu asked curiously, Haotian, why do you hide the food in the refrigerator in different rooms? Lu Haotian smiled and said, I don't know what will happen in these 10 days. I just want to make preparations for both scenarios. Living on the lower floors will allow us to be in the lobby on the 1st floor at any time if anything unexpected happens. Let's give up the lower floors and hide in the higher floors. 3 boxes of food will be enough for us to survive. After listening to Lu Haotian's explanation, the 2 finally understood Lu Haotian's intention. Let's go. There are 3 minutes left. Let's meet on the 1st floor. When I returned to the hall, I saw that Shui Wenhu and Chang Chuan had sealed all the windows, leaving only the door. Please, please, let us in. The 3 of them had just arrived in the hall when they suddenly heard a noise coming from outside. 2 men and 1 woman appeared outside the hotel entrance, banging on the glass door and shouting. Everyone was shocked and turned their eyes to Lu Haotian. Haotian, what should we do? After what happened before, Shui Wenhu had some grudges in his heart. But as a member of the Special Forces team, Shui Wenhu couldn't help but want to rescue the 3 people. Lu Haotian glanced at his watch. There is only 1.5 minutes left. Driving them out at this time is tantamount to sending them to their deaths. Let them in first. Good. With Lu Haotian's consent, Shui Wenhu quickly opened the door. The 3 of them came in immediately. One of them waved his hands at Lu Haotian and the others and said, Thank you very much. I thought I was dead. Lu Haotian looked at the 3 of them and asked calmly, What are your names? The woman quickly said, My name is Kong Xian, and this is my brother Kong Shui and my boyfriend Qin Chen. Hey buddy, you guys have good taste. You actually chose such a good place to hide. Kong Shui stood up, patted Lu Haotian on the shoulder, and said. After saying that, he took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took out one, and handed it to Lu Haotian. Want a Huazi? Lu Haotian said calmly. Put away the cigarette. Seeing that the other party didn't take the cigarette, Kang Shuai simply put the cigarette into his own mouth. He said, I've been running all this way. I'm almost scared to death. I'm going to smoke a cigarette to calm down. Base. This time, before Lu Haotian could speak, Chang Chuan on the side reached out and took the cigarette out of Kang Shuai's mouth. Kang Shuai suddenly became dissatisfied and asked, What are you doing? Chang Chuan scolded. Don't you see what time it is? You still have time to smoke here. Kang Shun looked displeased. Damn, this place is owned by your family. Why do you care so much? Lu Haotian said expressionlessly. The game is about to start, and we don't know what kind of monsters we will face. But the smell of cigarettes on you might attract those monsters. It's okay if you want to smoke. Go outside and smoke. Kang Shuai was instantly shocked, especially when Lu Haotian said that the smell of smoke might attract monsters, which made Kang Shuai a little scared. He quickly put away the cigarette and smiled awkwardly. I don't smoke, I just feel a little bored. Beep. The game preparation time is about to end. The countdown starts now. 10, 9, 8. Suddenly, the game notification sound rang from everyone's watches, instantly making everyone panic. Brother Tian. Everyone, don't be nervous. Go up to the second floor first and take the stairs instead of the elevator. Lu Haotian immediately gave the order and led everyone towards the stairwell on the side of the hall. Shui Wenhu, Chang Chuan, and others immediately followed. Kang Xian, Kang Shuai, and Qin Chen looked at each other and followed closely. As the game countdown ends, the first wave of games starts now. When the game prompt sound ended, everyone held their breath, not daring to make a sound. The housekeeping department on the second floor of the hotel lobby has a corridor surrounded by glass. Everyone hiding here can clearly observe the environment and entrance of the lobby on the first floor. What the hell is going on? There has been no movement for a long time. We might as well find a room and rest. After hiding for a long time and not seeing anything unusual, Kang Shuai couldn't help but mutter. Shut up! Lu Haotian just shouted in a low voice, making Kang Shuai dare not say a word. Just as he was about to explode, he heard Shui Wenhu's alert voice. Something's happening. Everyone immediately looked in the direction Shui Wenhu was looking. Suddenly, a group of figures appeared outside the lobby and walked towards the hotel lobby. It can be seen clearly through the glass door of the lobby. These guys' skin was as pale as paper. Their pupils were also pale. Their mouths were twisted and deformed, and blood oozed from the corners of their mouths. The limbs appear thin and emaciated, but the nails are sharp and long. With his staggering steps and ferocious posture, he looked like a demon crawling out of hell. Because of the glass door blocking the way, the zombies seemed to have lost their direction and stood there in a daze. Fuck! Zombies! Seeing this scene, Kang Shuai couldn't help but exclaimed. Well, the sound instantly woke up the zombies outside, and all of them began to bang on the glass sliding door. Fuck you, you idiot! Lu Haotian punched Kang Shuai in the face angrily and immediately ran away with the weapon in his hand. Chapter 74, 1000 Zombies. Fuck, I'm just a little surprised that you dared to hit me. After being punched for no reason, Kang Shuai covered half of his face and looked a little angry. Kang Xian looked at Lu Haotian and others who were leaving, and couldn't help but ask, should we go down and help? Qin Shin glanced downstairs and sneered. Help? With so many zombies, do you want to die? Kang Xian said a little aggrievedly. Then what do you say we should do? Qin Shin raised his lips. I think Xiao Shuai is right. There are so many rooms here. Let's just find a room to hide in. Those zombies won't be able to find us. Kang Shuai said proudly after hearing this. My brother-in-law, still understands me. But, as he spoke, Kang Shuai looked towards the first floor and saw Su Wenshu following behind Lu Haotian. Kang Shuai said with a sly smile, Brother-in-law, you have my sister, and I am alone. How can I survive? You have to help me tonight. Get that chick into the room, and let her serve me well for a few days. Qin Shin also smiled evilly. Haha, you found your target so quickly. Your sister, and I will help you tonight. Haotian, these zombies are very strong. If we let them bang on the glass door like this, I'm afraid the door won't hold for long. Everyone came to the first floor and looked at the zombies outside the glass door. Shui Wenhu couldn't help but say. Lu Haotian frowned slightly. That's not what I'm worried about. What is that? Lu Haotian said. The total number of zombies outside is only a few dozen. If we cooperate well, it won't be difficult to deal with them. But if we let these guys beat and shout, it will most likely attract more zombies. then we will be in danger. After hearing this, everyone was shocked. Shui Wenhu frowned slightly. If you say so, my gun will be useless. Lu Haotian said, the sniper rifle is powerful, but the bullets are limited. It's a pity to use it against these low-level zombies. It's better to save it for dealing with stronger guys in the future. Let me. Shui Yutong stepped forward with a compound bow in hand. I have 20 arrow feathers in my quiver that can be reused. Let the zombies in one at a time, and I can easily shoot them without worrying about the sound. Good. Shui Yutong immediately adjusted his position and stood 30 meters away from the glass door to ensure maximum power of the bow. At the same time, Chang Chuan and Shui Wenhu stood on both sides of the glass door, one on the left and one on the right, opening a small gap for one person. In an instant, a zombie rushed in and saw Shui Yutong coming towards him. He stretched out his hands and chased in the direction of Shui Yutong. Even though Shui Yutong was an elite member of the Special Forces, he couldn't help but feel a little panicked when facing such a terrifying monster. Whoosh! One arrow missed. The arrow hit the zombie's shoulder, causing it to pause for just a second, and the zombie continued to move forward. Shui Yutong was inevitably startled and quickly reached out to touch the quiver, but couldn't find the arrow for a long time. Seeing this, Lu Haotian knew that Shui Yutong was a little confused. He rushed forward with the dagger in his hand, attacked the zombie from behind, and stabbed the back of the zombie's head. The zombie suddenly stiffened and fell straight to the ground. Yutong, don't panic. The weak spot of these zombies is their brains. After the successful attack, everyone's morale was boosted, and Lu Haotian shouted to Shui Yutong. Encouraged by Lu Haotian, Shui Yutong took a deep breath, pulled out the arrow, and shot directly. Whoosh! The arrow passed by Lu Haotian and hit the zombie behind him right between the eyebrows. The zombie froze and fell to the ground with its head raised. Pretty. Seeing this scene, Lu Haotian couldn't help but cheer and encourage. After a successful attack, Shui Yutong instantly felt his touch coming back, and he pulled out the arrow and shot again. Successfully sniped and killed the zombies that tried to rush in. Lu Haotian also took the opportunity to step aside to avoid obstructing Shui Yutong's arrow trajectory. Taking advantage of his free time, Lu Haotian casually glanced at his watch. There were some strange numbers displayed on it. There is a 978/1000 in the upper left corner of the dial, and a 1 point on the right. What does this mean? Lu Haotian believed that these numbers would not appear suddenly and must have a meaning. Whoosh! Shui Yutong fired another volley and successfully killed another zombie. Lu Haotian noticed that the numbers in the upper left corner of the dial had changed. 977/1000. I see. The number 1000 refers to the number of zombies. The 977 before the slash represents the number of remaining zombies. As for the 1 point next to it, it should be the bonus point for the zombie that he just killed. Seeing this scene, a smile suddenly appeared on Lu Haotian's face. As long as safety can be guaranteed, these zombies are definitely worth some experience. As the difficulty of the game increases, improving the combat effectiveness of your teammates is also a kind of protection for yourself. I had just completed the upgrade, but the zombies in front of me were not enough to satisfy my upgrade experience. Among the teammates, Chang Chuan had 13 points, Su Wenshu had 17 points, Shui Yutong had 25 points, and Shui Wenhu had 40 points. In comparison, Shui Wenhu was the easiest to complete the upgrade. Brother Tiger. Hearing the sound, Shui Wenhu struggled to hold the glass door and responded. What's going on? Lu Haotian coordinated the team and gave the order. Yutong, next, you should be prepared and let Brother Hu deal with these zombies. Although the two were somewhat confused, Shui Wenhu still followed Lu Haotian's approach and directly released the glass door. Crash! The dozen or so zombies outside all rushed in at once. The zombie in front was pushed to the ground by inertia. Shui Wenhu did not dare to delay and immediately followed the method Lu Haotian had used to assassinate the zombies. He walked forward with a dagger in hand and killed several zombies lying on the ground one by one. The zombies behind walked in with staggering steps. Chang Chuan and Su Wenshu were so frightened that they hurriedly moved away and did not dare to rush forward. You don't come over here! Looking at the approaching zombies, Chang Chuan seemed ready to display his talent. Chang Chuan, stop it! Seeing Chang Chuan's intention, Lu Haotian hurriedly spoke up to stop him. Chang Chuan was stunned and ran over in a hurry. Brother Tian, what's wrong? Why don't you let me use my talent to burn these guys? Lu Haotian explained. Your level is too low. You can only use your talent 3 times at most, and you still have to use it at the critical moment. Although these zombies are dangerous, they are not enough to endanger our safety. Let Brother Tiger handle them. Chang Chuan nodded and followed closely behind Lu Haotian. The remaining zombies were also killed one by Shui Wenhu. Watching the last zombie fall to the ground, Shui Wenhu breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Tiger, awesome. Chang Chuan's face was full of surprise and admiration. First, drag these zombies out, then close the door. Following Lu Haotian's instructions, everyone immediately took action. After closing the door, Shui Wenhu couldn't help but ask, Haotian, why did you let me deal with those zombies by myself just now? Lu Haotian raised the corner of his mouth. Brother Hu, take a look at your attribute column. Chapter 75, Hotel Monitoring Room. Shui Wenhu was stunned, then opened his personal attribute column to check. He muttered, there's no change here? As soon as he said this, Shui Wenhu noticed his points. I remember the previous score was 40 points, and now it's 51 points. Chang Chuan asked curiously, the points have increased? What are these points for? Can they be exchanged for any prizes? Lu Haotian glanced at everyone and said, how do you think I defeated Wang Shui in a one-on-one duel? Shui Yutong frowned slightly and said, Wang Shui and my brother are equally powerful. They are known as the two greatest soldiers in the entire Special Operations Department. Even my brother and Wang Shui were evenly matched in singles. And you beat him so easily, it's really hard to believe. Lu Haotian smiled slightly and said, the reason why I defeated Wang Shui is because of the change in my personal attributes. Personal attributes? Everyone was puzzled. Lu Haotian said again, after entering the game, we all have a score under the attribute column. Killing game monsters and completing tasks will earn you points. Once you reach 100 points, you can level up. Shui Wenhu was delighted. I just killed 11 zombies, so my score went up by 11 points. Lu Haotian nodded. In addition to increasing our strength and defense attributes, upgrading can also increase energy values and increase the number of times talents can be used. Hearing Lu Haotian's words, Shui Wenhu couldn't help but rub his hands and said, I suddenly want to go out and kill monsters. Lu Haotian advised, don't be careless. There are a total of 1,000 zombies in this first wave of attack. Once we are caught, we will be doomed. 8,000. Everyone was shocked when they heard this number. Although it was easy to kill those zombies just now, there were only a dozen zombies. Comparing the number to 1,000, there is no way to make a comparison. If everyone had just faced 1,000 zombies, the result would be self-evident. Everyone will die. Haotian, what should we do next? Lu Haotian thought for a moment and said, the situation outside is unknown now. I think it's best not to take risks casually. We should stay here and divide into shifts. 2 people in each group will guard the gate, and the rest will rest. Shui Wenhu nodded. Well, we have 5 people plus the 3 people who just came. There are exactly 8 people divided into 4 groups. Where are the 3 of them? Chang Chuan looked around and didn't see the people just now, so he couldn't help but speak. Lu Haotian frowned slightly. Su Wenshu also spoke up. Just now upstairs, the 3 of them were with us, but now they are gone. Forget it, don't pay attention to them for now. Let's split up into groups now. 2 of us will stay here, and the others will go look for it. Lu Haotian said with a gloomy expression. Chang Chuan couldn't help but said, Brother Tian, the game won't be too difficult at the beginning. Wenshu and I are the weakest in the team. How about we be in the first group first? Lu Haotian nodded. Okay, you must be careful, and always prioritize your own safety. Yes. Chang Chuan and Su Wenshu hid in a safe place in the hall, keeping an eye on what was happening outside. Lu Haotian, Shui Wenhu, and Shui Yutong continued to inspect the hotel. Shui Wenhu suddenly said, Haotian, go to the monitoring room and security room first. There should be intercoms there. Lu Haotian's face lit up with joy after hearing this. The hotel is so big that it would be difficult to notify everyone if something happened if we act separately. It would be much more convenient and safer if we had a walkie-talkie. Following the sign in the lobby, the 3 of them came to the security room behind the lobby on the first floor. After pushing open the door, the 3 were immediately attracted by the scene inside. Shui Wenhu said happily, That's great, I didn't expect the monitoring system here is still running. With this thing, we can clearly and safely monitor what's going on outside and inside the hotel. Shui Wenhu immediately stepped forward and operated the monitoring equipment skillfully. Soon, the whereabouts of Kong Xin, Kong Shui, and Qin Shun were found. These 3 guys really know how to enjoy themselves. They just hide in a room? The surveillance footage clearly captured the 3 people entering 2 adjacent rooms on the 5th floor with room cards. The surveillance camera can only see the scene in the corridor, but cannot detect the situation in the room. Shui Wenhu said, "You wait here. I will go call them." "Brother Hu, don't bother. There's a landline in the hotel here. Just call directly." Lu Haotian directly picked up the landline and dialed the number of one of the rooms. Kong Xin and Qin Chun chose a luxurious suite. After entering the room, they were immediately attracted by the decoration and design inside. "This room is so beautiful, much better than those small hotels we stayed in before. I must take a bubble bath." Seeing the surfing pool, Kong Xin said happily. Ding ding! Suddenly, the phone in the room rang, startling both of them. After the two looked at each other, Kong Xin picked up the phone and said hello. "If the 3 of you want to continue staying in the hotel, please gather in the lobby on the 1st floor immediately." After Lu Haotian finished speaking, he hung up the phone without waiting for Kong Xin to explain. Qin Chen couldn't help but ask, "Who called?" Kong Xin said, "It's the guy who allowed us to enter the hotel. Let's gather in the lobby on the 1st floor now." From what he said, if we don't agree, he will kick us out of the hotel. Qin Chen was instantly annoyed. "Humph, what's so great about that? Let's go and see what tricks these guys can play." 2 minutes later, Qin Chen and his 3 companions came to the lobby on the 1st floor. After seeing Lu Haotian and others, the 3 of them showed an arrogant look. Kong Shui was the first to express his dissatisfaction. "We were just about to take a break. Why did you call us down?" Lu Haotian glanced at the 3 of them and said, "If you want to hide here, you must cooperate with our actions." Kong Shui said reluctantly, "Why? Do you think you are the owner of this hotel?" Lu Haotian said coldly, "We have been dragged into this Doomsday game, and what happened just now was only the first wave of attacks. This wave of attacks isn't over yet. If you don't want to die, you'd better cooperate with us." Kong Shui sneered. "Who are you trying to scare? This hotel is very safe. What do you want us to do?" Lu Haotian said calmly, "You will join us in taking turns to ensure the safety of the restaurant lobby." Kong Shui said happily, "Take turns? Sure, but I want to be in a group with that chick in the lobby. Su Wenshu? Do you know her?" Lu Haotian frowned slightly. Kong Shui said cheerfully, "I just feel bored staying in the room alone for so many days. I want to find a girl to accompany me." Bang! Lu Haotian instantly became furious and punched Kong Shui in the face. Kong Shui covered half of his face and yelled, "How dare you hit me? I haven't settled the score with you for that punch before." Base! Lu Haotian instantly pulled out a dagger from his waist and put it on Kong Shui's neck. Kong Shui was so frightened that he dared not move. "Brother, we can talk it over," Lu Haotian shouted. "If you dare to hit on her again, I will kill you. Go back to your room and stay quiet." Yes, I'll get out of here right now." Chapter 76. The crisis comes from within. Watching Kong Shui and the other 2 running away, Shui Yutong couldn't help but ask, "Don't you want them to join the duty? What if they leave now?" Lu Haotian said calmly, "Shift duty is very important. People like them are simply unreliable. If we ask them to take charge, who knows what dangers might happen? It's better not to count on them." After hearing this, Shui Wenhu nodded and said, "Haotian is right. It would be more dangerous to let them guard here. Since there is a monitoring room here, the defense pressure will be much lighter. Let's take turns." Immediately, for safety reasons, the shifts are set up in the monitoring room on the 1st floor. There are a total of 16 screens in the entire monitoring room. They monitor multiple areas including the hotel, main gate, lobby entrance, restaurant, parking lot, emergency passage, etc. Here, simply closing the door can eliminate the danger of direct contact with the outside world. It can also monitor multiple angles at the same time, which is much safer than guarding in the hall. "Brother Tian, you guys should go and take a rest. Leave this to us. We're calling you when the shift changes." Arriving at the monitoring room, Chang Chuan was delighted and spoke quickly. Lu Haotian nodded. "You must pay attention to safety. Remember this. Don't open the door to anyone who knocks unless it's the 3 of us." "Good." The first group of people on duty were Chang Chuan and Su Wenshu, and the rest of the people began to rest. In fact, given the current situation, everyone would rest peacefully, but this was Lu Haotian's mandatory requirement. As the game progresses, the tasks become more and more difficult. If a person remains in a state of high tension for a long time, it is easy to collapse, especially as the 2 major combat members of the team, Shui Wenhu and Shui Yutong. They must maintain enough energy. In order to be able to arrive as soon as possible if anything happened, the three of them stayed in the guest room on the second floor. It was not far from the lobby on the first floor, so as long as Chang Chuan and Su Wenshu shouted, the three of them would be able to notice it. Before taking a break, Lu Haotian took a special look at the current data. When the hotel risk was eliminated, the number of zombies was 967/1000. Now it is 876/1000. In this short period of time, nearly 100 zombies were killed, and Lu Haotian found that this wave of attacks was not too difficult, even though you are in a dangerous environment, as long as you find the right weapon. By taking advantage of favorable terrain, these slow-moving zombies can be easily killed. Thinking that all the entrances and exits of the hotel had been checked, Lu Haotian took the opportunity to give himself a short rest. Damn it, that bastard actually dared to hit me twice. I can't swallow this. The three people who returned to the room in advance, Kang Shui touched half of his face and couldn't help but said angrily. Qinshan couldn't help but said, "You are too impatient. Don't you see that they have more people than us? We have to come one by one?" Kang Shui said dissatisfiedly. "Brother Chen, you are talking lightly. We have broken up for many days. You are not in a hurry at all because you have my sister." Qinshan grinned. "You kid, you really like that girl. But you have good taste. Hey, you guys have to help me too." Qinshan hesitated for a moment. "I see that the monitoring room can monitor some of the main places in the hotel. We will be discovered if we make the slightest move, so we'd better be cautious." Kang Shui looked disappointed and asked, "What should I do? Are you saying that I have no chance?" "Don't worry, I just glanced at the surveillance footage, and there are some blind spots. We can use your sister to confuse that woman." After Qinshan finished speaking, he looked at Kang Xian, who was standing beside him. Kang Xian smiled and said, "That's not a problem. It will depend on your ability then. If you fail, don't blame me and your brother-in-law for not helping you." "Hey, with your help, how can I fail?" Thinking of Su Wenshu's beautiful figure, Kang Shui couldn't help but reveal an evil smile. "Wenshu, how about I keep an eye on the monitor while you lie down and take a rest? We could take turns doing it, half an hour each." In the monitoring room, looking at the screen covering half of the wall, Chang Chuan rubbed his slightly red eyes and said. Su Wenshu shook her head. "I'm the weakest in the group, and I can't help much normally. Don't be lazy at this time. If you feel sleepy, take a break. I'll watch the screen." "I'm not sleepy either." Then, the two of them chatted while staring at the screen. More than 10 minutes later, Su Wenshu suddenly stood up and said, "You stay here and watch. I'm going to the bathroom. Be safe." Su Wenshu walked out of the monitoring room and went straight to the bathroom at the back. Well, the woman is out. In the blind spot of the lobby, Kang Shui was very excited when he saw Su Wenshu coming out. Qinshan smiled and said, "You two follow up. I'll deal with the guy in the monitoring room. Remember to make a mistake." "Don't worry, she can't escape." Kang Shui smiled evilly and immediately pulled his sister Kang Xian to follow quickly. Qinshan also walked to the door of the monitoring room, ready to take preemptive action if there was any abnormality. Su Wenshu had just finished using the toilet and was washing her hands when she suddenly heard the sound of the door and immediately became alert. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the person coming was Kang Xian, not a monster. When Kang Xian saw Su Wenshu's wary look, she also pretended to be frightened. Then he patted his chest and said, "I was really scared. I didn't expect there was someone in the bathroom." Su Wenshu frowned slightly. "Didn't you go back to the room? There is a bathroom in the room. Why did you come here?" Kang Xian was stunned and quickly said with a smile, "Oh, don't mention it. It's boring to stay in the room, and I can't watch TV. I was just walking around because I was bored, and suddenly I wanted to go to the bathroom, so I found this restroom." After hearing this, Su Wenshu didn't think much about it. She wiped her hands and prepared to push the door and leave. Before opening the door, he reminded her, "It's not safe in the hotel. You'd better go back to your room as soon as possible." When she opened the door, a person suddenly appeared in front of her, which scared Su Wenshu again. Before Su Wenshu could say anything, Kang Shui rushed in from outside and covered Su Wenshu's mouth with his hand. Su Wenshu struggled desperately, but suddenly someone grabbed her arms tightly from behind. "Hey, little girl, I advise you not to move around, or I'll be sad if I hurt you." Looking at Su Wenshu's terrified expression, Kang Shui gave a wicked smile. He took out the cloth and rope prepared in advance and sealed Su Wenshu's mouth and hands. "Hey, sister, leave the rest to me. You should go back and have fun with Brother Chen," Kang Shui said impatiently. Before leaving, Kong Xian asked. Are you going to stay here? This place has no atmosphere, and the ground is cold. Let's go somewhere else. As he spoke, Kong Shuai picked up Su Wenshu and walked towards the underground parking lot. Why is it taking so long? Could something have gone wrong? Chang Chuan sat in the monitoring room, looked at the time, and felt vaguely worried. I was just about to get up and go out to check with the walkie-talkie. Qin Shin was standing outside the door, grinning at him. Where are you going? Chang Chuan frowned slightly. It's none of your business. Get out of the way. Smoke. Qin Shin just waved his hand, and a purple smoke appeared in front of Chang Chuan. This is Chang Chuan suddenly felt dizzy and weak all over. Brother Tian. Chang Chuan fainted on the ground, and the walkie-talkie in his hand slipped under the table. Hee, this is what happens when you offend me. Chapter 77. Zombies break in. After leaving the monitoring room, Lu Haotian took his room card and went to a room on the second floor to rest. It's daytime now, and I can't fall asleep lying in bed. But Lu Haotian still forced himself to close his eyes and rest. Ding ding! Suddenly, the intercom placed on the bedside made an electronic sound, instantly waking Lu Haotian up. I glanced at the intercom, and the green light on it flashed, and then went out. It seemed that it was Chang Chuan or Su Wenshu who accidentally pressed the intercom button. However, Lu Haotian felt a little alert. If nothing happened, the two of them would never play with a walkie-talkie casually. Maybe something happened. With a hint of doubt in his heart, Lu Haotian turned over and got out of bed, gently knocking on the walls on both sides. Then he tiptoed out of the room. Sure enough, hearing the sound of the wall, Shui Wenhu and Shui Yutong also walked out of the room and saw Lu Haotian standing in the corridor. What happened? Seeing Lu Haotian's alert look, Shui Wenhu asked in a low voice. Lu Haotian said truthfully, the intercom rang just now. I was a little worried and wanted to go check it out. Shui Yutong also responded. I also heard the sound of the intercom, and I thought it was my illusion. Let's go and take a look. The three of them immediately took their things and quickly went down the stairs to the lobby on the first floor. As they approached the monitoring room, the three men looked at each other, and Shui Wenhu and Lu Haotian approached from both sides with daggers in hand. Shui Yutong stood behind with a compound bow in his hand, keeping a safe distance from the two men. He was ready to draw his bow and shoot at any time if he saw any abnormality. Is the monitoring room door open? Shui Wenhu and Lu Haotian were shocked and looked at each other. They nodded, formed a tacit understanding, and immediately moved forward together. Shui Wenhu rushed into the room first, and Lu Haotian followed closely behind, ready to assist at any time. There were no signs of fighting in the room, and all the equipment was intact. Chang Chuan fell to the ground, and Su Wenshu disappeared. Chang Chuan, wake up! Lu Haotian quickly checked Chang Chuan's breath and found everything was normal, with no injuries on his body. Brother Tian, I was ambushed by that Qin Shin. Chang Chuan woke up quietly, opened his eyes, and started talking. Lu Haotian asked hurriedly, Where is Su Wenshu? Chang Chuan said with difficulty. She went to the bathroom and didn't come back. Brother, you stay here. I'm going to go find Su Wenshu. After Lu Haotian finished speaking, he ran out immediately without waiting for Shui Wenhu to speak. Brother, what happened? Seeing Lu Haotian running away, Shui Yutong became a little anxious. It was not right to chase him, nor was it right not to chase him. Shui Wenhu said quickly. Chang Chuan was attacked, Su Wenshu disappeared, and Haotian went to look for someone. You and Chang Chuan stay here. I'll go help Haotian find someone. After he finished speaking, Shui Wenhu also rushed out with a dagger in his hand. Shui Yutong quickly closed the door to prevent any dangerous people from entering. According to Chang Chuan, Lu Haotian quickly came to the bathroom behind the monitoring room. Wenshu. Lu Haotian looked around and saw that there was no one inside. An uneasy thought flashed through his mind. Lu Haotian noticed that the billboard on the wall of the restroom was seriously off. There were a few strands of long hair dropped on the ground, which were somewhat similar to Su Wenshu's long hair. After seeing Su Wenshu being attacked here, she struggled and resisted. Suddenly, the mark on the ground at the entrance caught Lu Haotian's attention. There were two obvious marks on the surface of the tile. The marks left by the friction of shoes on the ground when dragging. Lu Haotian didn't say anything and followed the trail of dragging. At the same time, with the assistance of Kong Xian, Kong Shuai successfully kidnapped Su Wenshu. Looking at the beauty he had gotten, Kong Shuai couldn't wait to drive Kong Xian away. In order to avoid being tracked by surveillance cameras, He dragged Su Wenshu directly towards the hotel's underground parking lot. When he arrived at the hotel, Kang Shui had already walked around the hotel because he was bored. There were quite a few vehicles parked in the underground parking lot, some of which had their doors open, but the keys were still there. And the entrance to the parking lot has been closed, so it can be said that the parking lot is very safe. If we do it here, no one will ever find out. According to Kang Shui's plan, after finishing the job, he would lock Su Wenshu in the trunk of the car. The next time you can't help it, you can quietly slip down and continue to enjoy yourself. Thinking of this, Kang Shui couldn't help but get excited. If you had obeyed me obediently, I would never have been willing to do this to you. As long as you cooperate with me in a while, I promise to make you feel comfortable to death. Listening to Kang Shui's words, Su Wenshu's heart was filled with despair. Kang Shui dragged Su Wenshu to a car. This is a large SUV. In order to have a better driving experience, Kang Shui folded down all the seats in the car. He carried Su Wenshu directly into the car, then couldn't wait to take off his coat, and jumped in. Su Wenshu's hands were tied behind her back, and her mouth was sealed. Looking at Kang Shui approaching step by step, he tried his best to move backwards. Hey, baby, there's only so much space in this car. Where else do you want to run to? Looking at Su Wenshu's desperate expression, Kang Shui felt indescribably excited. If it were in the real world, even if Kang Shui had the intention to steal, he wouldn't have the courage to do it. However, this is a Doomsday game where there are no laws or restrictions, and you can do whatever you want. Kang Shui found himself falling in love with this game. Come on, let this young master take good care of you. Kang Shui rushed over with a wicked smile on his face. Su Wenshu seized the opportunity, stretched out her legs, and kicked in front of Kang Shui, making a final struggle. Ding-dee. Due to inertia, Su Wenshu fell backwards and pressed on the steering wheel, making a horn sound. Damn it, you want to ruin my good thing. The honking of the horn sounded extremely harsh in the silent parking lot, causing Kang Shui to curse loudly. Kang Shui grabbed Su Wenshu's ankle and dragged her down hard. The sound of the horn gave Su Wenshu an inspiration. My mouth was sealed, and I couldn't make any sound. The car horn is your best signal for help. Faced with Kang Shui's dragging, Su Wenshu struggled desperately, using all her strength to press the horn on the steering wheel. Ding-dee. Well, bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a terrifying, dull sound was heard from outside the rolling shutter door at the entrance of the parking lot. Immediately afterwards, there was a crazy burst of smashing and banging sounds. The rolling shutter door was quickly deformed by the impact and collapsed, hitting the ground. I saw dense crowds of people walking towards the parking lot with staggering steps. Well, the terrifying sound, mixed with the sound of llamas' whistles, made the entire parking lot feel eerie. Oh my god! Zombies! Kang Shui looked out the window and let out a scream. He no longer had the heart to care about the beauty in front of him. He just yelled, jumped out of the car, and ran away. Su Wenshu turned around and looked at the windshield behind her. Looking at the zombies pouring in from outside, he suddenly felt despair. Bang! Kang Shui ran to the stairwell and headed upstairs, but unexpectedly bumped into someone head-on. Before Kang Shui could come to his senses, the other party grabbed him by the collar. What did you do to Su Wenshu?